Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Swinging a drive to left field. Back on it, Olivares turns, watches, out of here! A grand slam for Adolis Garcia. The first grand slam by a Ranger in 2023, and the Rangers lead 11-1.
There's the offense. There's a Tolo Tuesday. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean Sharif, Art, Jay Choppy. We got Peyton and Ryan in the background of the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And thankfully, we have you waking up with us as well here on your home for Rangers Baseball, 105.3 The Fan. We have Rangers tickets to give away during the Expressway starting at 7:20. Adolis hits the grand slam. Sandler with the call. And Andrew Heaney silencing the morning show, tying an American League record by striking out 9 consecutive batters. Rangers dominate. Zach Greinke and the sorry Royals.
So, 27 runs in the first 2 games. 12 in the next 6. 19 in the next 2. Man, this is going to be a wild season. It's going to be a wild season.
All or nothing.
Get ready. You don't know what you're getting each night. So, if trends hold, they will score 8 runs over the next 5 games. if trends hold.
He also breaks Nolan's Rangers record, Andrew Heaney does, of 7 consecutive strikeouts. Okay.
A lot of movement last night in his stuff.
Well, that's where I was going. So when something like that happens, how does that make us reassess his stuff? Like, does a guy like that have to have fantastic stuff in order to pull off something like this? We remember what happened in the first outing when he left with an ERA of 23,
down
getting
8,
blown up against the Baltimore Orioles. Does this make you say, obviously I think it makes you say, hey, that's why they put him out there, but what'd you think of his stuff?
Stuff is great. That's the kind of stuff, when you top out basically at 92 on a fastball and your curve's sitting in the high 70s, low 80s, you're basically at the mercy of how good your movement is that day. I mean, you don't have Jake DeGrom's 99 to 101. You don't have,
or 92 mile per hour changeup.
Right. Yeah. You're not Garrett Cole. You're not Max Scherzer, Justin Verlander, Jake DeGrom. You're not those guys who, even if you're off a little bit, your stuff's so powerful that you could sneak one by guys. I mean, you've got to be sneaky quick. And he was spotting his stuff really, really well. He was staying away from guys. It probably didn't help that. And I went and looked. A lot of the Royals didn't have many at-bats against him anyway, because a lot of these guys are so young. He was in the NL last year, and the previous year I think he was with the Yankees, and he didn't pitch very much. It wasn't very good. So, when you have something like that, I mean, and especially when you're on, man, I mean, he was dominant. Now his pitch count got out there because of the strikeouts.
His what?
His pitch count.
Oh,
which was going to happen. You start striking guys out, all of a sudden, 9 strikeouts, that's at minimum 27 pitches. And the reality, to get 9 outs through 27 pitches, it sounds good, but I mean, you're not getting them all out on 3 pitches. You're getting them out on 5, 6 each. So now you're up to 45, 50 to get through 3 innings, and you're just going to have a shortened outing.
He matched a record shared by Tyler Alexander.
Never heard of him.
From the Detroit Tigers against Cincinnati, and Detroit reliever Doug Fister against Kansas City on September 2012. Major League record for consecutive strikeouts is 10 by a guy known as Tom Seaver, 1970.
Man, dominant pitcher. Nolan Ryan's old teammate with the Mets. Arguably the greatest righty ever had been Nolan. Those are the two guys.
Corey Seager and Jonah Heim also homered off of Zach Greinke. Greinke is 0-3, gave up 4 runs, 3 earned in 5 innings, and he's getting a lot of bad luck from that Kansas City offense to start off.
Yeah, there's not much offense there. There just isn't. I mean, he had 2 losses already with a 2.39 ERA coming into this game. That's you shudder to think about a pitcher having a low ERA. Now he didn't do very well last night. He got knocked around a little bit, but they're in for a long season there.
Peyton texted us last night. If the Minnesota Wild lose in regulation, The Dallas Stars have home ice in the first round. Could they take care of their own game?
Down for Hintz. Back for Miro Heiskanen. Floated one through. They score. There's a redirected shot from the slot. They're coming off the bench. That could be for 1,000 for Pavelski. One of the best in NHL history on redirecting pucks, Joe Pavelski.
Career point number 1,000 did not sound like a lot of people in Detroit at the Red Wings game.
Did not sound that way. Did not sound that way at all. But look, you got to keep winning. You got to win these games, and they did. It was a big win. And what did Minnesota do, Sean?
They won.
They scored 3 goals in the final 6 minutes of the game.
Wow.
Yep, they were that close, and Stars got to win out basically.
Yeah, look, they're all square, right? They're all square in terms of the point standings right now. Stars in the Wild. Actually, Stars at 104, Wild at 102. But Minnesota takes on Winnipeg and Nashville. Winnipeg is in the running for the final wild card spot in the West or in the Pacific, the Central Division, and Nashville's 3 points back. So they're really tough spots, but they may not need that Nashville. Nashville may not even need to play that game, so who knows what's going to happen. So Minnesota's got those 2 games. Those are tough games to come.
Tied with Colorado in the Central with 2 left. I think I'm looking at this year's hockey attendance, and it has the Red Wings 3rd.
It's a good hockey town.
Can that still be right?
It could be. I mean, a lot of this depends on arena size. Like, some arenas are 20,000 seats. You got other arenas. I don't even know what the Coyotes play. They play in a college arena. They play in Arizona State's. But you have other arenas that are 14, 15,000. So I think a lot of that has to do with that. Maybe the percentages would be a better one to look at.
And the Red Wings are 500 as well.
Yep.
So it's not as bad as I was thinking. As the Stars get the W, the Rangers get the W. 2 blowouts last night to open up the Tolo Tuesday edition of Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. You went out to Colonial.
I did.
Yesterday.
Yeah, it was media day at Colonial. So they let you come out there, see what change they're going to make. They let you play a few holes or, play 18 if you want to. Don't have time for that. But it was...
Did you take your clubs?
Oh, yeah. My clubs are always with me. They never leave my side. I never get to use them, but they never leave my side.
So did you play any?
I got about 9 in.
Oh.
I got about 9 in, which is good. Hadn't played in a while. And I love just getting out there anyway, but... There's a couple changes. So when the tournament's over this year, so the tournament is played the end of May, Memorial Day weekend, right? When it's over, the course gets closed. Members can't even go out there. All right? Everything's shut down. They're completely redoing the golf course. They are taking the par 3, number 8. They're moving the green 50 yards to the left. The par 3, was it the 13th where the party hole is? That big, it's basically, they've been trying to recreate the 16th hole at the Phoenix Open. So they've been trying to recreate that for years. They're changing that up to allow for more of a stadium seating environment. That's going to be really cool. Their goal is to get this as an elevated tour event. Because once that live thing started, all these other tournaments are like, no, we're elevated events now. No cuts, bigger purses. The Colonial is still kind of an old school tournament. They're going to have a smaller purse. While everybody else's purse is going to be 20, 24 million. Theirs is going to be 10 to 12. So they don't believe they're going to be able to get the big-time golfers in there. They'll still get Spieth and Scheffler because they're local. Same thing with Byron Nelson. But their goal is to get the bigger players to come back. And the way you would do that is by making it an elevated event. And that's why the changes to the course are going to happen. So no member can play. You're paying,
wow,
what, $100,000 entry fee to get over there to play? And you can't go on the golf course.
Oh, it's like my HOA. Pay something for nothing. Yep. Freaking crooks.
Redoing the clubhouse, redoing the fitness center, redoing the pavilion, redoing this, that. I mean, they are gutting the entire golf course. I can't wait to see what it looks like. They're putting in different kinds of grass. They're putting in a system under the greens. It's a hydraulic system that cools the greens in the summertime and heats the greens in the wintertime.
Ooh.
It's like Augusta. Augusta has something like that. Augusta also has this thing underneath the green, the sub-air underneath the fairway to get all the water out. I don't know if they're going to do that. But, man, it was really cool. I mean, they showed a lot of stuff. At least the guy I was playing with showed a lot of stuff of what they're doing over there.
NBA play-ins start tonight, and Cliff Kingsbury is back. A Tolo Tuesday edition. Just getting started with Sean and RJ on The Fan.
Coming up on the next KNC Masterpiece at 12:20, we've got Texas Rangers manager
It's a Tolo Tuesday edition of Sean and RJ here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for turning it on and leaving it on live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And Cliff Kingsbury is apparently finished with the pad thai as he is returning to college football to go coach with Lincoln Riley at USC.
I had to figure out what you were trying to say there with whatever that was. But yeah, Lincoln Riley, he is moving on.
When's the last time you had Thai food?
You know, there was a restaurant, Las Colinas, that I went to one time. It was called Thai Chili, and I had it.
Okay.
And I enjoyed it. A little spicy for my liking.
Yeah.
But I thought it was pretty good.
Do you know what you got?
No idea. Some kind of it was probably a steak or a chicken dish with some red sauce on it.
Okay.
You know, some very spicy red sauce. I would go back again.
Mm-hmm.
It was not too long ago, a couple years. Well, maybe 10 years ago by now.
10 years.
Who knows? But yeah, so he is gonna go be the OC. The OC. At least
is he the OC or the quarterback's
coach? Sorry, at USC with Lincoln Riley.
Tolo hit me up saying he knows how to keep his stock up.
He does,
because he's gonna go and be the QB coach for who? The possible number one pick in the draft in Caleb Williams. So not a bad resume move for old Clifford there.
Not a bad resume move at all. I mean, if you're
because these teams are so dumb, they're like, oh, look at Caleb Williams, lights out. Who's coaching him up? Who's associated with him?
Yeah.
The good-looking guy.
The good-looking guy, and he's going to do well. He'll do fine out there. You know why? Caleb Williams is really, really good.
I wonder what Kingsbury prefers lie detector between the NFL and college. I wonder, what he wants his next dream job to be.
So my understanding is, not just about him, but about all these coaches. And this is a problem that they've been talking about in college sports for a while. The lifestyle of an NFL coach, and I never thought we would see the day when this happened. Because
Don't tell me the NFL lifestyle is easier.
Immensely. Because of the transfer portal, you have to recruit your own players every day, the ones you already have. And that's in addition to the regular recruiting that you have to do. College coaches are paid more than the NFL in general. Like Mike McCarthy's paid less than I think it's 20 or 30 college coaches. They're just paid so much because their season never stops. At least, Mike, when the season's over, they've got a break. And then, they'll start getting ready for the draft. But still, a lot of that is the personnel department that's getting ready for the draft. And Mike is too. But in the college world, the college coach is also the GM. And that becomes the main issue. They've got to pick the players they want. So it's the lifestyle in college has become worse than the NFL.
Meanwhile, the Big 12 is getting saved.
They're getting saved. They're getting saved by the CW, Sean.
Oh, home of Live.
Home of Live. Live Golf.
What's that, Peyton?
The crosswalk.
The crosswalk.
Good Jim Nantz reference.
Live Golf and the Pac-12 are going to live in the CW. The Pac-12 has been in talks with the CW as a potential media rights partner. This is as bad as it can get. Like a national over-the-air broadcast network is what they wanted. They're going to get it with the network known for Riverdale and Gossip Girls and Supernatural. And that's what they're going to do. This is a sad, sad ending. Because in between Oregon State and Utah, Colorado and Arizona State, you're going to see Notting Hill reruns, One Tree Hill. You're going to see Gossip Girls. Isn't that Chase Crawford, that Candace's brother? Tony Romo's girl? And they on Gossip Girls or something like that. So what's going to happen here is the Pac-12 is going to fall apart. When all these schools see this, when Oregon and Washington and Cal and Stanford go to the Big Ten, the remaining schools are going to say, hey, I want that Big 12 money. And they're just going to dissolve themselves. And the Big 12 is going to take over. And the Big 12, when Texas and Oklahoma left, we all thought this thing was dead. This thing was dead. It's actually going to turn out to be a survivor here.
But we'll get more ratings. Will anyone watch college football over there? Well, it will get more ratings than Live, of course.
Yeah.
But
because you know it's going to be on every week.
Yeah.
I don't know when Live's on.
Yeah.
But the other thing is, but this Fox tried to do this, right? And Fox in the 80s was nothing. It was a joke. And then they got the NFL. So maybe the Pac-12 makes the CW a viable sports network. Because obviously they're trying to get onto that.
You got some ratings from the weekend?
I do.
And by the way, speaking of ratings, tonight, NBA play-in the East at 6:30 on TNT. Hawks at the Heat. That's the 7 versus 8 game. The 7-8 game in the West is the Timberwolves against the Lakers. And the Minnesota Timberwolves are going to be without Rudy Gobert as they suspended him. He's suspended for the play-in game for the incident with Kyle Anderson. Did he need? I think that was the big question yesterday. And a couple of the analysts that I heard, Kendrick Perkins being one of them, said they just had to suspend him. Did they have to suspend him for this game after he apologized in the group text? Come on.
I understand. I don't know the right answer because what I've heard from former athletes in this subject is you've got a room full of alphas. You've got to stop it when this thing gets going. But is stopping it the day of your playoff game worth it? Especially when the other guy broke his hand, or not the other guy this day, but another Jade McDaniels broke his hand punching a wall. So now you're down 2 guys, and you give him 5 first-round picks for Rudy Gobert.
Yeah.
So
I would have gauged the sincerity of his apology and been like, look, these things happen.
Yeah.
You get sideline tussles. They were pushing and shoving. He's playing.
Gauge the sincerity of it on the group chat. That's where he gave it to you. He gave you it in green bubbles on the group chat. Didn't even put a GIF with it.
I think there was a private one, but that was the story that came out yesterday. How did that get out? You want a sign of a team? Forget about the punch on the sideline, that it got out on the group chat.
Yeah.
If that story is indeed true, that's a bad sign.
That's a very bad sign. Very bad sign. So I don't know what the right move is here, but if you're Minnesota, you don't make the playoffs very often. When you do, you're not usually there that long. So, getting Rudy Gobert, who you gave all those picks to, or 4, and to sit him is bad.
And the Lakers are favored by 8. Miami is favored by 5. I was thinking maybe it would, to go higher than 8 is high, but you would think that the Lakers are going to move on to take on the Memphis Grizzlies in round 1 if they get the W this evening. What happened with ratings?
Saturday, the number 1 game in town, the highest rated, Stars Vegas Golden Knights. 71,000 homes, 26,000 age 25 to 54.
Over the Masters?
Well, remember, the Masters was rained out on Saturday.
Yeah, but how much did they play?
Oh, they played
nothing?
Just in the morning.
Okay.
They played very, very little on Saturday.
Yeah.
It basically got washed out. So that was number 1.
Stars number 1. Did the Rangers play on Saturday? They had to have.
They did.
Yeah.
They played the Cubs. So they were number 2.
The Stars beat the Rangers?
Yeah, the Rangers were on both Bally and FS1. Stars were on ABC.
Okay.
All right, ABC, ESPN. I think it was technically ABC. So Rangers had 59,000 viewers on both Bally and FS1. Then you had Manchester City and Southampton in the Premier League, as they say, with 38,000. Devils Bruins on ABC with 21. So there is your there is your Saturday. On Sunday, boy, the Masters came in. 277,000 homes. 93,000 homes, age 25 to 54. The NASCAR Food City Dirt Race was next. Then the Morning Masters had 66,000 homes. That's at 7 a.m. Jazz Lakers, 37. Rangers Cubs, 35,000. Houston San Antonio XFL, 27,000.
Oh, Peyton.
Hawks Celtics, 26,000. World Figure Skating Championships, 24,000.
Whoa.
Spurs Mavericks, 18,000. That was a meaningless game.
Yeah.
And that was on at 2:30.
By the way, Silas and Dwayne Casey are out in the NBA.
Silas at Houston, right?
Silas was in Houston. Where was Dwayne Casey?
So he used to be in Toronto. And then did he go to Orlando?
Nope, that's Jamal Mosley.
Jamal Mosley.
Former Mavs coach.
Pick me.
Go ahead, Peyton.
No.
Oh.
Bobby, try it out. Dwayne Casey.
Pistons.
It's the Pistons.
Dang it.
Okay. Peyton is just oozing sports knowledge. On the group text yesterday, you were flowing. You were
Killing it, man. It's only Tuesday, too.
You
Watch
were
out.
pent up. Yeah. You'll probably run out by today. 877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line to hit us up here on DFW Sports Station. Bobby Belt is joining us, and he says, Forget about Rudy Gobert being suspended. Go and get him. More Mavs fallout. We got Micah working out with maybe the Cowboys' next draft pick from the Longhorns. And did you watch the movie? Did you watch the movie yesterday?
I did. I was late, but I watched it.
You were late to the movie?
I missed the first 10 minutes.
We will get were they the previews?
No.
Oh,
Oh, wow.
All right, you were really late. We'll have a review of Air, the movie that everyone is talking about when it comes to MJ. Mavs fallout, and let's go get the puncher to help solve some of this drama. Next.
The latest from the fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Thanks for waking up with us. Shout out to the 6 a.m. club. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Belt with some Mavs fallout. Tim Bontemps from ESPN says the NBA is looking into the Mavericks because Dallas embarrassed the league and made a mockery of the play-in tournament. So that's the latest that Bontemps is hearing after Tim McMahon came on yesterday and said, look, the entire league is doing it. It's just the Mavs were a little bit more open, honest, and flagrant about admitting it.
Is the play-in tournament though not also making a mockery of the league and
Yes.
just as a point?
Yes, it's stupid. It's dumb. It shouldn't exist. And so, yeah,
Why?
because it's dumb. You don't go 10 teams deep in a conference with like 14 teams. It's just stupid.
They're trying to address tanking a little bit through this, so that
Not working.
if you're sitting there,
Yeah, right.
well, it didn't work for the Mavericks. Yeah, the play-in tournament did not entice them whatsoever to go ahead and go for it.
And like, if it's not going to entice you to go for it when you have one of the three best players in the league, or whatever Luka is, because that's what
Two of the top 10. Forget about just Luka. Two of the top 10 or 15 players in the league, and you still said no.
You still said no. So if it's not going to entice you with that,
But I don't know. This seems like a crazy fluky occurrence.
I don't.
it kind of does. Yeah.
They've tried so hard to capitalize on. It started with Major League Baseball with their play-in, which started because of these dumb ties that teams were getting in, or these game 162 was meant something. You were going to be able to have a that was going to settle something, and then everybody tied in game 163, and they loved the energy that was surrounding that. The Evan Longoria walk-off, things like, and they want to take advantage of it. And they went, ooh, this one and done thing, we don't want to replace the whole playoffs with it, but this is a nice little added intrigue here. And then the NBA came around, tried to do the same sort of thing, and it's dumb. NBA, we talk about how how long of a grind the NBA season already is. There's this issue with load management that we already run into. Like, this is about 7-game series and loading guys up, getting ready to play, and then to make it a 1-game play-in with, let's be honest, bad basketball teams. The teams that are 7 through 10 are generally bad basketball teams.
Yep.
Then there's zero intrigue to me. There's zero interest in playing in that. If you are in the play-in, I go, okay, your season's over. That's how I look at it. I don't think there's any sort of magical run on the horizon.
Are we thinking that the NBA punishment is going to be harsh or light?
I think it'll be what Tim McMahon said. It'll be harsh to Mark Cuban's pocketbook. He'll get fined pretty heavily, but outside of that, no.
But the first-round draft pick will not be touched.
I wouldn't think so. If they did that, then yeah, you like McMahon said, that's a slippery slope. You're jeopardizing a lot of teams' picks. People would be.
Yeah.
I think there'd be a lot of outrage outside of just Dallas if that were to happen.
Because then we got to put the microscope on everybody. Although the Mavs couldn't even sell that it was injury-related, because they just beat Sacramento and no one left that game hurt. Other teams can say, no, he's dealing with something. Paul George, he's going to be out. This guy's resting. And the Mavs just blatantly did it while healthy.
Yeah, it's like Bontemps said there. It's something where you can understand why the league's upset, because they're talking about it. Like, there's certain law, the NFL at this point is not going to really crack down on anybody for marijuana. But don't go talking about how you smoke marijuana and putting it on your Instagram page and stuff like that. That's where then they go, shut up, okay? That's the problem, is that you're being flagrant about it. The Mavericks were flagrant about their tanking.
They were.
All right, I'm going to empty the Luka bag here and throw out a couple of things that I've been hearing. And RJ, you can just go ahead and comment on whichever one you want first. The two things that have been whispered to me over the past few days. Number one, is Luka unhappy? The response I got was, Luka just wants a say.
I'm happy here.
It's I think it's time in Luka Doncic's mind that he gets a seat at the table and he has more of a say in things that happen around here. Who's playing, who's traded for, who's coaching, what moves are taking place. McMahon reported he was thrilled. He was so enthusiastic that they asked him, hey, you want help? Who do you want to go get? Do you want us to go trade for Kyrie? And Luka absolutely loved being a part of that process or getting his opinion factored in. So Luka just wanting a say, good or bad. And then someone yesterday said, Luka Doncic ain't leaving here, dude. Luka has it made in the shade. That organization is not holding him accountable. They're not going to crack down on him. They might suggest once or twice a year to get in better shape, play a little bit of defense, but he's living the dream. He gets to put up 32, 8-8, and he's the king of the city. And there's no one to make his life more miserable. And those are two things that I heard yesterday. Luka not leaving here because he's got the keys to the city, and he would like to have more of a say in big-time decisions.
I think there's something to be said about I mean, look, I don't know if Luka's a small-town guy, but, like, of just kind of being in the NBA world, Dallas is a small town.
Yes.
In the NBA world, Dallas is what, let's try to find it's kind of like Cleveland in baseball, right? They're always competitive for the most part. You know, they'll sneak up on you, make you the NBA Finals or a Finals every 15 years or every decade or whatever. You know, but there's not, it's not New York, it's not Boston, it's not LA. And that's the reality of it. So Dallas in the NBA is a small town, and you can be the big fish in that small town. You kind of hide away here. No one's going to bother you. The media is not tough, especially in basketball. You know, we don't really pay attention to you until after the Cowboy season's over.
Shots fired, Grant Asfeth. Afseth.
Grant Afseth.
Grant Afseth.
So I could see that.
Shots fired, mass bloggers.
I can see that, where he's coming from.
That bothers me more, though, than him wanting to say in personnel. Like, here's my biggest...
The lifestyle thing.
I don't agree. I don't buy the second one.
Which one?
I absolutely buy the whole just wanting to say. It's like my wife. You're not making the decision, but you know you want to say, so I understand that, honey. It's similar to that, but I do think that the second one. I do think on the second one, I think he could have it made in other spots. He would be given a ton of deference. He would be in a city that welcomes him. He'd be able to be the guy. I don't think that exists only in Dallas. That's not a unique setup that he only gets here.
But that's the one that would bother me. That's the one I'm struggling with. The realization that I'm trying to resist is that Luka Doncic is not this Kobe, Michael, alpha, killer competitor that all that matters is titles. That's what's starting to creep into my mind. That's what's starting to bother me.
You don't think he is?
Dude, I don't think the culture of, and I don't think the culture from where he comes from is like that. Just look at Joker, Giannis, Derby. Those guys never left. They were totally cool with, we're going to try our hardest, and what happens.
I think this being a bad basketball team this year is just throwing off people's perspective of him a little bit. Remember, this is the guy who like ripped his jersey in half as a rookie when they were bad because they lost at the end of a game. This is a guy who last year everybody was talking about him as being a killer in that Phoenix series and how angry he got about things. Mm-hmm. Like, I think the history shows that, look at the Clippers series, those two Clippers series, you look at the Phoenix series, that he absolutely cares and cares a little too much at times to where the emotions get the best of him.
Well, I think there's a difference.
I agree. There's a difference.
Those are all good points. In the game, in the moment, in the fourth quarter, I do think he's a killer. When it comes to all the intangible extra things off the floor, he hasn't fixed any of them. I'll give an example of Dak Prescott. Luka Doncic has so much more ability than Dak Prescott. I do, but I believe that Dak does everything possible to get the absolute most out of his ability. I know that Dak is working out. I know that Dak is gathering everyone. I know that Dak is eating right. I know that Dak is drinking right. I know that Dak is doing everything within his power. And it's just not the case with Luka. Now, will that come with time? Maybe when Dirk started bringing his own plates of food to the arena with foil over the top. But Dirk was always the hardest worker. You don't hear that about like Luka Doncic. He always gets called out for his conditioning. He's never tried really hard on defense for an entire season. He has not fixed the whining, the moaning, the bitching to the referees. These things are constants that we've been talking about now for 2 or 3 years. If you are an ultimate, all I care about in the world is rings or NBA championship guy, he would have come into one of these off seasons looking like a different cat. And I know what RJ is going to say. You don't have to look the part to be the part. I think we all agree. Like, Luka is, I mean, he could be in better shape. That's how I gauge you. Like, if you are going to try to do everything within your power to be the Shaq. This was a problem with Shaquille O'Neal. You could argue Luka Doncic is the guard version of Shaq when it comes to approaching a regular season with conditioning. Shaq came in and said, doesn't matter that I'm 25 pounds overweight. I'll run it off during the season, and I'll be good to go for the playoffs. There's many people who have said, man, if Shaquille O'Neal took it as serious as Michael Jordan, Shaquille O'Neal could have been the best basketball player of all time. And that's what I'm worried about and wondering with Doncic is that final 5-10% of I'm bleeding this 24/7. I'm starting to worry it's not there. Does that make sense versus fourth quarter killer? I want all the shots.
I get it. I still don't know that I agree. I think it makes sense what you're saying. I just don't know that I totally agree. Because was Dirk a killer? Was Dirk Yeah, Dirk was obsessed with it. Dirk at 23, 24, his reputation in the city was not that. Dirk's reputation was the same. That it was
soft. He was thought of as soft.
Well, not just soft. I mean, remember those viral photos that go around of him and Steve Nash out drinking on the town and flipping the bird and stuff?
Old, that was late 90s.
He was like 22, 23.
You know what? We're going to ask Chuck Cooperstein. And if Coop is honest, I'm going to ask Cooperstein if Luka has the same work ethic as Dirk. And I bet the answer is no.
Not right now. But if you compared Dirk at that age, I think, like McMahon said it yesterday, that this was around the age it clicked for Dirk, and Dirk went, "Oh crap, I got to start taking care of myself."
Nobody told Dirk to use Tupperware, man. That was unfortunate. Like, how do you have a paper plate with foil?
He's Luka's 24.
Keeping all the tops on the Tupperware.
Oh, it's terrible.
It's a nightmare.
Oh, it's terrible.
Luka's younger than Ruben. Luka's younger than our board ops here. It's
the golf champ.
It's something that I think that he's going to grow into. I also think there is something to the fact that he's played so much for Slovenia and played into these playoff runs that there's some fatigue that sets into when he does finally. It's kind of like me with my setup of when I go home and my wife wants to go do more, and I go, no, I want to stay home. Yeah. I don't want to do anything. So when he gets a point of downtime, I think he's like, I'm done. Yeah. I need to rest.
I think those are all fair points. And then Bassick made a comparison yesterday. I think it's okay to say it. And Colin Cowherd repeated it. Not Bassick's comment. That was private in here.
Sure.
After the commercial break. Cowherd, who I've been destroying lately, is this fair, Choppy? He says Luka is starting to become like Carmelo Anthony. Quote, he's not in great shape, not committed under the defensive end. He's kind of prickly, and he's got his way. We went with LeBron, then down to Harden, and now are we at Melo for Luka comps?
Look, my comp for Luka's never changed. It's been Russ. And I don't think I think people think of that as a bad thing. I never thought of that as a bad thing. I thought Russ was amazing.
Hall of Famer.
He's not in Russ's shape, maybe. Russ.
Definitely not.
Russ just kept going and going and going.
Well, very different players too. Russ won with straight athleticism.
Right, but I need the ball in my hands to succeed. I'm gonna put up triple doubles all over the place. Some of them may not be. I'm not positive that I make my teammates better or not. I'll get you to the West Finals, and then I'll also miss the playoffs the next year, just like Russ, seemingly all the time, right?
Okay.
Russ was up and down, but I think the style of play, from a ball dominant standpoint, fits. What Carmelo, man, I don't know. Carmelo was, I still think Carmelo's criminally underrated.
Okay.
That. I mean, he did take Denver to the conference finals. I still can't. What he did in Syracuse counts for me. He dragged that lifeless band of white boys to a championship.
Don't you dare
Was that
disrespect.
McNamara?
Do not disrespect Jerry McNamara.
Yeah,
Jerry with a G.
I will disrespect 5'9". Okay, I will disrespect that.
Tyler Hubbard would be very offended.
Who?
Tyler Hubbard would be very offended.
Yeah, so I'll drag Jim Boeheim. I still can't believe that he got Jim a title. What a loser. But,
if TJ Ford didn't suck in the Final Four.
What do you think of the comparison?
I don't think Russ is a guy. I think
Melo.
Melo, that one. No, that's bad. Look, I think can Luka get better? Yes. Should we demand more from him in terms of his condition and everything else? Yes. Does he need to have that click? Yes. This is all true. At the same time, like, we got to stop with some of these disrespectful. We're getting very close to a media running a great out of town for really no reason.
Oh, it's our fault.
No, I'm just saying it's one of these things where it's like, this is why we can't have nice things. Is because we compare him to Carmelo.
Well, you know what? Make the play-in game. That's not.
Who cares about the playing game? Make
the playoffs.
If this was 5 years ago, you're not even making the playing game. Well, you know what? Build a better freaking basketball team.
877-881-1053, chartrek.com text line. Since you're so
Shouldn't take a mural to get people here.
Since you're so fired up, I'm glad you're so fired up because Bobby is going to issue a Texas Ranger pitcher apology next.
But let's get you over to K Post Roofing and Waterproofing, the official roofing and waterproofing partner that Alice.
So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
Here's the delivery. Swing and a miss. He went with the slider. Andrew Heaney with 9 strikeouts through 3 innings.
Sandman with the call. Rangers with a dominant victory. Adolis Garcia hit the grand slam. They beat down Zach Greinke and the Royals 11-2 last night on this radio station. Thanks for turning on your home for Rangers baseball with Sean, RJ, and Apologize.
Well, I called it.
Oh, yeah.
Called it.
Told you. What?
Told y'all. I told y'all about Heaney.
Told you. You crawfish last week like a mofo.
That's right. Apologize. Why am I?
Crawfish.
That's right, Jesse. Why am I apologizing?
You yesterday made him basically the basis of your stand-up comedy routine. You picked at him all over the place. Yep. You're mocking his, very unsustainable ERA of 23.
And then last week he was like, I didn't say he was great. Bleacher Report did.
No.
And I was just like, oh, okay, well, maybe he's not going to be that bad.
Wait, you were an Andrew Heaney supporter previously.
So, no, what I said was...
so this makes you look good.
Then he crawfished a week.
This is not... No. This has been misrepresented every single time that his name has come up. It's convenient. It's what's the McCarthy line? It's convenient criticism. That's you guys. I had just said that Heaney, because of his strikeout rate, was somebody that was worth having in a rotation, is what I said before the season. Chop took that to mean Bobby wants Heaney to be the number 1 starter and thinks that he is a Cy Young candidate. And that was over the top. Then yesterday, yes, I was making jokes. But I was doing more of a bit, but still, I would not have said, hey, if anybody's going to strike out 9 in a row, it'll be Andrew Heaney. I wouldn't have said that. So that's not quite true either. But that's exactly, as somebody tweeted at me yesterday when I was sending out all my Andrew Heaney tweets. They were like, take it from an Angels fan. This is the Andrew Heaney experience. Like, he's going to look some days like this is the best pitcher of all time. And then there are other times where you're going to be like, this guy couldn't get out an A-ball hitter. Yeah. And that's exactly what he looked like in the first and second game. You got both polar ends. You got the extremes of Andrew Heaney, and if he settles somewhere in the middle, okay.
His ERAs by year: 5.83, 3.49, 6, 7.06, 4.15, 4.91, 4.46, 5.83.
Oh,
sounds like Choppy's just shouting out the text line right now.
3.10. 3.10 last year.
3.10 in LA. Hey,
with the Dodgers.
He hit the area code for LA.
Yeah, he did. 3.10, very nice. And then this year, in 2 starts.
All right. So last night he ties an American League record by striking out 9 straight. And this was general manager Chris Young on with the G-Bag Nation before Heaney's start. And they asked him his thoughts about yesterday's starter after that beatdown against Baltimore.
He is a competitor. I expect him to have a bounce back outing. He's had bad outings before. He knows what it takes. He knows the type of pitcher he is. He knows what he has to do to be successful. And normally competitors respond to bad outings. So he had a rough one, his first one. There's no doubt about it. But I expect him. I know he had a great bullpen session this week. I talked to Mike Maddox, our pitching coach, about it. He really was able to fix some things. I think there was some pitch selection issues last week in terms of just recognizing what Baltimore was trying to do, and then maybe not adjusting off that. And then just pitch execution, which is always, as a pitcher, the most important thing is that you got to be able to execute your pitches. And if you execute, more often than not, you're going to win those battles. So I expect him to bounce back. I expect him to have a really good game tonight, give us a chance to win. And, that's what he's done over the course of his career. We know he's better, way better than the results he had last week. And we're excited to see him back out there tonight.
He predicted it. Chris Young called it.
I do like that he leads off with look, guys, he's been terrible before. This is nothing new to Andrew Heaney. Andrew Heaney knows bad starts, you guys. I do like that. That's the setup for it. But look, he was really good last night. The movement was great. The location. Hey, he got the benefit of some soft corners at times, maybe from the umpire there on a couple of those. But he was really good. Got a lot of swings and misses. It's if you can get swing and miss kind of stuff like that from him, even if it's not to that level. If you can just get half of that, he's perfectly acceptable as your number 5 starter.
All right, let's go around the NFL with the draft a few weeks away. Choppy, you can pick from one of the 3. We have Micah working out with Bijan Robinson, and Todd McShay talking about Bijan maybe as the second best player in the draft. We have the Arizona Cardinals flirting around with trading the number 3 pick. And we have rumors heating up that Bryce Young is indeed going number 1 to the Carolina Panthers.
Okay, let's go with let's do a little Micah and Bijan.
Oh, stealing Bobby's thunder. Okay.
That's stealing my thunder with Micah and Bijan. I love Bijan.
Thought you were going to go crazy. They're working out together.
Yeah.
The guys work out together. DeAndre and Dak work out together. Like, I mean, Patrick Mahomes and Dez worked out together. It didn't add up to anything.
What did McShay say about him?
McShay on Bijan. McShay didn't. I don't know. What did McShay say?
I got it here.
Yeah,
he said that basically in draft tier rankings, he's number 2 in the class. He's got one of 2 prospects with a grade of 95 or higher.
Woo.
All right. And these are what he calls elite prospects, should be immediate NFL starters and project as perennial all-pro players, worthy of a top 5 pick in most years, positions excluded, right? He goes, I had no players in this tier in 2022. So in last year's draft, he had 0 players that were graded 95 or higher, immediate NFL starters, should be number 1, should be, elite prospects. So he's got Bryce Young at 95 and Bijan at 95. He said they will likely be drafted in very different parts of round 1. Yep. Young, QB1 in the class, thanks to high-end poise of the pocket, ball placement, yada, 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 is in contention for the number 1 pick, while Robinson could get pushed down in the first round because of his position. He's the best running back prospect I've seen since Saquon in 2018, but he probably won't join Barkley as a top 10 pick. Regardless, he is a complete back. Outstanding contact balance, should be a really good pro.
And you don't want that at 26. You don't want one of the 2 best evaluated players over the last 2 years. You wouldn't want that at 26 just because of the position.
Look, RJ's premise is true. Unless you are, the argument comes down really, I know it sounds silly because it is silly. Unless you are Barry Sanders,
which he is,
it's your offensive line that will determine your fate. That's just the reality of it. You can be whatever you think you are. You can have, all the moves and the elusiveness. It all just depends on your offensive line. And if you get a 4th round cheaper guy who you can run into the ground and kick out of here after a number of years, you're relying upon what's up front.
He's gonna get what he's blocked.
It is to an extent,
and he does have fantastic receiving ability. That needs to be thrown in.
To an extent, it's what's you're blocked. Mostly, it's what you're blocked. But there's a reason why Tony Pollard picks up 5.5 yards per carry and Zeke picks up a half a yard per carry.
Because Tony Pollard had young legs. That's the reason.
But that's my point is that it does matter who's running the football. It's not just what you're blocked.
And
because
what round did Tony
Zeke
Pollard go in?
4th. Okay, so there we go. We only need to draft quarterbacks on day 3 then, right? You got Tom Brady in the 6th round. You got Kirk Cousins in the 4th, Dak in the 4th. So why draft a quarterback at the top?
All I need is young legs.
That's all you need.
That's it.
Well, and
because you're not using
he's got young non-surgically repaired legs and great vision, and he can catch the football and he can block.
Here's the other issue.
You're making him Kyle Pitts right now.
No running back.
I didn't like Kyle Pitts like everybody else did.
I just want you to say this guy's different. That's all I want you to say.
He's different.
He's not, because we've seen a million this guy's difference, and these guys are never different. All right? And besides, and this is another reason, and this is probably the number 1. We do not live in a single back era anymore.
Mm-hmm.
So why would you draft a guy in the 1st round who's going to split carries?
Or 75,
or 60-40 or whatever, right? Why would you take a guy in the 1st round who at max is going to get 18 carries a game?
Because you're picking at 26. Like, if that guy is that much of a difference maker, are you disputing?
4th rounder.
Are you disputing that then at 26? There is, even if it's just for 5 years, and I know you say you want to draft players for a decade, are you disputing that for those 75% of the carries or whatever it is, that Bijan Robinson could be better at that, have more of an impact on winning than, the number 4 receiver that you pick.
He will not.
Okay,
we have statistical data.
I mean, that's
that
just
will
wrong.
Show
That's
you
okay.
that
Studies.
We have studies that show you that running backs do not ever have more impact than wide receivers. Hardly ever. Like,
right. I mean, look at Jalen Tolbert. Look at Michael Gallup.
Okay.
What studs those guys were last year.
Third rounders again. Rounder. We showed you the other day. First round running backs in the last 3 drafts have like a 95% hit rate. One bust.
Would you have taken Zeke at
One
26?
bust. No. One bust. Okay. You have one bust in the 17 wide receivers in the last 3 drafts. Only Jalen Reagor has busted.
The talent, but that's different because you evaluate those receivers as top-tier talents. Everybody talked about all those drafts, how those were stud receivers and that the receiving core was insane, just like they're talking about Bijan. People are evaluating Bijan the same way they evaluated those receivers.
Those receivers individually win their matchup and get open. Bijan individually sees a hole created by 5 other people.
You know Philadelphia is going to screw us, take him above us, and then he's going to go run behind that offensive line, and Bobby's going to freaking pour salt in our wound every day.
And he'd be great behind that offensive line, but they're not going to do it.
What is our bet? What's the bet? What bet do I come up with for Bijan? I got to come up with one for you and me.
What bet? Like, I don't understand.
I don't know. There needs to be some sort of standard that he reaches, regardless, because I don't care where he goes.
Adrian Peterson.
That's but there's got to be some statistical stand. No, but there's
Adrian Peterson.
Because
he needs to average 4.5 yards a carry for the first 8 years of his career.
No, because if it's like, hey, he's got to wax his chest as a payoff.
I already did some of that.
I know you did. Yeah, I know. Look at
that heart
Oh
monitor.
my gosh! Look at all those red splotches.
Yeah, I know.
My word.
You get the results? Any feedback?
No, I forgot to mail it in yesterday. I didn't have time. I couldn't find a mail drop slot, whatever. I don't know.
Yeah, those are tough to find.
I know. Well, I know. Like, nobody mails anything anymore.
877-881-1053. So there's a little update around the NFL. Bobby reviews the Michael Jordan movie to tell you whether you need to go see it or not next. But first, there's no review needed for the Tolo.
When you were selling sneakers out of the back of your Plymouth, that was risky. Don't change that now.
For a rookie?
Yes.
Who's never set foot on an NBA court.
That's the literal definition of rookie, yeah. What's the plan? We build a shoe line around just him. I need the greatest basketball shoe that's ever been made.
Who's the player?
Michael Jordan.
He said it. Michael Jordan. There's the buzzword. Air in theaters now, which I missed the first like 5 to 10 minutes of.
How? Why?
Because there was confusion about my wife being available to go. Yesterday was field day, which she was volunteering for. And when they told her she needed to be there, we realized, oh, you weren't going to be able to get back in time. So then I wasn't going to go. And then I did go, and it created a whole confusion. But I got to say, like, Ben Affleck is becoming a really damn good director, which is stunning to me. I would have never thought that dude would.
What would make you think whether someone's a good director or not? How do you evaluate the traits of a
I mean, the director does but just because he was always looked at like as I think a meathead.
Didn't he write all those movies and Matt Damon just sat there with Matt Damon?
No, it's considered the opposite. As Family Guy jokingly used to do with the Good Will Hunting script.
Yeah,
where
didn't Ben Affleck write that?
No, Matt and Ben wrote it together, but Matt gets most of the credit for writing that movie. And so, but Ben Affleck, he's now directed Gone Baby Gone, The Town, Argo, those are all really, really good movies. And so this one is good. I liked it. I don't know if it's as like best movie of all time or movie of the year. It's still early in the process for all that. But
yeah, you kind of took the enthusiasm out of my balloon when you said that no one's playing Michael Jordan. Michael's not actually in it. So it's like, all right, am I going to go to where'd you see it, by the way?
AMC.
No, you didn't. You and your stupid coupons.
No, it wasn't that. I went to the movie house and eatery in Flower Mound.
So I'm like, am I going to go see a movie about shoes with no Michael Jordan in it?
Did you see Moneyball?
Yes.
It's very similar to Moneyball. It's like it's like the basketball. It's like the basketball version.
Very
of that.
good.
Moneyball was fantastic.
It's very much about.
Was it better than Moneyball?
It's about equal, and I mean I really liked Moneyball.
Yeah.
And so I mean it's that same type of movie. Now I do like Ben Affleck's other movies better. Like I liked Argo, but I loved Argo. I loved Gone Baby Gone. I loved The Town. Like those are all really, really good movies to me. So it's not my favorite, but it's really good, and it focuses on the main focus here is this talent scout played by Matt Damon. And did you guys see Hustle?
Yes.
Same sort of that little the Adam Sandler basketball movie on Netflix.
No, I didn't.
Similar sort of energy of like, man, nobody's listening to me about this guy. I gotta get everybody convinced, and this will save all of us if they would just listen to me on this.
Right.
And so that's where he comes in, is that he's trying to basically save Nike. Nike's on the verge of just going under because they're not making any money on their shoe sales. And that he becomes convinced, like, Michael Jordan's the dude. Like, this is the guy that we need to throw all of our resources at.
And Affleck is Affleck. Yeah, it is Affleck.
Ben Affleck.
He is Phil Knight?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. And so Ben Affleck is Phil Knight, and there's skepticism about it because it's like, well, how are we going to even go after him? He's too expensive in all likelihood for what we want to do. He's a fan of Adidas. He's not even a Nike fan. How are we going to get him on board here? And so it's this talent scout and his whole commitment to, I got to convince mom. If I win mom, I win this deal. And so he starts, taking all these different means to try and get access to them, shows up unannounced at their home to talk to the parents. He gets the agent all pissed off at him, David Falk. And that's kind of the tension, is just the against all odds, I'm going to convince them why this is here. And I don't know how true to life this is. If it is, then Michael Jordan owes his mom like everything, because his mom is the one who ultimately swung the deal with Nike for, all right, we'll go with you, but only if Michael's getting a cut of every shoe that's sold. And at first they were like, I don't think we're going to be able to get this one by Phil Knight. And then when they pitch it back to him, they're like, I think we're going to lose this deal unless we do this, because Adidas is offering like $250,000 and a Mercedes Benz. And if we want this is what we're going to have to give him. And then he's like, all right, okay, go for it. And so
does it take you through his playing career, or it's just the build up to getting the deal done?
No, it's just the deal done. And the only time you see Michael Jordan that I saw, again, unless the first 5 minutes he's in it, archival footage. That's it.
So the guy, here, I'm just reading this little write-up on the, by the way, they're saying.
Freaking Michael, he's like, no one's ever going to be able to replicate my name, image, likeness.
No, of course not.
You're not
now, apparently he did have a say, Michael did, on who was playing his mom, Viola Davis, who's a great actress. Like, that was his insistence that she needs to play her if you're going to do this.
So at least, I just saw this thing, the review of the sneaker movie said it's a slam dunk. Right, of a movie. And
what a play on words.
Score from the free throw line.
Best movie of the year so far. Now, it's early, but I guess the Oscar season for the movie of the year starts like December.
Ben Affleck sunk a 3-pointer with this movie.
Yes, he did. But it's they say you never see the face of the actor Damian Delano Young, who plays a young Michael Jordan. Never see the face at all.
Nope.
You didn't miss it.
Nope.
The first 5 or 10 minutes, you didn't miss it at all.
So he's not around, but yeah, I mean, and they get this deal done just at the very end. It's a buzzer beater, you might say. This contract that they got done. I don't know how many more basketball things. When they thought they lost the deal, they collected the rebound and salvaged it. So no, but it is very good, and like I say, it's very much more.
If you tell me it's as good as Moneyball, I'm in. Moneyball was fantastic.
It is. It's just as good as Moneyball. Now there's less. Moneyball at least had more of a baseball focus. Now it definitely was more about the deal making and the building and things like that. But you did see more baseball and there was more action to it than you're going to see in this. This is all about the business side, but it's very interesting, and I think it does give you a good idea of the Jordan legacy, how it was built, how it wasn't something that was as assured, that there were people in Nike circles who didn't think this was as easy a call as it ends up being in retrospect. But really good, but very similar though to Moneyball and Hustle in the, like, we're going to show you less the action and more about just the work it takes to get to this point. And that's what this was. But it's very, very good.
You get your cover photos back, your magazine cover photos.
Oh, by the way, 817, Bobby just spoiling the whole movie. Sorry you didn't realize Jordan ended up with Nike, 817. I take it back. He ends up with Puma. Yeah, we got pictures yesterday. I'm not going to show you the pictures.
Come
right
on.
now. No, here's the problem.
You Mr. Disclose everything.
I showed you my waxed chest.
All you do in every
It's on my
commercial break. Look at my
phone.
phone.
I'm
Look at my phone.
not-
Oh, yeah, you never show us anything on your phone
I
every day.
I don't
Yesterday,
show my phone up
yesterday
there.
you showed Sean an ankle that was hanging off.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Well, no, you didn't even watch it. You turned your head.
The tiger footage.
Yeah.
So we're going to see it on the magazine cover anyway.
So I'll wait until I can it comes out on the magazine. I don't know if there's NDAs, non-disclosure agreements that are in play here, but
We're gonna need to see this.
Are you embarrassed?
Here's the problem. As I look through every photo, and Kristen hates every single photo of her, and I hate every single photo of me, and she's like, "No, your photos are good." I was like, "No, I'm not kidding. We took these at 3 o'clock or 4 o'clock in the afternoon, whatever it was. So it's very sunny. So every picture I'm doing this. Every single one. I'm squinting in every single one. My eyes are not open at all.
Let's see. Come on.
Yeah.
It's
Kill
not
these
like,
bad boys.
it's not like
Shut up, Peyton.
It's not like we're going to go ahead and show it on the fan cam or anything.
Yeah.
Let RJ go ahead and review maybe the best one that's going to end up on what, Flomo?
Yeah, it's gonna be the Flomo Weekly.
Yes, the cover story.
There's one. I can't.
Okay, that's fine.
Oh, look at that.
That's fine.
That's a lovely photo.
The cover of the Flower Mound local magazine.
Look at my eyes though, and look at my look at my 5 head there.
Look at that forehead.
It's a 5 head.
Man,
we need to cut the kid's hair though.
Oh man.
Yeah, change his smile.
All right, stop.
Hey, you remember though? This was Kristen as soon as I grabbed her butt. So I was before every photo I was grabbing her butt. So when she smiled, that's because
Clarence,
you know why.
Clarence Hill approves.
He does.
Of your wife's photo. All right, so there it is, coming to a newsstand near you. The belts on the cover of Flomo Monthly. 877-881-1053. Choppy, what is this sound? What's this first take hot mic sound that you've sent over?
Okay, we don't know. We don't know what this was, but I believe this to be. Well, just take a listen to it. This is audio during first take. Stephen A. Smith is speaking, and you hear someone in the background on a hot mic doing some weird breathing, moaning, whatever it may be.
Maverick did not believe they were going to do a damn thing this postseason. That's why they made the decision that they made. So we can lament the decision. I'm just focused on the reason why. The reason why is we think they're not that good.
Is that Mike McCarthy?
Is that Kendrick Perkins? I think that was Perkins.
Had to be Perkins.
Okay, so Perkins was on the split screen. I think this was. It sounds like I thought it was. My first thought was, man, Marcus Spears just sitting in the back, waiting for his next segment to come out. I thought that was Marcus Spears. I'm usually good picking up moans. All right, I'm usually good at that.
Here, hit it again. Let me hear if that's a Marcus Spears moan. Maybe.
See?
Maybe.
That's got Louisiana. It's got Louisiana tone to it.
That's a Louisiana moan. Play the whole thing.
It's not Houston. That's where Kendrick's from.
Has to be Kendrick Perkins.
Maverick did not believe they were going to do a damn thing this postseason.
Okay.
That's why they made the decision that they made. So we can lament the decision. I'm just focused on the reason why. The reason why is we think they're not that good.
Okay, are you sure that this isn't? Sometimes people like me will record video off their phone, and it's that person on the couch in the background.
No.
This came from TV.
Stop playing that, Peyton.
TV.
Yeah, this was on TV. Now, you're pretty good at identifying moans. Then
Yeah, I'm very
Chop.
good at that.
Then
yeah.
I think we need to put this to the test. I think I need to have KNC and G-Bag all moan separately, each person, and then we need to have Chop identify the moan tomorrow.
I think I got that. I think I can handle that one.
So this went viral from ESPN. That had to be Perkins.
It is. Listen to. I mean, that sounds like a Kendrick Perkins. Just what is that?
All right. Try to tie this in awkwardly. RJ has the responsibility of doing it in a minute and a half. Practice makes perfect. Most dangerous position.
Oh yeah.
What is the most dangerous position?
Okay,
to do that in.
Just think of something reversed.
I was about to say reverse,
and then kind of on the range, little
yes,
cowboy.
Yep.
But you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why is that the most dangerous?
Well, because it leads to the most. It's called
It's the most
Eggplant
uncomfortable.
phallus. That is the technical term.
What?
Eggplant phallus. That's the most technical term I can come up with.
Okay.
And that is when you have a broken you-know-what.
Oh, I thought when you say eggplant, I was thinking you were like how Tyron Smith has routinely dealt with the bulging disc in the back.
Yes.
Like if you were to drop the S.
A whopping 50% of all fractures come from that one.
Oh.
And this latest was a man in Indonesia. This poor guy, emergency surgery.
All the Python stories come from Indonesia.
They do. All the Python stories. Broken Python.
Coming up through the toilet, broken pythons.
Yeah.
All of them.
Poor 37-year-old guy. Never be able to do it again.
You a fan?
Not really.
Me either. It's not efficient. It's
Efficient?
Not, it's not an efficient way to do things.
Definitely not an efficient way to do it.
It's just like
I think you're both wrong. 877-881-1053. Chuck, say something about my wife. I dare you.
I was not going to say that. I was just saying you're wrong. That's fine. You can be wrong.
Pepe? All right. You know what? Headlines and a Rangers ticket giveaway after this. Of course, I have to be the one to speak next.
fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Swinging a drive to left field. Back on it, Olivares turns, watches, out of here! A grand slam for Adolis Garcia. The first grand slam by a Ranger in 2023, and the Rangers lead 11-1.
Beatdown of the Kansas City Royals on this radio station. Jared Sandler with a call as Adolis hits the granny, and they beat KC 11-2 behind the lefty Andrew Heaney, making the recovery start after the Baltimore debacle. Heaney ties an American League record by striking out 9 straight hitters. Peyton is sitting there giving us the updates on the group text. Heaney's got 9 strikeouts through 3 innings, and he would end up with 10. Good for him. Good for him. 9 straight Ks against Kansas City, and the Rangers bats, they're coming alive again.
All right, so 27 runs in the first 2 games.
All right,
12 runs in the next 6. 19 in the next 2. Hey, that's how you do it, man. That's how you do it. Now I can probably expect them to get 12 in the next 5 now, but whatever. That's that. The offense really came. It came together yesterday, and obviously Adolis with the big fly. But the story was going to be Andrew Heaney. You strike out the first 9 guys, not the first time, but 9 straight outs were by way of the strikeout. Even though they got give a few hits in the first, second inning. It was a really good start for him.
Would you like to apologize to Andrew Heaney?
For this week. Yeah.
Just for now?
Just for now.
I think he'll spike
and
the
then
football next week when he gives up 6.
The roller coaster will continue next week.
He also breaks Nolan's Rangers record of strikeouts against 7 straight batters. That happened back in 1991. Bruce Bochy moved into 11th place in career manager wins with 2009. Zach Greinke, my first PR fight.
Really?
In Kansas City. Not with Greinke.
Really?
With the PR guy.
What was his name?
Bob Swanson.
Screw you, Bob Swanson.
Well, Greinke.
Dansby's dad?
Greinke, before everyone, knew about like social anxieties and discomfort, Zach Greinke was like the first athlete that I ever knew and certainly ever encountered. They put him on the cover of Sports Illustrated, and the word was he wanted the Royals, and they put up the cover and superimposed it all over the facility, and he wanted them to take it down. He's like, I don't want the attention, seriously. Nice guy, but would talk with his head down in the clubhouse, and you're in there, and I was like trying to establish a rapport, and the Ranger or the Royals PR was like, leave him alone, and Greinke had to tell him, he's good, man, relax. And I was like, screw you, and then I was out of there in a year on the home of the Rangers.
How old were you?
Whatever 13 years ago was, 41 minus 13.
Oh, happy anniversary.
What?
12 years.
Is today that?
Today's that.
Today's our 12-year anniversary?
Yeah, the 11th.
We should do something one of the years before they split us up to celebrate it with audio, or come up with some type of, maybe for 15 if we make it.
Let's do 15. 12 is a weird one.
Yeah.
It's a weird one to celebrate.
It's a dozen.
We treat anniversaries like, I'm hoping to treat Christmases like, let's acknowledge it, but let's not go all in and spend anything,
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Greinke is 0-11 in his last 18 road starts.
Ugh.
0-11 in his last 18 road starts. His last win, August of 2021, beating the Angels. So, nice job by the Rangers bats. Props to Andrew Heaney. Jacob deGrom back out on the mound. Another home start for deGrom with a 6:30 pregame tonight. First pitch at 7 o'clock right here on 105.3 The Fan. Meanwhile, the Dallas Stars offense trying to match the Rangers.
Down for Hintz. Back for Miro Heiskanen. Floated one through. They score. There's a redirected shot from the slot. They're coming off the bench. That could be for 1,000 for Pavelski. One of the best in NHL history on redirecting pucks, Joe Pavelski.
Joey Erickson with the call here on Red Wings TV. 6-1 beat down of Detroit. And they did not get a Minnesota Wild loss to clinch home ice throughout the playoffs, as Peyton was tracking last night, but they are tied with Colorado in the Central with 2 left.
So they've got they're 2 points up on Minnesota, like you said. St. Louis back-to-back, Wednesday, Thursday. That's what the Stars have. They play St. Louis on both nights, a home and home. Meanwhile,
Minnesota's got Winnipeg next, right?
Yes, they have Winnipeg, and they also have Nashville. So that's who they have remaining and wrapping up this thing. You heard it earlier.
Thanks for that contribution.
I just, Winnipeg's a good team. So
that's what we're going to do. That's the next bet payoff is him either with a golf tournament, if there's a major, or Stars playoff game.
Yeah.
Live tweeting.
Yeah. I wouldn't mind. I'll live tweet Minnesota and Winnipeg. That's good.
Yeah. That would be a dream of yours, just to be sarcastic for 3 straight hours versus 4.5. It'd be a step back for you. 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line. That's what I get for making fun of you. NBA play-in tonight. See, this is why I'm mad at the Mavericks not making the playoffs. I'm going to follow, but, man, your care factor goes down a little bit when your team is not in the tournament. It even does for the NFL playoffs. Yeah, I'm going to watch, but you're not like, oh, I'm scouting this opponent. How would the Cowboys match up? Are the Cowboys going to get the win over this team? Who do we want to win or lose the series? And that's what I got to experience last year throughout the Mavs' lucky run, which it was a lucky run, and now it's not happening. But tonight, 7-8 playoff play-in game for the East. Hawks at Miami, and then Timberwolves at Lakers without Rudy Gobert. Bobby, do you think they had to suspend Rudy Gobert for punching Kyle Anderson? I thought they could have gotten away with not doing it.
When Kyle Anderson, wasn't he picked up by a hot mic going to the locker saying, like, you guys give this dude everything and, complaining about him? So, no, it seemed like from locker culture that guys were saying, no, you got to suspend him. So
who's Kyle Anderson? He shouldn't have a say.
He was the one that was assaulted.
Yeah, but he's nobody.
He was the one.
He was assaulted. Now, so do you agree with? I don't remember who I saw say this on Twitter, but they said the way Rudy Gobert punched was the most. I gotta stand up for myself, and so I need to hit him, but I want to hit him with a punch that will not actually instigate a full fight
or hurt him.
Yes.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have suspended him. I think they could have gotten away with it because tonight they're probably going to be eliminated by L.A. There you go.
They might have been anyway, right?
They may have been, but
you never know.
I mean, Rudy Gobert is still arguably the best defensive player in the league.
Yes, he probably is. This is obviously more of a long-term play. You don't want to lose the locker room, and I know that it's the end of the year. You have time to get it back, but if the players are like, no, we would rather lose than play with this guy, then I think you got. I mean, the players. Herm Edwards just says, right? The players. Was it Riley Cooper? He said this about the players in the locker room will determine whether or not he's welcome back.
It sounds like something that would have been said about Riley Cooper.
And that's the same thing here. The players, I believe, determined whether or not he played.
Bobby, you making a call to the 218 or 320-507, whatever the Minnesota area codes are?
218, is that what it is? No, I believe
there's like 6 different ones.
Gosh, what is theirs? Theirs is
507, I think.
No, Minneapolis is 6 something.
I don't think I've ever gotten a call from a Minnesota number.
I have, because I deal with somebody in Minnesota all the time, but I can't remember what theirs is 6 something. I would make a call.
612.
See, I knew it was something like that. I kept wanting to say 610, but that's Pennsylvania. I would absolutely make a call. See if they'd sell low. They
only paid 5 first-round picks.
Sunken cost fallacy. If you're already done, if it's that toxic, sure, I'll throw you Tim Hardaway Jr., Reggie Bullock, and Dwight Powell and a draft pick. Yeah, send me Rudy Gobert for that.
Meanwhile, Tim Bontemps from ESPN says the NBA is looking into the Mavs because Dallas embarrassed the league and made a mockery of the play-in tournament. How about the reports? We're talking about Luka Doncic trade possibilities. The Hawks front office has the green light from ownership to consider Trae Young deals from Kevin O'Connor over at the Ringer. So Trae Young could be on the block. Zion has been ruled out. Man, has he dodged any and all criticism this year.
Oh, for sure.
Zion Simmons.
Zion has been ruled out for the play-in tournament and would be doubtful to play once the playoffs start. And then yesterday, Shams added to that and said the Pelicans don't think he's even close to getting back on the floor. There's no expectation that he'll be on the court at any point in the first round. Paul George is going to miss the beginning of the Clippers series against the Suns.
Thank God for the Clippers.
And Damian Lillard says he's not interested. Keep the Mavs in the back of your mind with what our plan is. And Damian Lillard just said, no more young talent. Quote, I'm just not interested in that. That's not a secret. I want a chance to go for it. And if the route is to draft youth, then that's not my route. There are needle movers who want to come play here in Portland. So compare that with what the Mavs plan is to save everything.
Yeah.
Drafting someone at 10, and Dame is like, don't bring that mess over here to me in Portland.
We're going to sign somebody.
That's age.
People want to come play with me. That's what he's saying. That's basically what he's saying right there. Nobody wants to go to Portland.
I've never been.
I've heard it's gorgeous, but I have no desire to go there.
What do you call the people over there? Or the ladies?
Oh, granola?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's very granola. Sarah's been to Portland. She said it's gorgeous, but it rains. It's very cloudy, but it rains a lot. It's the northwest. It's always dreary. I've heard I had a buddy tell me he used to live there. It rained every day or just cloudy every day.
Everything I know about Portland is from Gavin Dawson and Fred Armisen with Portlandia. That's it. That's my only understanding of
that
Portland.
Weather, if
that's a good show.
Weather's any indicator of the mood it can put you in. If Dawson is the representative, I'm staying away. What's going on with the NFL draft 1 and 3 with Bryce, Panthers, and Arizona?
Yeah, so the chatter is starting to grow. Could be wrong, could be smoke screens, but the chatter is starting to grow that both Peter King and Albert Breer are starting to fan the flames a little bit of Bryce Young to the Panthers at number 1. And then my favorite story yesterday is Adam Schefter just doing a solid for the folks there in Arizona with his report that at least 6 teams have inquired with the Arizona Cardinals about trading up for the 3rd overall pick. No, they haven't. That's not real. That's trying to you're trying to do the bit that San Francisco did to Chicago a few years back when they got them to trade up 1 spot for Mitch Trubisky and give up everything that you're trying to do the same thing to the Colts. And if I was Jim Irsay, I would hold firm on that and go, I don't believe you. But I don't know. Maybe they're trying to take advantage of the Irsay paranoia.
I mean, Irsay's always paranoid.
Yeah.
There's
those things will do that to you.
You never know what he's going to do. There's no way of knowing what Jim Irsay is going to do.
I mean, right now, though, when you look at it, he's already in the top 4, which means he is in the upper quartile of the upper quartile.
It's fair.
Of that quartile.
No doubt.
Do you believe that Bryce Young is the favorite to be drafted 1?
I still think it's going to be Stroud.
Here's the thing. You've got to look at who's making the picks. I mean, it's not necessarily who the overall best player is, perception-wise, by the league. It's who's doing it. And if Carolina loves 6'3" guys, then that's probably who's going to go.
We want to send you to your next Rangers game. We're going to hook you up with tickets for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Brian Baldinger sitting down with the station to talk about the perfect Cowboys draft pick and ask Reddit. What was discontinued, but you just wish that it came back? The dumbest thing someone accused you of without any type of evidence. And what's the greatest cartoon of all time? Just some of the things they're talking about with Ask Reddit. We'll do it next and hook you up with Rangers tickets for being a Tolo next.
But let's get you over to
Do you have a question, Kelly?
Yeah, I have a lot of questions. Number one, how dare you?
It's Tuesday. That means it's Ask Reddit time, where we get your thoughts on the TruckWreck.com fan text, 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. Also on the Twitch and the YouTube, you guys can weigh in there. And we'll also kick around the questions here around the room. These are some of the most viral questions being asked on Ask Reddit this week. RJ Choppy, what was discontinued, but you miss like hell and you wish came back?
Oh, I know it's an unpopular opinion amongst the ladies because they hate wearing them, but low-rise jeans. I like that good solid 5 inches between the belly button and the top of the jean.
Yoga pants didn't do enough. The advent of yoga pants wasn't enough.
Yoga pants are great. I love yoga pants.
What if you could only save one?
If I could only save, I'm saving yoga pants 10 times out of 10.
Okay.
Yoga pants are arguably the greatest invention of all time.
But you take the Deion Sanders approach in that old Pizza Hut commercial with Jerry, 15, 20 million? Both. You want both.
I want both.
Yeah.
I want
What
both.
were some of the Reddit answers? I need to jog my mind. I'm trying to come up with a soda or a candy or a food, something that was discontinued, like people would say the McRib.
$1 menu at every fast food joint was an answer.
Now what is it, $1.50?
Is that gone?
It's still there. It's just inflation, Sean. Inflation.
It doesn't.
Thanks, Biden.
When TV stations were about what they claimed to be about, so MTV, TLC, Science Channel, like those things now are not. That's not what they are
The
anymore.
Rob Dyrdek Network.
Yes, IFC, Independent Film Channel. They used to show decent, uncut, unedited movies. Now show an endless stream of washed-up sitcoms. That is true. I used to love that. That was great. My answer for this is simple. I just miss and I understand why it doesn't exist anymore. It's not the thing where I do miss Blockbuster. Like, I miss just going in on a Friday night. It was like a cool experience as a kid when you get to go in there, pick a movie, get a snack. Like, it felt like you were bringing the movie theater to your house. It was cool.
Did you do a lot of Redbox?
No, Redbox just wasn't the same. Like, I mean, we did it, but it didn't have the same feeling of going in there, and you would ask, like, maybe you'd ask the employee, like, hey, what's a good movie we should get? And then they had to, that's how Tarantino got a start. Tarantino worked in a movie store while he started writing screenplays, and he used to just recommend movies to people, and, you should watch this, you should get this, blah, 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 blah. And so
That's how Kevin Hagelin got a start.
He did, before he was kicking out windows of shoplifters there at Blockbuster.
Peyton? Discontinued, but you wish it was still around.
So my first answer was the dollar menu. Inflation has screwed us all over with that. But really, it's anything that Taco Bell has brought to us and then taken away.
Thank you.
The Mexican pizza.
Oh, thank you.
Anything with double stuffed burrito, extra meat and stuff that they bring it here, and then 2 months later it's gone. It's like you're stealing my money. I'm willing to give it to you, but you're taking away from me.
Okay.
I don't get it.
Leave
it on the menu.
I saw a great TikTok about this one time. Somebody was doing a bit where it's like Taco Bell corporate meeting, and they're like, sir, you got to see this. The sales are through the roof. And then the CEO goes, get rid of it. It's like, what? I said effing get rid of it.
The trucker.com text line. Here we go. The glowing puck.
I
do
can
people
deal
like
with
that?
I can deal with it. I can't find the puck when there's traffic in front of the net. I just can't find it.
It got killed at the time.
It got
it
killed,
did.
period.
It did.
Yeah.
The Attitude Era. It's a WWE joke.
Oh, I love the Attitude Era.
3D chips. Oh, I remember those.
Oh, yeah. The
3D
they brought 'em
Doritos
back.
or whatever.
They
did
brought 'em
they?
back. They're not as good. They're not quite the same thing anymore, but they used to be really good.
Bacon, egg, and cheese bagel from McDonald's. I didn't know that one away.
Dude, the steak, the bacon is still there. The steak, egg, and cheese bagel they got rid of during COVID, and that was so damn good.
The Bud Light frat boy image. That's a recent development. Sour Altoids. My name is Earl. 29-cent tacos. 29-cent tacos? Really?
Yeah, that was the thing. You used to be able to get like the 29-cent crunchy tacos. Taco Bell used to have used to be able to order so much crap, and they'd be like, 532, pull under the window.
Let's see. Minute Maid soda, Crystal Pepsi, YouTube without ads. A lot of people saying that one.
Bally.
Bally, yep. Yoga pants are a blessing and a curse.
Okay.
A lot of stuff. Holy cow. 99-cent Wendy's Texas double cheeseburger.
Yeah.
Blockbuster's coming back. The NBA 2-pointer. I missed that one. I see what you...
That's good.
Steve from Tyler on the Twitch says Dairy Queen's $1 Taco Tuesday.
Man, I haven't been to Dairy Queen in a minute. Not forever.
No, I haven't either.
I don't know whether I want to go and just get the ice cream or try the food. I never really got the food at Dairy Queen.
I do always love that if you still order a Blizzard at Dairy Queen today, they always got to go. I got to turn it upside down for you to show you, like, look, it's thick, it's sticking in there. They will still turn the thing over before they hand it over
Showmanship.
to you. It is. I like it.
I wish Mark Cuban would go back there.
There we go.
Permanently.
Yeah. Man, that was back when Mark Cuban was a great owner.
It
when he
was.
was volunteering at Dairy Queens.
High C Ecto Cooler. That was good. Sarah said Gadzooks. Remember Gadzooks?
What is Gadzooks?
It's a store. Remember Gadzooks, like the store in the mall? Oh,
I do miss that. I miss shopping malls being good.
Yes. Yes. I was like, how you guys told me malls were dead and kids don't go anymore? That'd be a dream.
Depressing, man.
Drop them off. Libraries? Although Bobby thinks libraries are more alive than malls.
I enjoy libraries. I'll tell you what, I see a greater percentage of the building full at a library when I go today than I do a mall. So
Sports authorities and stuff when they were by my house.
Oh, Choppy's
yeah, I used to work there.
Was it Sports Authority or Dick's?
Sports Authority. Absolutely. I worked at Grapevine Mills Mall.
You didn't work at Dick's?
Wow.
I did not work at Dick's.
Move on.
I was just asking. Next question.
Comes Kevin Gray.
Who is the worst kind of person, Sean Sharif, to be sat next to on a long flight? Don't say me, even though you shared 2 flights next to me.
No, I wanted to sit next to you.
Yes, that's true.
I'm probably the worst.
Why?
Because it's going to tie into RJ's answer. I'm not technologically savvy enough to go ahead and have all my movies ready and have I still use the cheap airplane headphones. I don't have my fancy pods. I don't even own a pair of pods. So I will sit there and have some conversation. But really, the person who just feels entitled to the elbow space. That's the worst type of person.
Yeah, you got to go high-low on the elbow, on the armrest.
Hygiene.
Yeah, absolutely. Or just body him out of the way. Man spread, man.
Yeah.
Just get out there and man spread.
I'm way too I keep my hands on the top of the middle
He
seat.
He does.
Because I feel I don't
I
want
had noticed that. Yeah, now that you
yeah.
say that, I forgot. You did do that the entire time.
because I didn't want to impede.
You touched the woman's head in front of us at one point.
Yeah.
I don't think you noticed, and she looked back, and you just still had your head down and had your hand on the
I'm
seat
trying
there.
to keep my arms off the sides, let everyone else live their life, and I'm sitting here doing arm stretches.
So here's my opinion. I believe that everybody goes left. So if you're all at the window seat, you kind of lean left and you get left over there. I think the person in the middle seat then gets the armrest right there, and then the person there, because they can't lean out really, that's kind of uncomfortable, then they get the left to the side. I think everybody should kind of tilt towards the window, and then
Fair.
everybody gets an armrest.
But everybody doesn't know your rules.
I know, but I'm just saying that if society was correct
Just adopted
and
these
listened
rules.
to me, then we'd be good. By the way, if there's anything society still has yet to figure out that drives me nuts, it's how to deplane efficiently.
Oh.
The fact that still hasn't been figured out, we can put men on the moon, but that's not possible. That drives me nuts.
How would you do it?
I just think that there's a quick way to, everybody takes too much time getting their stuff out. Everybody waits too long to actually stand up and get out of the aisle. I think there just needs to be, we all got to come together and figure out how we're going to attack this thing. There's got to be better protocols in place.
For me, I
People
think,
stand up way too early, not way too late.
They do stand up early. You're just standing up in the aisle, just waiting for nothing.
And then these liars in the back. If you got a connecting
gotta
flight,
get on the flight.
I got
I
got the connecting one.
Dude, we almost had an issue on our flight to Oxnard this year because some guy was at the window and they were telling us to sit and we couldn't get up yet. And he was like, I got to make my connecting flight. He's like, we got to get out. And she's like, well, they told us to sit. And he literally climbed over us and was stepping on her lap and then stepped on my. And
Was
then,
I on this flight?
No. This is the one that me, Corey, and Bassick were on. And the flight attendant came stomping over and was like, sir, sit down. And it got really intense there for a sec.
To me, I think there's a couple. The one that sticks out is the person that gets on the plane with nothing. They've got no headphones. They've got nothing to read. That means they want to sit there and talk to you. That to me is the worst one. Then the other one, obviously, is anyone with an odor. Body odor or
sandwich.
Worse, the sandwich with onions.
Yep.
If you're going to go on an airplane and bring food, that food better not have any sauces or onions on it. I don't know what the thing's stinking up an airplane.
Would you rather sit next to me if I had a sandwich of raw onions or you roll the dice with a baby or toddler?
I'm cool with babies and toddlers. I don't care.
Okay.
They get more room. I'll put headphones on. I've got a unique, uncanny ability. I feel like anybody who's ever had kids can.
Tune it out.
I don't hear other babies crying.
Partially deaf.
I have been trained to hear only my kids cry. I do not hear other kids cry.
Yeah, my biggest annoyance is when you have the headphone or somebody wants to talk and they're like, all right, let me put the headphones on now so that clearly and then they continue to like where they're tapping on you like, hey, I got something else for you.
I got a new one.
What's that?
The person who doesn't turn off their text alert or ringer. I have looked twice on my last few flights. Yes, when we land. Ding, 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 ding. All right, we know you got a friend. Congrats. Wow, you have someone in your life that is messaging you right now. Shut your damn ringer off. It is the worst. I've looked over it twice. I've even been like, turn it off. Turn off the ringer.
You have no social fear of making somebody angry.
I just said I put my hands in front of my own seat so I don't anger the people to the left and the right of me.
But I mean, go like turn it off, like that.
Well,
that takes.
If I had stones, I would look right at them and they saw me and I go turn it off. But instead, I'm like,
Turn it off.
Turn it off. Leave it off. I turn my head. So I want them to know someone said it, but not from me.
You've got a different kind of Tolo for that. Let's turn it off. We're doing Ask Reddit here. Truckwreck.com fan text 877-881-1053. Who's the worst kind of person to sit next to on a plane? And 214 says Chinese food on a plane.
Yeah. We're
Let's
done with
see
this
here.
topic.
Yeah, we got 321. Do you really believe they put men on the moon? I do. Next question here. Peyton Russell. I feel like this one would fit you. What's the dumbest thing someone accused you of without any evidence?
Ooh, so in high school, my senior year, I was accused of a hit and run, backing into someone's car and then driving off. They said that it was some janitor's car that saw my truck, got the plates, and I just drove off after hitting her car. And I was called. It was like the next day. It was like first or second period. I got called into the police station at the school. Really worried. I wasn't sure what's going on. They said, Mr. Russell, you've been accused of a hit and run. You know, we take this very seriously. And I was like, I didn't do anything. They didn't have any video of it or anything. That it was just someone's word against mine.
So is that how you got away with it?
No, I mean, they went, so they took both me and the janitor out to the car and looked at the back of our cars. We both had old beat up trucks. So like, you can't really tell that if it was hit or not. But I mean, it was their word against mine. I was like, wow, I don't think I win this, do I? And they just said, hey, you know, let's be careful next time. I don't think I would have driven off if I hit someone.
I'll tell you what mine is. Mine is 4 months ago when my wife connected to the Bluetooth and saw Rosie's phone connected.
Oh yeah,
Yes.
Rosie. Oh,
And
Rosie.
there was nothing I could do until my
Yes.
daughter pointed out, Mom, that's your niece. And you were in the car when she connected it. And so you should have known this. So that would be my number one. Chop.
Choppy's problem is he probably did the things he was accused of. He's probably guilty of them all.
Accused with no evidence.
I'm sure I
I
was
did it,
guilty
but you
of
have
a
no
lot of them,
evidence.
but I mean, anything that happened during the crazy pants era of my life, I probably did not do, and was wrongfully accused. And the difference is that I did not have a judge or a jury of my peers. I just had her smashing a windshield. So that's really one day.
We had a female comedian. We used to get these improv.
Oh my God.
Is that right if I tell it? I won't.
I don't care. Go ahead.
Please, I want to hear this.
We used to get these weekly improv comedians in
Love
once
the
a week.
improv.
And we had a female one time. And, you know, we're all like, let's follow each other on Twitter and blah, 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 you know, being fake. And then we went into the boss's office for the meeting afterwards. And RJ looks down at his phone. He goes, oh, my God. And we're like, what? He goes, I just unfollowed the female comedian that was in here. And we're like, why would you do that? It was not him that was controlling the social media account.
It's crazy.
She like saw that he followed her.
Oh my gosh.
Somehow got the notification or thought of it and then went immediately unfollowed her off his account. And that's what we were like, oh,
Yeah.
you do you, bro.
Yep.
Stay away from us.
Stay away.
Stay away. Mine always is the triple felony. They didn't have any.
The small triple felony.
They didn't have any hardcore evidence. I was in the wrong place, wrong time. So I would say it's the triple felony that I got accused of before my community service as the final result. There you go.
We got 214 condom in my master bedroom. It was my son's. Wife was pissed at the whole house.
Oh, that's gotta be tough.
817. I was accused of sleeping with my wife's cousin. That's why we're divorced now. There's no proof, and I still plead the fifth. Well, pleading the fifth sounds like
Something happened there, champ.
yeah, that's.
I talked about something similar with you, Bobby, with Amanda New Year's Eve.
Oh yeah, the text.
Yeah, like
When you
an
jump.
emoji.
Yeah.
An emoji like love, or an emoji with the eye hearts,
Or
like
an eggplant.
or not an eggplant. Like we did these ads for dreamlending.com. I always referred to this woman as Bullwinkle, Joyce, who I spoke with the past few days in a house search, and she's an older sweetheart of a woman, but I'm like, I love you so much. Thank you. You saved me. You're the best. Love you. Thank you. If you walked in at the very end of that conversation, I could see how you'd be like, who are you saying love you to? You're the best. I owe you. I'm going to get you lunch one day. So that was a semi-accusation.
I get asked.
Like.
I get asked all the time by my daughters who I just said I love you to on the phone. And most of the time, it's usually like Eric or Zach or something. Yeah. And then my daughter gets all worked up about it. The youngest, she's like, that's not your daughter. You don't say I love you.
And how many people have taken lie detectors where you're like, let's do it. Let's do the lie detector. And do they actually work?
I don't know.
I think I'd fail. I think I'd fail. I mean, they're inadmissible. You can't use them in court, but
right, because people get nervous. Is it? It's all based off your blood, your
because
pulse or something
you
like
can
that?
cheat them. You can effectively cheat them, and sometimes they have false failures where it's like somebody's just a little jittery or something like that. Is that it? You want one more?
Let's do one more.
Okay, one more. And I already saw 214 weigh in with this and say, hey, Arnold, what is the greatest cartoon of all time? Now, there's two different answers to this, I think, because there's adult cartoons and like child's cartoons that you love to see. So I feel like you got to separate them into two categories. So the two categories are South Park is the greatest adult cartoon of all time. There's no question about it. Wonderful. I quote it daily. And then the child's cartoon is Recess. Easily. Disney's Recess from the late 90s.
I've never heard of it.
It was fantastic.
The movie was really good, too.
What did you utter back there?
Oh, I said Timmy.
Timmy.
South Park.
Okay.
South Park's really good.
Now, is The Simpsons an adult one or everyone or
that
child
would be
one?
adult. I think that would be adult.
I mean, so we're going South Park over Simpsons?
Yes. It's just better.
I mean, it depends how sick your humor is.
Yeah, it's different. It's way different. It's like Family Guy, too. Like, Family Guy is like...
Family Guy?
American
amazing.
Dad is pretty good, too.
American Dad is underrated.
I mean, look, my favorite. I'm riding hard. I'll stick with Bugs Bunny all day.
Dude, 903 King of the Hill. King of the Hill is so solid. Like just across the way. That was such a solid run, and there's so many great inside Texas jokes there. And I've known so many people like the characters in that show.
My three youth ones would be He-Man.
He-Man was great.
Voltron.
Never saw it.
And X-Men. X-Men was the one that I watched.
X-Men was a cartoon?
Yes.
Yeah, man.
I don't remember that. Oh my! I must have been too old.
You ever
for that.
see the Wolverine?
You guys are the
meme?
same age.
You ever
2
see?
years older. Plus, I was an athlete, so I didn't really watch.
You weren't an athlete. You were a loser who wasn't drinking or sleeping with anybody.
You just you just had a basketball coach that
You had plenty of time for cartoons.
that liked you.
You never saw the Wolverine? He's holding up the picture frame. I missed that person.
Yeah.
That's a cartoon.
From the cartoon.
Oh, that's X-Men. I had no idea that was X-Men.
That's a yellow drawing.
No idea.
That's Wolverine is an X-Men.
I was probably into Saved by the Bell at that point. I probably got into Saved by the Bell.
Did you not?
Shout out Kelly.
Did you not know he's wearing a Kelly Kapowski shirt for you radio listeners? Thanks, Bobby.
Like, I told you,
did you not know that Wolverine was an X-Men?
Yes.
Okay.
I didn't know that was a TV show. I didn't know that was a cartoon.
Dude, we're getting a ton of X-Men.
X-Men was the S, man.
Courage the Cowardly Dog. I really liked.
Never heard of it.
Oh.
Rick and Morty is getting a lot of responses now.
Man,
I've heard it
it's
so
weird.
much good about it. I've never
Weird.
watched it. I'm sure it's great. I've just never seen it.
Thundercats. Wait, what was that? DuckTales.
Thundercats.
DuckTales was good back in the day.
Greatest theme song of all time is probably DuckTales.
Woo!
Yeah.
Let's see. Jetsons. Jetsons was always good.
I never got into the Jetsons that much.
I always, whenever I start singing the Jetsons song, I think, I don't know why, I just start saying like Jetsons, and then midway through singing the song, I just start going Simpsons. Meet the Simpsons. I can't.
Did you watch X-Men the cartoon, Peyton?
I had seen it, but I mean, I didn't like watch it regularly.
Okay.
SpongeBob is an obvious one.
My brother
you have to
loves SpongeBob. I never got into it. All right, there it is. Ask Reddit every single Tuesday. Thank you guys for turning it on, leaving it on in order to reward you for that. Let's hook you up with Rangers tickets to go watch your favorite team.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Caller number 10 right now at 877-881-1053 wins a 4-pack of tickets to see your Texas Rangers take on the Oakland Athletics on Friday, April 21st. And you'll want to get there early because the first 15,000 fans receive a Marcus Semien City Connect bobblehead presented by Globe Life. Get tickets now at rangers.com/tickets or by being caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
So we got to talk to Brian Baldinger yesterday on the Love of the Star. He is going to be doing draft coverage for Odyssey on the Odyssey app, along with Jason La Confirma. They're going to be working together and
Kyle Yeomans.
Well, I don't know.
The Rich Eisen of draft coverage in the city.
So you've got Brian Baldinger who's doing draft coverage for us, and so he's been studying a lot of tape. So we actually had him on Love of the Star yesterday and got to ask him a few Cowboys-related questions about the draft and everything like that. And so,
Pat Doney just came in. How did we forget Ninja Turtles? My Lord, Pat, my bad. Apologies.
Ninja Turtles was great.
Yeah, sorry.
Now, talking to Baldy yesterday, we got to hit him with a few Cowboys-related questions. So the first one here, Peyton, Baldy cut one. Who is the perfect player match? Like, obviously, you got guys in the top 10 that would be a perfect match for the Cowboys, but forgetting all of that, just saying who could reasonably be there around 26, that if you could pair them with the Cowboys, you say that's a perfect fit right there.
Look, if Dalton Kincaid was there or Michael Mayer, if one of those tight ends were there, it looks like a position of need. Dalton was a good player, second leading receiver, red zone, all that stuff. Now, look, when you looked last year at, what they had, they Peyton Hendershot, like those guys were good players. But if I could get Kincaid at 26, like, I don't know, that's a good fit. If Osiris Torrance was there, man, if you could go get yourself a guard like Torrance right now, like, I don't think you'd be wasting a pick by any means.
And Dalton Kincaid is the tight end from Utah. That's one of the guys right now that I think would be a pretty solid betting favorite for the Cowboys pick there at 26. And that is when you hear Jerry talking about the vertical tight end and everything like that, and the Travis Kelce modern version of a tight end, he's talking about a guy like Dalton Kincaid.
So Blogging the Boys did this really good piece. Drafting a tight end in the first round is unlikely to have immediate results for the Dallas Cowboys. And they went back and checked out some of the recent tight ends that the Cowboys have drafted and others around the league. Most touchdown receptions by Cowboys rookie tight end since 2000. Year 2000.
Touchdown receptions.
Most touchdown receptions. Who do you think who's on this list?
Year 2000.
Are we talking about each year or just total?
Most touchdown receptions by Cowboys rookie tight end since 2000.
Rookie tight end.
Martellus Bennett or Anthony Fasano.
Martellus Bennett is number one. Good job, Roberto. He had 4.
Yep.
In 2008.
Dan Campbell.
No.
He wasn't a rookie here. He's a rookie in Buffalo.
David LaFleur.
The rest of the list is underwhelming. Ferguson with 2, Hendershot with 2, Gavin Escobar with 2, rest in peace, Jason Witten with 1.
James Whalen didn't make it?
Now look, a little bit unfair to say because you didn't have 8 or 10 touchdowns in your rookie year that you shouldn't be drafted, but Blogging the Boys went back and looked at McCarthy's Green Bay tight end history with drafting them.
Mm-hmm.
Andrew Quarles, Richard Rodgers,
of course,
Jermichael Finley, Tom Crabtree, Emmanuel Burr, DJ Williams, and Ryan Taylor. Bunch of no names on that list.
Outside of Jermichael Finley, yeah.
Here's the problem, though. This is a deep tight end class. We haven't had deep tight ends recently. Like, in fact, we haven't had a strong tight end class.
Want a peg?
At the top. Oh, the Winnipeg Jets. I like them. The tight ends.
The Winnipeg Jets.
The
New York Jets.
The Winnipegs. Anyway, when you look at the top tight ends that have been taken recently, Kyle Pitts, TJ Hawkinson, Noah Fant, they did perform well as rookies. Kyle Pitts had a 1,000-yard season. TJ Hawkinson only played in 12 games, but in that time he had 32 receptions, 2 touchdowns. Noah Fant, his rookie year, he had 40 catches, 562 yards, 3 touchdowns. So they do perform at a decent level. It's just there haven't been a ton of, top-tier rookie tight ends recently. This year has them, and Dalton Kincaid, I think it's I think it's silly when people look at it and go, look at the history of it. Well, like the tight end position has changed. Just like receiver and quarterback, the learning curve over the last 5 years is dramatically different than it was a decade ago from college to the NFL because college concepts are becoming so blended with the NFL that learning curve doesn't exist to the same extent.
Let's see. Are these first-round tight ends and what they did in their rookie year? Kyle Pitts, 1,026 yards.
Mm-hmm.
He did that his rookie year? That's not bad. That's pretty good.
No, he was a Pro Bowler.
Shockey, that doesn't mean anything. Shockey, 894. Jordan Matthews, 872. Evan Ingram, 722. John Carlson, Timothy Wright, Aaron Hernandez with 563. Noah Fant. Remember, I was in Kansas City for Tony Moaki. He has the 9th best rookie tight end season as of late. Mark Andrews, Gronk, Dustin Keller, Dwayne Allen, George Kittle. But what this shows you is, you could be Gronk and Kittle and have 500 yards in your first year, then go on to be Hall of Famers. Then Chris Herndon, Jordan Reed, Randy McMichael, Hunter Henry, Devin Funchess.
This is such a terrible argument that I feel like taking this hat off. Or no, wait, I'm not wearing the Blogging Boys hat. Never mind. I thought I was wearing that one.
Please
that was
don't. We don't have enough room in the studio for your forehead.
Hey, screw you.
Dang.
I'll take up the space that's left over from your hands. I'll use it with my forehead for in here. Next cut here from Baldy. We've talked about the changes to the offense, the fact that they're going to be running the pure sort of West Coast system. So when you look at some of these receivers in the draft, like Quentin Johnston from TCU, Jackson Smith and Jigba from Ohio State, Jordan Addison from USC, so on and so on. Which one of these top receivers that could be available at 26 is the perfect sort of West Coast offense receiver? This is Baldy cut 3.
If you look at Quentin Johnston out of TCU, I mean, to me, you talk about your West Coast lineup, right? You got your X, you got your Z, you got your Y. Right. I mean, that's kind of like the basics of the whole offense. And who's your X right now? Is it Brandon Cooks? Because, CD he's your Z, he's your move guy, but you can move him around. But it just looks like, and I'm not down on Michael Gallup, and maybe he was just hurt, but he didn't do much for me last year. As a route runner, as a guy that fought for the ball, like I didn't see Michael Gallup step up last year. Now, maybe the second year after the ACL, maybe he comes back and he's a different player, but I watch Quentin Johnston, and I go, how many true X receivers are in this draft? I see a lot of Zay Flowers and Josh Downs. I see a lot of those players, Jordan Addison, that can be in the slot, that can do what CD does. I don't see just a true X. To me, that's what Quentin Johnston is.
It's true. I think Quentin Johnston is probably the closest thing to a true X receiver that they have at the top. He's also a friend of the show here at Sean and RJ.
Best voice in DFW.
By far. And so I think he absolutely would fit that aspect of it. I think it's interesting there too, just Baldy as an outsider without hearing anything we've said, talking about some of the same issues that he sees on tape with Gallup. The Gallup's not attacking the football. Gallup's been timid.
Yep.
And that to me is the thing that when you're talking about a mindset, that's different than the injury. That's something that, okay, that sounds less like a health issue and more like a confidence issue. And is that just going to be fixed overnight? Also, we've talked a lot, obviously, about Bijan Robinson. In Chop's case, talked about him incorrectly. Just been flat out wrong about it. The idea of Bijan Robinson in Dallas. Here's what Baldy said about it.
Well, they don't have a healthy running back right now. So let's just start there.
It's a
I
broken
don't know
leg.
where Tony's at in his, rehabilitation, but they don't have a healthy running back on the team. So they want to run the ball, and with who? So I would say, honestly, if Bijan slipped past, Seattle at 20.
Cover your ears.
I mean, if I was Jerry, and I was part of that staff, like I might make a few phone calls to go get him because he's a splash player. Like, he's, he's special. He's special.
Yeah,
and
special.
If you could pair him with Tony in any combination that you want, you basically have that position fixed. And then you just go, okay, we got an offensive line coach. Let's run the ball. Let's make this the foundation, play action. I just think life would be a lot easier for Dak at this point.
What do you think about that, Chop? Not only get Bijan Robinson here, trade up for him.
I think Baldy's an old man who's out of date.
Wow.
That's what I think. Let me tell you something. All right. You say that this guy's going to be Barry Sanders. Do you know the guy you currently have averages more yards per carry for his career than Barry Sanders does? The hell do you do it? What do you need him for? All right. If he's
Well, that was what was blocked for him. Barry Sanders would have gotten more with Cal was blocked up for Tony Pollard.
That's what was blocked for him. So, yeah, if Bijan comes here, he's going to be awesome. I mean, he would need to still average more yards per carry than the greatest running back of all time, arguably, whatever you want to call him. That you would still have to do that. And you know, if he's not, he'll average like 6 inches per carry less. Not impressed. Don't need it. You can find it elsewhere. Wow. 85% of the production at 15% of the cost. That's the goal of that position. Why are we still talking about this? It's 2023. We're still having this discussion.
He's great.
Guess what?
And
so
it's
is Trent Richardson.
No, he wasn't.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, he's just different. No, he's just different. All these guys are just different. None of them are different. Saquon's not different. Trent Richardson isn't different. Adrian Peterson isn't. They're all. Adrian Peterson's different.
I was going to say, slow down there.
You tell me if he's Adrian Peterson, you draft him.
That's the most controversial thing somebody on the station said about Adrian.
You cannot ever predict that they're going to be Adrian Peterson, so you don't draft him.
Here's what I see with Bijan. He is very shifty and elusive in some space, like in traffic.
Yep.
I'm seeing that. I don't know that I see, and I know you're going to throw. Outstanding receiver skills. It looks like I'm not seeing like the Adrian Peterson breakaway speed, like that. He's definitely gone. He's very smooth. And I'm trying to ask myself, is he deceptively smooth? So I'm not seeing like the absolute home run hit. I mean, he's faster than Zeke. There's no doubt about that. And he does have some elusiveness. I just don't know. I mean, again, I'm going to hold Broadus to this standard when he brought up the name Barry Sanders. It's not that, but yeah, he has some like little LaShawn McCoy shiftiness with his cuts in traffic around the line of scrimmage. That's what I've seen in watching all these highlights. There you go. Love of the Star featuring me. 877-881-1053.
You want to cover a couple shows for me?
877-881-1053. Truckwreck.com text line to hit us up here on your home of the Cowboys and the best NFL draft coverage around because of the homework that all these guys and gals do, especially Kyle Yeomans. We are live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. All right, let's do a little Dallas Mavericks true or false with RJ Choppy.
All right.
Was replacing Carlisle with Kidd the right move? Is Jason the answer? Nico's job that he's done, scale 1 to 10. And is Luka finally overrated? Mavs, true or false? Trying to clean up this mess next.
Let's get you healthy, boys.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Time for a little edition of Mavs True or False. Nice to see the totals back out there on the roadways. About time y'all got off your couches, join the rest of us in the workforce. 8 o'clock hour here on Sean and RJ. We have Roberto Belt, Peyton and Ryan in the back, live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. On your home. Thank you, Kendrick Perkins, we think. Your home of the Cowboys and Rangers. Ralph, James Choppy with an edition of Mavs True or False.
All right. Let's get you right at it. Was replacing Rick Carlisle with Jason Kidd the right move?
Yes. Rick and Luka, it just wasn't working. Now, how many times are we going to let Luka win? This might be the scariest time to let Luka start controlling more things If you believe certain people, he was a humongous advocate of Dwight Powell getting paid. That is a horrific personnel decision. Awful. Like, unforgivable. So it's like, do I really want you? But you have no choice. RJ and I have had this, annual argument over allowing the superstar to have a say, appeasing them versus taking them off. LeBron James is bad at it. Bassick will just, launch into evidence of how basically every great player can't be a great coach. But look, Carlisle, it just felt like he was a little too rough. Rough around the edges. His time had passed. Go and rebuild some youth in Indiana. And Jason Kidd, Tim McMahon did point this out, and it gets forgotten. Jason Kidd overachieved with this team last year in helping to take them to the Western Conference Finals. So which one is it? You're a genius, or you're a bumbling fool who doesn't know how to use his timeouts and manage your youth and your big man in Christian Wood? Last year, you're a genius. This year, you're a fool. As they often say, the truth
is somewhere in the middle.
Somewhere in the middle. But I will say it was not a mistake to replace Carlisle with Jason Kidd.
Is the question specific to Kidd? Because I think you should have moved on from Carlisle, and now I'm wondering if Kidd was the right replacement.
Okay, well, let's do a follow-up on that one. Is Kidd the right guy for the job?
No. Nope.
You just forget last year?
No, I think Luka carried
Bobby always forgets last year. It's always about what have you done for me lately.
Right.
No, I think that Luka carried them through the Phoenix series, and Utah was a mess. I think that's what happened. And I think that what you've seen is some...
And they didn't have Luka Doncic for the start of the Utah series. You give Jason Kidd no credit for that. You
because
give Jason
Utah
Kidd no credit
I
taking Phoenix out.
I picked Utah. I picked Dallas to beat Utah, even knowing Luka was out, because Utah was that much of a mess. They were awful.
Kidd gets no credit?
No, he gets no credit for them being what Dallas is this year.
What about the next series? The Phoenix
no, but I'm saying that's
one of the all-time upsets.
Phoenix is Luka. Phoenix is Luka going nuts.
But Utah was
Dinwiddie
Kidd.
knocking down threes.
Utah was Kidd.
No, Utah was Utah being a total mess. One of the worst chemistry fits in the NBA.
He didn't develop. He gets no credit for developing Jalen Brunson?
Nope.
Wow. Okay.
Well, I'm cool with that. I mean, because Brunson was in his fourth year. Right?
If that's the case, then we're going to say Thibodeau deserves all the credit in the world for leveling up. Brunson's just, it's the work and the trajectory that he's put in.
Oh, so you believe coaching's overrated like RJ Choppy. There you go.
I mean, yes.
Okay.
You're in charge of the chemistry, you're in charge of the culture, like that. That's largely what you're responsible for. And he struck out so many times this year with this culture.
Look, I don't know. First off, I hear that the superstars like him. That's important.
I bet they do. He coddles them.
Kyrie, Tim McMahon said, seems to like playing for him, and I haven't heard anything that's the opposite with Luka. It is hard to overlook the timeout issues, the drawing up final play issues, the playing of Jaden Hardy, Josh Green, and Christian Wood issues. But then McMahon comes on and says that, Christian Wood is just chronically late. He's unprofessional. We're going to go ahead and reward that. Jason Kidd doesn't get any credit for this team having a meteoric rise defensively last season. Even Bobby can't take away from that. So my answer is I don't know. What do you think?
I don't know. I don't know if he's the right guy. Look, I'm with Bobby. I don't think coaches matters a lot, but you do have to manage the personalities. I thought Rick did a bad job managing personalities towards the end. You've got to be able to massage the ego of the star player. And
we have a bad roster.
And the roster's not great either.
We have a bad roster. JaVale McGee, bad. Dwight Powell, bad. Josh Green and Jaden Hardy are still young. This team went into the season with no backup point guard. Yeah. As much as y'all turned Dorian Finney-Smith into Scottie Pippen, he was still extremely limited offensively. Maxi Kleber, Bertans. No, these are not really, really good NBA players. That is a weak roster for a contender. Jason Kidd, that goes in his favor.
From our good buddy, 337, Bobby credits dudes he likes and blames dudes he doesn't. That's his whole bit. Yeah, that's my whole bit. I like guys, and that's why I credit. Like, they do the right thing. That's why they get credit. That's why I like them. The reason why I don't like them is because they do deserve blame, you insufferable, contrarian moron.
That's
and I'm blocking the number again, Chop.
That's Bassick's fake.
Keep your hands off My fan text.
That's Basic's favorite on the fan text as well.
I'm going to give out this whole number one day.
No,
I would not.
All right.
All right.
But the Tolos definitely would say that Jason Kidd is not the right guy. But Tim McMahon yesterday, he didn't stress the whole storyline of Jason being a problem and maybe having his job in jeopardy. McMahon didn't seem to give a lot of weight to that.
No, he didn't. But again, it is so early. It is still very early.
Sure.
I mean, to me, you can't let go of somebody after 2 years.
And isn't it funny how the narrative has changed on Jason Kidd, that he was this relentless hard ass who put people in psychological rehab in Milwaukee and Brooklyn, and now we're criticizing him for being too soft?
Yeah, it is a wild turnaround.
Wild.
All right,
Wild
next
turnaround.
one. Luka does not make players around him better.
Why don't you start?
I think Luka's extremely difficult to play with. I think you either know how to play with him or you have no idea. And there's not really an in-between. Jalen Brunson went to the Knicks and then turned the Knicks into a playoff team. Could you make the case that Jalen Brunson makes players around him better than Luka? At the same time, it's frustrating to watch. And at the other times, like that, were you at that Indiana game where that pass he made around the basket, that wraparound pass?
I was not at that one.
All right, but whatever that game was, like that was what? Where did that come from?
Yeah.
And then there's other times where it's just like the whole offense looked just stagnant as hell. So I don't know the answer to this one. I think it's personnel dependent. Like some guys play well with them, and then some guys don't.
Does Luka make everyone better?
No. Ooh. But I mean, it's the style. He is a ball dominant player. But I mean, that's does he make everybody better like each individual player? No. But that's there. It's a certain fit that works with his play style. But his play style with the right fit makes your team better, and that's what matters. He makes you a better, more dangerous basketball team.
So he's capable of whatever he wants to do offensively. Like, it's the old Kobe fit that he threw against Phoenix. Fine, you think I'm a ball hog? I'm just going to go out here and get assists. That's it. Wilt Chamberlain wanted to prove, right, he could lead the league in assists, and he did it. If you told Luka Doncic, I want you to get 17 assists a game, he could do it. But then it does come down to the stagnant offense when he scores. You're never going to see him get a layup off a cut and a backdoor or a pass from a teammate. Like, the ball has to be in his hands. That makes people worse sometimes, but he's such a phenomenal, gifted passer that he does make people better when he draws all the attention and kicks it out. It's a very difficult question. Yeah. But I never hesitated before, and I'm like, are you kidding me? This team, we do have to acknowledge this. This team is what? Usually a 4 or 5 seed, a 4, 5, or 6 with no true number 2. That's because of the greatness of that man. That's because of the greatness of that individual dragging this roster and this franchise to 4, 5, and 6 spots. I don't know how many other stars could do that.
So he's not overrated.
Overrated is what? I'm going to make you fill in the blank. Complete the question. He's overrated as what? I've thought about that Victor Ida question for the number 1 pick.
Vida.
If Vida, would you trade Luka for the number 1 pick in the draft? I would not. I would not, even though this is supposed to be the next LeBron James. But what are we rating him as? Is he overrated as what?
As a future all-time great.
No, he is absolutely that.
Okay, but I guess define, like, do you consider Dwayne Wade an all-time great?
Yes.
I think by the end of his career, Luka Doncic is going to be a better player, considered a better player than Dwayne Wade.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't consider Dwayne Wade an all-time great.
No, I don't either. I mean, he hit the free throws he put up were incredible.
Okay.
Your all-time greats you're
talking about Rushmore guys then. Yeah, he's not a Rushmore guy.
Okay, so you've got to, I would say an all-time great is somebody.
Dwayne Wade is like a top 5 shooting guard in the history of the NBA. If you want to make it even more,
I would say it's pretty much an all-time great. I would consider to be KD or above.
Okay, well then the answer is no.
I wouldn't even put Dirk there.
Oh.
I'm talking you've got to be in the top 10.
Let me re-ask this.
That's me. You'd be in the top 10. At least in the conversation.
Let me re-ask this question. that we all agreed on over the past 2 or 3 years.
Okay.
Luka Doncic going to have a better NBA or Maverick career than Dirk? Are we revisiting that?
I'm going to revisit
going backwards?
I'll revisit.
Because we all said Luka's better already, and he's going to have a better career than Dirk.
I mean, I think Dirk's probably somewhere around the 15th best player in the league history, 15 to 20.
Like if I told you could have one for 20 years, which one are you taking? See,
yeah,
before
it's like
right
a 20-year
now,
career you already have.
Before right now, we all would have just said Luka.
Yeah,
and now we're thinking.
I think Luka's more talented. Like he has potential to be better,
no doubt.
But you're talking about what we know, the known of what Dirk is, and I think Dirk's somewhere around 15 to 20 league history.
Here's the problem. This is the only reason why I would hesitate on which one I want. Luka's a better player just isolated. Who's a better basketball player? It's Luka. If you're asking me who can you build around easier, you can build around Dirk so much easier than you can build around Luka because of just the way that they complement other players. So that's the only thing is that 20 years of this has to be what the most difficult great player to build around in any sport, Luka. Like it should not be this hard.
Should not be.
And it is. And I'm not saying that this is the Mavericks have tried. They've tried some stuff. It's just it's not worked out. And what I'm saying is that I think Dirk, you could find all sorts of different players that would work well with him on the floor. It's really tough and a really particular type of player that works well with Luka.
Yeah, the guys that worked well with Dirk, though, he just had to have a guy that got him the ball in the right spot. Kidd did an amazing job with that. He was able to get Dirk the ball in a position where he could succeed the most.
Colin Cowherd on FS1 with a shot at 77 yesterday.
I think when Luka came into the league, there was this sense you could pair him with a lot. So they try the slasher, Porzingis. They don't like each other. And then they tried Jalen Brunson, and they're like, well, they don't really fit. Well, now Kyrie doesn't perfectly work for him. We're falling in love with this great hyper-offensive player. Moody, difficult, needs ball, won't defend. Is he going to end up Carmelo Anthony?
I loved how you brought up Carmelo Anthony because that's such an interesting comp to me. He's entering a very important phase of his basketball development because he's starting to just slightly plateau. LeBron was a little bit better than Carmelo, and over the years, LeBron kept getting better, and Melo just kind of stayed the same.
LeBron got along with more players, could play with more players, were more amenable to different styles. Luka so far isn't.
So there's Cowherd yesterday talking about building around him. The Bobby Belt question. The voice of the Mavs, Chuck Cooperstein, is going to join us at 9 o'clock this morning to figure out how to solve this disaster. Sean, RJ, and Bobby here on DFW Sports Station. Stars and Rangers win, and a warning. If you're going to win these Tolo tickets to go to Arlington, we got a beer warning for your baseball team. Next on The Fan. But here's a warning. Look, if you're going
Companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
Here's the delivery. Swing and a miss. He went with the slider. Andrew Heaney with 9 strikeouts through 3 innings.
And that ties an American League record. Only Tom Seaver struck out more consecutive hitters with 10 when he pitched for the Mets. This is Sean, RJ, and Bobby on your home for Rangers baseball. Corey Seager hit a solo shot off of Greinke. You had Nate Lowe with an RBI double. Jonah Heim with a solo home run to make it 4-1. And then Adolis was able to let you turn off the TV or radio a little earlier with the grand slam as the Rangers beat down the Royals 11-2. Jacob deGrom back out on the mound tonight. 6:30 pregame, 7 o'clock first pitch. But we have a beer warning for you. This is very, very important because of the pace of play. What do the Tolos need to know about consumption?
Well, specifically if you're going to Milwaukee, and with a name like the Brewers, I think that this only makes sense. The Milwaukee Brewers, because of the new pitch clock rules and how fast games are going by, have changed their policy. And as most MLB ballparks do, they stop selling alcohol after the 7th inning.
Now it's the 3rd?
The Brewers are doing the 8th.
Okay.
Because you got to think about it. The end of the 7th now is like what the 5th inning used to be.
Yeah.
Now, these rules, though, are they not in place because it's like, it's not about how deep into the night it's getting, right? Isn't it more about how close to the end of the game it is before people are driving out of the ball? So why would you, I guess that's the only thing I don't get is based off of, if that's the line of thinking, wouldn't you, because the game's moving faster, have to move it back to like the 5th?
You would think so, yeah.
Because of the quick ending. But I'm in favor of this. And if that's the case, if you're worried more about how deep into the night it's getting, then you should just keep selling it all the way through to the end of the game.
Well, I mean, they're trying to, they understand that the games are shorter, which means less time to buy beer, less time to buy
make
food,
money.
make money. So that's a big money-making operation for them. So they're going to try to find a way to do this. Now, a lot of fans that have gone to these games have said the pitch clock, it has ruined the in-game experience. It is much, much faster. You can't, between pitches used to be about 30 seconds. You get on your phone, take a picture, whatever. Now you don't have that. So they're saying it has a lot of complaints on social media. It has ruined the in-game experience. But everyone seems to love it on TV, including I love it on TV as well.
Much better at home and worse at the stadium.
It's all the NFL's ever cared about. The NFL's only cared about the TV viewing audience.
What's Jerry say? Only 7%, 3% of football fans
have walked into our stadium.
Have ever walked into a stadium?
Stadium.
I mean, the NFL cares so little about the gate. They're like, we'll play a whole season without anybody in there. Yeah. Like, we don't care.
Yeah.
we need to be on TV, y'all.
Attendance has become overrated.
Yeah, absolutely.
TV deals are number one.
There is, to me, the best sport to watch on TV has always been the NFL, and the worst of the big three to watch on TV has always been Major League Baseball. And it was exactly the reverse to me as the in-game experience. The in-game experience at the NFL is the worst of the three, and the in-game experience at Major League Baseball was the best. Like, for a social setting, you can take in that game and still be social and not miss anything. So I can't see how, if you've been used to attending games a certain way and having a certain in-game experience, that the rush nature of it would feel a little like, man, I don't really have time to do what I'd normally do at this.
But you go to a baseball game. You go to a baseball game with a group of friends, and you, like you said, you're enjoying yourself. You can hang out on the patio in the in the outfield. You go to the Jack Daniels Club or whatever it is now, but the old one, the old ballpark, and just hang out. Oh yeah, you may miss an inning,
half an inning to go get a beer, but now you're missing an inning.
Now you're missing a lot more time. In an NBA game, nobody leaves an NBA game during the quarter. You leave at the end, and then there's a mad rush.
Yep.
And in baseball, it's just whatever you want to drink, you get up, you go. There's TVs on there. You can keep an eye on them every little bit. It's a little bit different now. I still think it's going to be enjoyable to go to. We'll see when we finally go to a game this year. But the viewing experience at home is so much better.
Bruce Bochy on today with the KMC Masterpiece at 12:20. We have the GM every week on G-Bag, and we got Boch every week with KMC. Bet Online sent me from Vegas. First manager fired. Who do you think it is?
Oh, man.
Actually, it might be fun to just quiz you if you know the names of the managers of these teams.
Bruce Bochy.
Shut up, Bobby.
All right,
Do I not have a voice? I can't guess one.
Why would Bruce Bochy in his first year be the first guy fired?
I don't know, because they're not undefeated.
It's a dumb guess.
It's a good question. Give me the team. I'll say
Kevin Cash.
No, it's not. It's not going to be Kevin Cash.
All right, Choppy. Tell me who the Reds manager is.
That's a
Marge Schott.
No, it's not Marge Schott. I'm going to kick myself too.
Tell me who the Pirates manager is.
Pirates manager, is it Derek Singleton?
Close. Derek Shelton.
Shelton!
Give me the Orioles manager.
The O's manager. It's not Davey Johnson. It's not Buck Showalter.
Okay. Give me the Rockies manager.
Bud Black?
Good job. Give me the Athletics manager.
They got rid of Melvin. Art Howe.
Give me the Angels manager.
Phil Nevin.
Good job. Give me the Diamondbacks manager.
Is it
Bob
Torey
Burnley.
Lavello?
Yes, good job. All right, you're heating up a little bit. Give me the Cubs manager.
David Ross?
Yeah, he's still there. Oh, he's on fire!
On fire, man.
Toronto.
Dave Martinez.
It's not Dave Martinez.
Royals. Played him last night.
Royals manager is
George Brett.
Oh God, I could see his face.
Phillies. Just played him.
Phillies is
Charlie
Rob
Manuel.
Thompson.
Good job. White Sox.
Who the White Sox?
Dude, this is crazy. I have
It's not Tony La Russa.
no idea who these people are.
Who's the White Sox?
All right. In order, first manager fired. Back to the original assignment. Dave Martinez is the favorite. Nats.
I said it.
Oh, Dave Martinez.
Derek Shelton, Pirates. AJ Hinch. David Bell's the Reds manager.
David Bell.
The Orioles manager's Brandon Hyde. Rockies then. Athletics manager Mark Kotze.
Kotze, I knew that.
Aaron Boone, Craig Counsell, Phil Nevin, Torey Lavello. Soon to be the guy you try to push off the edge for Banny. Right. Mariners manager is
Scott Service.
Good job. Alex Cora, Buck Showalter, David Ross, Gabe Kapler, Rocco Baldelli
in Minnesota
is the Twins manager, and Bruce Bochy has like the fifth lowest odds of being fired at 100 to 1.
He's on there though, so Vegas agreed with me.
All have to be on there, numbnuts. All right, Sean, RJ, and Bobby here on 105.3 The Fan. Speaking of beer, why don't you handle whatever this Bud Light thing is that you sent?
Okay. All right, so
and I'll sit back and drink my coffee.
Yeah, turn off the music, Peyton. We're gonna have a serious discussion about Bud Light.
So this is like the big thing,
and
in the
why
news,
Choppy
right?
drinks Coors now.
Listen. I used to drink Bud Light exclusively in college.
Bud Light 10 ounces.
Until this.
That's how they judge you in my hometown. If you don't have Bud Light 10 ounces, easier to drive around in the truck with. 10 ounces. They stay cooler longer.
Isn't that an open container law?
Yeah, it is.
All right, let's try to tackle this one. So I used to drink Bud Light exclusively in college. My roommate.
I thought you drank Natty.
In college?
Yeah, or Keystone.
Well, I mean, yeah, but like this was after
rich kids be drinking Bud Light.
So I used to drink Bud Light, and my roommate
said
even
that little brat from the Murdoch murders was buying like a pack of Natty Light or Keystone.
Yeah, he was
that little rich kid.
He was. But my roommate said it tastes like green tomatoes.
Play some music. We ain't gonna get this serious.
It tastes like green tomatoes. And ever since then, this was probably 1999, I have not been able to drink Bud Light without thinking about green tomatoes.
Even like Bud Light Platinum?
Doesn't matter. Just the thought of it brought up the taste and the smell of green tomatoes.
Do you even have a taste and a sense for green tomatoes?
Not a clue.
Have you had a fried green tomato?
Never.
It shouldn't bother you. It shouldn't mess with you.
Even at 20 years old, I was an idiot.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's like me telling you, this is gonna taste like durian.
Yeah.
The Chris Arnold fruit.
The durian. That's right. The Chris Arnold fruit. So,
and you've never had it, and it's just in your mind that's the worst smelling food in the world. So you wouldn't eat something because it's been compared to it.
So I've been drinking Coors Light or Corona since then.
Or water.
Corona's so good.
Oh, Corona, so I could just down them. Well, obviously, if you've been living under a rock, the Bud Light, there's I guess a controversy among Bud Light. if you want to call it that. They sponsored, like they do for a lot of sponsorships with influencers, and they made a rainbow can for a transgender woman named Dylan. Okay, Dylan Mulvaney. And this campaign was set up by Bud Light's VP. And when I saw this article, I was like, wait a second, her reasoning, I just want her to come out and just say, we wanted to be inclusive with everybody. She said that the reason they went down this campaign road is because Bud Light, they wanted to get rid of their out-of-touch fratty branding, and that they were...
You know what that got discontinued that needs to come back? Going back to Ask Reddit? The frogs.
Oh, the Budweiser frogs?
Yeah. They need the frogs back.
Bud Ice?
You know what?
Bud
Get rid
Ice
of those
was good stuff, too,
stupid
man.
horses. Turn them into glue sticks.
Just in general.
I'm kidding, PETA.
We need to bring back good beer commercials. Like, beer commercials aren't, funny anymore.
Yep.
So... The VP had said, Alyssa Heinerschneid said that the brand had been, quote, in decline for a really long time. Despite the fact that it's America's #1 beer, it's got a market share of 13%. 13% of all beer purchased in the United States is Bud Light.
Bud Light's #1?
Sean, it's not #1. Like, #2 is almost half of what Bud Light's distribution is.
What's 2?
Corona.
Wow.
And then Coors Light.
Where you at, Jerry?
So Miller Lite's, but Corona's at 7%, and Bud Light's at 13 and change. They are by far the biggest beer in the world. So I don't know that she's when she says that they've been in decline. I'm like, how they've been in decline? Just come out and say you wanted to have an inclusive beer.
Yep.
That you wanted to sponsor Dylan. That's fine. But to say that the brand was in decline, the Bud Light's in decline.
Yeah.
Where?
So. People are going crazy?
I mean, so I just saw an article here, and I've got it. I pulled it up here. It's Southern beer distributors are worried about the backlash that is happening over this, and is this going to impact the sales? I saw a video the other day. I don't know if it was a fake video or not. It sounds like it seems like it's one of these videos that looks really dumb. It's like they buy up pallets of Bud Light and they ran over it with a... What's those things? Was that a steamroller?
Oh.
You know, those where you flatten out the concrete?
Yeah.
And it's wait a second. You just bought all this Bud Light.
Why would
that doesn't sound like it makes any sense.
Why would you stop drinking your favorite beer because of a commercial?
I don't know. My mom stopped.
Travis Tritt.
Yeah, my mom.
Travis Tritt kicked it off his rider.
Yeah, Travis Tritt kicked it off his rider. He replaced it.
You know what you are? You're thin-skinned and you're weak. Yeah, you sit there and allow something to bother you that much to affect your taste buds. You're an idiot. Go ahead. Congrats.
Corona come out and say tomorrow, I hope all radio people in Texas die. And I'm still going to have one today.
469 says the #1 beer in DFW, according to market share, is Modelo.
I believe that in DFW. But in the U.S., it's Bud Light.
I find that interesting.
I could buy that.
Why?
Why?
If I blind taste test,
I wouldn't. I'm not gonna just say it on the air. I say things on the air too much to get things in trouble. But Modelo.
No, Modelo's good.
I didn't say anything.
Okay,
that's your.
Well, we do have a fan cam. And if I gave you a blind taste test of Corona and Modelo with a lime in it, you wouldn't be able to tell the difference.
Yes, I would. Because one tastes like a skunk sprayed in it.
No. Man, you are canceling all beer sponsors on this show. Truckwreck.com text line 877-881-1053. Get a replay GIF someone of what Bobby just did on the fan cam, please.
You are such a snitch to my wife, to sponsors everywhere.
Get a replay GIF. All right, let's compare some of the top players in the draft to NFL stars. That's next in Below the Beer.
Below the Beer. Let's get your carpet cleaned first. Clean
Bye
way.
to the beer.
thefan.com.
It's time to go around the National Football League below the belt style with Bobby Belt.
I might need a new intro. Well, Peyton got on that assignment real quick to do a new intro for you.
There it is.
Thanks, Bonte. Man, things so bad over at 95.7, you have to voice our intros over here now. So, over at ESPN, Matt Miller has done he took all of the players that he has with first round grades, which is about 20 guys, which is standard. Broadus always says about 18 to 20 players end up with first round grades. And he's giving out draft comps. So he's taken all the draft prospects, and for you to get an idea, these are not perfect comps, but it gives you an idea if you're not familiar with these players, who some of them are like. So let's go through the quarterbacks. He's got 4 quarterbacks with first round grades. No Hendon Hooker, I'm sorry. RJ Choppy. First one, Bryce Young. This feels like a lazy comp to me. His comp is Tua. I think he's just seeing slightly built Alabama guy.
Can you comp a righty to a lefty?
I love that. That means you're actually trying to do something a little bit different. The one I had heard a lot with Bryce Young is Drew Brees.
I could see that.
I see Brees more than I see Tua.
He's a really good decision maker, which Drew was. And he can move. He's very agile, and Drew could move.
He has a better arm than Drew.
So did I, though. To be fair.
Well,
hey, look, Greg,
he's a better arm than Tua for sure. Then
better. Like, I mean, having an elite arm doesn't necessarily mean, or the lack of an elite arm doesn't mean you can't be an elite quarterback. Because obviously, Breeze, people have always talked about Montana's arm strength was never what people had said. So, C.J. Stroud, I'm all on board with C.J. Stroud, fellas.
You are?
I am, because his comp is Dak Prescott. Which I don't think is great, to be honest. But Stroud put up big numbers in the wide open Ohio State passing game. At 6'3" and 214 pounds, Stroud has really good touch accuracy to all levels of the field. He's also an above average runner and mover in the pocket when given room to operate. The hardest thing about evaluating Stroud is extrapolating his talent from the Buckeye scheme and figuring out what he can do without that system around him. I don't think there's a lot of similarities
there.
Same
criticism and question for Bryce Young. He makes the right decision to the guy that's open by 6 yards of separation.
I think there's questions about Bryce Young didn't get a lot of that last year. The receiving core was not what it had been. The offensive line was not good at Alabama last year. And so I think that in that sense, Bryce Young's shown more than other Bama quarterbacks in the last few years. But the Dak Prescott comp, I think, is a little bit of a weird one. Dak was a bigger guy than Stroud. And I think that Stroud is more advanced in terms of his touch, his accuracy than Dak was when he was coming out. Dak had a lot of things he had to fix with his release and his footwork and everything else. Anthony Richardson, his comp is Cam Newton.
Freak.
Physical freak.
A freak who needs to put it together.
I could see that. I think his comp is, I hate to comp somebody to him, but
Hurts?
No, it's Patty. Oh, Anthony Richardson?
You think?
If there is a Patrick Mahomes in this draft, it is him. Now, it's not likely.
Whoa.
It's more likely he's Jamarcus Russell. But if there's a guy, like if you were to take all these guys, Bobby, and give them their absolute peak, like they reach the potential, the 1,000% potential they have, he's the top.
Yeah,
I don't think it's close.
His ceiling is the roof.
Because of his workout numbers? Did you feel this way? Here's what I like to ask people about Anthony Richardson. Did you feel this way at all during the entire college football season? Did anyone? I didn't hear his name one time.
No, he did generate a lot of buzz earlier in the year with some of the stuff that he did. And that's the thing. The flashes are there and the talent is so immense. And the ceiling is incredible in that sense, but the question is, how does he work, and is he ever going to put it together? You're banking on something that's not assured.
You'll see. There's that you can never get some of these plays out of your head that he has made, like the off-platform plays. That one where he was like being tackled by like 3 guys and in midair spun out of it and was like literally and then
he's a freak.
And then rolled her out. Like
he's a better athlete than Pat Mahomes.
Oh yeah, he's an absolute freak and like.
Athlete.
He did some amazing things at Florida, and then he did some of the dumbest things you've ever seen. So that's where he's got such high bust potential, too. Like, he probably has the biggest bust potential of any of the 4.
Oh, he does, for sure.
But also, I think the biggest ceiling, the highest ceiling of the 4.
Next comp here for Will Levis. Who do you think he threw at him? 6'4", 230 pounds, strong arm.
He's
Josh Allen.
Gutsy
David
mentality.
Boston. He's David Boston.
Did you see him eat the banana with the peel on it?
I heard about it. I didn't see. I know he mixes mayonnaise in his coffee.
He's
But
disgusting.
Isn't the mayonnaise in the coffee? Isn't that like a keto thing?
He's just put
Because
butter
people,
in there, man.
people put butter in there. I know.
Go butter and
Matthew
MCT will be
Stafford
fine.
is the comp for
Yeah,
Will
I
Levis.
can see that. He's the unit.
I can see it. I think a better comp is probably Jay Cutler for Will Levis. That's who he reminds me of.
He's got too big of a jaw to be Jay Cutler. They had no chin.
All right.
Cutler had a gun.
Yeah, he did.
People forget about all the
He was mobile.
attributes that Jay Cutler had.
He's good. I mean, he was like, if he had a head on him, I mean, you put Chad Pennington's brain on Jay Cutler, you were dangerous.
Yeah.
Speaking of rag arms, Pennington, holy
Yes.
cow.
But he made it work, right? I mean, that's the thing. Decision making.
It worked for a couple of years. Those are his first round quarterbacks. Only one first round grade on a running back. Bijan Robinson.
I would love to see what happens if Bijan went to Washington State. He'd be in the 5th round.
I'm gonna get you some of the Bijan mustard. I need to bring it up here so that you can try it and you guys can become big fans.
Give me this comp. I can't wait to hear it.
The comp from Matt Miller?
Yeah. LaShawn McCoy.
Well, his isn't the greatest comp to me. I would be disappointed if this is who Bijan ends up being. His comp is Saquon Barkley. He says Robinson is the total package as a running back prospect, plays with amazing patience, but can also lower his shoulder with a 215-pound frame and create space for himself. I think it's a bad comp because I don't think that Barkley sees things like Bijan sees things. I don't think Barkley's vision was the same as what Bijan Robinson's is.
Saquon, to me, looked like a better athlete coming out of Penn State, just in terms of being a freak. Would you agree or disagree? Saquon
Bijan or Barkley was a unit.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, he was just he was a freak. His quads
what
were
he
insane.
did in that tackle drill.
Mhm.
Do you remember that? The Penn State practice tape where he made everyone miss like in a little tight window.
Yes.
That was freaky. All right, so who is this again?
This is Matt Miller from ESPN, one of their draft analysts there. So those are all the running backs right there. It's just Bijan. So the next comp here is for the receivers. He's got 2 first-round receivers, not Quentin Johnston from TCU, so this is a trash list because he's disrespecting our friends. Jackson Smith and Jigba, Rockwall's own. Shout out Rockwall Ford. From Ohio State, his comp, one right here at home, Cedarian Lamb. CD Lamb is the comp there. Smith and Jigba finished the 2021 season with a record-setting Rose Bowl appearance with 347 yards and 3 touchdowns, but he was hampered by a hamstring injury in 2022. There's a lot of questions about his durability, like with soft tissue stuff, and I think there's some people around the league who are concerned like that could be receiver Sean Lee.
He's from Rockwall. He's pampered.
Hey, come on.
He's pampered like Pepe.
It's not like Allen High School or something. Jordan Addison from USC, and I think this may be the worst comp I have ever seen.
Ever.
Keenan Allen. Jordan Addison is
speaking of injured.
Jordan Addison is 5'11" and 173 pounds.
But aren't these
like the style of play?
Not size.
Keenan Allen
is a monster.
But Keenan Allen and his size, they don't play the same game at all. So it's a terrible comparison.
Are they comparing though college numbers?
No, it's not numbers. No, this
play.
is style of play, the type of player, like their ceiling. Who would they remind you of? And Keenan Allen's an awful one. The one that I've always come back to on Addison, if he hits his ceiling, which his testing was not great, Stephon Diggs. He's like that fluid and smooth with his route running.
Yeah,
and
that's an opposite to Keenan Allen.
Yeah, and so that's what I'm saying. Like, you think of Diggs and Allen, they're 2 good receivers, but you go, those are 2 completely different guys. Tight end Michael Mayer, a guy who's been associated with the Cowboys a lot. His comp, TJ Hawkinson. Would you be okay with TJ Hawkinson here with the Cowboys as the first round pick?
I like TJ.
Did we expect more from Hawkinson? He had all
Yes,
the freak.
we did.
He had all the freak intangibles coming out of college.
We absolutely expected more of him. Offensive lineman, I'm just going to run through these ones really quickly. Peter Skoronski at Northwestern, a guy I like a lot. Ryan Ramczyk is his NFL comp. Broderick Jones from Georgia, his comparison is Deion Dawkins from Buffalo. And then Paris Johnson, the tackle at Ohio State, compared to Teron Armstead. He has no interior offensive lineman as first-round graded players, which is a little tough since the Cowboys could use an interior offensive lineman. Edge rushers, Will Anderson at Alabama. His comp, Von Miller.
Wow.
Which I think is a pretty good one.
Okay.
Tyree Wilson, Texas Tech. Get your guns up. A guy the Cowboys had a formal interview with at the Combine. Frank Clark. Now, you would hope that that would not be the case off the field.
Yeah, you know what?
That,
Frank Clark has lasted longer than I thought. I thought he was going to run himself out of the league.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
No, I think that, I would have thought that he would have gotten in trouble.
Bad boy resumes, coming out, getting drafted.
Same, gosh, that was what, 2015? It's been a minute. Tyree Wilson gets Frank Clark. Lucas Van Ness, who's one of these guys that Broadus struggles with so bad because the testing looks solid. Everybody in the NFL seems to love him, and Broadus watches him and goes, I don't see it. And Wolchuk doesn't see it. He doesn't like him. I see some of it, but I always hate whenever you're talking about a defensive end and you lead with the description of power. Oh, they play with power. It's like, okay, that's not the first trait I want to hear in my defensive end is that they play with power. I don't need the strong side guy. But Lucas Van Ness's comp at Iowa, George Karlaftis, who is a guy that got picked last year out of Purdue. Nolan Smith, somebody that Brian's a big fan of, his comp, a Dallas Cowboy, Dante Fowler Jr. So you got that one. Miles Murphy at Clemson compared to Bradley Chubb, the old NC State product.
I didn't hear anything from Bradley Chubb after he went to the Dolphins.
Oh, no, he hasn't been what you
was
were
he in
expecting.
Denver before?
Yes.
Next one here, defensive tackle, Jalen Carter. So we've talked about like picking him at the very top of the draft, and Choppy has said absolutely not. Would not touch him even if he didn't have character problems because you don't take a defensive tackle number one.
Right.
Would you take this player?
Would you take Jalen Carter or Bijan Robinson if they fell to 26? Cowboys. You have to
Jalen
pick
Carter.
Jalen Carter.
Yeah, you don't devalue defensive tackles to the same extent you do running backs, do you? 3 techniques?
No, I mean, no, not necessarily. I mean, they're devalued from where they were 30 years ago because the important. But if they could rush the passer, that is an elite skill.
The comp from Matt Miller for Jalen Carter is Fletcher Cox, which I would not take Fletcher Cox number one. That is not who I would be banging.
No, but I
good
mean,
player.
he's a damn good player for a
10-year
decade.
career.
Yeah.
Lance Zierlein over at NFL.com, I think, has a better comp for him. He says Jeffrey Simmons, who just got paid by the Titans a ton of money. But and then really quickly, the corners here. He has 3 first-round corners. Devin Witherspoon, he compares to Darius Slay. Oregon's Christian Gonzalez, he compares to Byron Jones, which I think is a good comp. And then Penn State's Joey Porter Jr. is Marlon Humphrey.
Okay.
So there you go.
So
those are your player comps there.
Can the Byron Jones comp, can that guy walk?
I mean, he can right now, but that's exactly, it's funny. I had talked to somebody about Christian Gonzalez leading the combine, and when they talked about how he was going to test, they said it was going to look like Byron Jones.
How stunned is Chuck Cooperstein that he's sitting at home for the NBA playoffs? Whale alert with the voice of the Mavs next.
But let's get some hair put on top.
our fan studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour. Fist pump time. It's a Tolo Tuesday here on DFW Sports Station. Sean Sharif, Ralph, James Choppy, and Bobby Belt as we continue to dissect the most disappointing. Let's see if Chuck Cooperstein agrees. The voice of the Mavericks joining us on the Diamond Factory hotline. Last time you felt this disappointed or the end of the Mavs season was this big of a letdown was when?
Oh, probably the year after they won the championship and they didn't make the playoffs. And, you know, the team was not allowed to return intact and to make another run at it. The lockout and the CBA changed that year, forced Mark Cuban to, in his mind, do things that, would not allow that to happen. And then they didn't make the playoffs. So, and, Dirk wasn't hurt that year, but had sort of begun to grind down a little bit. So that was not good. And then, for old timers like me, you can go back to the year after the Mavericks got to the Western Conference Finals in 1988. And the following year, they traded Mark Aguirre and they traded Detlef Schrempf, and they wound up going, ironically enough, 38-44 and missing the playoffs.
Did you agree with the strategy? If you were in the Mavs front office, would you have signed off on the tank or figure out any way to try to make it into the play-in?
Look, in my opinion, I'm one who always believes in running out every ground ball because you just don't know what's going to happen. I mean, I understand the theory behind the decision, but to me, I just always believe that the season is 82 games and you play 82 games. But there are those who obviously believe in the whole concept of game theory and whatever little chance you have to move into the top four, that you ought to be able to take advantage of it. I happen to, I'm one who really likes how Luka Doncic plays and how Kyrie Irving plays, and I would like to have seen every last opportunity to exhaust that possibility before the season ended. But again, I understand what they did, and I think everybody should understand what they did. That doesn't necessarily mean that everybody has to agree with it. And certainly from a fan standpoint, when you're paying NBA prices and you're not getting a true NBA product, that's something that is, that I think for many is very hard to swallow.
Where did this experiment go wrong?
I don't know that with the Kyrie and Luka.
Yeah.
I don't know that necessarily went wrong. They were both great. I mean, they produced 60 points a game. I mean, it's pretty hard to say that it went wrong. I mean, I think maybe there could have been some more actions that were run as opposed to basically when one had the ball, the other was kind of off on the wing or in the corner. But still, I mean, their offensive rating as a team was certainly good enough. The issue is defense. The issue, and neither one of those guys are great defenders. Although, if you go back to the last weekend of the season and you watch Luka especially in the second halves of the Atlanta and the Miami games, and even in the Sacramento game, it's in him to do it. So I think that's the thing that may be, a little harder for many to swallow is that it's in him. We saw it in the first half of the season this year where he was a far more engaged defender. But overall, the team is not big enough. They're not physical enough. They don't rebound the ball well enough. I mean, they were historically terrible rebounding the ball. And those are the issues that really have to be addressed. I mean, beyond the obvious of Kyrie signing and coming back, but I mean, they've just got to get bigger and stronger if they're really going to seriously compete.
Talking with the voice of the Mavericks here, Chuck Cooperstein on Sean and RJ on 105 through the Fan. Coop, when you look at Luka Doncic's obvious frustration over the final month of the season or so, at what point do you think or do you think the Mavericks are looking at this as, hey, we've got to be careful that frustration doesn't become potential resentment or discontent and a desire to find his career path somewhere else. Do you think that's something that the Mavericks are actively kind of cognizant of we've got to do something to make sure that he's happy here?
Yeah, in my opinion, it has to be. This is the life in the NBA where star players pretty much rule the roost. They can determine, where they play and what the team that presently has them have to do in order to keep them happy. And I think, what they did in acquiring Kyrie, which I think Luka was, from what I can tell and what I've what's been published in the in the media has been very he was very much in favor of it happening, and obviously Jason Kidd was too. I mean, you hear just openly how much Jason Kidd admires Kyrie Irving and what he can mean to the team. So you always have to be cognizant of your star player and your star player's desires if indeed you want to keep said star player on your team long term.
What were your impressions of Kyrie, and do you think that they should re-sign him for whatever money it would take?
As a player, he is absolutely phenomenal. I mean, he's one of those guys, and I think it's probably true with a lot of guys in the NBA. We see them as broadcasters, especially when they played on the other side, and you only see them twice a year at most. You don't get the full experience. But when you do see him play every day, you realize just how brilliant he is and how much of a wizard he is with the ball in his hands and just what he can do and the efficiency with which he plays with. From that standpoint, look, I have no problem with Kyrie and Luka playing together. I think we saw the evidence of explosiveness that both of them are capable with playing together. I mean, again, like I said earlier, can you do a few more things to tweak it offensively to make it even better? I'm sure you can, and I'm sure the coaching staff will look at stuff like that. It's what they do in the off season. And then as far as the money is concerned, Kyrie is probably going to have to create a market for himself in order to get the number that he is looking for. I mean, I think that the Mavericks know that they have to keep him. To not keep him, given what they surrendered in the trade, would be really tough to swallow. But again, I don't know that they necessarily have to overpay to keep him. But I mean, I think that maybe they'll probably wind up paying maybe a little more than they want, just because that's the nature of the NBA. I mean, you want to pay as little as you can, but at the same time, that you probably have to pay a little more than you want in order to make sure that you have what you want.
Is Luka a difficult player to play with, like stylistic?
I mean, that question's been brought up a lot. I mean, on some level, I guess it could be, just because, you are waiting for him to create something, and inevitably he will create something, and then it is on you to make sure that you are in the correct position to convert off of what he has created. That can be difficult for some. I mean, I think, in some cases, if you were running, say, a Golden State style or Sacramento style passing game, old school passing game where everybody touches the ball, that it'd be easier. But I don't know that it's difficult, if only because the shots that he's going to create for you are absolutely fantastic shots. And it's on you to be able to knock those down. And certainly, look, the Mavericks, the last 2 months of the season, they were, I think, wound up second in the NBA in three-point shooting on the highest volume. They were like right at a little over 39%. Only the Clippers were better. So, again, what he creates for players is really, really good. For some, it may not be the optimum, but it obviously works. I mean, again, offense is not the issue with this team. And, playing with Luka or Kyrie, and what they're able to do on the offensive end is not the issue. They've just got to be able to stay in front of people, switch if they have to, and then when the ball goes up, grab rebounds. I mean, at one point late in the season, the Mavericks were allowing like 1.6 points per offensive rebound, and they were giving up about like 12 offensive rebounds per game. and that is absolutely unsustainable, as it turned out.
Chuck Cooperstein, voice of the Mavs, here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby via the Diamond Factory hotline. Chuck, Jason Kidd got roasted by fans throughout the entire season. What do you think are fair criticisms of Jason for this year's coaching job?
I mean, to me, I know people don't like rotations. A lot of times, it's the stuff that I read that fans were unhappy with. They didn't like the rotations that he used. I know there was a lot of criticism of him not starting Christian Wood and playing him 30 minutes and what have you. But you got to understand that these coaches see the players every day. And see them under, off-court circumstances, on-court circumstances, and make their, make their decisions accordingly. To me, Jason Kidd was the same coach this year that he was last year, and nobody was worrying about him as a coach last year, right?
Yeah.
So I think losing the bigger issues were internal issues. Losing Brunson was huge because not only did he know how to play off of Luka, which again, you're talking about, is Luka hard to play with? When you have guys that know how to play with your superstar and be productive with him, and then also when he sits out the 15 games that he's going to sit out and can up his game and average 22 points a game, well, I mean that's a pretty hard loss to overcome, and just the vibe that he created. Where just for instance, like that back and forth that those two guys had when the Cowboys and Eagles were playing, right, and the jerseys that they had to wear and the bets that they were making, even though they were now with different teams. I mean, it's that type of thing that can carry you through a long season. I think their locker room was different. And I think that was kind of hard to overcome. And obviously the lack of size was very much a factor. And again, I know people criticize Jason for the rotations. If there's anything, maybe there can be a believe it or not, this is on the offensive end. I mean, this is maybe a more diversification of the offense. To where Luka doesn't always have it and create it. That you can create a little more movement. As opposed to necessarily just the ball handler driving into the lane and forcing a convergence, and then he kicks the ball out and you shoot a three. But again, it was really pretty effective. So, it's kind of hard to argue, but I guess if there was going to be a criticism or just a concern moving forward, maybe that would be, the defensive philosophies are the same. And they just were not executed as well, and I don't know that if personnel based, if that problem was personnel based. I don't know if that's the case. I do know they were the 7th ranked defense in the league last year, and they were 23rd this year, and so and with the philosophy being the same. So you tell me.
You got a hot take or two for the NBA playoffs, a team you absolutely love? Any predictions, any upsets, any NBA champion? Give us the Chuck Cooperstein playoff preview.
I have no idea what's going to happen in the West. I know a lot of people really want to go on Golden State, but I can't wait to see that series with the Kings. I think that's just going to be incredible drama, great drama. I'm fascinated by the Lakers, because the Lakers did reshape their team with those trades at the deadline, and they went 16-7 post All-Star break, and they're long and they're guarding people. And if Anthony Davis is healthy, they're going to be a really, really difficult out. I can see wildness in the first round of the NBA on the Western side, just because the whole West has been wild all year. In the East, I think it's pretty more it's pretty much what the standings will tell you that it is. Although I think that the Knicks and Cleveland could be a really fun series. I think Milwaukee's the best team. And I guess the Philly-Boston second round series is going to be one to watch, because there's just a ton of pressure on Philadelphia to get to the conference finals. I mean, they've not been to the conference finals since Allen Iverson put them into the NBA finals in 2001. And obviously, I think Joel Embiid is going to win the MVP, and thus there is even more pressure on him and James Harden and Daryl Morey and that team, Doc Rivers, to get to the conference finals, because if they don't, I think you could see some pretty significant change there too.
I am fascinated at the future for Anthony Richardson, your guy at Florida. I think he could be the biggest boom and the biggest bust of this entire draft. What did you see from him?
It's very clear to me, having watched all 12 Florida games last year, and because I did not watch the bowl game, I refused to watch that thing. That was I was not going there. Having watched all 12 games in the regular season, that NFL scouts decided to watch one game. They watched the Utah game, the first game of the year, where he looked like a better version of Cam Newton. I mean, it was incredible what he did. And he does have incredible physical gifts. But our good friend Rick Gosselin, who knows more about the history of the NFL draft and indeed how NFL drafts ultimately fail or succeed, will always tell you that if he's going to take a quarterback, he wants quarterbacks that have actually had snaps. And Anthony Richardson has had precious few snaps. I don't blame him for leaving if he's going to be a top 5 or maybe even the number 1 pick by Carolina. But I'm not the team that's taken him. I mean, I'm not even close to taking the team that's taken him. I mean, he's inaccurate. He played in only one side of the field, doesn't read the field as far as, again, I can tell. He's a 2-year at least NFL developmental project, and you can't have that with a top 5 pick in the draft.
Chuck Cooperstein, Diamond Factory Hotline. Thank you so much as always, and enjoy a little extra vacation time. Yeah. Well deserved. Hopefully not again for next year.
Yes, I'd like vacation to start about 6 weeks later next year at least. That would be much better.
Thank you, Chuck.
Thanks, guys.
The great voice of your Dallas Mavericks. We now know the price of the best thing on TV during every NFL Sunday. I need some help making a big household decision for the best thing on TV, whether to pay or not to pay. Next.
Well, let's get you over to the all-new Platinum Ford location.
special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
Crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece coming up at 9:40. About Rondo on TV with a little NBA analysis. They get more or less likable from Pat Beverly, Tristan Thompson to Rajon Rondo. Tristan Thompson went back to join the Lakers for this playoff run. I think Kendrick Perkins. I don't know whether it was a hot take segment, like they're like, give us your craziest take, but the headline is Kendrick Perkins picks the Lakers to win the West. Play-in game tonight, starting off against Minnesota, who suspended Rudy Gobert for tonight's game. Lakers are favored by 8. All right, humongous news, big life decision in the Sharif household. YouTube has announced their pricing for NFL Sunday Ticket. If you are a YouTube TV subscriber, Bobby Bell,
which I am,
here's the cost for you.
Sweet.
If you buy this before June 6th, if you buy before June 6th, yes, for Bobby, it's $250 for the year. Man, that sounds like a sweet price. If you get it after June 6th, post June 6th designation, $350 a year. So $100 more bucks pre and post June 6th if you're a YouTube TV subscriber. If you bundle it with the Red Zone, costs $390. If you're early before June 6th, $290. You get the Red Zone and you get Sunday Ticket. So $290 for Bobby. For myself and Choppy, non-YouTube TV subscribers, I'm with DirecTV.
So am I.
$450.
Damn.
$450 for the season. $350 if we're early. And if you combine it with Red Zone, which you have to have. I mean, I can't. You have to have the Red Zone. It's my number one must-have in all of TV viewing. If you are early, DirecTV or other TV subscribers with Red Zone, it's $390. Otherwise, it's $490.
Got to take advantage of that D-Day sale. Make sure you buy before June 6th.
It's a good reference.
Yeah. I mean, it's what I think of when I think June 6th. I don't think YouTube's Red Zone deals.
Maybe they're doing it on that day for a reason.
Well, this to me is like, do I switch to YouTube TV?
Which that's the pull, right? Like they're clearly trying to get, this is a subscriber push, which YouTube TV is great. I mean, and it's.
What's the disadvantages of it?
I don't think there is one.
You have it?
I have DirecTV Stream.
Okay, if you
I already use a streaming service.
The only disadvantage is if you like to follow along with the game on Twitter while watching, you are a little behind. So the stream will be 30 seconds behind. So sometimes you'll see a reaction if you're just watching Twitter while watching the game. You'll see a reaction and then you see the play.
But YouTube is better than other subscribers for the most part because it beats them on price.
The best, well, I mean, just in terms of channel selection and the DVR capabilities, which is unlimited. You can record as much programming as you want and store all of it. Now, I think it resets after a month, or it only keeps free. I don't remember the time length. I've never had a problem with it where I can't go back and watch them, but after a certain time, it just expires. But you can record as many programs as you want, bunch of different channels. You can get all these different add-ons. The ability to, if you decide you don't like it, it's literally just log in and go stop, and it's over. It's not like I bought Spectrum. I still have Spectrum in addition to YouTube TV because of the Rangers games. I need to be able to watch Bally. And so...
And you can watch Bally on YouTube TV?
Bally's not on YouTube TV. That's the problem. Bally's not on anything except Fubo when it comes to the streamers. And so...
So how do you watch Rangers and Mavs?
Because I also pay for Spectrum. I have both.
So how much is your cable bill a month, if you don't mind me asking?
I mean, what time is it? It's 9:28. She's somewhere else. She's not going to be able to hear. So between the cable and the YouTube TV, it's almost $300.
Just for the TV?
Oh, that's cable, internet, and YouTube TV.
You could probably get rid of Spectrum and just buy Bally and save money.
No, because you cannot. I don't want to, like, for instance, the Rangers games are not through the app.
Well, why would I do what you're doing?
Well, you don't have to. I'm just telling you what I do because I do that.
Well,
I just basically added the cable package. Now the big price on that.
So Bally's a problem. Otherwise, I would just switch.
Spectrum's like $180 is what I have. The reason why that's so high is because the internet package that I pay for. I pay for their cheapest cable add-on just so I can have Bally. But like for instance, right now I put a pause on YouTube TV. That's again one of the things you can just put. Pause subscription.
And they don't charge you?
No, and just put pause subscription and restart the subscription again on this date, and it'll charge you, and then your account will be active again with all of your DVR options still saved. It doesn't reset you or anything. The flexibility, because there's no need for me to. What I keep it for is NFL Network and stuff like that. Right now during the summer when NFL Network's not nearly as needed, then I pause it and just keep Spectrum. And then when the season will start back up, I'll go back. But you want to talk about a pain? Try and just adjust your subscription on Spectrum back away. Cancel the TV. I just need the internet now. That is a phone call and being transferred 4 different times. YouTube TV is literally you log in and pause it after 10 seconds.
I mean, look, what I would do if I were you, I would get the YouTube TV and just get the Bally app. And you could, what is a streaming thing? So you can't watch it on your phone.
Yeah,
which who cares?
I never do.
No, I don't. I don't think the Bally Sports Plus thing even lets you watch the Rangers. I don't think they have Rangers deals because it's technically a stream, so I don't think you can watch it on there. Because that's what everybody was complaining about on opening day.
I think maybe the Fox Sports Go app you could watch or whatever the hell it is if it's still something.
Well, that's what everybody was complaining about on opening day was they didn't have the licensing to do it.
I've watched the game on the Bally app. It was maybe not this year, maybe it was last year, unless it changed.
Remember if you watched the game on it this year? We're like 10 games in.
On my phone?
Yeah.
I don't know because I don't usually have to watch it on my phone. But yeah, I mean, look, if you could do that, that's the way to go.
I mean, Bally is the problem. That's ultimately what this comes down to. Bally's at Diamond Sports and everything that they do, they are the problem.
You do option
Bassick,
number 2.
Thanks a lot.
Just get the MLB at Bat app, $2.99 a month, and then you watch the condensed game 20 minutes after it's finished. And they show every pitch in 6 minutes.
Oh, it's just like
and that's the
pitch
way to
clock
go.
era.
Yeah. And then you do that.
What do you have to have during the NFL season? I have to have the Red Zone, but I can't get Red Zone without getting the Sunday ticket, right? They make you buy the Sunday ticket to get the Red Zone. I can't just.
No, you can get Red Zone separate.
Yeah. Okay.
I've had and Red Zone, and the cool thing about YouTube TV that I can't do with Spectrum. For instance, I cannot watch Spectrum. I cannot, even though I've got an account, I cannot watch that off of my home Wi-Fi. They cut off half the channels. So I can't watch a Bally game if I'm somewhere out and about. I wouldn't be able to pull up the Rangers game if I was not on my home Wi-Fi network. YouTube TV, as long as you're in the same zip code as where your home address is, I can open Red Zone. When I'm at the Cowboys game, I open Red Zone or I'll open the Cowboys game, and I've got the TV up on my laptop while I'm also sitting there at the stadium. YouTube TV, if they just added Bally, there would be no question. There's nothing else that you would need, and you would just cancel Spectrum.
Peyton, what does your estate have?
At the Russell property, we have DirecTV Stream.
Okay.
We dropped YouTube TV about 4 or 5 months ago.
Why?
For Bally. We needed Bally for the Rangers, Mavs, Stars.
I think I'm just going to keep DirecTV.
The best stream there was the best stream was PlayStation View. They weren't making any money and they stopped. But PlayStation View had everything. They had Fox Sports Southwest. They had all the agreements you needed. That was the interface, the user, the usability was super friendly. And it just they weren't making money, so they had to cancel it.
877-881-1053. The Tolos always come up with the best TV options and streaming options. So those are the prices for the NFL Sunday ticket with Red Zone, because people were sitting there saying, just looking for an excuse to drop DirecTV. That's the only reason I was sticking around.
I like the stream. It's relatively inexpensive. It's like $70. And then you get your HBOs if you want HBOs. It's pretty inexpensive. But that introductory offer will go away. It'll probably be about $110 next year.
Yeah. So now people are wondering if Odell Beckham is going to save the Baltimore Ravens with the Lamar situation. Not only were they FaceTiming after Odell agreed to the deal, apparently they were out and about. Socially, in the club, in the bar, in the restaurant. Why would Lamar Jackson be hanging out with Odell Beckham if he wasn't going to return to wear the purple and black? So could Odell Beckham save the entire situation with the Baltimore Ravens? That is what people are wondering after they've been celebrating together.
Ian Rappaport reported yesterday, said that Beckham has a, quote, clear understanding that Jackson will be the quarterback throwing to him this season.
Rappaport said
That's
that?
what Rappaport said.
Keyshawn Johnson said teams are stupid. Bobby Belt's stupid to not think that Lamar Jackson is elite.
And this is just based on polling a ton of people around the league for years about the quarterback position. Joe Burrow, Justin Herbert, unquestionably right now top 5 to 6 quarterbacks in the league in the eyes of the NFL. Lamar Jackson is not that. Great player, been a great player.
They're
he
stupid.
hasn't been that.
And those people,
media-
Jeremy, are going to be fired. They're going to be fired.
Which
Whoever
people?
thinks that he's not one of them top quarterbacks, they're going to get fired.
I'm talking like top 5 to 6. Teams don't see him the way the media does. It's just the way it is. Now they see him as a top 10, top 11 quarterback.
And teams are stupid.
Yeah, but I agree, Key. If that's actually the case, they got to be out of their minds. But
they got to be out of their damn minds.
But Jeremy is describing the reality. If that's the case,
I understand. No, I understand
He's
what
a great
Jeremy's
player,
describing.
but
that's crazy.
You've had injuries back-to-back years.
It's not crazy. It's correct. Look, I think he's one of the most elite running backs in the NFL. It's the ability there. No. Look, Lamar's really good. And like I've said the whole time, Baltimore needs to pay him. Like, that's just flat out the case. You need to pay him. You don't want to go into quarterback purgatory. I would not put him in the top 10.
He puts pressure on defenses that nobody else does.
Kyler does.
No, not even close.
Yes,
he does. Kyler Murray does not put pressure on defenses at near the level Lamar does.
He hasn't been there.
If he did, he would win games at the level that Lamar wins. He would.
Lamar's been pretty mid the last couple of years, so.
He's been pretty mid the last couple of years. He's 45-16. That's not mid.
The last couple of years.
He hasn't been mid the last couple of years, which means if he was mid the last couple of years, that means he started his career like 30-6.
Which he did.
I don't think he did.
He basically did.
It's not mid. He's not mid at all. He hasn't been mid at anything. He's been a little hurt. But I don't know.
What do we have? We have like 30 touchdowns and like 25 turnovers over the last 2 years.
What are the stats you gonna throw at me?
Oh, turnovers don't matter?
No, they don't. They do matter. They're just overrated.
25. Okay, all right. Then
of course they matter.
Then I just please pull that, Peyton. I want you to hit that drop the next time Chop says anything about Dak and his interceptions.
When do I ever say anything about Dak? I said they were not his fault.
Yesterday. You said it yesterday.
What'd I say?
You said yesterday.
I said like half of them weren't his fault.
Right, but you also said that like that's a problem. Like Dak turning over the ball.
He did turn over the ball.
But you just said turnovers were overrated.
They are
overrated. They don't matter.
But it's still not good to have them, but they are overrated.
You
both can be true.
A Big Dog TV exec just hit me up and said the Bally app streaming issue for Rangers is a digital rights issue.
Tell Pat I said what's up.
I'm so confused. Pat Doney is not an executive, sir. Newey Scruggs runs NBC5, not Patrick
Tell
Doney.
Newey I said what's up, Pat.
Crosstalk. It wasn't Newey. Shut up. Argue with RJ. Crosstalk with KMC next.
Let's get you over to Platinum Chrysler.
Swinging a drive to left field. Back on it, Olivares turns, watches, out of here! A grand slam for Adolis Garcia. The first grand slam by a Ranger in 2023, and the Rangers lead 11-1.
More Rangers baseball tonight. Jacob deGrom just dreaming that he can match Andrew Heaney on the mound for once in his life, as we have crosstalk.
He is no Heaney.
KMC Masterpiece here with Kevin Hagelin, Mike Bassett, Corey Majors. What's coming up?
We do have, it's Bruce Day is what we call it here on Tuesdays with Bruce Bochy at 12:20 today. So we'll rock along with that at 12:20. Bruce Bochy.
What?
You don't want me to say it. I shut my mouth. My inclination was to say something that would get me in trouble, so I stopped.
Oh dear. Is this like that
now I want you to
segment
say
from
it.
earlier?
No, that's
I wanted to give out somebody's phone number.
Corey Majors with a text of the day having to do with our Bud Light subject.
Man, I was listening. I was shocked that you got into it. You're like, well, let's talk Bud Light. I was like, they're not really. Oh, wow.
We are.
Good for them.
We don't shy away around here.
I've had to get off of TikTok for a while because I'm just like, man, come on, all of them, like all my TikToks are this. Come on, let's go, let's move on.
It took over TikTok.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That's where I first saw this, and I've been showing Kevin a lot of it too. There's some funny stuff.
All right, weigh in. Tell the guys what you texted.
Okay, so I was an intern at ESPN, the radio station, Kevin, back in the day before,
Praise the Lord.
The thing that happened.
Before we put it out of business.
Yeah, and
that's what happened in the Metroplex anyway.
Our great friend Frito said, you're going to go shadow Choppy during the draft show tonight. So I go down to the AAC. I'd never met Choppy. And we're sitting down, like just hanging out, and there's a bunch of people. By the way, Chop was holding court. Everybody at the table was captivated by this guy. And once he sees that, he's like, yes, more. Right. And so the jokes just got funnier all night. That being said, this dude knocked out like 10 Bud Lights. Just one after another, bring another bucket. And
That's because you drank so many Bud Lights, you don't remember.
And went on air and delivered a flawless draft show. Like him and Chuck Cooperstein. Like he's just nailing it over and over. I was in awe. I was like, wow.
You drank the beers before hosting the show?
Absolutely.
And during.
You're on location. Yeah, look, I learned from the best, Randy Galloway. Okay. That when you're on location, you never say no to a drink. Beer is good before a show. It's better after.
Or a broadcast in Puerto Rico.
I think I was just hungover that day. It was like a 10 a.m. game, but
just call her Vida.
But I appreciate that. That was very nice of you to say.
Yeah.
Was that the Byron Mullins draft? Is that what that
I think
was?
so, yeah.
There we go.
It was really, really dumb draft.
Was Callaway?
Ohio State.
Was Galloway ever smashed on air?
Football firing line every Monday. Was it Railhead? Is that where he was at?
Yeah.
The Railhead.
Railhead's
right?
good barbecue.
Yeah, so every Monday he would have the football firing line and
bring Todd Archer out there.
Yep.
And
little ball of hate and
30 in Montgomery in Fort Worth. Is that where you guys were at?
There was a couple of them, right?
There were some good times.
Yeah, there was a couple of them, but you could tell. You could tell because he would do his regular show. Whatever, I think his show was like 3 to 6 or whatever, right? So he would do his regular show from 3 to 4:30, and at 4:30 through the rest of the show, it was the football firing line. And I think they extended to like 7 o'clock.
Yep.
And he would start drinking before the show. And by the end, it would, Gil Everton, what is it do? Should is Romo gonna do? And that's kind of how
I feel like that question still has relevancy.
His show was the first radio show my voice ever appeared on.
Who?
Galloway's. Yeah, I was. I listened to it all the time back in the day. I was driving up to Oklahoma to see Adrian, and he was like, "What's gonna happen this weekend in the Cowboy game?" And I was like, I called in. I was nervous. I was so nervous.
Oh, yeah.
That's why I love like being able to text. Texting is you can get your point across and everything. Calls are there are some guys that call in y'all shows on Mondays. I'm like, they're heroes. They're great. But I called in and I was so nervous and I was like, Galloway's hurt, yada yada yada, and I hung up and he goes, "You can't hurt a Galloway. Galloway's never hurt."
The first weekend I was hosting here, like a year and a half ago or whatever it was, I referred to the fan text as the text toy.
Oh,
and somebody hit in and went, "Oh, Bobby was a Galloway listener. He just called it the text toy." I had to remember Todd Archer, his first football firing line. He had just come from Miami. And he was trying to argue for Adewale Ogunleye to come for the Cowboys to sign him. And he said Adewale Ogunleye, and Randy with names, she kept saying, "Who, you want him to sign a Glucci? Who's a Glucci?"
Oh, my gosh.
All right, see if you can tell who this is in the background. As yesterday, First Take was discussing some NBA Dallas Maverick issues. See what y'all make of this sound, Peyton.
Maverick did not believe they were going to do a damn thing this postseason. That's why they made the decision that they made. So we can lament the decision. I'm just focused on the reason why. The reason why is we think they're not that good.
That's Kendrick Perkins.
Has to be.
I thought it was Marcus Spears. I thought,
Those are my two guesses.
Ross Pro Jr.
The fan text said.
Because he sounded like he was digging it. He's like, talk more about how much they suck.
The fan text. The fan text had an interesting submission that they, because Perkins and Stephen A were on TV at the time, they think that was Spears who stepped away to go
poop.
To go poop.
But then it sounded.
They think those are poop noises.
Then it sounded a little sexual later.
But he seemed to do it exactly at the point where
They
you'd
made a
be
point,
exasperated with somebody quitting.
So that's one of the things I'm going to need, by the way, once we wrap up here, is Chop is claiming that I can tell anybody's moan.
Yeah.
He's like, I can hear a moan. I can tell anybody's moan.
If you moan, if you don't like disguise, if you disguise your voice, I can tell. I think I can tell just
So
everybody's moan.
I'm going to go through. I'm going to need KNC and I'm going to need G-Bag's moans, and we're going to play him for Choppy tomorrow and see if he can identify everybody's moan.
Play the whole thing one more time, Peyton.
Maverick did not believe they were going to do a damn thing this postseason. That's why they made the decision that they made. So we can lament the decision. I'm just focused on the reason why.
That's the one.
The reason why is we think they're not that good.
Mike,
He is going to the bathroom. And he's leaning. He's leaning.
I think he's in the bathroom.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I do know this.
I don't know.
When I'm in Las Colinas at Bally's and you're locked in, as in they've wired you up and you have all the boxes on the back side of you and they're on, you can't really turn them off because you can't see them anymore. So if you have to go to the restroom, you sometimes are like, hey, can you got to remember to tell somebody like, hey, can you turn mine off? I got to go to the restroom. And if you forget to do that, or you're at home, like Marcus Spears, I think does a lot of this from home. I don't know if he has all those things on his belt or whatever.
So
but
all of your off-air conversations, someone's like zero is hearing in the.
if you still have your microphone on, yeah.
Yeah. Wow, man.
Dangerous.
How many times have they left a hot mic as a hot mic for you gone over TV? Ever?
0. I think did I have a hot mic in Surprise? When I went to the restroom, or did y'all dump that?
I think we were okay
Yeah.
there.
All right, so Bud Light.
Your thoughts?
I will tell you.
I was just joking. You don't have to answer.
I was going to say, one thing that I thought
Reg.
that Choppy said made a lot of sense to me, and I've always been curious about this as well, Bud Light and beyond, is I still don't totally understand the logic of buying the product to destroy it, because once you buy it, aren't companies like, I don't care?
But have you ever not bought a product because of the commercial, or you stopped buying, like RJ's mom with ketchup?
Adrian did have the Chick-fil-A time where she was like, we're not going to Chick-fil-A. And I was like, what do you mean? It's fantastic. And she was like, nope. And I said, I'll just have to sneak it, pay cash and stuff like that.
But she eventually folded, right?
She did fold at some point. I don't know why.
Folded.
Her delicious chicken sandwiches. She was like, I can't have.
I made up my mind I would never, and not that it's a challenge, but I will never do anything ATT related, because their commercial with Matt Stafford about like, oh, so it's like changing your phone, and it's like you found something that was really good for you in the past, and it's like, oh, it mirrors his career from Detroit to LA. How freaking funny! And as soon as I saw that,
that was funny?
No, it drove me so nuts, and it made me so angry that I was like, I will never buy anything from them ever again in protest, because these are stupid commercials.
So you will cover the Cowboys.
Yes.
Right.
From Cowboy Stadium. From Cowboy Stadium.
Dallas, Texas Stadium. And what's your mom up to now on the ban list? Catch up?
Let's see. Coca-Cola products for a while.
She's not a fan of New Coke?
She only goes to Ace Hardware now. Let's see. She refused to buy Heinz ketchup, even though I told her that.
Was it John Kerry?
It was John Kerry's wife. And I was like, they don't own it anymore.
That's
she goes,
dedication.
well, it's okay. I'm going to buy Whataburger ketchup now. I was like, well, at least it's better than Hunt's or Del Monte, that other crap you were making me eat.
Love Hunt's.
Oh, and then, see. So Coca-Cola. No, Nike. She won't buy Nike. What? She won't buy Nike.
Because the Affleck?
Because of LeBron.
Oh.
No.
You guys should really be able to figure that one out. That one feels like the easiest
Where
of the
they're made.
bunch.
What?
Where they're made?
That was Kaepernick.
Yes.
Ah.
That was
No,
the easiest
She
one,
doesn't
y'all.
care.
How?
She doesn't care about the people building it in sweatshops
Yeah.
in China.
Yeah.
China.
This is
No, she
confusing.
cares about Kaepernick.
Sorry. The
So
way you
let's see.
said
I don't
it.
know what else. Like, there's probably other things.
That's amazing.
Can you get a list from your mom?
Yeah, she has a notepad. No, I'm dead serious. She has a little,
I believe you.
She has a little, remember those composition books, those
Oh, for
black and
sure.
white ones? She writes down all these things. She says, I heard this on O'Reilly the other day. That what these are the things
Is that show
President
still
Trump
on
did
the
for
air?
the
I feel like
I
that
know,
show
Mom.
has
I
been on the air for
family
like a
just
long
does
time.
here for free food. I'm like, it's on the way home. I had to use the bathroom. I don't need a political manifesto.
Was your dad hardcore into it?
By the time he started,
You know what?
by the time his dementia really hit, like
See, now you shouldn't laugh.
before all this took place.
Way to make a dementia joke, Corey. Yeah. The K. You want to go after Bobby's mom next?
Yeah, she's dead.
The KMC
Oh my
masterpiece
God.
is.
Don't do that.
Don't ever miss crosstalk.
Tragic.
Everybody
she couldn't
dies.
breathe at the end.
KMC is next on the
16.
fan. This segment is dead.
Keep the volume turned up all day. Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Just when and how did the Mavericks season go so wrong? Don't worry, Stars fans. We have broken the curse. We will discuss them.
What about the Rangers?
In just a little bit. Don't worry, Rangers fans. We never cursed you to begin with.
Don't forget this, Kevin. As the baseball show of record here in DFW, we have maybe the greatest baseball insider that you could possibly have.
Yes.
In Bruce Bochy, Tuesdays.
Yes.
Right here at 12:20.
I agree.
And in addition to that, we also have Derek Holland on Wednesdays with us.
That's tomorrow.
Yeah. And also at our disposal at any point, Jared Sandler. We could just call him up. And don't forget about this either.
Dude,
we got John Heyman, Tony Gwynn Jr., Bob Nightingale,
Mike
and
Bass.
don't forget about our really good friend Matt Hicks.
Oh my gosh.
And also basketball insider Mike Bass.
I like calling him Hickey. I like adding the the Y to everybody's name. Kevy.
Yeah.
Corey.
Well, it's already there.
Yeah.
But we have Mike Bassick on the show, the baseball show of record in DFW. Nobody talks better baseball than this show.
I'll tell you what,
station.
at 10:45, I have a fictional trade.
I like it.
That could be really fun to discuss.
And yesterday, the Stars and Rangers won by a combined mark of 17-3.
Wow.
So
who scored the most?
I mean, the
Stars
Rangers,
or the Rangers?
The Rangers scored the most,
Oh, okay.
but the Stars did the best they could. Well, it was 5-0 midway through the second period. So did they do the best they could?
Yeah,
What are you doing right now?
Well, they gave up a goal. That's what he's saying.
That's true. And our top line played 3 shifts in the third period. But the point is, we whipped the crap out of Detroit, and the Rangers whipped the crap out of Kansas City.
Gotta love it.
I do love it. So now we have to talk about the bad part. Okay.
Why?
Okay. It's just, I need some help, and I've come up with some viable options. Give us the
I got it.
when and how of the Mavericks season going wrong. I think your answer is going to be different than mine. Mike.
100% different.
Okay.
This is going to be like a 180-degree difference.
Oh, I have 3 spots specifically in the season, but I have a feeling yours might be something totally different.
Mine is going to be December 21st through January 2nd. That is where the Mavs ran off 7 victories in a row.
Okay, that is very different. Yeah,
That is the worst thing that happened to the Mavs. So listen to me. The Mavs were 15-16 going into December 21st. And at the end of that 7-game stretch, they were 22-16. From that point, they went 16-28. If you take the 15-16 and the 16-28, this is one of the 6 worst teams in the NBA. There was a 7-game stretch where they ran off victories against Minnesota with no Cat, which is pretty much when you play Minnesota, you have a great chance of him not playing. Houston, horrible team that you won by 6. LA, they were hurt in that game. You won that game by 9. You won in New York you won that game here against New York in overtime where you had the miraculous comeback. You just gave us a really cool commemorative card of Lucas scoring 60. That's the game where Lucas scored 60. You then beat Houston again, a horrible team. You beat San Antonio by 1 point, a horrible team. And then you beat Houston again, a horrible team by 5 points. That's the best basketball the Mavericks played all year. Besides that 7-game stretch, this is one of the 6 worst teams in the whole NBA. That was the only thing that gave us hope. If you really think about this season, you're below 500 in late December going into Christmas. You come out of that 22-16, and then you start losing again on a pretty consistent basis, 16-28 the rest of the season. So for me, the when and how, this was a bad team all year except for a 7-game stretch. That's the only time that they played somewhat winning basketball for a 2-week stretch.
Now, a lot of...
Very weird take, right? But that's my take of, we would have just never had hope.
I thought you were more likely to go into roster construction before the season started as opposed to that, but that is fascinating about that. And from the 254, the point where Nico and Jay Kidd being on totally different pages and then trading for Kyrie is the point that I stopped caring. Now, Corey, I don't know if you have a particular spot in mind. I have a few, And they, as Mike guessed, they are different.
Mine's easy. I mean, I think we all know it was when Maxey got hurt. And that's whenever, like Jason Kidd told us.
It was 5, and then we were getting Kevin Garnett back, but he just wasn't Kevin Garnett again like he was before the injury.
When that's
and we did pin a lot of hopes to that.
That's easily what it is like his defensive presence and his ability to stand there and watch people rebound, like those things that Maxey brings. That's where it went terribly wrong. Is that was the question, right? When did it go so wrong? So that's my answer.
Okay, so I isolated, although validity to both of those, I isolated.
I don't know.
3 particular. I mean, fascinating.
Mine felt sarcastic, but that's what I do.
You would undercut your own take right there. I like it. Is everybody knows that's all we needed was for Maxey to come back. I don't know what happened. He must have stayed hurt. There were 3 times in the season that I think really torpedoed this season, because I still think, despite the injury, despite the poorly constructed way this team took shape, there were 3 times. November 20th to the 27th is my first time, because that's when I knew this season had a ceiling, right? Or it felt like this season had a ceiling. You lost to Boston, Denver, Toronto, and Milwaukee. So 3 of the best teams in the league. In that moment, it felt like, at least right now, you can't contend. You can make the playoffs, maybe. You can't contend. If you're looking for why they didn't make the playoffs, there are 2 other times. January 14th through the 24th. That was a devastating run. Go ahead.
I want to stop you real quick on that Denver game.
Yeah.
This is one of those games. The Mavericks lose by 1 point. One of your first ones. No Jokic.
Yep.
No Murray.
Yep.
They are playing without a couple other guys, too.
Yep.
Their starting lineup is DeAndre Jordan, who goes for 17 boards and 8 points. Who I don't even know how much he plays when they're healthy. Like going in the playoffs, I don't even know if you're going to see DeAndre Jordan play a second in the playoffs. But he dominated us. Caldwell Pope. Michael Porter Jr., a guy who you don't like very much. He didn't even have a great game in that game. The guy who killed us was Bones Highland in that game, who's got traded because they couldn't stand him so much. They're like, oh, we don't like him anymore. Like, that's the Denver team you lost to. You didn't lose to Jokic. You didn't lose to Murray.
And then just a few days after that, or I guess a week or so after that, you lost to Detroit when Cade Cunningham was already out. And, like, you saw that a lot during the season. January 14th through the 24th, you lost 5 of 6 games. 1 of those games was to a team that made the real playoffs. So we're talking about, I know they've expanded it out where everybody except the Mavs and teams looking for Wemby make the playoffs, but you lost 5 of 6 games. You didn't lose. This is the exact opposite as the November stretch where you were losing to the elite. This one, you lost 1 of those 5 games to a team that made the real playoffs.
So you feel like it was somewhere around or before that they started the mindset of we're going to do this, we're going to fall apart?
I don't think so, because
or they were falling apart and then the decision came much later and too late.
They were falling apart and then they were like, let's go get Kyrie, right? And I just want to point this out. I'm going to give you the before and after numbers. That does not mean it's Kyrie's fault, because you could see this thing potentially could spiral. The Mavericks were 29-26 when Kyrie arrived. They were 6th in the Western Conference. They finished 9-18 with Kyrie and then went down to 11th. And again, there are a lot of factors at play. And when I tell you they were 6th, they were holding on to being in 12th place by 2 games. So it was a really thin margin to begin with. And when you do that poorly, you fall out. But in the midst of that stretch, this is kind of straddled around the All-Star break. This is the part that we talked about a week or 2 ago about the close games. February 11th to February 28th. So I've identified, I think, 3 different spots where you can see the problems that this team had. The first spot, they lost to good teams. The second spot, they lost to bad teams. The third spot, they lost close games. From February 11th to February 28th, they lost 5 of their 6 games. 3 of those losses were by 3 or less points, and another one of them was in overtime. So that means in your 1-5 stretch, 4 of them came down to the last second, minute, etc. and you lost the bulk of them. So whether it's good teams, bad teams, close games, this Mavericks team found a plethora of ways to lose.
Pretty good tanking right there.
Corey.
Keep it that close and still lose. And you're like, look,
you're
we
never
tried
going to
really
get
hard.
investigated for that.
Yeah, when
You're
you
right.
when you pull up their schedule and you start looking at the green and the red, green meaning win, red meaning loss, they never played good basketball for a long stretch. Even the 7-game winning streak, they're barely beating literally the worst two teams in the Western Conference, Houston and San Antonio. They're struggling to figure out a way to beat those teams. They never.
Those 3 wins were by combined 12 points.
Yeah, they never at any point when you look at this schedule, just scanning through it, they never played good basketball all year for like a 2-week stretch. It was always either close losses, bad losses, close wins against bad teams. They never at any point really showed the ability to compete at a high level in the NBA this year.
Before the season, we were discussing, though, that at some point they needed to make a move to make this team better, right? Like that was something we discussed. But Mike, you were very adamant that they had very limited options and resources to do that. Kevin, yesterday I showed you Bobby Marks' list of resources to build the roster this year. The draft being one of them. Lottery top 10 to keep or move, 2027's first. Their own free agents, Kyrie, Powell, and Christian Wood. Cap flex, 20 to 30 million, but at the cost of their own free agents and Reggie Bullock. Sign and trade with Kyrie Irving. Tradable contracts, which are Hardaway and Kleba. That's like they're still limited. And
the
only thing that helps, Mike, is like adding that first round or that top 10 pick this year gives them something else. That otherwise they were still handcuffed by everything they'd done in the past.
I think most Mavs fans need to hear this. Your free agent cap space was you get $20 million if Kyrie walks and you don't trade him. And you can trade Reggie Bullock for nothing if you can pull that off, which would be probably connecting him with the 10th overall pick, which would be like, hey, you want the 10th overall pick in Reggie Bullock, which I don't think is a smart trade. But if you knew you were losing Kyrie, like you know that Kyrie's going somewhere else on draft night, you could trade the 10th pick in Reggie Bullock and you'd have $30 million of cap space, which is not much in the NBA to try to help your team out. So there's not cap space here to really help out this team. This is a scary moment in Mavs history where you might be, and I hope this isn't true, and I don't think it's going to be this bad, you might be about ready. You might be a couple years away from going into the 1990s Dallas Mavericks.
But Kevin, looking at, with everything that Mike just said, looking at what we thought before the season, it was going to take heroic effort on Luka and all the guys that were with him to do something special. And then the ultimate outcome, looking at before and after, what happened in between was probably the best thing that could have happened, except for maybe tanking even better. Like they gave you everything they could because they were like, Luka's going to win you a lot of games. We got to figure out how to lose some here and there.
And like I hear what you're saying, Mike. I don't think it's going to go to that point.
I don't think it'll be that because they're the worst franchise in sports, and I don't think it'll be that bad.
Not just basketball, all of sports. I think my fear is you're just going to be stuck in this same spot.
Portland Trailblazers land.
Exactly. Where like you have a guy in Dame that, my God, like I know this year notwithstanding, he has tried to will them, and there's been flashes here and there where you're like, oh, awesome. But more often than not, you're sitting in a spot where you're like, same as last year, same as the next year. And that's what I'm hopeful we avoid.
You think you're in the same spot next year?
I kind of do, just because like,
you have one smaller piece that you can work with, but that's potentially adding a veteran, not necessarily adding
I think you have a 3% chance of it ending up great, and that is hitting the lottery ball number 1. If you do that with your about 3% chance at the 10th overall pick right now, and if the lottery ball comes up kind of like it did for the Orlando Magic with Shaquille O'Neal, and then they traded it back to number 3 to get Penny Hardaway, that's how you create the dynasty. Wemby and Luka, and you create something special. Besides that, I'm with Kevin.
Yeah, and I honestly, I hope that's not the case. My fear is not so much for the players, it's the person who I still think has the last say on the construction of this roster, and I don't think that Mark Cuban is particularly good at constructing an NBA roster. That, at the end of the day, that's my problem. So for people who shout out Nico, I'm like, that's cool, but like, Does he get the final say? For people who are on Luka, I get why. For people who are on Kyrie, I get why.
So you think that Nico walks up and he's got this platter and he's like, this is the one, and Mark's like, I want that one over there.
I mean, we've seen it with somebody who had way more of a relationship with Mark Cuban in Donnie Nelson before that all fell apart. I knew there was
Giannis,
I know there was a time, but like we've seen that before.
And you haven't learned, Mark. That's what if you got to learn from that mistake. You hired a guy that you thought this guy can do the job. Let him do his job right, so that Kevin can be like, you know what, Mark finally did it.
And look, and this is from the 214. I know we got to go, but this is a point that agitates me about the season as well. When people are like, oh, the Mavericks organically tanked. No, they didn't. Or they would have made this decision a really long time ago. Y'all didn't see enough in Hardy to think he'll be able to take a big step over the offseason. He could. I would love to have seen Josh Green's role not change as much. I realized once Kyrie got here, it was always going to change, like at least some. I wish it wouldn't have changed so much so you could see more of him for a full season at that level. I wish you would have played Hardy more in minutes that mattered so you could get a better sense of how quickly he can elevate.
Portland added a stud at number 6 this year. Stud. What's Portland's record at the end of the year? 33-49. They literally added a stud in the draft. And maybe Jaden Hardy can be a potential stud, but it's really tough for the 6th overall pick or 10th overall pick or 2nd round pick to make that big of an impact that you're hoping Jaden Hardy now takes us to 50 plus wins.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, after a monster victory over the Red Wings, the Stars lead our latest Random Sports Report. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by State-of-the-Art Weight Loss, and it's brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in big trucks should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
Down for Hintz. Back for Miro Heiskanen. Floated one through. They score. There's a redirected shot from the slot. They're coming off the bench. That could be for 1,000 for Pavelski. One of the best in NHL history on redirecting pucks, Joe Pavelski.
Can you do me a favor real quick, Reggie? Because first of all, that was for point number 1,000 for Pavelski. Can you play the beginning of that one more time so we can just hear the sadness from the Detroit broadcasters? Oh, man.
Down for Hintz. Back for Miro Heiskanen. Floated one through. They score. There's a redirected shot.
That's my favorite right there. So Joe Pavelski, less than 4 minutes into the second period, gets the goal, 1,000th point of his career. But the oh man was not like an anti-Joe Pavelski vibe or anything like that. I love that so much. It's that made it 5-0, 4 minutes into the second period. At that point, Dallas had 10 shots and had scored 5 goals, with Detroit using 2 different goaltenders to try to stop it. Clearly, one gave up 3. I'm pretty sure the other one, well, obviously numbers would dictate the other one gave up 2 goals. But yeah, they were down 5-0 after the Stars took 10 shots. And I know, Corey, your free throw goal is
try to make them all.
Try to make them all. They tried.
They did try.
They made half of them, which you will win every NHL game ever unless they have the most stifling defense ever that shuts down every shot attempt if you make half of your shots.
Yeah, man. This kind of does this feel a little bit like that ride back up now that we were
100%.
hoping for. I know that you were saying these are all tin cans that they're going up against for the rest of the way.
But they're doing what they need to against the tin can.
Yeah, you're like, the playoffs are a bunch of tin cans too. But yes, you're exactly right. You're supposed to destroy the bad teams, get yourself kind of in that mindset of these are the little things. These are the things we should be doing when we get out on the ice against tougher opponents as well.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And if you're looking at the Stars, they've won 4 in a row, and that's one of the advantages. But you just beat Vegas too over the weekend. Vegas is a very good team. They are, I know that they're not a lock to win the Pacific Division, but they're at the top of the Pacific Division right now. And so you whoop the crap out of Nashville. You whoop the crap out of Detroit. In fact, in their last 4 games, the Stars have beat their opponents 16-4 by a combined mark of 16-4. So there's a good team mixed in there. But even if there's not, that's the benefit of this closing schedule, right? We talked about this with the Mavs a month or so ago. They did not take advantage of the benefit of their soft closing schedule. The Stars, they damn sure have. Now, the part that kind of sucks is that Colorado has won 5 in a row. So you have not.
So they're doing the same thing the Stars are doing. They're like, hey, we better ramp it up just a little
exactly. And they're tied atop the Central, but Colorado has 3 games left to go as opposed to Dallas only having 2 games left to go. But the good thing is you continue to hold a 2-point lead over Minnesota, which would then be your most likely playoff opponent to kick it off.
Do you have a specific team that you want to play in the playoffs? Is there like one that you're like, I want them because it's a great matchup for this team? Or is it just, I want them because they're the worst team?
I mean, if you could, I know Nashville is like kind of fighting for their lives. I would enjoy seeing Nashville, but they feel unlikely. It feels like, Seattle and Winnipeg are going to be your wild card teams. The only thing that kind of worries me about Minnesota is A, and this will always be A, they're still mad that we stole their hockey team.
Yeah, of course.
And B, they play remarkably similar to the Stars.
Okay.
But the good news is you are more than likely going to avoid Colorado. Like that would be highly unlikely. There'd have to be a lot of stuff to fall into place for you to hit up Colorado in the first round. And so that's the team that you really want to avoid.
So Joey brought this up the other day whenever we had, our own Stars Insider right here on the show pop on with us because we loaned him to Sean and RJ.
Sure. It's a temporary transfer, I believe is what we're going with.
Yeah. And he's out today, I believe, upper body injury, something like that.
Sure.
he said not really concerned road or home
ice. Yeah.
And you've brought that up the last 2 times now. And I was like, okay, well, I want to look at their records real quick. They're 24-11-5 on the road.
They're fantastic on the road.
They're 21-10-9 at home.
Sure.
I mean, they have more wins on the road, and
a shocking amount of overtime and shootout losses.
So weird. I don't know if I don't know if that would change in the playoffs, because in the playoffs, obviously, the fan base gets rowdier. Everything kind of amps up just a little bit, and I would suppose that home ice would be a benefit to them.
Sure.
But because of how good they have been on the road. Now, Colorado's been fantastic on the road as well.
Yeah.
So, there's lots of you're wanting to fight for home ice. That's
but
what
so
you're.
is Vegas.
Yeah.
You did beat them at home while they were on the road, and they've been awesome on the road.
So I don't know how much that's going to matter. I'm interested to see it going into as we get closer to this playoff run. I'm interested to see how the Stars manage that.
Look, and if the Stars are going to take the top seed in the Central, we talked about this yesterday. The win against the Red Wings changes nothing from that perspective. You have to win both of those games against St. Louis. You play St. Louis there on Wednesday, here on Thursday. You have to win both of them. You have to get 4 points, in my estimation, if you have any shot at winning. Well, just because you're tied with Colorado and they still have 3 games to go and they've been on fire.
I really appreciate your analysis here.
St. Louis?
F St. Louis.
Okay.
All right. Do you not remember Game 6?
Okay. Yes.
Do you not remember the things we've gone through with the Blues, Kevin, here with the Stars as well? I wasn't just talking Rangers
That
there.
actually is very fair. Well, in their last 4 games, the Stars have been winning by an average of 4-1. So let's go ahead and hang 4-1 on them the next 2 games.
I'm in.
And maybe you've got a shot.
Bury them.
Colorado's been playing incredible, so maybe you don't. But the Stars appear to be playing excellent hockey at just the right time. Now, what I know Reggie has been waiting for, I was keeping track, more or less, of the WNBA draft last night. And we talked about
DeMarcus Lawrence. I don't know if you saw his tweets out to the.
Not.
Didn't he recently purchase an investment in one of the WNBA teams? I'm going to go check that out. But
I hope it was the Wings.
Yeah, he did tweet that out last night.
The Wings had picks 3, 5, and 11.
That's right.
We were like, that's a lot. And they said, it's not. Because what we really need is picks 3, 4, 5, and 11.
Actually, no, you're right.
Yeah, because they made the trade, right?
Yes.
Okay. So
sending a few, I think 25 first-round pick and then the next year second-round pick. And it's worth remembering, right, when we talk about them having 4 first-rounders this year. There are 12 teams in the league. There are 12 first-round selections. They had a third of the first round.
Well, and plus, which is that is wild. But also, the lady from Iowa State that they picked up can't play this year, if I understand it correctly,
Suarez
because of the ACL.
Yeah, an ACL injury. So that's basically a next year's selection now.
Okay, so you love the Wings. You have helped us procure multiple Wings guests along the way.
I win bets on the Wings all the time because of Reggie.
I actually think that is a great market for.
Oh, so that's why I thought you were interested.
No, I need advice on betting. Thanks, man.
You just hurt his feelings. What did you think about the Wings draft, just from a, I guess, value perspective or player perspective? I realize it'll be several years until we actually know.
This feels like a replacing of the last crop of elite talent that the Wings drafted. Hope always springs eternal this time of year. New players, interesting talents. They're the Maddie Segrist, the third overall pick that they got, led the nation in scoring this year. So adding more scoring, great. Length, height, great. I'm just not certain, right? You're bringing these players in to replace the players that you had drafted previously that didn't quite work out to the fullest extent of what you wanted. And so I'm a little hesitant. I'm cautiously optimistic, especially when you're bringing in so many draft picks. We understand these teams that end up with a lot of draft picks and then end up taking a whole bunch of them. It's all right, draft picks are great. We will need to see them turn into something. And so that's where I'm at with the Wings. I want to see them turn into something.
I think you might understand this then. They got the 3rd best grade from ESPN in the draft. Here's the beginning of the blurb. The Wings sure seem to like to draft, but will this group help them take the next step in the postseason? Question mark. Which I think, based off what you just said, is fair. And the two teams that drafted ahead of the Wings, the Minnesota Lynx, they got an A. The Wings got a B+. And then the Indiana Fever, who took Leah Boston, who is graded out at a 100.
Easiest selection of all time.
Yeah, per ESPN. She's an unstoppable juggernaut of awesomeness. They also got an A. So there's your Dallas Wings update. Do you want soccer or do you want golf next in our random sports report?
Which one will upset Kevin more?
Ooh, that is a great question. I know the answer.
Soccer.
Okay. You picked incorrectly.
I'm not trying to upset you here. I'm actually
the other
I just know
story,
what kind of day you had coming in. The station, so.
The other story actually doesn't upset me. But for soccer, the CONCACAF Gold Cup will be, among other places, here at AT&T Stadium for the 6th time. AT&T will host some CONCACAF games. And then for FC Dallas, Jesus Ferreira, or Ferreira if you're fancy, is 22. He became the youngest player in MLS history to score 40 regular season goals. Not in one match.
Wow.
I want to point that out.
That would be an effective night. Get that guy on some skates.
Is that all that you would say? 40 goals, and you're like, that's an effective night.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
13 hat tricks.
Yeah.
And one to spare. And you're like, you know what? That's pretty good.
How you did that math fast.
You're like the store manager in Elf.
Yeah.
Who's like, have you guys seen this? It's pretty good.
It's pretty good.
That's all he was willing to concede.
The most
to that.
glorious house that was built and just paper mache everywhere is great.
Yeah, he's like, not bad.
Yeah.
All right.
Could be better, though.
Now, on the golf front.
Could have been 50.
I don't know if you remember this. This was a long time ago. But in 1997, clearly Tiger Woods dominated the Masters, announced to the world that he was ready to destroy everyone in golf for like at least the next 10 to 15 years.
He didn't like grab a microphone and say, "I'm here to do this." But he
was
everybody
making
kind of
those
understood.
putts and those drives. That was his. Was his mic.
Gotcha.
You knew. Well, along the way, he gave a fan a golf ball.
Yes.
During that. Okay. Do you remember this?
Yes. And I saw this. This is nice.
And it's a Titleist ball, but it has Tiger stamped on it.
Yep.
And they put it up with an opening bid of $500.
I think he was a kid. I don't think this guy was a guy.
No, he was a kid.
Yeah, he was a kid when he gave it to him.
Is the kid not a guy?
Well, no.
The kid was 9 at the time. But I guess now he's a guy.
A guy. You can't be a kid.
I don't know.
You can't be a guy if you're a kid.
But can you be a dude?
You can be a dude. Yeah, to your friends. But but you can't be a guy because guys are older, right? That's how it works.
Well, he put that golf ball up for auction. And the great part about this is, according to the auctioneers, dozens of people witnessed the moment.
Yes.
And agreed that was the golf ball that Tiger Woods gave to him. He sold it for $64,000.
So it only takes dozens of people to verify that it's yours. Like if I was gonna be like, oh my gosh, Jacob deGrom gave me this hat.
Well,
and then dozens of people were like, yes, I saw him give, and then Jacob deGrom,
I feel like the burden of proof is going up because that Babe Ruth bat that sold for like $1.9 million, they're like, we looked at a photo, we figured it out. Now they were like, we need dozens of people to corroborate. So, but yeah, $64,000 for that golf ball. Good for that kid who is now a guy or a dude. We're the KNC Masterpiece. I know. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bashik.
Can DeGrom match Heaney? And I have a trade to get this Royal next.
If you own a small business.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 Through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet looks at the road ahead and says, Texas, let's ride. They're doing their part with deep discounts on their full lineup. Unprecedented savings make now the best time to buy. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 Through the Fan. We got Bruce Bochy coming up at 12:20. Derek Holland tomorrow. And now it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Basak.
Well, who would have ever guessed that Andrew Heaney could strike out people better than Nolan Ryan could?
That tease where you're like, can DeGrom match Heaney? I thought, wouldn't have guessed we'd hear that.
No, it was amazing sitting there watching that. And by the time you got to the third inning, because it wasn't, I guess, in a row, it got a little bit confusing to me, but his first 10 outs were strikeouts. But because there was an error in between, it wasn't like 9 consecutive batters type of deal.
Do you want? No, yeah, we hit 9, just not 10.
Right, but I mean, but his first 10 outs of the game were 10 strikeouts. So it got confusing to me because they're like, the record's 9 now. And I'm like, isn't the record 10? Like the first 10 guys that have made outs are strikeouts. So it got a little bit confusing, but I understood in the end why it's not 10 consecutive, it's 9 consecutive.
Do you want to hear cut number 1? This is Andrew Heaney's 9th straight strikeout.
Here's the delivery. Swing and a miss. He went with the slider. Andrew Heaney with 9 strikeouts through 3 innings.
Unbelievable.
I don't know in the history of baseball how many times that's been done. They didn't, as far as I know, I couldn't see that. Like your first 9 outs, whatever happens, I know there can be hits and runs, and there was an unearned run there, but How many times have you started off a game in the history of baseball where the first 9 guys that have made outs all struck out? That has to be really rare.
Yeah, I'm going to check Elias and ESPN and see if we've got that specific. Because if you already tied the American League record, that was at any point in the game, let alone the beginning of the game.
So now I will give you a little bit of foot in mouth situation on what I did last night after the game.
I do want to let you know, somebody texted me and asked if I've been told the story yet, because it's hilarious, and you know who it is.
So I'm talking yesterday with Jared Sandler.
Just real quick. Yeah. Are you sure you want to tell this story right now, Mike?
Do you want to leave it for later in the segment or later in the show?
Perhaps.
Okay. Tease. When am I going to get to tell
11:20
foot and mouth story?
Gotcha.
11:20. Okay.
Sorry,
so
Mike.
Let's go to Jacob deGrom. Jacob deGrom gets to pitch today. I can't tell you how excited I am. I've never seen him pitch in person. And I do think this is like going to see Patrick Mahomes play football in person right now. Or I know he's older. He's not the best player anymore. But LeBron James go play basketball right now. I did get to see Giannis this year play basketball in person. And I just think this is really special. As much as we are, look, Luka needs a lot of things to improve on if he's actually going to become a champion in this league. And the Mavericks have to help him a whole bunch too. But it is special when you go get to see one of the best at their craft do this. And I am so excited to see Jacob deGrom tonight.
I think that might be a segment I want to trot out tomorrow, too, is which athlete in any sport have you not seen live? And then we can talk about your Jacob deGrom live experience and everything like that. I mean, obviously, we all felt really stoked about the last start.
Yes.
I thought he might get a perfect game.
Tonight, I'm just looking right now. I'm on ESPN, and it says tickets as low as $6. Now, I know that you're not going to get to see Jacob deGrom up close for $6, but you can get into the building tonight for $6 to see arguably, when healthy, and he is right now, the best pitcher in baseball. And the Rangers are favored. This is always weird with baseball, but it's not like favored by like 2.5 runs. The Rangers are a minus 285 tonight, which is a huge number.
Yeah.
There's only one game that is actually a team being favored more tonight, and that is because the Washington Nationals are at the Angels and Shohei Ohtani is pitching, and that is a minus 320. That's the only game that is considered a bigger mismatch.
Because don't you feel like you usually, on a lot of these games, you probably cap out at minus 190. So a little bit less than 2-1 favorites on some of these pitching matchups. That's incredible.
Yeah, so that just to give you an idea of how big of a favorite the Rangers are tonight. Anything can happen in baseball. It's, every team's going to win 50 and every team's going to lose 50.
What do you do with 100%. Those other 62?
Right, and that gives you an idea of, that just happens in baseball. Like, that's just going to be the case. You're going to lose a game. You're like, I can't believe they lost to that team with this guy on the mound and that guy on the mound.
Do you remember who said that offhand? Because I say that all of the time.
I don't know the exact person.
Because I want to say, was it Sparky Anderson? But I don't actually know if that is factually
It could be. But tonight it's Jacob deGrom versus former Texas Ranger, who I am jealous of how much money he's made in baseball, Jordan Lyles.
Because you think he's kind of like you, right?
I think right now he's 0-2 with a 4.91 ERA. And that seems to be his kind of
sweet spot.
He has these games where he does dominate. And it could be tonight. It's just 1 out of 4 starts. Jordan Lyles, you're like, whoa. And that gets him a lot of money for his career. But watching the Kansas City Royals last night, boy, that's a tough team to see success from. And so here comes my fictional trade at the trade deadline.
Yes.
Okay. So this happened in Texas in 2000 after the 2002 season.
Okay.
Because in 2003, Pudge Rodriguez went on to win the World Series with the Florida Marlins. I'm wondering about Salvador Perez's career. Salvador Perez is younger than I thought.
How old is he?
He's 32, almost 33 years old. I would have guessed he was closer to 36 or 37. But he is a guy who I'm wondering this. Does he just want to be a Royal for his whole career? And it doesn't matter because he's a 10-5 guy. He's played 10 years in the major leagues, the last 5 with the same team. That is a full no trade clause in Major League Baseball. Take note, NFL, PA, on how to protect players in your sport. So if you just kind of follow football, this is a baseball clause in everybody's contract. It can't not be taken out of contract. If you've played 10 years or more in the major leagues, and the last 5 years on the same team, you have a 100% full no trade clause. So Salvador Perez cannot be traded unless he says, all right, I'm okay with this trade. Now, Chris Young and Salvador Perez played together. They played on a championship Kansas City Royals team. Chris Young knows Salvador Perez very well. I'm not trying to take shots at all at Jonah Heim or Mitch Garver, but I just wonder if the Royals, who I think will be well under 500 around the All-Star break, I don't know, but I think they will, and they were to try to rebuild a little bit more, I just wonder if the Rangers would say, gosh, Salvador Perez catching the majority of games, but giving him days off. Just to give you an idea, last year he caught 77 games. He DH 40 games. The year before, he caught 124 games and DH 40 games, and that was the year he hit 48 home runs with 128 RBIs.
Wow.
Last year in 114 games, he did have 20-plus homers, and he did have 70-plus RBIs. I don't have it right in front of me. But it gives you an idea. Recently, in 114 games, 20-plus homers, 70-something RBIs. The year before, he played a full season and had 48 and 128.
Clearly a desirable asset right there.
I think that he could really help you a lot in a position that you don't have a lot of future assets in.
Yep.
Sam Huff just hasn't really developed into what you would think you were hoping he'd develop into like 3 years ago. So you don't have a catcher like Evan Carter, who's going to be a center fielder next year for the Texas Rangers.
He's an upgrade over Mitch Garver defensively when put out percentages and everything, Mike, and at the plate as well. I like Mitch Garver, but like this is a really smart trade, potential fictional trade that you're creating right now because you want to make this team a contender right now.
Super veteran catcher too, who knows the ins and outs of every hitter, could really help your staff out.
What do I got to give up?
I don't know. Here's his contract.
Okay.
He's paid $20 million this year, which obviously that'll be cut in half by the time that there's a possible decision on Salvador Perez. $20 million in 24, $22 million in 25, and $13.5 million team option in 26, when he obviously would get to an age that most people would say, boy, catching at like 36 years old could be really difficult on the body. So there's money on the contract. This isn't a cheap contract. This isn't an expiring contract. But if you were to trade for him, I mean, Salvador Perez would be part of your catching rotation at least for the next 3 years in a position that I'm not saying is super needy for the Rangers, but it would be something where Mitch Garver is on the last year of his contract. He's on the injured list right now with a knee injury from running, not from catching, but from running. I just wonder, I don't know what it's going to take. But I just wrote down these numbers. Right now, Cole Winn has pitched 2 games in AAA. He's pitched 7 innings. This isn't great, by the way, but it's early in the year. 7 innings, things can change in a hurry. 7 innings, 10 hits, 8 walks, 10 Ks, a 7.71 ERA. 8 walks in 7 innings so far for Cole Winn. I don't know this at all. Things are going to change with Salvador Perez. He's got to stay healthy. Things could change with Cole Winn. He could get a lot better. But if I were to just say, hey, we'll give you our first round pick, Cole Winn, and I'm just throwing this out. I have no clue what the Royals would want if Salvador Perez even wants to leave the Royals at all, because it's his decision. And then I don't know this, but if you feel like Evan Carter is really developing into the guy, what if you gave him Bubba Thompson? Oh, I have to give him something. This is a future possible Hall of Fame player who still looks like he's in his prime.
I need to know that Evan Carter's ready. Right now, I still need some work, but that's tough, but I understand what you're saying there, Mike. You got to do that
I think I'm doing it.
Yeah, I'm just throwing out a hypothetical. I'm not trying to say this is going to happen. It probably won't. Salvador Perez might be a guy who's like, I just want to be a Royal. I don't care about, I want a championship. But Chris Young and Salvador Perez know each other well.
Yeah.
And if the Rangers are playing good baseball and they're competing for a playoff spot, I just wonder if adding a Salvador Perez is the bat and also a catcher behind the plate that could, I'm just throwing it out. And then last in Nuggets real quick. I mean, this will change a whole bunch. Jack Leiter, 4 1/3 innings. He did give up 3 runs, and Owen White, 3 innings in his 1 start, 1 hit, 1 walk, 1 strikeout, no runs. Just Kumar Rocker has not pitched.
And Corey, do you have an update? I do. Know you want to tell Mike this is what he was looking up.
All right. I think you're going to love this, but in 2014, Jacob deGrom tied Jim DeShay's record for most consecutive strikeouts to start a game in order.
All right.
and it was 8. 2021, Pablo Lopez broke it at 9, and that's where it stands currently. So he's tied for it to start a game consecutive 9 straight batters. Pablo Lopez, however, did it with 35 pitches. 13,
Holy
10,
crap.
and 12
I
pitches.
thought Kerry Wood was in trouble last night to start that game, and then I looked up at the pitch count, and I was like, well, he's probably going to go 5 innings tonight.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, scouts aren't high on this wide receiver class, but isn't that one of the positions that frequently gets overdrafted? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Apparently, scouts are not super stoked about this wide receiver class. But isn't that one of the positions that frequently gets overdrafted? So I want to go in. Let's just go in here, cut number 8, because it's got a sweet quarterback in it as well. But this supposedly is the only wide receiver with a first-round grade for a lot of teams.
Stroud's going to go on top once more. Looks right, looks left, throws long on the right side toward the end zone. Ball in the air. Jackson Smith and Jigba's got it. Yeah! Touchdown, Jackson Smith and Jigba on a 30-yard pass play as C.J. Stroud strikes for his 6th touchdown pass of the game, and Ohio State has their first lead of the night.
Now, Jim Nagy.
Yes.
Fear not, Corey.
Yeah!
Okay. Also, still score. And this is what I was curious about, is he said he spoke to multiple teams that only have one first-round grade.
Okay, gotcha.
But he's seeing 4 to 5 wide receivers mocked out in these drafts.
Yes, gotcha.
And so that's what I was kind of curious about. And that player, of course, Jackson Smith and Jigba, who, I mean, you look back
Rockwall's own.
It's really, you know what's really interesting about that, like, Ohio State wide receiver tree is last year people were saying, like, oh, Jackson Smith and Jigba is the best of the bunch. And now, like, this year going in, people are like, oh, Marvin Harrison Jr. he's the best.
You can say the junior version, Reggie, right?
You sure?
Yeah, I think so.
I wouldn't chance it.
Okay, hold on. Because he's probably going to be great and a lock as a top 5 pick.
Yeah, 6'4".
Does that get me out of it?
I hope so.
Clear? How many people know what that's in reference to?
It's
I'm really
not.
curious.
Look, as long as there's one.
Yeah.
You know what?
If you know,
we should
you know.
explain it at some point. All right? At some point, we should explain why Reggie always says shh.
Isn't it IY?
At some point. Yeah.
Yep, if you know, you know.
All right. Maybe we won't.
So you see multiple mock drafts, whether it's Quentin Johnston thrown in there, Zay Flowers, like whoever your other first round wide receivers of choice are. But there's only one that a lot of people think is a first round talent. So I got to thinking about this. Is wide receiver in that position group that you think frequently gets overdrafted? Because I thought about other positions. So I was curious, like, whether you have the factual evidence to back it up or not, what are positions that you just feel like they get overdrafted?
Well, one quarterback. That's the most
100%.
by far.
Because people need quarterbacks, and they don't know how to find them.
They know that's the game changer. If you get the right one, you can have bad around them and still be 500 or better.
And just to that point, Mel Kiper's latest mock draft. Take this for whatever you will. It's never happened in the history of the NFL draft. Pick number 1, Carolina, Bryce Young. Pick number 2, Houston, quarterback out of Alabama. Pick number 2, C.J. Stroud, Houston Texans, quarterback out of Ohio State. Pick 3, projected trade with the Titans. And then the Titans draft Anthony Richardson, quarterback out of Florida. And then pick 4, the Indianapolis Colts take Will Levis, quarterback back out of Kentucky. There is no draft pundit on planet Earth that thinks that Bryce Young, C.J. Stroud, Anthony Richardson, and Will Levis are the best 4 players in this draft. I think there's no draft pundit on the face of planet Earth that thinks Anthony Richardson, C.J. Stroud, and Bryce Young are the top 3 players in this draft. But that's not how the draft works, to Mike's point. So I think quarterback is for sure the most overdrafted position.
I do feel in the last 10 years that wide receiver is second, because when we look at mock drafts a week or so before the draft, the wide receivers always go higher than almost everybody thought. I get that the Cowboys got CeeDee Lamb and he was projected to go higher than 17, but Henry Ruggs wasn't. That was like the shock that changed everything, is when he went as the, I believe, first wide receiver in that draft. And then Jerry Jeudy went second. I believe CeeDee Lamb went third. Then you had the crap wide receiver for Philly.
Jalen Reagor.
Yeah. Sorry. I know his family lives here. He just didn't have that good of a career.
There we go.
And then you had Justin Jefferson go 5th.
You know who went next? Brandon Ayuk.
Okay.
For San Francisco.
And so all of these guys started jumping into
You know
kind
who
of
went next. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
T. Higgins.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
so, like that-
he was like the first pick in the second round, right?
Yeah.
Because they took Joe Burrow, then T. Higgins. So
whoops.
I would just look at it and I would say these guys start just kind of jumping a little bit higher because
Yeah.
wide receiver is such a valuable position in today's NFL.
Totally agree.
And running backs have just dropped all the way out. They dropped so much that a team would rather take the sixth best wide receiver in a draft, it feels like, than the best running
They'd
back.
rather pay the third wide receiver than pay a running back.
Oh, for sure. Like, just look at, and this draft is an excellent case study. Multiple people have, or multiple organizations have Smith and Jigba as their only first round grade on a wide receiver, but you might see 4 to 5 taken in the first round. Multiple teams have Bijan Robinson as a top 10 talent on the board, but where do you usually see, like,
26?
You've seen, yes, exactly. You've seen mock drafts where he goes 26 to the Cowboys.
Basically, they're saying the Cowboys are the only team dumb enough to draft a running back. Like, that's what it feels
What are
like,
you
even though, no, well, hold on. That's what it feels like, they're saying.
Let's mark that.
But
in
in
case we
addi-
need it for draft night.
But in addition
That's when
to it,
Bijan Robinson comes on 105.3 The Fan, which will be his first interview after he gets off the stage here, is they're just going to play that drop.
Corey going, they're the only team.
It does feel, this is interesting, Kevin, because I wanted to kind of go back and look at who was drafted where
Yeah.
to try and get a better idea. It feels like the last 3 years, they figured out how to draft receivers.
Yeah.
And I feel like maybe there's a possibility that just drafters are getting better at their jobs. Quarterbacks are always going to be a position that you need. But last year's draft, would you say that Garrett Wilson and Chris Olave and Jahan Dotson were pretty damn good?
Yes, I would.
All right, so your first round was Drake London, Garrett Wilson, Chris Olave, Jamison Williams, who I think everybody's fallen in love with now too, Dotson, Traylon Burks. Those were your first 6 receivers. They were in the first round. Were they overdrafted?
I mean, and that's so like.
Oh, and I have more examples here,
But I
do
do
you
want
think
to
they
answer
were?
that question, is because that's the trap that I fell into with Travis Frederick, right? Like, you remember that.
Yes.
I was pissed that the Cowboys took Travis Frederick because I thought they overdrafted him by a good round and lost out on another player who actually now is on their coaching staff,
Yeah.
which is kind of fun. But like, that's the ultimate trump card about the draft is I think both things can kind of be right. Is I think value-wise you might have overdrafted him, but then you're like value before the games got played. Clearly you feel great about those picks.
But if there was a position to overdraft, doesn't wide receiver seem like that one, considering like just the amount of wide receivers that you will use? Like if you just look at the population of wide receivers versus any other position in the league, if you draft a guy anticipating he's your number 1 wide receiver and he becomes your number 2 or number 3 wide receiver, that's still
It feels
useful
pretty good,
to you,
yeah.
right?
No, for sure.
No, I could see that. The go ahead.
In 2021, Jamar Chase, Jalen Waddle, Devontae Smith. I know you'll argue about Kadarius Toney, but we'll see how that goes with the Chiefs.
But the other
they screwed
three-
up. Rashad Bateman. Now, if you're going to argue this, Amon-Ra St. Brown was in the 4th round. And you're like, whoa.
Yeah.
Then go back to 2020 and Mike just went through Henry Ruggs and that. And I mean, you get to Justin Jefferson, you're 5 deep. Brandon Ayuk, that's 6 deep. That's like they drafted the right guys in those rounds. 2019, Marquise Brown, N'Keal Harry. Those were the only 2 drafted in that round.
Yeah.
The next
Clearly they
round,
didn't like that pick.
Debo and AJ Brown. Like those are the 2 best receivers out of that. Maybe DK Metcalf in the second round, late in the second round as well, and Terry McLaurin late in that round. So like this is as you go back further, Mike, you'll start to see they just didn't know exactly what they were doing in a lot of times in those rounds, and they weren't drafted. You didn't have the 5-6 talents that deep in the first round, at least from the looks of it.
My question to you guys, a wide receiver falls to 26. And maybe it's not falling, but let's just say, because I think most people know him, TCU's Quentin Johnston.
Yeah.
Will you be excited, upset, indifferent? What will be your feeling if the Cowboys draft a wide receiver at 26, most likely starting off as your number 4 wide receiver for the season?
I would be upset. I don't think that's a great value.
And I'm stupid. There's part of me that like wants to trade up. The only thing that's keeping me from trading up to get Jackson, Smith, and Jigba is his injuries, like his injury history.
Okay.
and I've seen this like thrown out there in multiple different areas. It's like having two CeeDee Lambs. It's like that's essentially, you got Brandon Cooks who can burn down field, but you have two guys that are fantastic route runners.
What's your
a lot of work.
comp to Quentin Johnston of TCU? Because he's a bigger guy, right? Am I right about that or
yes.
no? Yeah. Like he's so I wonder this real quick as you think about a comp for him is, Kevin, the reason I won't be upset with it and like it, one, the Cowboys are really good at drafting, especially in the first round.
For sure.
Number two, Michael Gallup's career might be over. I hope it's not. I think he can come back and be better in 2023, but his career might be done. They might have signed a guy who's not going to recover that well from his injury. Brandon Cooks is on a 1-year deal, correct?
Correct.
So his career might come to a close with the Dallas Cowboys after 1 year.
Yeah.
Jalen Tolbert, we don't know. That could be a bust. He could develop into a decent
point.
Like, you might be sitting there in 2024 with, yes, he was your 4th receiver to start the year, but he might be your number 2 receiver in his 2nd year.
I have no doubt about that. And I actually think he could move up the charts like as the season goes
so that's
along.
why I'm okay with it.
It's just not, I guess I just look, there's a couple of other spots where I wonder like what the positional value was there. But like, I mean, I always hear Broadus talk about not window dressing your board. Like, don't put together a fake board and you're like, yeah, but we're never really going to draft that guy. And so if somebody is, if Quentin Johnston is the best person on your board, I agree with y'all. I don't think you can go, well, we'll never be able to use all of these wide receivers. It's just not the first position I would think of.
I've looked up 2 comps that I disagree with. One is Alshon Jeffrey, who I thought was a guy that could he's going up to get the ball. The other one's
Quentin?
I like Quentin in other things more. I don't think that that's not my game for him, but okay. The other one's Hopkins. And
I like that comp.
I love that comp too.
Let's take the next DeAndre
on
Hopkins.
that one.
Now, why is this? I don't know this. I may be getting too specific during this conversation, but why was he considered somewhere between the 8th and 12th pick during I call it the Final Four. I know it's not the Final Four, but during the football playoffs, they make it to the championship game. I see mock drafts around January, and they have him going somewhere between like 7th and 12th about.
Yeah.
And now I see mock drafts where he's going anywhere from 20 to early in the 2nd round.
So I think there are a couple of things at play here, and I think it feeds into one of the other things that I think is a position that gets overdrafted besides just quarterback. Like, again, take this mock draft for whatever you're worth, but it's one of the things that pushes him down. First 4 position are all quarterbacks, and then after that, Jalen Carter is on the defensive line. Will Anderson, he can rush the passer. Nolan Smith, he can rush the passer. Tyree Wilson, that's another kid from Tech who has dropped in some people's eyes. He can rush the passer. I think you see defensive ends or your outside linebackers, depending on what kind of defense you're running, that can rush the passer. I think they get elevated a whole lot as well. And then I think there's just some people who just, upon looking further at the tape, just think Zay Flowers is better. You know, like that seems to be maybe the competition to be the 2nd wide receiver drafted. And so I think there are some people who just think he's better than Quentin Johnston.
Can I give it all up for Marvin Harrison Jr. in the future, Kevin?
What did I just tell you?
I don't think we're supposed to talk about that. But by the way, if you were going to do that, you should probably try to get a top 5 pick.
Yeah, I did hear.
So we a tank?
Broadus say he's the next Jamar Chase. He's the next guy to compete for possibly best wide receiver in the NFL when he makes it.
And then just a sobering reminder that you never quite know how it's going to turn out for you is South Grand Prairie's own Jeff Okudah, who is the 3rd overall pick a few years back. Yeah. He just got traded for a 5th round pick to the Falcons.
Or
excuse me, to the Lions.
Dang.
From the Lions
to the Falcons.
He made all the plays.
The Lions gave up the 5th round pick just to keep Jeff Okudah.
I got it right the first
but luckily
time.
they traded it to themselves, so they still get it back.
The Falcons gave up a
The Lions traded to the Lions. I like that better.
Mike Wolchuk comped me Demaryius Thomas for Quentin Johnston, which that's pretty good for me.
All right.
But I mean, you have to have Peyton Manning for him to be good, you know.
All right.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105
Was
through the
good with
Fan.
Peyton
I
Manning.
appreciate your discretion, Mike. Coming up next, based on Mike's experience in the Globe Life Field parking lot last night. Have you ever said the wrong thing because that person was right next to you? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on the Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in big trucks should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, this segment is in honor of Mike at Globe Life Field in the parking lot last night. Yeah, he just weirdly burped. It was like, oh, something might be wrong. I might need to go home. Have you ever said the wrong thing because that person was like right next to you or behind you or whatever?
What, like in a sitcom?
Yes, actually, and you're like, they're right behind me, aren't they?
Okay. Oops for last night. Luckily, I didn't say anything that bad according to me. But last night, I'm in the parking lot. I see Jared Sandler. I didn't go up and say hi to Jared Sandler because he's working his tail off and doing a great job, obviously filling in for Eric Nadel, who thoughts and prayers we hope that he keeps or hope that he gets better and that he's back on the Rangers broadcast here on 105.3 The Fan. But right now, Jared Sandler has taken that job. So Mike Peasley, by the way, I was listening to Peasley last night on 105.3 The Fan coming back home, and Mike Peasley is a tremendous pre- and post-game guy. He's done it for the Mavericks for a while, and I know that he's doing it now for us, for the Texas Rangers. So Peasley is a very great listen to after a Rangers game to kind of get an opinion, obviously stats, all kinds of stuff that Peasley's giving you here on 105.3 The Fan. But I got to do the pre and post last night for Bally Sports Southwest. I love doing that. It's really fun to do. And so I see Sandler in the parking lot after the game. And I have my 14-year-old son with me, almost 15 years old. And I said, hey, Sandman, what's up? And so we're talking a little bit about the Rangers. I was saying how much I love the pitch clock. It was amazing. The game ended at 9:30 last night.
Yeah.
We were done with our post game at about 10:15. And getting in the car at about 10:25. It's a game changer. And I've heard so many people love this that had become non-baseball fans from being a baseball fan, that they love the pace of play right now. So we're talking about that. And then at the end of the conversation, as our cars are near each other, there's a group of people talking, and I don't really recognize them or notice them at all. I don't even really make eye contact with them. But I go, man, Andrew Heaney was great, and the Royals are in trouble. And then Sandler immediately opens up his door and gets in the car and doesn't respond. And I'm like, all right, I guess our conversation's over. Get in the car. Let's go home. So 2 minutes later, Jared Sandler calls me in the car. He goes, do you know who was right next to us talking? And I was like, no, I noticed a few of them had on Royals gear, but he's like, no, that was Hunter Dozier, who is a Royal, obviously, if you don't know their team very well. Yeah. And I was like, oh. And my son goes, that was Hunter Dozier near us? He was all excited that a major league player was near us as we were talking, and he didn't know a major league player was near us as we were talking. But I just said, Heaney was great tonight. And the Royals are in trouble. Luckily,
those things are facts.
I didn't name any players. I didn't name specifically while they're in trouble. But
and that Hunter Dozier fellow,
that would have been so much worse. He's trash.
Yes.
Yeah. Didn't say anything about Hunter Dozier. Didn't say anything specifically about any player. But
He struck out the first 9 batters.
Yeah.
That he was great. That's a fact.
Yes.
The other thing about the Royals, they're a young team that still has lots of growth potential.
Yeah.
They're not good right now.
So hopefully I didn't offend Hunter Dozier too much. They are 3-8. They have a whole bunch of guys that are struggling to start the year.
And if he did, deal with it.
That's a good point.
I don't know, Mike. The way
but it was
Mike
kind
told
of
the story
it was
this
kind
morning.
of a moment there where luckily I didn't say anything more. And Sandler really left me hanging out to dry
screwed
there.
You over. He could have walked up and been like, "Ha ha, good joke, Mike."
I had no clue that I didn't even look at those people to know who they possibly could be. I didn't even. As I got in the car, I realized, they have on Royals gear, but I didn't say anything really.
Jared went into self-preservation.
Yeah,
mode.
but Jared's like, "Oh man, we could have got our butt kicked," and I was like, "I didn't say anything that bad, Jared."
Kevin, I had this friend. This is not the story that I stuck my foot in my mouth, but let's just say he was on drugs, okay? And we were at Shipley's Donuts, and an old man walked in, and he just put the cap on his orange juice and picked his donuts up and went and stood by the car. And I was like, what are you doing? And he was like, we got to go. That's what I imagined Jared was like when he was just like, got to pick up my donuts. I have to get out of here right now. Jared said he was nervous, though. So, like, I totally get that.
Wait, did Jared think that a current major leaguer was going to beat up a broadcaster in the parking lot? Because, like, that's something people do.
Well,
Man, what a bigger story we've had.
And based on this text from the 817, I don't think he would hit you if he tried to swing at you. He's hitting 138 right now.
See, I didn't say any of those things. Just
Okay.
mentioned the Royals could be in trouble this year as an organization trying to win a whole bunch of games.
Now, mine happened on this show, but it happened so long ago, and I don't think y'all realized what had happened, that I believe it's thankfully lost to history forever.
Okay.
We'll see about that.
Yeah, we'll see.
I don't think y'all knew what was happening in the moment, and I didn't call attention to it. We were.
Is this me or you?
No, this was me.
Okay, I was like, hold on.
This is when we were doing the night show. We were in a bar. I don't know if it's St. Patrick's Day or whatever. It was rowdy as all get out. So you asked me to go do wireless. So I was going around to wireless, and I was asking people for their pickup lines and stuff like that. And so we bounced around a couple times, and I walked up to this table with these two. Well, I thought they were guys, and I was
Were
like,
they kids? Because
no,
as we learned today.
they were adults. They shouldn't have been in the bar if they weren't. I was like, hey guys, when you guys are, if you're hitting on a lady or something like that, what's your go-to pickup line? And then you guys said something like, oh, hey, ask him this, ask him this. And then I looked closer because one of them goes, what? And I looked closer and I thought, oh crap, these are not guys.
Oh, I do remember this.
They're dudes?
No, they were women. And I needed to get out of that situation. And I was like, I'll see you guys. And I just walked to the next table because I panicked and did not know how to immediately recover in that moment. So that's one of them. The other one was when we were at the video store, and we used to have the coupons where if you rented an old movie and you didn't like it, you get a coupon for a free movie. And they're like, hey, I need a favorites coupon. And I always just wanted to know what the movie was. And they're like, it's Casablanca. And I said, if you don't like Casablanca, you shouldn't be allowed to rent movies. The guy was standing right there and he goes, I just thought it was kind of boring. And I was like, I'm just kidding. Here's 2 coupons because I panicked because I didn't know he was standing right there.
That was nice. So Kevin, by the way, he hasn't done it in a bit, but when it comes to wireless segments, Kevin is fantastic at them. If you have, we still haven't gotten him to. Maybe I think we're supposed to go do this golf thing here soon.
Yes, we are.
Maybe we can get Kevin to get up and go do some wireless for that. Sure. But
I think also you should do wireless if we all do a segment where we all find water hoses and do the water hose challenge.
I will 100. I guarantee you, if you do that, I can convince a stranger to do the water hose challenge. All right, I don't know the logistics of this.
I feel like this is a liability. There's liability written all over.
They choke though.
I can get a stranger to do the water hose challenge.
You need to be Toloing if you want to know what the water hose challenge is.
Yes,
but it's just you stick the water hose in your mouth and then we turn on the water and you see how long you can keep the water hose.
Full blast.
Now the other thing, Kevin, is
half blast.
Okay.
Human interactions create these moments.
They
all right?
do.
And as a former waiter, bartender,
sure,
I have lots of interactions that go on. One time I walked up to the bar because I needed change for a $100 bill so I could change for somebody. And I walk up to the bar and I say to the bartender, hey, I need change. And then I hear a thud next to me. And I look over at the guy sitting at the bar and I said, hey, man, you dropped something. And when I looked down, his prosthetic leg had fallen off.
Oh, shoot.
And so I just got my money and turned around and walked off at that point. So.
Oh, dear.
Like that was. And I'm sure he was like, oh, but at that moment I was like, I just put my foot in my mouth. Oh.
I guess technically.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
Okay.
But that was a moment. Like I have dreams about that moment and that guy getting mad but he didn't say anything. He just kind of went, oh, and he, and I see him putting it back on and everything. So, but I felt like an idiot there, I don't think now that I think of it, I should have just cracked a joke with him and everything, or maybe he was really funny about it.
The tough thing about it is there's no way to know going in whether he's going to be lighthearted about that. And sometimes people are, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I heard a sound,
yeah.
and I said you dropped something, and it was his leg. Back to you, Kevin.
Man, I hope this
Whole
is
new meaning to drop foot.
I hope this is okay. You just said don't
You're
do
right.
the joke.
Reginald. Right.
From
You're
the
right.
214, ha ha ha. I have to text Kenzie Dozier about that. My wife works with Hunter's sister.
Oh, no.
Please
They also said,
give us an update about that.
Have
That
you guys
is
ever
amazing.
in this? I just remember this, and I have to go back and look. I remember sending a text about my boss Gavin Spittle, but accidentally said it to Gavin Spittle.
Nice.
I totally
What?
remember that.
have you ever gotten an I love you text from your boss?
I don't think so. Isn't that like harassment or something now?
That was from. Did we just say it was from Tim, right? Okay, I was like, I mean,
But I love the follow-up when the follow-up is, hey, that was meant for my wife.
yeah, which is kind of hurtful. Like he hired us. We could also be somebody that he loved.
I mean, all that matters to me, Kevin, is that Tim's proud of us. You know, like, because we started as a weekend show that he hired here as, we were just two guys that he was like, I don't know who these guys are.
Sure.
I'm gonna give them a shot. And then he molded us into everything he wanted us to become. So yeah, he can love us. That's fine. But I just want him to be proud of us.
From the 682, my boss keeps us a 3-person department in one oversized office so he can listen from the break room. Many times we've been talking about him and he'll poke his head in. There are times when you're having a conversation like here or wherever about your boss or somebody and then they show up. Don't you just automatically assume that like your cubicle is bugged or something like that?
All the time. Yeah, it's always bugged.
No, I don't assume that at all because if my cubicle was bugged, I'd have been out of here a while ago.
Or maybe they're just holding on to that.
Ooh.
Maybe they're just like, you know what? We're going to wait till the right moment. And you just haven't done the wrong moment enough yet.
Well, I'm the winner then because I keep getting paid until then.
Mike, you look like you were ready to deliver something amazing.
Oh.
Okay, he has this look on his face.
I'm okay.
Like,
I have another example that I thought about like this. I hope these people are not listening.
Kevin, why do you do this so much?
Right now? Because I don't think I've ever
You don't want our
told-
ratings to be up? You want them not to listen?
I hope everybody's listening right now. I will apologize to these specific people. All right.
Oh, the Twolos?
This is what reminded me of it from the 469. I was the best man at a wedding. I got nervous during the speech, and I called myself the man of honor. All right, so like that person, they even clown themselves. But at my wedding, which I guess I can't really like fictitiously tell the story now. Colby was at my wedding.
What?
And
I saw him there.
there was a time when a bunch of us were standing outside, like the wedding party and everything. Well, Jess's maid of honor, her husband was the officiant for our wedding. I thought he did a wonderful job. Colby has a really low tolerance for anything. And so he came out while we're all standing there. He had just seen this take place, mind you.
This is great.
And he walks up and he's like, hey, man, congratulations on getting married. I'm going to have to split in just a minute. And he was like, what was the deal with that priest or whatever? He just kept talking. I was like, haha, Colby, thanks for coming out. I really appreciate it. But he was about to try to bury that guy.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought that he did a wonderful job with our wedding. But Colby, like we were at Colby's wedding, it was kind of different.
But here's the thing. Have you talked about this with Colby yet?
I told him later, I was like, hey, he was standing right there. He didn't care.
Yeah, he would have said,
okay, I wanted to
in
hear
that
what-
moment, you did the right thing. Because if you told Colby, hey, I don't do that, he's right there, Colby would have been like, turn to him and then said those things directly to him.
He 100% would have. Because you know what he told me? He goes, well, tell that guy next time not to talk too long. And I was like, what next time?
I thought
Like,
the guy was good.
I did too.
I heard about it.
But like, remember, Colby's the guy who, when they put his food up in the window at the McDonald's, he yelled at one of the workers and goes, hey, that's my food. Like before they called his number or anything.
I thought it was weird when the guy called you Darth Vader and called Jess Princess Leia, and I'm like, this can't work. He doesn't know Star Wars well enough.
Inappropriate.
Oh, because Darth Vader's the dad.
Yeah,
that's true.
And Princess
yeah,
Leia.
but he came out to Darth Vader music.
He's a princess.
Yeah,
That is.
and Jess was maybe coming out to Beyonce music. I can't remember.
Oh no. Yeah. Somebody followed up later about the Dozier situation and said, "Damn it, Kevin. I guess that's my own fault, though." They gave additional details, but it was separated.
The texts were broken up.
from
That's
the
not
first
Kevin's
text.
fault.
I hope that is not problematic for you in your life. I did not mean to run afoul.
You know what? If it does cause a problem, invite them up to the station.
Yeah.
The Doziers are always welcome up here.
Yeah.
We'll talk about.
Oh, I thought you meant those people.
Okay, them too.
And he's an SFA guy.
Stephen F. Austin.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Don't forget, at 12:20, we got Bruce Bochy. And at 3:20, the man of the hour, too sweet to be sour, Andrew Heaney, is going to be on with the G-Bag Nation at 3:20. Coming up next, though, Gridiron Gravy. Just how competitive will the NFC East be in 2023? We'll do it next right here on the Fan.
In this market.
On 105 Through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet looks at the road ahead and says, Texas, let's ride. They're doing their part with deep discounts on their full lineup, and unprecedented savings make now the best time to buy. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
Fox hits an end-over-end spinner. Turpin, no fair catch at the 8, right to the 10, to the hole to the 20. Speed at the 30, gets a block 40, turns left 50, knocked down at the 41 of Detroit.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now. We'll mention Turpin as we go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Salad with grilled chicken.
I appreciate we're making some changes. Now, Devontae Turpin, did you see his first pitch in the aftermath of the first pitch?
Yes.
Where he did a backflip.
Yes.
How awesome is that?
Fantastic.
How much training would it take for you to be able to do a standing backflip?
Rest of my life.
I can't even ski.
I would have to do it on a trampoline.
I could. I'm too old to. I'd be way too nervous and I'd crack my head or break my neck.
I would have to start with foam pit, all right, and then work my way to trampoline. But I will never be able to do that on land.
I wonder what the worst vertical is to ever be able to do that, because when I got tested with the Cleveland Indians, now the Guardians, I had a 19-inch vertical. That's not as good as like NBA players. So if you're wondering,
it's not
that's good. It's not good.
No, it's
now we had to. I'll give myself an excuse. It might have been 20 inches, but you weren't able to do a drop step. So I'm seeing that.
Okay.
I see that.
Yeah.
Like sometimes they let you
Good
kind
news,
of
yeah.
have a drop step and then your feet come together to then jump. We were just like no drop step, just straight 2 feet jump. But
Yeah.
man, I did not have a vertical and still don't. I'm sure at this point it might be 10 inches, and I don't even know if I can jump 10 inches.
Okay. Corey's dying over here. Don't
Grow
forget,
up.
1:30.
Talking about vertical.
Friday. Masterpiece of the week. All right.
You
YouTube.
can edit that so well, right? Like that one, you can just bleep
sure.
vertical
Yeah.
and everything sounds hilarious.
For sure. YouTube is rolling out their Sunday ticket for the full season. You can get it for $249 if you sign up through June 6th, and then you can add Red Zone for $40. So $289 for YouTube TV subscribers, or if you don't subscribe to YouTube TV, you can just buy it for $389. So it's $100 more if you just don't subscribe to YouTube TV whatsoever. But that's the price. People have been curious if they want Sunday ticket, if they want Red Zone, and all of that.
All right. And you said that I can still get Red Zone on my own?
Ooh, the first article I saw said it can be added. I'm guessing you could probably get
Because
it on its
that's
own.
what I have right now is I can just watch Red Zone. I don't have to have all the rest of them. I can just watch Red Zone
That
and roll.
feels like that would be a foolish.
Why are you going to waste that money if you're going to be out and about this year?
Valid. He's got a point.
Ooh, yeah.
I don't get Red Zone. I get whatever game they show, I have to watch.
Yeah, that's going to be my year. So I might be rolling in on Mondays with not knowing what happened in other games.
Maybe it'll be better because the Texans will have
We're on the wrong
the
station.
second quarterback in this draft. But man, when they play Texans as your other game, you're like, son of a gun, I hate living in the state of Texas. You guys do better. Put on the Chiefs, please.
Now, I don't know if this counts, but the former Cardinals head coach, Cliff Kingsbury, is now going to go to USC, this time for real, to work with their quarterbacks. So, you remember that, right?
He became the offensive coordinator for
like
a
5
second.
seconds.
It's like, hey, man, you can't win to save your life at Texas Tech.
Now let's go back to the Cardinals, where things have gotten potentially worse for them. You know how we talked about this Cardinals scandal that came out last week and how it could potentially get a lot worse before it gets any better? Well, Terry McDonough, who made several allegations against Michael Bidwell, He has a letter from Cardinals, then at the time Executive Vice President and COO Ron Miniger, that was supposedly hand-delivered to Bidwell in 2019. And it says, quote, "You're not the guy I met in 2000. You used to smile and laugh a lot. You used to be fun to be around. You were excited about the future and what it would mean for our organization. You worked your ass off and started to see the fruits of your labor. I acknowledge that you had a ton to deal with in the last year, but you come to work angry every day. You talk down to almost everybody. You've become arrogant and condescending," and on and on and on and on. So, like, for the guy who said, hey, there's a culture of abuse here and everything, well, here's a letter that was supposedly hand-delivered to Bidwell in this time, and he was like, whatever. Or didn't make any changes because of it.
You're not the same. That's the part that's really like, you're not the same as you used to be fun.
Well,
it used to be exciting.
Tell me if you think this last line is devastating. Our lack of sustained success combined with your daily anger is extremely frustrating, and it makes me feel like I've squandered 19 years here.
Dang.
Ouch.
Dang.
So, yeah, we will see.
Nothing's going to happen.
You think so?
Nothing's going to happen.
You might be right.
And if it does, it'll be, I mean, like, honestly,
I don't know.
Look at Snyder's situation, Kevin. All the things
yeah.
that Snyder's going
It's
through,
taken forever.
he's about to sell this thing for max value of an NFL team.
Yeah.
There's still part of me that believes he's still going to be the owner 5 years from now.
And that's
I
a
don't know,
possibility, too.
I could see that.
Like that he's not going to sell the
Well,
team.
I mean, he has 2 offers supposedly that are fully funded for $6 billion, and he's like, let's wait and see.
How much did he buy them for? Do you remember?
I don't.
I'll look.
But
I would
it was
guess
less than $1 billion.
Yeah, I think it's less than $1 billion.
Probably. And this would be the most ever paid for an NFL franchise.
$800 million.
$800 million. And $6 billion, he's like, let's see what happens.
Yeah, man. Like, that's,
You might be right.
he's for the sale of it. He's like, you know what? It's actually worth it for me to sell and not have to worry about it anymore.
Yeah.
And I mean, I'm sure there's gonna be a legal process. Guess what? I'm not showing up to those. My lawyers are. I'll see y'all later.
We talked about this last week with Chris Mortensen throwing out the idea that it's going to be Bryce Young, number 1 to Carolina. Peter King is on that train as well, saying that's what the signs are pointing to, and the betting odds have now shifted back to Bryce Young. So there was a time after they made the trade for the Panthers that CJ Stroud became the guy. Now odds
Didn't you
have
tell me
shifted.
at one point Anthony Richardson jumped up the boards for like a week or two?
His odds to go number 1 went from 80-1 to 6-1. And so remember when they made that trade, people were like, it's for Anthony Richardson. I was like, maybe. But like, that is shocking. And that's what helped. People thought that Vegas had some inside info that, hey, if this team trades for number 1, it's to get Anthony Richardson. But now it's looking more and more like Bryce Young, who I believe is visiting with the Panthers today. But supposedly he made a great impact with the Panthers owner and his wife. So the owners.
If I ran Vegas, Kevin, I would be in a lot of trouble because every once in a while or all the time, I would just run somebody up to the top of the odds list and watch everybody freak out, and then I'd be like, "Oh no, just joking."
I am pretty sure you will get in a lot of trouble.
How are they going to know that every time they say, they go, Vegas says this? They don't say Corey. They're going to say Vegas. That's so.
It's a fair point. Just don't have too many that are outliers from the rest
every
of
day.
it.
Every day I'm messing with the market.
And in a story that is sure
You won't have any fingers.
to, my God, in a story that is sure to infuriate Mike, did you see what Kayvon Thibodeau did? He bought a house for his mom. He said, "You deserve the world."
Look at this.
She probably needed a house.
What if she didn't? What if she had a house?
Kayvon Thibodeau was a top 7 pick.
I think that is correct.
He went to the Giants.
Yeah, he was. I know he was a pretty high pick. Yeah, you know what? He made a lot more money than I
believe
did.
This is a welcome.
He was
addition for
pick
her
number
family.
5. But Mike, we said, what if you had all this money? And you were like, still no.
I don't think my parents want to move from their house. Then I'm just buying a house that they don't even want to go to. Thanks a lot, son.
I was like, I really was curious where you were going to go.
Hey, Michael, guess what
that.
we did? We rented out this house.
Yeah. Now, I don't even know who you rented to. They might be squatters 6 months from now. I got to try to go to court and kick them out, and then you can't sell their stuff that they leave in the house. You just got to leave it out on the porch, and I don't know what happens at that point. You guess I hope somebody, people just come by and pick it up.
This is a really well fleshed out hypothetical.
Oh, yeah. He's had to respond to these criticisms multiple times. You know what? We didn't have a spot
Where does
here.
your mom live?
The glorious.
What a question.
Answer it now.
Yeah.
She has a nice little house.
Yeah.
I wonder, I don't think she would say, thanks a lot. I think she would really appreciate the gesture and take the house.
What does she do with their other house?
I sell it and have all of the money to give to her kids.
Nobody knows you
all
can't
the-
sell houses.
You know all the issues with selling houses?
And my parents are divorced, so I would have to buy 2 houses, and I can't afford that.
See?
Yeah, so.
Your parents
Wait, you
are
wouldn't
probably
just
happy
pick one?
where they're at.
No, I can't just pick one.
Why not?
Here's where you're living now. What if Brandon, 20
We
years
really
from
gotta
now,
wrap this
goes,
up.
here's where you're living now, Pops? And you're like, oh, thanks.
I would be like, delightful. I'll sell my house and get all the money. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
And then
Coming
spend it
up
on the
next.
You're living in Lubbock now, and you have to be a Red Raider.
Why would he? Never mind. I'm not engaging with that. Would you trade Luka for the number one pick in the upcoming NBA draft? Mike did. We'll do it next right here in The Fan.
The latest from the Star in Frisco, as well as inside information from Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. From the mind of Mike, would you trade Luka for the number 1 pick in the upcoming NBA draft? Now, somebody said it depends on who the prospect is. So this is with a very clear sight of you would then draft Victor Wembanyama.
Yes.
He's like Steph and Shaq combined.
There are times when it feels like that. He weighs about half of what Shaq weighs.
Yeah.
But
I would say my comp, watching highlights, I haven't watched full games, would be a 6-inch taller version of Kevin Durant. Wow. That's what he looks like to me.
I mean, he can run the point, and
and as far as rim protection, defensive.
So here's the deal. He can't guard Jokic or Embiid or bigger centers.
Yeah.
Because, well,
can he put on any weight?
Yes, he will put on some weight, but they list him right now at 7'5", 220. Can I see him being 250? I want him to keep his quickness. I don't want him to get to a point where he can't have the quickness and speed that he has. But he is a defensive player too. He's a complete player. He's an extreme offensive weapon in multiple ways. Off the dribble, post. If you put a 6'6" guy on him, all right, I'm literally almost a foot taller than you, and you're 6'6". Good luck. Hey, you want to put Jokic or Embiid or a bigger guy on me? I'm going to take you out to the 3-point line, and now you're in big trouble. The team doesn't want to guard him that way. So I think he is, as long as he's healthy, which at 7'5", you always run into this worry, but he's a complete player. And what I mean by that is, yes, he's going to have to prove himself in the NBA, but when you put him on wings and he can play 6 feet off, let's just say he's not as fast as some wings. Well, he can play 6 feet off of that guy, and he still feels like he's on top of you because he's 7'5". So he plays both sides of the ball, and Luka doesn't.
Yeah.
And here's the main reason. This isn't a shot against Luka on defense so much. This is my shot. Mark Cuban has screwed this thing up so bad, financially, trade-wise, with draft picks. I think it has now become close to impossible to build a championship team around Luka. Best case scenario, you're 2 years away from opening up the cap space, getting rid of players that struggle to be on the Dallas Mavericks, as in kind of Bertans, possibly Maxi Kleber, the way he played this year. Tim Hardaway Jr. is not a really good fit, I don't think, on the new Dallas Mavericks. I don't know what they're going to do with Kyrie, but I don't think Kyrie's going to be here long term. So I just look at it and go, we've messed this up tremendously around Luka, and it's honestly, it's something we can't make up. We can't redo all of these things, and we've screwed up. We need to start over. The Mavericks need to start over.
Yeah.
And if there were a team, which I don't think there would be, and I don't think the Mavs would even consider this. So I think both sides would say no. But in my fictional world, if Detroit right now with the worst record said, you know what, we'd rather have Luka than the 7'5" possible superstar that we don't know how he's going to do in the NBA, I would trade Luka for Victor Wembanyama and kind of start the process over on a rookie deal with who could be the next modern day Kareem Abdul-Jabbar in a different way.
And if you think he's kidding about that, LeBron's in on that. I mean, multiple NBA players have spoken out about how they wonder, or maybe worry, if this kid is going to take over the league. He would be the number 1 prospect in, like, for example, Scoot Henderson is probably going to go second. In a lot of years, people would be stoked to get Scoot Henderson at number 1. And there's not even a discussion about it. Like, there's not even a discussion. So I think Wemby is like some people believe this is the best NBA draft prospect since LeBron. I would have to go back through, like, I understand that sentiment. So what you're saying makes a lot of sense. The reason why my answer is no actually has to do with Wemby more is I am so excited to see him play in the NBA. Like, I can't friggin' wait. I'm really worried about injuries with him just because he is so gigantic, and unfortunately we've seen gigantic people, I mean, like more gigantic than usual in the NBA, have like foot and leg issues.
For sure.
And so that's what I'm worried about, is you're going to see a rookie of the year first or second team All NBA by second year and first team All NBA by third year, and then it's just all gonna kind of spiral.
Okay. So he's not Gobert, and right, like he's not I can do all these things, right?
He looks like Kevin. He looks like Kevin Durant with the ball.
Yeah.
If you want a comp of like the way he moves with the ball and shoots over people and shoots his three easy,
and he's aggressive. Like he's a real aggressive kind of guy too.
The other night he shot a 3-pointer. He missed the 3-pointer. He saw it was missed and he alley-oop dunked it. He shot from the international 3-point line.
This is pretty awesome.
And so like he can do things that have never been done before in the history of basketball. They made the rule for Wilt Chamberlain because he would do the same thing, I was told, on free throws. The reason you can't cross the free throw line until the ball hits the rim is because Wilt knew he was bad at free throws, so he would just lob it up to the basket and then just dunk it himself. And so like, well, we got to make a Wilt Chamberlain rule that you can't cross the line until the ball hits the rim, so he stops rebounding his own free throw and dunking it.
And right now, Kevin, we don't have the idea that he goes into the season with all the referees in the NBA hating him.
That
I
would assume not.
And,
yes.
and this goes back to we had a discussion about this yesterday of unknown. This was the quarterback discussion, right? Where we're like the unknown is so much better than what we do know. We see all these warts with Luka right now, and we don't know if they're fixable or correctable, or if he can say, "I'm going to go be the greatest player. I know I can be." But we are like, it feels with Mike. I'm kind of with Mike, and there are a lot of things that I don't want to try to fix. But we paid a lot of money to Luka.
Right.
How are we going to get?
That's my main issue with this
the
whole
one
thing.
Pick?
How do I do? I mean, here's my next question to you, saying you wouldn't do it.
Yeah.
What do you think the next 2 years the Mavericks can do to help out Luka with really no cap space and no draft pick besides this one that they have as of right now?
I think there's a couple of options. My fear, of course, is that they will not execute either one of these options correctly, is that they do get the draft pick and they do re-sign Kyrie. Because, that's kind of how you have to start. If you don't start there, well, then maybe I switch sides, Mike, and I'm like, you know what? We got nothing. Is you either bring Kyrie back and you get him on the extension that it's not going to impact your salary cap and you have to deal with that outside of the luxury tax and everything, and you see the improvement that those two have working together, and then you use your draft pick on somebody that you have to hit on. That's a must.
Yeah.
And then the other option is you package that draft pick with one of your garbage contracts. And you might, I would love it if you got a great asset back, but you might also just get a better asset that is out of contract sooner. Because I still think you're looking at, especially if you did Bertans and Hardaway with that draft pick, you might not love what you get back, but it's going to be off the books a year sooner. And so I wonder if that would be helpful. So I think there are a couple of options. Okay. It's just the Mavericks have not shown they're particularly good with these options.
Okay. Now, are you ready for my hot take that I think I'm 50-50 on the Wembanyama thing? As in, I think the fan base will be 50-50 on Luka, 50%.
Okay.
Yeah, I would rather start over with Wembanyama because he looks like he can play both sides of the court.
Can you give me 1 minute for Wemby card update that I think you're going to be fascinated by? Do you know how many cards he has?
He has the Sports Illustrated for kids.
And that's it. All right? So one that was a PSA 8 sold for a little bit less than $2,000.
That's stupid.
You just wait.
LeBron James has this situation too in his cards. This is where you shouldn't. I'm going to tell all of our audience, do not buy the Sports Illustrated for Kids Wembanyama card. It will not be worth much in the future.
Right now, there's a PSA 7 somebody just put up for $850. There are two SGC 9s, which I think these are the best versions of this card in existence. One is trying to sell for $50,000 and the other one is selling for $31,000. There are multiple sheets with the Wemby card right now going for more than $200, or people selling the Sports Illustrated for $300 that still has the sheet of cards.
Do you think he'll be better than LeBron James?
I do not.
LeBron James's Sports Illustrated for Kids card, when he has his high school card in there, his first ever card ever, $50 for one of those. And that is 20 years old now. So just to give you an idea how stupid it is, people are paying for this card. LeBron James has the same situation in high school, so don't do it. That card, best case scenario, is going to be worth $50. And then if it's graded in, let's say, I have a BGS 9.5 of LeBron James in that. It's about a $250 to $300 card of LeBron James. Same situation, so don't do it. Now, here's the one that I'm going to get crushed on. I won't do it for just the number 2 pick. I do need more. I would trade Luka for Scoot Henderson and other assets. Because that's how bad of a situation I think the Mavericks are in.
And you just don't think.
And I don't want Kyrie Irving either in this situation. I want to move money. I want to move Kyrie in a sign and trade to get future assets. I hate doing this. I don't want to do this. Do I trust Mark Cuban at all to rebuild? He did such a horrible job in the Luka Doncic situation. I give him all the credit in the world because I do believe he's the real general manager. He's been the general manager for a long time here. I give him all the credit in the world for Luka Doncic. Awesome job, Mark. Awesome job on Jalen Brunson. Getting him in the second round of that draft. But from that point on, unfortunately, every move that has been made has kind of been a negative move, almost a move to make the team worse instead of better. Trading Harrison Barnes for cap space that you didn't even use. Obviously, Kristaps Porzingis, it didn't end up being a good trade. We're still trying to have to pay for that trade. Trading for Dinwiddie and Bertans in the Porzingis thing, it made the Mavericks somewhat worse. And now trading Dinwiddie and Dorian Finney-Smith and a future unprotected first-round pick, it made the Mavs worse than it made them better. So you just keep getting worse in this situation. It worries me.
It's like they're stripping it down, It's like they're stripping it back a lot.
So it worries me that I'm putting my hopes and dreams into Mark Cuban. He doesn't seem to do a good job being a general manager. And so I look at this and I go, but can he start over and do it again with either Victor Wembanyama, who 100% I would do that. Just give me the number 1 pick. Here's Luka. We're done with the trade. But if I did it for the number 2 pick, I would still do it and start my franchise with Scoot Henderson. But I need more assets in that. I'm not just doing it for the number 2 pick. Maybe you're also giving me your number 1 pick in 2024 and your number 1 pick in 2029 to recoup that pick that I gave to the Brooklyn Nets and maybe an asset that's on your team that I kind of like. But I'm willing, nothing against Luka in this. I don't think you can build around Luka. I think it's over and done with unless you get lucky and you hit the lottery ball. But I would move on from the Luka Doncic team.
Would that be the most significant trade, like immediately in that moment, that we'd ever seen? I don't know if we understood.
For the Mavericks?
Like, I don't know if in DFW and we understood the Herschel Walker trade at that second. Yeah. But if we traded away Luka, well, maybe it would be equal.
It would be the most
Herschel
significant
Walker.
for the Mavericks.
Like, it would be.
For sure.
It would be the. It just seems like too much of a big move and a risky move to do.
Yeah,
because you already have the player. Now you might go into a time where you're gambling. I don't know.
Yeah, I wouldn't do it just because I'm also hoping that Green and Hardy continue to develop. But I understand the logic, and I know there were some people who brought this up. Is Billis and somebody else said if this was the draft with Wemby and LeBron James, it'd be a tough call for number 1, which is crazy.
You could get $51 for that high school kid Sports Illustrated card.
That actually, you know what? That makes a lot of sense. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, we move into the lunch rush and the expressway, and we will kick it off by talking with Texas Rangers manager Bruce Bochy. Next, right here on the Fan.
Are you ready for some commercial-free KNC Masterpiece?
Yes, of course.
It's happening next, all the way until 1.
on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Autoflex Leasing.
When shopping for a new car, we can all live without the drama. Autoflex Leasing has every make and model, the best leases, and delivers it right to you. Delivering drama-free cars for more than 40 years. Call Autoflex at 234-1234 or autoflex.com.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where we should have on Texas Rangers manager Bruce Bochy in just a few minutes. But I got a couple, or hopefully a few seconds. I got a couple more notes for you. Did you see some people think this is the sign of the sale for the Commanders is they settled that lawsuit of not giving the season ticket owners their money back? Because you remember they had like all this money kind of piled up, and they're like, "Oh yeah, no, we'll totally."
Right, yeah.
But and they just kept it, and then finally people are like, "Hey, what happened to my refund since I was done with season tickets and all of that, my personal seat license?" They're like, "Okay, see, what happened was we were gonna. Did Tim not call you?"
Oh,
and we're like,
Tim.
"We were gonna send it," and so they settled it for $625,000.
Seems like not enough.
I'm totally with you. But if you thought you were going to get zero. But a lot of people are like, see, they're settling these lawsuits because there are multiple of them so they can sell the team. Because I could see.
New owners don't want to deal with that.
You don't want to buy a team and be like, all right, here are all the lawsuits that you have to deal with.
That's interesting because, like, Mike, when we talk about Soto and, like those.
State of the art.
Well, no. The
fact.
Soto and the Nationals.
Yeah.
And they were trying to move him so that they didn't have, the new owners didn't have to think about re-signing him and stuff like that.
Yeah, the learners sold.
Yeah.
My learners.
Now, I had one more
Washington
note for you that I thought was amazing. Did you see that they had a NFL draft prospect meat eating competition to see who would gain the most weight from an all-you-can-eat meat extravaganza?
So they weighed in before they ate.
Correct.
Whoa. What meat?
I think it was an all-you-can-eat buffet, so they had all kinds of different
chicken,
options.
burger, steak.
Yes,
Feels
exactly.
like fried foods here are going to be like a fried
Pork
chicken
chops.
or a chicken fried steak's going to be a problem.
But they look fancy, kind of like
filet mignons.
Yeah, or
ribeyes.
Brazil crap.
Cafe de Brazil.
No, not Cafe de Brazil. The Brazilian steakhouse where you flip the card. Come on, Corey.
Oh, ponchos.
No, it's not ponchos. Where they flip the card green and red. You know what I'm talking about?
That's called a stoplight.
Is it Texas de Brazil?
Texas de Brazil.
You guys are jerks. Y'all are jerks.
There's yellow too, I think. Slow down or speed up. Sometimes it means different things.
It looks fancy, like they cut off the pieces for you. So it looks like fancy bits of meat and everything like that. So 5 people competed. 1 from Old Dominion, 1 from Northwestern, 1 from Maryland, Michigan, and TCU.
Mm-hmm.
How many pounds do you think you would put on from just this one extravaganza?
3
offensive linemen.
Yes.
You get one meal.
Yeah.
How much can you put on in one meal?
Yeah, whatever you want.
3 pounds.
13 pounds.
13 pounds.
I feel like they could only eat about 8 pounds of meat max until they start wanting to throw up.
I get that. I just also feel like it's going to be, there's more to it. I feel like there's more to it, and I don't know the science about it.
Well, there are 2 amazing outcomes to this, and I want you to tell me which one is more amazing. But first, I'll tell you the people in the middle. 2, 3, and 4 gained 6.7 pounds, 6 pounds, and 5 pounds. What do you think is more amazing? That Nick Saldiveri from Old Dominion gained 9.5 pounds, or Steve Avila from TCU gained 0 pounds.
0 pounds, like that dude's metabolism.
He's
on
eating.
fire.
There are
How
videos
mad does that make
of
all 3
him
of us?
So mad. Oh my gosh.
I will
so
say
mad.
though,
Not once.
the old, Reggie's in there like never
someday.
lost any weight.
You didn't bring him
One
my
day,
peeps?
Reggie, your body's going to reject you.
You keep waiting on it.
The Old Dominion kid, by
Yes.
the way, is rocketing up the charts on the
because
draft.
of this.
No, not
outcome?
because of this, but that is interesting.
I get it. He went from 317.4 pounds to 326.9 pounds. And they're like, we got to move that.
Did
kid
they
up the
all
board.
eat the same amount? Is that what you said? They all ate the same amount of weight?
I think that was up to you, right? Because it was a competition.
Okay.
And so there are multiple videos of Avila, like he's eating
Chowing down.
food.
What about water? Like, were they drinking water while they
sure
were doing this
to help out with the swallowing
and
part.
it does kind of help slowly expand your tummy.
You think Avila made a key mistake and he used he went to go pee right before the weigh-in, and that really messed him up. I mean, he probably wasn't going to win if he was at 0. I don't think he would do that for 9.5 pounds. That feels very, very unlikely.
Nuts, though, man.
But I thought that's a story you needed to know.
I like it. I've enjoyed watching on YouTube. I've watched these competitive eaters go to these different places around the world and take on different eating challenges at restaurants and stuff like that. So it's been interesting watching how they do that.
Yeah, no, I'm absolutely with you there. All right, I think we do now have Texas Rangers manager Bruce Bochy. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, guys. How's it going?
Well, we are doing great. Not as great as Andrew Heaney, but still great nonetheless. What was it like to watch that strikeout parade yesterday?
I tell you what, it was special. I had never seen that. I did see a couple replays of Peavy, who pitched for me, but he did in 2007. So I told him thanks for waiting till I left, but it is really cool to watch. That's so hard to do, and something that it's a rare feat, as you know. He can shoot, but just showed you the stuff that he had last night. He had that good extra hop on his fastball. He had the good slider going. Just fun to watch.
Well, Mike always talks about, game plan and going into, and, you're kind of focusing sometimes on maybe 3 hitters in a lineup. Some guys do. Was that more just the stuff the way it was coming out of his hand, the way he was throwing, or did he really commit more to, I'm going to make sure I know everything about guys 1 through 9 here?
Oh, I think last night was just more a case of that being more of who Andrew Heaney is with the stuff that he had. He's got, he's got that, we call it a unicorn fastball that when he's got that little hop to it, man, it's just hard to catch up with. It's hard to lay off. And he was just a different pitcher than what he's been the last couple outings. His first start and that last start against the Cubs in spring training, stuff was a little flatter. And sometimes you go through a dead arm, whatever. But last night he had it, and that was evident. And so we saw a different pitcher.
Boch, I know they're different pitchers, but you had Mad Bum, and now you have Heaney, and they kind of show their back to the hitter and then kind of have a little bit of a slingy motion to throwing the ball. Can you talk about, I know you used to be a hitter, as a hitter, the difference in picking up pitches, especially from a left-handed pitcher when they kind of turn their back to you and come from an angle almost where they're throwing where the second baseman would be playing?
Yeah, it's pitching. So much of it's about deception, and when you can hide the ball, and pitchers do in different ways. They may use that front arm. They may turn their back, and Andrew, he's the guy, as you mentioned, similar to Bumgarner. They turn their back to the hitter, so they don't pick up the ball as quick. And so that, 91, 92, it looks more like a 96, 97. It's just a different fastball where you can have a guy throwing 97, 98, but, he's open a little bit. The hitter sees it well, doesn't play as fast. So that works for Andrew. And same thing with Bum, and hitters just don't see it as well. And now when you get that little added hop that you normally have, it makes it that much tougher.
So I know I'm going back in your day, Boch. Who was the guy that you had the hardest time picking up their pitches?
Back in my day, when I first started, was my first year, J.R. Richard. I mean, the guy was 6'9", 6'8", 6'9". It felt like he was going to hand the ball to you. He threw over 100, had a slider at 93, 94. and you just didn't see it well. I mean, it's real slow delivery, and he kind of turned too, and here he came. And plus, he didn't have the best control, Nolan was on that team too, and but what Nolan had, he had a lot better control than what people thought. But JR, he would wing one up and in or down the way. It didn't matter where you were sitting, but this guy would have been in the Hall of Fame if he didn't have a stroke.
I'm looking at a picture of him right now, and it looks like he has 9 baseballs in one hand, and that seems like a giant man right there.
He was giant hands. He could hit a little bit. A great athlete. Actually could run a little bit too, and just a shame what happened because he was a really special pitcher.
I know it's early in the season, so you can only go off what you've been able to judge thus far. 10 games. Y'all have already had 3 games where you scored 11 or more runs, including last night, but also been shut out twice. Have you seen any dynamic of, you want to make sure you don't have a feast or famine offense going this season?
Well, yeah, I'll be honest. You like to see it spread out a little bit better. I'll talk to him about that. Let's save a few of these runs. But, trust me, you think about it sometimes. But that pitcher out there in the mound, sometimes he'll dictate that. But because I expect us to play in a lot of low-scoring games. But I'm not going to lie, it's nice to break out. I think it does a lot for the hitter's confidence. It does a lot for the ability to use the bullpen like you would want to. So, but I think when as we get in this, I think you're going to see a team that will be a little bit more balanced and not get shut down quite as much as we have in the early go. And I think if you look across the league, you're seeing a lot of teams have big games. I think the Phillies scored 15 last night. I mean, you're seeing more games like that. So teams get settled in, get their bullpen settled in. These starters get stretched out and things.
First place Texas Rangers manager Bruce Bochy joining us here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Over the weekend, you did have the 5-error game, and I was just kind of curious on management style with something like that, especially this early in the season. Do you attack that and sit and talk to the guys, or do you say, you know what, I'm going to see how they figure it out? What's your approach to that?
Well, every game's going to be a little bit different. I'm talking about every game like that.
Yeah.
I did say just a few words. I did. In our hitters meeting there, and so listen. We're going to have days like this. Every team in baseball does, and I don't think I'm going to meet with you every time we have an off day. You guys are men. What's important is not that it happens, how we deal with this, and part of being a good club and a club that wants to go where we want to go is being resilient. And now it's time to bounce back and, find a way to win a ball game and put this behind us. And, it's something like that. But, you're not going to do it every game. But I just, as they're getting to know me and I'm getting to know them, I just want to, them to make sure, hey, I get it. I know we're going to have off days. Shoot. And that game, I could have done something a little different in that bullpen. So it's all about, looking at yourself and taking a few minutes and then washing it off, flushing it out. And tomorrow, you got to be ready to go. And I was really, really pleased with how they played the next day.
Boch, the bottom of your lineup has been producing for you throughout this season and especially the last couple of days. I want to know from a manager standpoint how important it is and how tough it can be to make sure that the guys that maybe aren't everyday players are still getting enough at bat so when you need them in a big 6th inning, 7th inning situation or on a Sunday day game that they're ready to give you good baseball.
Yeah, well, I was one of those guys, and trust me, I know what a tough job it is at Major League pitching when you've been sitting for a week, and really amazing what Jankowski and Bubba did, to go out there and put together a good game, and so they were back out there last night, and they'll be back out there tonight. You have those bench guys get a little hot, it enables you to rest your other guys because this is a long season. And you're not going to win with just your 8 or 9 guys, whatever. It's going to be that whole club because they're going to have to produce for you. They're going to have to give your guys a day off, especially if you get into the season. And so I'm going to try to use them all right now, keep them all involved. Last night with that score, taking guys out, giving a guy like Duran one at bat. He gets a hit, that may be the one that gets him going. You're hoping. Miller got to play a couple innings at first base. Trust me, I've been there, and so I probably do think about them as much as the regulars.
Jake Odorizzi is going to be out for the year, but he did say something, I believe it was yesterday or the day before. He said, my contribution on the field is 0, but I can still contribute in the locker room, looking up video, trying to help in whatever way possible. There's some value in that. First of all, what does that mean to hear? And second of all, how can players contribute when they can't be on the field?
Well, I mean, you got a player like Jake. He's been around. He's a guy that's pitched too. He's not a guy that just relied on stuff, and so that's the attitude you really want to hear from these guys because they do have something to offer. It's another set of eyes and ears that maybe can help somebody. It can be one thing. It could be showing the grip on a pitch. It can be knowing the hitters on the other side, the success he had against them. So. Hey, you're on the DL, but hey, you're still employed by the club, and so that's what you're hoping to hear. So I think it's a great attitude. A major setback from him. For him, I'm sure he's disappointed, but the fact that he wants to stay involved, he wants to be part of it. That's great to hear.
And then what can you tell us about maybe what happened with Mitch Garver? And then since we're a very observant show, if you want to tell us anything about what that beeping is.
Yeah, I just shut off the car here.
Okay, we're just having some fun with you.
With the car running in the parking lot, I had to make a quick errand run before we leave on the road tomorrow. So I had to leave the ballpark and take off for about 10 minutes.
Like groceries?
That's why I missed your call. So, but anyway, I'm sorry.
Mitch
where
Garver.
were we?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, Mitch, he actually was running, and, it's kind of a freak deal. He was just slowing down, and, he has a very minor little fraying, or they might call it a small tear of the meniscus. And so we don't want to risk losing him for a longer extended period of time. So, our medical staff or doctors feel like, a 10-day IL will serve him well, that inflammation will go down, and the risk of making it worse really lessens when that happens. Now, I can say on Mitch's side, he was crushed. He was really disappointed because he had to deal with a tough year last year, and he's had injuries in his career. It's the last thing he wanted to do, but he understood, and so he's going to go on the IL for 10 days. Meanwhile, he can take batting practice and do some things. He just won't be catching.
With when Adolis goes up with the bases loaded, do you now always expect a grand slam? Like, do you tell him, hey, you've done it before, you got to do it again?
Yeah, I do. I'm not gonna lie. I think he set that bar early, so no, that's what we expect. And but anyway, I would love to have this guy up at the plate because he really wants to be there, man. He wants to be in the moment. I think just short time I've gotten to know him, he loves that. That at bat, with the crowd getting into it and everything.
Yeah.
So, but that was a big one for him, especially after pitch before was called a strike, and he bounced back and let it go.
Yeah, and that pitch didn't even really look like it could be a home run pitch to hit.
But he called the grand slam sign. What is the grand slam sign that you show up there to the players?
Yeah, I know that's on Beasley. I told him, it's up to him to call that. He gives them the signs. They don't look at me, so I'll ask Bees what he gives.
Awesome.
And Boach, last one from me is the Kansas City defense against left-handed hitters. That's pretty interesting because it feels like if you can hit the ball down the line, which is, I know, difficult to do, it looks like an automatic triple. And if you're Bubba Thompson, it might be a home run.
Yeah, well, they won't do that on Bubba. But,
right.
Yeah, but it's I think it's a defense that a few clubs will run against our guys with Seager, and I saw a team do it with Lowe up there, and of course we saw it with Jonah, and somebody asked me, well, did Jonah see that and try to lob it over his head? I said, no, we wish we were all that good, but it worked out great. So, one time it worked for them and another time it didn't.
Have you guys practiced that defense at all in spring training?
No, we have not. Now we will have our guys, they'll come up with suggestions on something that's, away from the traditional defense, and hey, we'll listen, whatever. But it's always going to be the situation. You'll notice they'll do it with nobody out, but with nobody on base. But with somebody on base, they'll go back to the conventional defense.
Well, we appreciate the time as always, and I know you'll be busy leading into the game, but Andrew Heaney will be on our station at 3:20. So if you want to listen, that would be fantastic.
Well, that's awesome. That he's on. I mean, what a game, man! That's just a special game to watch. For someone to accomplish what he did. The 9 consecutive strikeouts. So good for him. Good bounce back. Great effort for us too.
Appreciate it very much, good sir. We'll catch you next week.
Okay, we see you.
There you go. Texas Rangers manager, and definitely the person you would want to run your ranch, Bruce Bochy, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
You say ranch or errands?
Ranch.
Oh.
So I want to start off with Mike Likes It.
Let's do it.
With what Bruce Bochy just said in the middle of that interview that I think most people didn't hear.
Okay.
He talked about the game where they had 5 errors.
Yep.
And he looked at it and he said, guys, I could have managed the game differently, the bullpen differently. Now, what responsibility is that? Hey, Dallas Maverick fans, there were 82 games this year. Did you ever once hear Jason Kidd take responsibility for losing a 10-point lead or a 27-point lead or a 12-point lead? Now, this was a close game, and what Bruce Bochy is doing is very important, is as a player, I make mistakes. I know I make mistakes, and I know that my pitching coach, my pitching coach most likely is going to point it out. At times, the manager will point it out too. Like if you don't back up a base, there might be a time where you kind of get cussed at. Maybe different in today's game, but hey, you got to back up home. I don't give a crap that you gave up a double. That's going to happen. I understand. But then you not backing up home plate allowed that runner to go from second to third with less than 2 outs because you were feeling sorry for yourself. Because you felt sorry for yourself, now you put us in another position to lose.
Yeah.
But what Bruce Bochy did was he just took responsibility for his job. Jason Kidd did not take responsibility for his job 1 second of the year. I'm not the savior. Yeah. Nobody's dying. I'm not calling a timeout. They got to figure it out on their own. That's horrible head coaching. So when people ask, I loved having Chuck Cooperstein on today. I listened to the whole thing with Sean and RJ. What can you be critical of Jason Kidd of? There's one thing right there. Bruce Bochy, 10 games into the season, just admitted, I could have done something different. I could have helped us maybe stay in that ball game. Yes, you guys made mistakes. There were 5 errors. Very tough to overcome. That's going to happen. How do we react from those 5 errors the next day? How do we react throughout the week? How do we react throughout the season? But you know what, guys? I might have mismanaged that game a little bit myself too, and I want to let you guys know I'm going to try to do a better job because I might have done a few things differently too in that game to help us out. Jason Kidd not at one point ever apologized for the way he was coaching, ever said anything about the way he's to Jason Kidd, as far as we know as a fan base, Jason Kidd did nothing wrong this year. It was all the players who screwed up the game plan. And those are the worst managers to have in baseball. They're probably the worst coaches to have in basketball, and they're probably the worst coaches to have in football.
Now that's a fact, Mike. Like you see, the good coaches will take responsibility very quickly in football.
All right. Next one. I want to play this clip last night as I was getting to do the post-game show. Here is Andrew Heaney, a little clip on Andrew Heaney after he had a great game, talking a little bit about why he wanted to rebound from his first start of the year.
I was extremely ready to go. obviously not at all how I'd draw up the first start here in Arlington, and felt like I owed it to the guys, owed it to the fans, myself, to be better than what I was. That's not the pitcher that I wanted to be after my first one, and so there was definitely some extra incentive and kind of anxiety to just get out there and go. I mean, it's once you get out there and you start warming up before you go to the bullpen, like most guys will tell you that's when you feel the most calm and you feel the best, because you're in your element. It's everything leading up to the days, the hours, whatever.
Perfect.
Leading up
That's
to that.
good, Reggie, right there. I just want to tell you how much I love this Texas Ranger team already. Bruce Bochy, I didn't even know he was going to do that in our 15-minute interview. He's already taking responsibility for a game getting out of hand. Was it his fault? No, not really. Obviously, the team didn't play good defense. Taylor Hearn didn't have a great outing that game. And that's going to happen. You're going to have bad games. You're going to lose games. And then you have Andrew Heaney last night after having a great game for the Rangers. 1 unearned run in the game for him, 5 innings, 10 Ks, good rebound game. He took responsibility and said, I got to do better for my team. 1, I got to do better for the fans. 2, and I got to do better for myself. 3, I would like to ask this question to you Dallas Maverick fans. At any point during this 82-game season where they lost 44 of the 82 games, did you hear a lot of the Mavericks, especially let's just say at the end of the year in their exit interviews? Kyrie Irving decided not to do it. Luka Doncic said, I'm happy. Did I hear, I didn't hear a lot, but I did not hear Christian Wood apologize for what he did this year, disappointing the fans, disappointing his team, disappointing the coaching staff. Did you hear any player, Tim Hardaway Jr.?
I didn't hear all of that one. Did he say anything like that?
I don't know, but from what I understand, from what I read, from whether it's Brad Townsend, whether it's from whoever it is, right, covering the team, I never heard a player on the Dallas Mavericks, the head coach on the Dallas Mavericks, the general manager, and somewhat Mark Cuban did on that Wednesday when he started going into the whole Brunson situation.
And even that took some, if you have to blame me for anything, it's the way the roster was built.
If you want to hear a winning team talk, listen to Bruce Bochy. If you want to hear a winning team talk, listen to what Andrew Heaney said last night after the game.
By the way, we'll be on again 3:20 with G-Bag.
And do you understand the loser's mentality that the Mavericks had this year? And how is that going to change if you don't want to take responsibility for letting down your team? 1, Andrew Heaney. Letting down the fans. Number 2, Andrew Heaney. Letting down yourself. Number 3, Andrew Heaney. And look at what changed. It changed. It can only change when you start saying, that's not good enough. 1, for my team. Because now you're sacrificing to something more than just yourself. It's not good enough for the fans because I know that they want us to win really bad. 2, the fans aren't himself. And number 3, he spoke about himself. It's not good enough for me. I just thought that interview from Andrew Heaney, that little clip, and then getting Bruce Bochy to just say, dude, I can do better too.
Mm-hmm.
What a great feeling it is to be a fan of the Texas Rangers right now, that's what they think about. We got to commit to ourselves. We got to commit to the fans, and we got to commit to the team, and we got to be responsible.
Yeah, I mean, Mike, even take it one step further, and I know DeGrom didn't come out and say the exact same things, but his first start looked nothing like his second start.
Yeah,
he was like, that wasn't good enough for my expectations. All the things that I am.
He even said that in the second start. He goes, I can do better.
Yeah, he said he could do better after he did great his second start. So this team has a bunch of guys that they're ambitious and want to do a lot more than this Rangers club has done.
I love this. And you know where it starts to me personally?
Leadership.
Starts with Chris Young, and it starts with Bruce Bochy. Those guys are going to take responsibility for their actions. And how many times has Chris Young come on 105.3 The Fan or spoken to the media and talked about last year and how mad he was at it, how frustrated he was at it, and the actions he took to change it? And he said, part of it's on me. Part of it's on, but he's taking responsibility. And I just love that we get to root for this type of a team, because the Dallas Mavericks are the complete opposite in my mind as a fan of Rangers, a fan of the Mavericks, and a fan of the Cowboys. I'm not really including the Cowboys here. I'm just the team that just went 38-44 and the team that is now 6-4. And I'm not saying the Rangers are winning the World Series because of this year.
Sure.
But at least it sounds like the Texas Rangers in 2023 have a commitment to each other, have a commitment to the fans, and have a commitment to themselves. And that is led by Chris Young and Bruce Bochy and the players. And that is a 180 from the commitment from Mark Cuban, the commitment from Nico Harrison, the commitment from Jason Kidd, and the commitment from the Dallas Mavericks. And I am happy and proud to be a Texas Rangers fan this year.
Yeah, man, it is definitely that, like, the GM, the person that's making the personnel decisions on those, has to have a right-hand man, somebody that is also in that clubhouse sending the message each day. You establish the foundation for the message. I think Chris Young has done a really good job, and there's a really good piece from Evan Grant on what they decided that their message was going to be this year and what they wanted to build together. And he and Bochy sat down together and detailed what they wanted to accomplish with it. And I think there's like 3 major factors, the triad of trust or whatever. Yeah, but the way that they approach it, he had a big push in what he wanted this team to look like. And then Bruce Bochy is the guy that's sitting there and pushing that message the whole time. You got to have somebody who has a clear, concise message that they want. I don't know that Cuban or Nico's message is that right now. I don't know what it is. Sometimes I'm curious as what Steven or Jerry's is. I think it's win the Super Bowl and be flashy, baby.
I don't follow the Stars, so I can't speak about the Stars. But I do think right now, the leadership of the Texas Rangers and the words that are being spoken by the players, it's like this pass down effect that I think you have a chance to succeed when you have that. When people are responsible for their actions, you have a chance to change things and be successful. And I think this is the team to follow. I'm not saying they're going to win 100, but I think eventually they will. And I'm not saying they're going to win the World Series, but I think they can. And I don't know if it's going to be this year, but I think that you have in Chris Young and Bruce Bochy, and I'll include Ray Davis because he was the one who opened up the pocketbooks and said, look, we got to change this. This is not working this way. Yeah. We're changing things. And so I am very excited to watch the next 152 Texas Ranger baseball games.
You and I don't know, Kevin, if you got a chance to talk to Ray while we were at spring training, but I know Mike and I did.
I did not.
Did you get the same? I think you were chasing down Maddox at the time we were doing it.
That is true. Yeah.
In that moment with him, it sounded like he was so excited that he had Chris Young. Like, that's what I got out of my conversation with him. He just sounded like he was so excited that Chris Young's the one at the helm on this thing. And because he was like, I mean, I can't say word for word, but it was, this guy's kicking ass everywhere he goes. Yeah. And I was really excited about it.
That's why Mike likes it. I had no clue Bochy was going to lead me into that by taking responsibility for, was it 8-2? I can't even remember the score, but the 5-error game.
5-error game against the Cubs.
He's like, I could have done better too, guys. And I'll admit it publicly that I can do better too as a manager.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Oh my gosh.
You were
Kevin,
prepared for that tease, right?
That segment was just so much fun. I'm really jacked up right now. What can the Cowboys gain from this year's draft? Next on The Fan.
Get the top story. Fan Studio, secured by DFWSecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, and it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Did you just roll your R as you said Corey?
No.
Do it again.
Starring Corey Majors.
That sounds different.
I kind of want him to roll his R's now. Now try it.
Corey Majors.
Corey.
Oh, Corey Majors. That feels like appropriation.
87. Oh, yeah, never mind. Just say my name the right way, bro.
I did!
Oh, Reggie said it sounded different. By the way, the last few nights, in order to go to sleep, I've been reading Russian history.
Mm-hmm. Have you now?
I'm just trying to here's the deal. I don't know enough about Russia. What do you mean?
Oh, yeah.
Turncoat.
No. Here's the deal. So Kevin said, hey, watch this Tetris movie. And I didn't know what was going on in 80?
The mid to late 80s.
Yeah, I was a kid. All I was thinking about was my baseball cards and how I was going to put them on my bike spokes, and make that happen.
Good call.
So, exactly. I made your cards go up in value. So I was like, I don't know a lot about this stuff. So I got interested and I started reading Russian history. Last night, Chinese history. I want to know I just was trying to figure out the rest of the world.
I got you, because they're going to take over the world here pretty soon.
Gosh,
and we're going to have to be under Russia and China.
C block ever.
That being said, there's been a lot of death. I'm just like, in our world, there's been a lot of death. But I think that I'm looking for the next country. So let me know which country I should read about next. 877-881-1053.
Slovenia.
All right. I will put that on.
Where Luca plays one quarter on Slovenia.
Oh my gosh.
Djibouti.
But so yeah, and Kevin, would you say Germany?
Djibouti.
Oh, Djibouti. Is that a country?
Yes.
Yeah.
It doesn't sound like one. Okay, I'm gonna add that to the list too.
Can I ask you a question on Russian history?
I'm not an expert.
Can you give us some sort of fact or something about Russian history that we wouldn't know, since you're trying to learn about Mikhail Gorbachev?
No, not yet. I will also add this. Sometimes I read boring things to fall asleep, and that did help me. Russian history, like Chinese history, man, that was fascinating. The Russian history kind of did put me to sleep. So I'll look more into it, just trying to, and maybe I should read up. It seems like we studied U.S. history very hard.
Yeah.
And it seems like they were like, all right, here's all the world history. Good luck, guys. And then it was, that was it while we were in school. So anyway,
we can only learn so much in a lifetime.
I'm just trying to learn it all, is what I'm attempting to do.
Huh.
So there we go on that.
One of the things you learned today is Djibouti is a real country.
And it starts with a D?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And then
No
a J,
way.
right?
Yep.
I wouldn't
Did you know
learn
there's
about.
a place called Christmas Island?
Lies.
No, it is.
I wouldn't learn
There's also
about
an Easter Island.
Slovenia.
All right, I got
You
those
would
on the
not
list.
learn about Slovenia?
Well, if you're gonna really learn, I think Russia and China and the United States are pretty big. Who else could take over the world?
Brazil. Canada.
I would be surprised by both of those.
All right.
North Korea? Maybe you're learn about Korean history.
That's true.
Why is there a North and South Korea?
Okay. All right. I'll read up more on that. So yeah, I'm
Could
basically.
there ever be a Korea?
And think about this too.
It could
All
happen.
the stuff we learned while we were in school, I know current events were happening, right? There were things that were happening at that time. But whenever I was 8 years old, how much attention was I paying to current events?
Did you guys ever have to watch Channel 1 to start your morning off?
I have no clue what you're talking about.
I don't remember that, but
for the announcements?
So at Duncanville, there's this thing called Channel 1, which at 8 a.m., it was like this 10-minute kind of TV show that would be on kind of current events or what was happening. They were kind of like 5 minutes on the Gulf War, and then 5 minutes on kind of whatever else was going around the world or the country.
Channel 1,
it's called Channel 1.
I like it.
I'm hoping people can.
I'm not disputing
I'm
it.
45, graduated in 1996. If you kind of went to school in the late 80s through, let's say, late 90s, did you guys have Channel 1 at your high school or grade school that you had to watch?
Everybody in here remembers Channel 1.
Oh, wow. That's great.
Well, these guys.
Okay. Out of those two.
Yeah.
All right. Lucius and Carter. Our Carter, not my Carter.
What?
No. And Reggie?
No, you said our Carter, but that would make him your Carter.
No, it's different. All right. So that was that. And then, Mike, you said something yesterday that I went and told my wife about. And it makes me think, You know how whenever we kiss our wives now, we always think of Kevin because we close
Yes.
our eyes and
I
Kevin
thought of
doesn't.
you at the grocery store when I was shopping for pickles.
Because of this audio right here.
Multiple people are texting in LOL and LMAOO.
What does that stand for?
Oh, my pickle leaked all over.
Why are there two?
I
don't know what two
My
O's
pickles, like the bag leaked. It's still, for me, like, I really do think that's a really funny clip of audio, too. But, Mike, tell your story about what happened at the grocery store.
I was going around the grocery store. We got back late Sunday night from the airport from our skiing trip, and I needed to shop. I got to get back on soda hardcore.
Gotcha.
And so I'm like, I have to be prepared for this. If you're not prepared and you don't have vegetables and clean meats and kind of your stuff, you're going to end up eating chips. You're going to end up throwing a pizza in the oven, something like that. And so I needed pickles. Pickles are a great snack to have on the soda diet. And you can't get like the sweet pickles because that has sugar in it. So kosher dill pickles type of deal are good for you. And so I'm shopping for good pickles. And I thought every time I go buy pickles, I think of you and I think pickles remind me of you, Corey. So if I see a pickle, I think Corey. And then I always think my pickle's leaking. And now I'm bringing in. Why are there? So now I'm bringing in pickles. I have a pickle in the refrigerator right now that I need to go eat for a snack.
Mike came walking in yesterday, and he had his bag. It was a Ziploc bag, the
Sealed.
smart way.
That's right.
And he was like, "Look what I got!" And he had a pickle. He was like, I was thinking of you." And he said he was laughing out loud.
I was laughing at the grocery store when I was shopping for pickles.
Can you imagine walking by the pickle aisle and you look over there and there's Mike just chuckling about pickles?
You know,
Does
Corey,
Mike giggle? Because I think Mike laughs maniacally. I don't know that I've seen him giggle.
Yeah. You know what, Corey? You warned me this was going to happen. You
did.
said after 1 o'clock, the show goes off the rail anyway. And
It's in a good way. It's part of the charm of the show, I believe. I
Yeah.
could be wrong about this.
you warned me that it would
But I
happen.
did tell you, like, I didn't know I was going to ask about Russian history. I'll be honest about that.
A lot of people know about Channel 1, by the way.
Oh, good.
A lot
I-
of people.
What reminds you guys of me? Because open eye kissing is Kevin's thing that we really think about. Pickles is what I think about Corey. When you're doing something or looking at something,
When I get,
where you go, oh, Mike.
When I get mad about something and want to like,
yeah,
I'm like, man,
Mike
would
this is how
be right here
Mike
with
must
me.
feel inside his body a lot of times.
I'm not lying about that, Mike. Like, there are moments at the house where I'll do something, I'll just be, or when I say deal with it to my family now, and they're like, oh, I'm like, yeah.
Mike,
yeah, that doesn't make wives feel happy.
I hope this does not offend you in any way,
don't
or
worry,
you
I'm
understand.
always offended.
Is whenever somebody in my house, like if something went wrong or whatever, and they're like, "Oh, well, great, now we can never have hamburgers again." I'm like, "What are you, Mike?" Because that just feels like a level that you would go to.
Yeah, that's what my wife's like. Oh, it's lost forever.
Yeah,
so I'm like, I can't find my pants. You know, and I'm like, they're lost forever. And she's like, oh, everything's lost forever.
From the 682.
Really, what it means is, can somebody go find these? Because I can't.
Deal with it as well.
Deal with
Corey's-
it. It's
Corey's
so
right.
it's so effective.
Yeah.
It feels good to say, and then your kid like is stunned for a few minutes. Like, oh crap, I do have to deal with it. Wife, you're right. I have chosen. I'm like, ugh, all right about that. But whenever I tell her, and they're just gonna have to deal with it regarding whoever I say that about, she's in support.
So far, my wife hasn't taken away deal with it in our house, but she doesn't like that I've taught our boys to just say in your face when something goes your way.
That's so much fun too. I do like that.
You just like, I love you say, like, you know, you get like the last piece of bread
Oh,
or
for
whatever,
sure.
and you're just like in your face.
But you also say it in like situations that make no sense to me. And he's like, coming up next is the C block, and he'll be like, oh, in your face, Kevin. I'm like, what? We all know that's what's happening.
It's a really good term to use. I love it. So yeah, those are the things that the show does. And
the
then
214, did you see that?
Yeah, go ahead.
I wait for the 1 o'clock hour, generally knowing the day is about to get hilarious.
And also from the 214, I'm laughing about leaking pickles while walking through HEB right now. So there you go.
And as long as off the rails moments are genuine and unforced, for people who have come in studio and hung out with us, you'd be shocked how many of these things there's like whenever I sigh, it's because I genuinely had no idea something was about to happen, and it did. So
I would say no, fried pickles aren't healthy, but I'm not the expert on that.
It's fried. Yeah, that makes
But I guess if you can lightly fry them or something, does
air
that work?
fryer. Air fryer.
Yeah, can you air fry pickles without
What was that?
flour?
No, I just said, oh yeah.
Okay.
I also thought about sautéing pickles, and that was a weird thought.
Sautéing pickles?
Yeah, that's weird.
Never done that before.
I haven't either.
So
Fried
from
pickles are great.
From the 3-2-1, I think of Corey every time I go to my Tom Thumb. And I did get a tweet from our buddy who Red Army Hooligan, who was
do like him.
at my Tom Thumb today. And he
was at your Tom Thumb?
He was at my Tom Thumb specifically. He lives in my neighborhood.
Okay.
He lives around me. And he wrote Corey's on top of it in the picture that he took, and he tweeted it out. So if everybody wants to go help me out, I would really love a piece of that Tom Thumb. All right, do I have enough time for this good topic here, Kevin?
Yeah.
Was that the bad topic, or?
Oh man, this good topic's gonna be.
Those were the great topics.
Gotcha.
This is the good topic.
Okay,
So
all right.
This is where we have to settle back into sports.
Oh, I thought we were talking.
Either make a decision,
here we
bail
go.
or go.
Do it,
2
do
minutes.
it, do it.
Stalling for time right now. Go for it.
Go.
All right. I saw on NFL.com a link, and the headline is which teams have the most to gain in this year's draft. And it says the Lions, the Panthers, the Eagles, the Lions again, and the Texans.
Why are the Lions on there twice?
And the Bears, and then the Lions a third time.
What?
I don't know, man.
They can gain a lot of stuff.
They
And
went.
you had the breaking news: the Lions traded back for their own
traded
player.
the fifth round pick
Traded
to keep one of their players.
to the Falcons.
Oh.
There was a brief mix-up by me after I got it right first.
Yeah,
and then
don't
I
doubt
messed it
yourself,
up.
Kevin.
Yeah.
You're capable and smart.
You know,
I'm
I
proud
appreciate
of you.
that, Reggie.
So, yeah, did you want to revisit that breaking news?
They traded Jeff Okudah to the Falcons, not back to themselves for their own fifth round.
And dude, Mike, don't forget when we played the Lions this year, Jeff Okudah's name was called on every defensive play for the Lions. That dude was making stops everywhere.
He was solid this past year for sure.
That being said, they named all those teams. So, Kevin, out of the 6 experts, each one of them had a choice. So that's why the Lions showed up 3 times.
Because I felt like I had to pick the Lions, right?
And when it comes to, I agree, the Lions do have a lot to gain. They've done a really good job adding to this team, keeping some things that they're going to do. But then I started questioning, what do the Cowboys have to gain from this draft? And I think I did find for tomorrow a really good mock draft that does have us picking up our wide receiver from Rockwall and Jigba.
Oh, wow.
Smith, do I have to say Smith and Jigba?
Yeah, it's hyphenated.
Okay. So it did have us picking up him, but it's going to
That's a
take
heck
some
of a
work.
value.
So it's going to take some work to get him. But what do they have to gain from this draft? Because the defense is back. It's essentially the same defense. Almost every player is the same. Except for Stephon Gilmore, so you already got good there. Your offensive side of the ball, I mean, we feel like we have tight ends. We don't have to worry about that. What do they have to gain from this draft?
I'm going to throw something out there, and I'm probably
Special teams.
No, no.
This is it. We
remember
do it
that
again.
draft. I'm probably going to swing too big here, but I think they can continue down a path that they're on, that they can change the way they do business. Because one of the reasons they would re-sign all of their own guys for these preposterous contracts that were not market value whatsoever, I think if they continue down this trend of drafting well and being more, more frugal or perhaps just smarter with some of these re-signings, I think if they continue to draft well, they can fundamentally change the way that they do business, where if they do want to dip into free agency every once in a while, they have the option. And that all starts. And I know that might be too broad to like more specifically answer your question, because then the case would be fortify the defensive backfield and the defensive line. But from a broader perspective, I think you can continue on this run of drafts and then you can dip back into free agency in the future because you're no longer shackled.
See, the problem with the special teams draft, Mike, is that they drafted guys who would probably never be more than special teamers. If with this kind of draft, this is where you draft guys that are going to be future starters who are going to play special teams for you the first year. That's the way I look at it this year. I don't know. Like, I guess offensive line.
You're sounding like we should take all of our picks left in this draft to trade up to number 3 and get Will Anderson and just say we only needed one player.
Yeah, and we got the best athlete on the field.
Okay,
just imagine him.
I am
and Micah.
imagining it right
this
now.
Dude, the comp on him
Will
right now,
Anderson
the
a
comp
lot.
on him is Von Miller.
He would have been number 1 in last year's draft.
Do you want Von Miller and Micah to play together? Yes, you do.
Yeah.
I mean, the Cowboys didn't want it, but I mean,
that would go against what I just laid out about.
Would you
the
trade all your
fundamental
picks just for the third pick?
I don't.
Scared. All right, that's the C
so.
block, everybody. Kevin's still scared. That's
Why
why
is he
kisses with
getting
his eyes
Anthony
open.
Richardson?
What's that?
Huh?
Oh, I like this idea too.
Yeah, see, that's too high. I would see if I could keep a pick and trade up to 5, maybe. All right,
I've decided, Kevin, you kiss with your eyes open so that if something was to happen, you could see an attack, like a sneak attack from somewhere.
Sure.
That's what it is. It's not about getting caught up in the motion.
No. Plus, the other part I told you, that's just not who I am as a person. When you described, like, I kissed, well, hold on, that almost got me in trouble. You kissed Adrian and you got carried away.
Right.
That's just not who I am as a person. Like, fundamentally, that's not who I am as a person.
The feeling of floating in the air while locking lips with the one you love is the best.
I am sure you're right.
Kevin's like, physics don't allow you to float.
You were like, no, I don't agree.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, the most underperforming teams of the NBA season. Where do the Mavs sit on this list? We crunch the numbers, and we'll figure it out next right here on The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in big trucks should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
DJ calmly gets it to Dennis. The kill show! It's over! Dennis Smith, welcome back to Dallas!
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. This will probably give you an idea. The most underperforming teams of the NBA season. Where do the Mavs sit on this list?
First.
Believe it or not first. Now,
oh my.
What's that?
Oh my.
I'm going off of Vegas's over-under numbers for wins at the beginning of the season. There are only 7 teams in the league that had 7 or more fewer wins than they were projected. All right? Do you think Dallas is one of those teams?
All right, I got it. Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Is Golden State number 1?
Golden State is in that group. They are not number 1. Dallas is in that group. Also not number 1. Which other teams massively underperformed for the betting odds this year? And then I'll give you some more breakdown about it all.
I don't know. Maybe Phoenix?
Let me go look at the standings.
Phoenix is on the list as well. So you guys have gotten 3 of the 7 thus far. With no
Did
wrong
everybody
answers.
think, Corey, did people think getting Rudy Gobert was going to take the Timberwolves to a 50-win team? They went 42-40.
I feel like, being 42 wins, I feel like they were expecting higher. I will go with the Timberwolves, Kevin.
Yes! The Timberwolves were predicted to win 49 games. They're on the list as well.
Have you said a single team from the Eastern Conference yet?
I haven't. I have a guess.
I do too.
What's your guess? Let's discuss it before we give it to Kevin.
Well, Kevin's son loves one of these teams.
Oh, the Bulls. That's a good choice. But they're 40-42. Did they expect them to win 47 games?
I don't know. They started out hot last year and then fell off, right? Isn't that what happened?
What's your other option? Maybe I can.
My other option, I'm thinking of Brooklyn.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
They went 45-37.
Especially considering preseason expectations.
Did they have 52.5 wins on their over-under? That's a lot for a team that had, no offense, he was great here.
Yeah.
But had Kyrie Irving on it, which just was a very unstable situation going into the season. But Corey, I'll let you take the guess, Chicago or Brooklyn. I think they're both decent guesses. Toronto's another one. They went 500. Maybe they were expected to be better.
All 3 of those teams.
All 3 of those teams are incorrect.
Oh, Mike.
All 3 of them are wrong?
Now, for people asking about Brooklyn,
What about New Orleans? Those guys were considered to be good this year.
Brooklyn's projection was 50.5 wins. So they had an underperforming season, but not as much as the rest of these teams.
All right,
A lot of people on the fan text said
Portland
Brooklyn.
Trailblazers, do we have this on here?
The
Portland
Trailblazers.
Because they won 33.
They were only set at 39.5.
Really? Were they?
So there's
New Orleans, weren't they a really high pick to start the year?
45.5.
Okay, so they weren't that bad. And you said Toronto? No.
The Nuggets.
The Nuggets.
They won plenty.
Yeah, they won a lot of games. They were like pretty
I thought
close.
they would win 60.
Charlotte was 7 under their projection. And I want you to notice, if you notice a theme.
And beating up a person.
Fair enough. LaMelo Ball missed more than half of the season. Then you go to Phoenix. They also underperformed by 7. Minnesota, we mentioned them. Karl Anthony Towns only played 27 games.
That's about average for him.
That actually is fair. Golden State, they were 9 under. The Clippers, they were also 9 under.
Good call.
There's 2 teams left on the list. One of them is the Detroit Pistons. Cade Cunningham only played 12 games, and they had the worst record in the league. So Charlotte, Minnesota, Detroit, 3 of these top 7 teams had massive injury issues. And then the other one is the Dallas Mavericks.
We have met injury issues also. Maxey was
Maxi Cleat. I mean, he is Kevin Garnett of the NBA. I was told by that.
Your big rebounder was gone.
And you know
Garnett,
what?
are you serious? I heard Bill Russell.
That's right. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
And then we were getting back kind of a combination of Jordan and Ray Allen and Tim Hardaway Jr. this year. And that was going to be the problem solved.
Okay, so I'll look at it from a different perspective. LaMelo Ball was supposed to be Charlotte's best player. Cade Cunningham was supposed to be Detroit's best player. Karl Anthony Towns, if you want to say first or second best player, like I would certainly listen to the discussion about that.
Wow, Mike Conley slander.
But yeah, sorry. I did not mean for it to be Mike Conley slander, but you ain't in that tier, buddy. But you see, 3 of the top 7 suffered.
On Mike Conley.
So 3 of the top 7 suffered devastating injuries. The Mavericks did not, and yet they underperformed.
Luka
by
acted
10
like he got hurt every game.
That is fair.
Every game.
Every game.
Time he went to the basket.
They underperformed by 10.5 games. The only team who underperformed worse had the worst record in the league. That is pretty damning right there. And they had a major injury. The Mavericks did not, and were still the second most underperforming team in the NBA. I'm not going to do it again. In the NBA this season.
Well, that's our Dallas Mavericks.
Was the biggest injury like Mark Cuban's whole approach to the thing then? Like, do we grant that enough? I see what you're saying, Kevin. That's the frustrations just continue to billow over for why this team was what it is when everything looked like it was okay. But I guess this whole sign is we have the star. We just don't have anything else around him. How are we going to add to it?
Well, what really hurts and is really frustrating too is didn't Spencer Dinwiddie have like 17 assists the other day? And like, I hate seeing players before they come here or after they leave here doing well. I know that trickles over to all of our teams.
Yeah.
But
Marcus Ware.
All of those other
Napoli.
players are in the playoffs.
Yeah.
And that is frustrating.
And you had them on your team.
Yes. And you couldn't do anything with them either. All right. You want to switch gears to something completely different? You look really sad, Mike.
Yeah, it's as a Dallas Maverick fan, I'm hopeless right now. Unless the lottery ball hits, then
Okay.
I'm hopeful. Go ahead.
Maybe that will be a segment. I'll try to create a plan of attack that doesn't include getting Victor Wembanyama that convinces you to have hope. I'll
Okay.
see how successful that is. Now, in the meantime, Antonio Brown has run into problems.
God,
yet
go back
again.
to the Mavericks. I do not care about Antonio Brown.
I want to hear all of it.
At least it's not destroying like other people's lives as much. Is Shooky International, so a celeb jewelry person / conglomerate, is suing Antonio Brown for $1.1 million, saying that's what you owe me for the jewelry that I designed and you never paid.
Par for the course, right?
Yeah.
That sounds like Antonio Brown's life.
It definitely does. So he got several pieces of jewelry, supposed to pay $1.1 million, never paid, still has the jewelry. So, you know.
What's the most you've ever jewelry you've ever worn?
What's the most jewelry you've ever
Yeah, I was
worn?
going to ask paid, but that's a personal
I wore
question.
a necklace.
I used to have a cross from James Avery that I wore.
What?
Because of course, when I was in high school. And other than that, like the wedding ring, and I think that's it.
I wear a rubber ring. I lost my wedding ring twice. So now I just wear a rubber ring.
Didn't your wife lose her wedding ring too? Like in the garden?
Yeah, it's supposed to
she
grow on a
knocked
piece of carrot.
She knocked the diamond out, I think, when she was gardening.
Do you think it would grow more carrots?
I wish. Either one, honestly. I think
That's funny because carrots and diamonds.
Exactly.
Look at you with your jokes. That's
All right.
funny.
Quick college basketball thing.
What?
Just hear me out for a second. You talked about how to improve college basketball, right?
Me, yeah, because I think it's a horrible product.
Okay, so a player who was going to go probably in the top half of the first round, Kyle Filipowski, is coming back with Duke for his sophomore season.
Okay.
And now some people are like, could he be a top 4 pick for the 2024 draft? which honestly would be one of the best things that could happen to college basketball. If you've got somebody who was going to be a first rounder and then became a top of the draft player, that would be a big deal. But the interesting thing about that is, how do you build teams, or how do you continue to get this like blue blood dynasty? Mackenzie Mbako is a top 10 recruit for Duke. He is a power forward. Like within, I don't know, less than an hour after this decision came out, Mackenzie requested his release from his commitment to Duke. Ooh. And in his statement, he said, after long thought, prayers, and discussions with my parents and trusted advisors, I'm writing to formally ask for a release, which could be true, but a lot of people are like, no, it's because the guy that plays his position is staying, and he's like, I'm a one and done guy, which he's number 8 in the country. I absolutely get why he would want to be a one and done guy. He's like, I'm a one and done guy, and the position I was going to play is taken, so I ain't going to do.
Makes sense.
Makes sense to me.
It does, but that kind of hits at your heart of how you make the game better. This makes it very difficult for when we talked about all the upsets in the NBA tournament or NCAA tournament. This makes it more difficult for the typical blue bloods to like continue their blue blood status, because you would think Duke, hey, we caught a break. Our best player this year is coming back. And they're like, but you're going to lose your highest rated recruit.
To your point, you love college basketball. You know a lot of the players. I'm just on a tankathon mock draft here. Besides international, G League, and freshmen, what would you guess the first non-freshman G League international player is taken in this mock draft?
10?
17.
Jeez.
So the first 16 picks they have is either being freshman, international, or G League players. The first player that they consider not a freshman being taken in this draft is sophomore guard from UConn, Jordan Hawkins.
Wow.
At 17.
And maybe, I know Maxwell Lewis, people have some hopes from Pepperdine, but man,
just to give you an idea,
crazy.
It looks like at least, who knows how a real draft's going to go, but it looks like the whole lottery will be freshmen or an international, like Wembanyama or Scoot Henderson, who's in the G League, or the Twins. I mean, it's just all freshmen.
Yeah.
Nobody. So this is interesting. I don't know. I'm hoping NIL money comes in enough. It's very tough because you also want to get to free agency at 22, 23 years old.
Yeah.
For sure. And so if you do stay at Duke, I'm assuming he's going to make over $1 million next year at Duke, if not $2 million.
That feels like a fair guess. He was their best player.
So you start trying to get this NIL money enough where maybe you could see, and I still don't think it'll happen, but Larry Johnsons, Christian Laettners, Shaquille O'Neals, Michael Jordans, that you can see them at these major universities. And you're like, I'm looking forward next year to watching Brandon Miller. I know he has a lot of controversy around him, but I'm looking forward to Brandon Miller going back to Alabama for his sophomore year. Could he be? Well, no, he's obviously leaving. He's going to be the 2nd, 3rd, or 4th overall pick, most likely in the draft. But you just watch it. It's just such disjointed basketball. The teams that are getting the one and dones, Duke, Kentucky, they just say, here's the ball, I'm rolling it out. Do you really think I can construct a defense or an offense with having 15 practices with these guys and I know they're not going to be here next year?
Well, and even more important, dude, some of these guys could maybe play 10 games and then decide they don't care about me anymore.
Right.
They're moving on to their next season in the NBA.
For sure.
I do wonder, Kevin, is the NBA game better because of the one and done? Or is it, oh man, we have more time, we have to polish these guys? Could it be better if there was more time spent?
And you might disagree with me, Mike, I think it's worse because you don't get some of those bugs out at the college level.
Look at Josh Green.
Yeah.
He's just now figuring out how to play basketball.
And being part of a team for 4 years or 3-4 years.
That's
a huge factor.
There's also a lot of agents now and AAU coaches and a lot of people like the worst thing you can do for your kid if he's a top 10 prospect his senior year or junior year in high school, the worst thing you can do is send him to college for a year. And so now the advice is if you have a kid who's that good, example, I don't know what Trey Johnson's going to do, just won the state championship. He's the #1 player in the world as a junior, as a 17-year-old. He's going to be a top 5 pick, most likely, at Lake Highlands. Like some of the advice he's getting, which I understand, is do not go to Kentucky like Cason Wallace did. Don't do those things. Go play G League. Go do something to get yourself ready for the NBA. College is the worst way to get yourself ready for the NBA. That's the advice now given to kids that are that good in high school. And it might be the right advice, but it's not good if you're a college basketball fan.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
I'm Chelsea Messenger, helping you beat the votes.
105.3 The Fan right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing. It is time for our chit chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Terrific, Hagee. How are you?
I'm doing very well. I'm sure you already know this, but did you see that the Premier League confirmed their summer U.S. tournament? They're going to have a 6-team summer U.S. tournament. I'll tell you 5 of the teams, and then I'll get the other one wrong, at least. Newcastle United, Fulham, Chelsea, Brentford, Aston Villa, and Brighton and
Hove?
West Albion?
Yeah, Hove.
And Hove Albion?
Hove Albion.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Hove. I wonder if these are all teams that are owned by U.S. owners. They're EPL clubs that are owned by American owners.
Yeah, it's cool. You know,
because that's how I think they would.
That's a good question.
Newcastle is Saudi.
They're
owned.
Saudi. That's correct. That's absolutely right.
I think it's cool to have those brands here. It's disappointing sometimes when the European teams come over in the summer.
Yeah.
You know, because they don't play their stars or whatever.
I drove all the way to
a preseason
Chicago.
Kick around.
I drove all the way to Chicago to watch Bayern Munich play Manchester, and literally it was a Cowboys versus Arizona Cardinals preseason game, week 2.
Yeah,
is what it was. And
I saw Ronaldo wave at us once at the Cotton Bowl. Real Madrid was in town to play AS Roma. Yeah, he walked on and waved and walked to the bench.
That was about it?
Yeah.
All right. Well, that's...
And now I'm a Ronaldo fan.
Yeah.
when they're running out there and the guy's like number 74 as your striker, that's kind of the deal. It's
probably
kind of
not gonna...
Yeah, it's kind of like the spring training baseball game. You know?
Probably not going to happen.
Not
I had a
gonna
pair
happen.
of his underwear before, by the way. Ronaldo's CR7s.
Oh, I was like, because if it was actual, I hope you made a lot of money off of that.
Gosh, can you imagine? Is there anything more that you could make from a memorabilia standpoint than game worn Ronaldo undies?
Yes.
You think there's something more profitable?
I know there's
higher
something
value,
more
like a Babe Ruth jersey, something like that,
or the stuff from a horse that won the Kentucky Derby.
The shoe?
Nope.
No, the stuff.
Oh, the stuff.
Yeah.
Stud stuff.
I saw that. You know what?
So much worse.
You're not wrong about that, because I went to Spendthrift Farms in Lexington, Kentucky, and saw Seattle Slew.
Yeah.
And Seattle Slew lives better than a lot of humans.
Oh yeah,
a lot of humans.
He is tender.
Yeah.
You can have your horse gravy. I'll take the Ronaldo duck sauce.
Okay. Weird, but fair.
It's a great sauce.
Now, for a hard transition, Mike brought this up earlier in the show. People were pretty divided on the fan text of the people who are against it.
They're
We're
giving
really
up on a
angry.
guy, huh?
Is would you trade Luka for the number 1 pick in this draft with the obvious idea that you're going to go draft Victor Wembanyama?
I don't think I would. I appreciate Wembanyama's potential, but unrealized potential happens all the time. You have a top player. You know, I think Luka's fine. You know, everything's going to be great, and we're going to, put together a good team. It's just it's rock bottom right now. But he's still a matchup nightmare, and he and Kyrie together were an amazing scoring duo. The roster around him just sucked a lot more once you got rid of Dinwiddie and Dorian, and a couple of guys regressed. So it's a clear sign you got to rebuild, but I don't want the risk of a young 7-footer. Maybe I'm traumatized.
That's where I voted no as well.
There's a lot of logic there in that. But I saw that video of Wembanyama step back 3 off the rim. He caught it himself and dunked it.
Amazing.
Is there anything else we need to see? Bring him to Dallas.
Yeah, we don't even need Maxey anymore once you do that.
Okay.
He gets all the rebounds.
You don't need. You're playing with 4 guys at that point. Okay, I'll let the other team play with 6. I'll play with 4, and I'll spot you 10.
I'll sign a contract with him.
You need the grit of a Maxey on this team, man. No, I wouldn't trade Luka. And look, Wembanyama's amazing. I'm hoping they get that 3%. And it catches in. You end up getting that number 1 lottery ball, and then we don't need to worry about this.
I think if you get the 2nd or 3rd pick, I know it's not the same, but I'd be pretty freaking stoked about that as well.
But you got a bona fide stud in Luka who, even if he hasn't tapped into I got to take care of my body yet, he's still able to average 38 and 8 on a year and do that quietly, and people are still complaining and thinking, is he the dude that you want on the franchise, right? So you were 3 wins away from the finals a year ago. I get it. This year was massively disappointing, maybe the most disappointing season in Mavs history. But I'm not willing to give up on Luka Doncic.
Rodis?
No, I'm sticking with Luka. I'll stick with Luka on this. I mean, and it's not so much about the unknown, but it is what I know about Luka. Now, the problems I have is the conditioning part, the health, things like that. Is that ever going to improve? Is it going to be too late? Is he going to realize at 20? I mean, Gavin brought this up yesterday. At 28 years old, is he going to realize, oh, wait, maybe I need to take care of myself? And, he's kind of gone away with all those other years.
And my logic is, I agree with a lot of what you guys are saying, but my logic is we've screwed this thing up so bad around Luka. I can't get out of Maxey contract. I can't get out of Bertans contract. I can't get out of Tim Hardaway Jr.'s contract. Like, I'm 2 years away from exiting a lot of these bad contracts. And in 2 years, is Luka still going to be around to still want to do all these things? Because we're going to have to live with Bertans. There's no way to get rid of him. He's going to take up $17 million of cap space next year and the year after that. I think Hardaway Jr. is a very tough player to trade too. That's another $17 million per year on my team. Maxey's $11 million per year on my team. And then I start going, all right, if I do sign Kyrie, which is fine, I'm okay with that. That's $40 more million. I'm done. I'm now paying. Yeah. I'm paying luxury tax to have this team come back next year. And so I just go, what if I start over? What if I've done it so bad around Luka? What if I can start over with Wemby and try to build a team around Wemby while he's on a rookie deal for 5 years?
Does it give you any pause?
Or 4 years.
Does it give you any pause that they've built the team the way it is now? And would they build a better team with him here?
That's what I wonder if they go, these are all the mistakes we made. We made a horrible mistake with Harrison Barnes and opening up cap space and never using it. Then obviously the Porzingis trade didn't work out. Maybe let's not do something like that again. And then the Brunson thing, we screwed that one up by not protecting his rights when we had a chance to protect his rights. And there's just so many things that they did wrong. And then we traded for Dinwiddie and Bertans for Porzingis because I think we're kind of finding out now the reason they did that. They knew that Brunson wasn't coming back, and they knew that they needed some protection there in that trade. But I just wonder, and then the other thing too is this is my knock against Luka. Luka can play defense. He just refuses to do it.
Yeah.
And Wemby is a great two-way player. Wemby is going to block me 3 shots a game. Wemby's going to get me 12 rebounds, and Luka can kind of get the rebounds too. But I know I have a two-way player. In the history of my lifetime, the closest we've ever come to somebody not playing two-way ball is Steph Curry. That's won championships. Magic. Bird, Dr. J, Michael Jordan, Duncan, Kobe, Shaq. You keep going down the list recently. Like, everybody's a two-way player. You can't win if your best player is like, I don't want to play defense. I'm going to refuse to do it. You can only go so far if your star player refuses to play defense.
Is he refusing to play defense because he has to use so much effort to play offense?
Well, then that goes into conditioning because Michael Jordan had to use all that energy. Kobe had to use that energy. LeBron,
sure.
Like, you gotta figure out a way to play both sides, because if you don't, you'll never win.
What do you fellas got coming up on the program today?
Pure gold as always. Thanks for asking, Hagee. We do have Rangers pitcher Andrew Heaney at 3:20.
Woo!
Yep.
Love it. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation and hear from the man of the hour. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say I wear a rubber ring, Kevin.
Nope, it's metal.
We have you covered. Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Here we go, hour one of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. General at your service at ease. There's Brian Broaddus. You have Lucius Alexander in the Pimp Cup as per usual. Master control over the next 4.5 hours. Rangers pregame coming up at 6:30 with your main man, Jared Sandler. A much anticipated and appreciated conversation coming up with him at about 6:16, 6:17, somewhere in there tonight. Have a good 8-9 minutes to chat baseball with Jared Sandler coming up then.
All right,
Chuck, does that sound good?
It sounds great. I'll cut short the catch-up talk. I had some nice spicy Thai chili takes today.
Yeah.
With what's going on around the major league parks, but you know what? I'm going to rein that in.
Show some damn respect for our guy.
I am. I need to.
Okay.
Jared's taught me a lot.
Well, there's Wolchuk and Chiafala. You do have Carter Freeman coordinating your video at 105throughthefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. And today, we're going to have the record-setting pitcher of those Texas Rangers, Andrew Heaney, with us at 3:20.
Woo-wee!
Yeah, he was mowing him down last night, 9 in a row.
Unbelievable.
Pretty sweet.
Broke Nolan Ryan's bleeping record for most consecutive Ks as a Ranger. Since 1991, he held that with 7. Here comes old Heaney.
I imagine you in front of your TV last night saying, "Move over, Nolan. Make a place for
Andrew."
Yeah, and the Rangers' offense exploded too. They didn't waste a record-setting performance from Heaney. They got 11 runs, and Garcia hit the granny.
I kind of feel like if you had Kansas City on the schedule every week,
oh yeah,
be kind of a good thing to be. You know.
Well, guess what, Brian?
They get to play them again tonight.
We play them next week too.
There you go.
Let's go.
Hey, just pile them up, man. Just pile them up. That's
Moving
all
on up. Yeah, we're sitting here first place Texas Rangers, 6-4 on the year. What else do you have? They're 5-2 at home. DeGrom is on the hill tonight, so that's very exciting.
Strikeout bets?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. We got to get some
that.
sort of a strikeout pool going.
DeGrom Day.
Maybe sell tickets to an event like that. Yeah, I think a lot of Rangers fans today are like, wait, what's that? Are there tickets available? Can I go see DeGrom in this first-place baseball team? And that is very exciting. And there's a new player alert, by the way, this Travis Jankowski.
Yes.
Can run.
Yeah, he can run, and he can play center field.
My dude can run. He actually just like a little infield hit, basically, and my man is motoring home, like taking 2 bases. So, yeah, that's something they kind of talked about, the speed. You got him and Bubba and guys like that can run. They probably need a little bit more, but
Leote, waiting in the wings.
And I just saw where Leote's going to be in AAA doing his rehabilitation opportunities there. So good for him.
Right, and the beauty of it is with guys like Travis Jankowski playing and giving a spark to this offense here the last couple of games in the finale against Chicago and now in the opener against Kansas City, you don't have to rush Leote. That's something that Boach was talking about in the manager show with Matt last night before the game. It's like, hey, the most important thing with Leote is let's ease him back in. He didn't get a lot of ABs in spring training, and now we got guys that right now have the coverage for him, and Jankowski's been fantastic.
9:03, men, please play back Jared Sandler's call on Garcia's grand slam last night. It's a 10 out of 10. Yeah, we were playing that earlier in the bullpen. It's quite a gem. It was a great call and a great evening of baseball. The other amazing thing happening in DFW sports right now is the Dallas Stars playing their best hockey when it matters most. They've won 4 in a row now. Beat Detroit. Joe Pavelski joined the 1,000-point club with another deflection tally. And Jason Robertson had a goal and 2 assists. So Dallas Stars fans also very excited, figuring out ways to get in that gym to watch their hockey team. It's crazy. Whenever Gavin Spittle has had enough of this hockey team and starts talking about them like they're DOA, that's when they go on an amazing run. And now they've won 4 in a row here. Pretty good shape going to the playoffs, Broaddus.
Yeah, the Hawk brings them back to life. And I learned that you talk about the gym. I don't know why do they call it a barn?
They do call it a barn. I was going back and forth in my mind to call it a barn or a gym.
I never could figure out.
Is it still a gym if it's got ice down? Does it transform into something else?
I just think they've always, every time I've ever heard them talk about, they're able to hold that hold their home ice there at the barn, and you're like going, barn, hockey. You're thinking outside and frozen ponds and stuff like that.
Maybe that's how they did it back in the day.
Back in the day.
You erected a barn out in a lake so some parents could gather around.
That's ice fishing, Gavin.
And
That's
watch
what
the kids. That's ice fishing.
Yeah,
Well,
when you
maybe
put something over a lake like that, that's known as ice fishing.
Okay.
Here we go. We got the facts here. While a far cry from the structure of arenas in the NHL, traditionally minor hockey rinks are played in small facilities that often share a similar shape to farming barns, which is where the slang term for hockey rink originates.
There you go.
There's the farming barn. I tell you what, I know some people that go up there and watch the minor league games up in Canada, and these things do not have heat. So literally, you're sitting in there watching hockey. You might as well be outside.
Bring your parka.
Yeah. You need to bundle up if you're
you got
going
to
to
be committed. That's what you call a hockey town right there. Well, what's happening with the Cowboys today, guys? You drafted them up still?
Yeah, we're still working on them. I mean, Todd Archer and I were talking about this today. Another name. I mean, I feel like I've done 200-something names, but Eric Scott, cornerback from Southern Miss, is visiting the Dallas Cowboys today. I asked Wolchuk, I go, how many cornerbacks have you looked at? He said 21. I said, I think I've looked at the same. So we've looked at 21 corners, none of them named Eric Scott.
Do your thing, 21.
Doing some day 3 shopping.
So yeah, we gotta get on some Southern Miss tape tonight.
Wolchuk always pushes the 2 first name guys to the bottom of the draft board anyway, so he waits until just days before draft night to actually watch the 2 first name guys.
Dan Davis, a linebacker from Florida.
Dan Davis, the Duke.
The only 2-name guy I had on my board was the Cincinnati receiver, who I'm a fan of. Otherwise, it's like, geez, get in line.
Yeah, you better have a last name.
Yeah, that's questionable at best.
Yeah, but see the Cowboys, and they're starting to put the board together, but getting these last minute. Eric Scott is again a guy. I mean, sometimes you don't want to put anybody on that board you don't have a physical on, and so this is an opportunity to bring him in, talk to him, and maybe get that done.
Do you remember Dan Davis on ESPN Radio who would do the updates on like the 20s or the top and bottom of the hour or whatever?
Yeah.
I'm Dan Davis.
I'm Dan Davis.
Yeah. If you were out in smaller towns and all they had was the ESPN network for years in sports radio, you'd always be hearing Dan Davis come in with the scoreboard updates and the whatnots.
I'm Dan Davis.
Yeah, he was good. Okay, what else is going on? Jeffrey Okudah out of South Grand Prairie, former 3rd overall pick of the Detroit Lions. Injured quite a bit the first 2 years, traded from the Lions to the Falcons today for a 5th round pick. He got healthy last year. Lucius is a friend of the family, I believe. He's always shouting out Jeffrey Okudah.
100%,
Yeah, and so he's another big local name in the sports world, and we have so many of them to track, but he's right up there in the top headlines of the day, and best of luck to him now in his new location.
I hope he gets it. I hope things work out for him health-wise and all that, because I know one thing, when he was coming out of Ohio State, I thought he was one of the best corners that I had seen.
He had a tremendous season last year.
It just crazy how good. And he got hurt in Detroit. It didn't work out. Coaching changes, all these things. Yeah, maybe Atlanta stole one here.
I think they did.
They stole one with a 5th round pick.
You're pairing them with A.J. Terrell, who is now also one of the best young corners in the NFL that they took in the first round a couple years ago. They got a nice little cornerback tandem there.
Yeah. Detroit just spent a bunch of money on 2 new corners, so they had some redundancy at the spot. And Jeff is, going into negotiations could start if you sign 2 starters. I want out.
Yeah.
So he goes to a place now with much better opportunity.
And not the general manager there that drafted him. Sometimes that's easier for those guys to make those trades.
For sure. Now I would imagine the first corner off the board maybe just got moved up a little bit higher. If you think maybe they'd be interested in drafting, getting a young guy in the mix there.
A lot of buzz in the mocks that Christian Gonzalez, local kid out of the Colony, could be their target there as they pick at 7.
That would be an awesome pick. I love watching that kid's highlights as this draft approaches. Whenever he comes on TV, I'm like, watch this little guy tackle.
He's
dude.
talented, man.
He is a freaking beast. Cliff Kingsbury joins the USC staff. You think he'll get another shot at the NFL?
I do. I mean, I do. Okay, not as a head coach. If somebody wants to hire him I think his next play, really, to be honest with you guys, is a college coach. I think he's going to go to USC. That quarterback is going to play great, maybe win the Heisman again, who knows. But he's going to rehabilitate his career that way, and everybody's going to say, oh, look at the work that Cliff's done with this guy, and Lincoln Riley does a lot of work. And I could see maybe one of those Pac-10 jobs come open. I think he's on track for a college job, not so much for an NFL one.
Yeah, that's what I would think, and I don't know. I think if I'm Cliff Kingsbury, I've had a little bit of taste of that, and I know maybe it was nice, testing myself in the NFL, but He just seems like a college guy and a guy that could have a lot of success with quarterbacks in those formative years. I think that's where he can make his biggest impact. And by the time he has finished products, Kyler Murray's like shouting at him. I want to be where I'm appreciated and I feel like I'm making a huge impact on these kids' development instead of like trying to manage NFL quarterbacks. And I don't know. Did he help Kyler Murray at all? Or did he make it worse? Did he have solutions? And I think at a spot like USC right now, he's absolutely going to blow up and be back in the spotlight, and that opportunity is going to be there.
Well, yeah, Caleb Williams, right? I mean,
it's perfect place to go rehab your football image.
Exactly.
Caleb Williams, Lincoln Riley, USC. Yeah. That'll be in 8 months or whatever it is. He's going to be the man of the hour.
Do you guys think USC can get back?
Yes. Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, they should be one of the favorites for the national championship this year, if not the favorite. I mean, obviously, you're always going to have Georgia and Alabama, but they've got the best quarterback in the country, in my opinion.
They couldn't figure out the physicality of Utah. That was the problem. Utah was the team that gave them problems during the season, and then at the Pac-12 championship game, they just got beat up.
And defensively, they were just not awful. Good. So they should hopefully improve on that side of the ball if you're a Trojan fan. But
they kept their DC though.
They
everybody's
did.
like, wow, okay.
I know. Lincoln brought him over from
Alex
OU.
Grinch? Is that
I
Alex
think
Grinch?
it's the Grinch. Yeah, the Grinch who stole good defense.
Good defenses.
He's a good DC.
But I wonder if Lincoln, if he continues to do a good job and he starts getting more NFL buzz, does he leave and then Cliff can end up taking over as the head coach there at USC down the road?
Why ever leave USC to me? I mean, I know Pete Carroll did it and had some success, but he's always
they were coming for him though.
Yeah,
didn't he bail for the allegations?
I was hopeful that the Cowboys were going to interview him before they interviewed Mike McCarthy. That was kind of what I was.
Pete?
No,
Lincoln.
Cliff? Lincoln.
Oh yeah, Lincoln Riley would be great.
Lincoln Riley, but I kind of feel like that. They're going to play that transfer portal out there. They know how to do that. They're going to get the NIL money and stuff like that. USC is going to be a power again.
Moving to the Big Ten, the physicality factor that they struggled with Utah, that's going to be a fun question about USC once they end up getting into the Big Ten.
They're going to have better athletes than everybody they play, maybe with the exception of Ohio State.
Mm-hmm.
But they're they need to get that physicality taken care of.
The text is claiming that I have two first names. I don't know. I mean, for most of my life, Dawson was a last name, and then Dawson's Creek came along, and there's occasionally somebody with the first name Dawson, but that's pretty much a rarity.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's just all about what's the initial, when you hear the name, what do you think initially? And it's a last name. Dawson is a last name.
Yeah, Dawson is.
That.
Yeah, I agree. And shout out to Leote Taveras. We had a lot of textures, and I just went on the Twitters and saw it, but he did crush a Grand Salami himself just about half an hour ago for the Round Rock Express.
Wow, bro.
12 o'clock game, yeah.
We've had 2 grannies slammed in the last 14 hours with our baseball team.
Get them.
That's fantastic.
The Dallas Wings selected Villanova's Matty Segrist in the WNBA draft. Great score coming aboard to the home squad, so congrats to them. They had 2 picks, I think, in the top 5.
Yeah,
so they upgraded their talent significantly.
Got to see Maddie play against LSU in the tournament, and man, she can knock those shots down. She was tough to stop. LSU, didn't really handle her all that well. Looks like she's got a good game. Really does. I was highlights were good, but actually seeing her get to play on TV, I thought was really cool too.
4-time NBA All-Star DeMarcus Cousins signing with the Guaynabo Mets of the Puerto Rico Professional Basketball League. Sources telling ESPN, just 32 years old. He's going to play this spring and try to find a pathway back to the NBA. That just seems crazy that he's only 32 years old for how talented and big and strong he is. I definitely think he could help some teams.
It's shocking.
Yeah.
It really is that he's not on a team. I mean, teams must just say, hey, we don't want to either deal with him or we don't like him. The injuries, sure, but he's healthy right now. I mean, he was making the podcast rounds a couple weeks ago, kind of trying to put his name out there again. Like, I don't know why the hell I'm not on a team right now when you look at the rest of the league. I mean, look, could the Mavericks have used him as a big when we were complaining about no size? Maybe.
I think so. Yeah, the Mavs were seemingly always interested in him, and now he's super available. The Cavender twins are opting out of basketball. The one that's not quite as good, she's kind of done with it and over it, and the good one doesn't want to keep playing basketball without her, so they're going to go be models or whatever now.
I think they're going to end up being WWE superstars.
Ooh.
They've got a contract that they've signed with the WWE. I think their vision is to be the next Bella Twins.
Oh, I see.
That.
Very athletic.
Yeah, I mean, their financial opportunity, without any NIL type of restrictions, they could go out and just crush all the money that they want right now. And I think there were some of those restrictions involved with still playing basketball for a university.
I saw a deal where Vince McMahon bought that the wrestling for $1 million in 1992, and now that thing is about to be sold for $9 billion.
Wow. To the UFC? Are they coming together, right?
They're
partnering.
They're partnering up, but it's amazing. He bought that thing for $1 million.
So that means like old UFC guys will just go to the wrestling after that?
Yeah,
Nice little route right there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, perfect transition. You know, once you're done fighting for real,
Get some acting training going on there.
For sure.
You gotta know mic work. That's what I'm saying. Mic work. There you go.
NBA Draft
Pause.
Lottery, May 16th. I think this is the next huge event. Now we're about 5 weeks away from it. I think the NFL should do a draft lottery, for non-playoff teams, because this is going to be fun. The chance at actually having the ping pong ball comes up that gives you Wembanyama or another one of the great players. And the draft lottery system, I think, creates an event in itself that can get you pretty fired up. I'm kind of surprised the NFL hasn't done it yet. Okay, we got to run, though. It is the G-Bag Nation. G-Bag of the Day is coming up at 2:30. Let's do some Cowboys news and 5 players who might be on the way out after the draft. Then the best audio, most entertaining audio we can find coming up at 2:30 here. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
The latest from the Star in Frisco, as well as inside information from around the league. It's DFW's top football podcast for a reason. Love of the Star with Brian Bobby Bell, sponsored by Boomer Jacks on the Odyssey app or wherever your favorite podcasts are found.
We have a brand that attracts people, and as we continue to grow and thrive, more of these opportunities are going to come to us. Hello, my name is Jim Springfield. I'm the president of Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas. As we begin integrating our campus in Richardson with another company, the impact is going to be very significant. In my way of thinking, wouldn't it be nice giving people chances to work again and interact again? That's normal. That's being open to the community, and that's utilizing the resources that we have to draw the community to us and us to them so that we can continue to fulfill our purpose and fulfill our mission. Blue Cross is a partner that people like to affiliate with. We're experiencing rapid growth, and it's a way to get closer to the business community, integrate more closely with the growing health and wellness of our members, and the growing vibrancy of our own employees who literally define the brand every day. I'm really excited about it.
Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas, a division of Healthcare Service Corporation and Mutual Legal Reserve Company.
The mind-gut connection is an undeniable truth. Science and nature come together to bring you synergy, the original organic rock condition. Transform your garden with 9 billion living probiotics. Strength, immunity, clarity. Sip from nature's source, tend to your garden, and watch it grow. Find your synergy today.
Have you tried dieting and exercise and feel there is something holding you back? It may be your hormones. Optimizing hormones can have a dramatic impact, both physically and mentally. BioT is the world's leader in training healthcare providers on bioidentical hormone optimization. BioT's providers treat low T, low energy, muscle loss, low sex drive, and performance. Get your edge back by visiting myhormonelevels.com to see if you qualify for a reduced cost program offered by a BioT certified provider. That's myhormonelevels.com.
When it's time to replace your roof, call the company that's been serving North Texas for decades, Blue Nail Roofing. And right now you can pay later with 6 months, no payments, and no interest. Learn more at BlueNailRoofing.com. BlueNailRoofing.com. Wind or hail, call Blue Nail.
Only 1 week left to file your taxes. But don't worry, Jackson Hewitt is racking up the assists. We guarantee your biggest tax refund and guarantee the accuracy of your return for life. So
What happens when one hurts you? Frankly, you need Franklin. Frankel consultation's always free at truckwreck.com. Yeah, here we go. I got 5 Cowboys here. Blogging the Boys put together this piece. You tell me, I'll give you the player. Tell me on a scale of 1 to 10 if you think they're out of here, okay? You think that once this draft happens, the Cowboys are going to look at that guy and say, yep, see you later. We start with defensive tackle Neville Gallimore. He'll count 3 against the cap. The Cowboys can get back 2.7 of that if they release him. What do you think, Brian? Wolchuk, Chiafalo.
Scale of 1 to 10, 10 being out of here, 1 being safe, or vice versa?
Yeah, 10's gone.
10's gone.
Yep.
10's long gone. Give me a hard 9.6.
Oh,
he's out of here.
Yeah, Neville, when you watched him on film, that dude was getting knocked off the ball on a consistent rate. And Eric, we got to do the first Neville Gallimore interview after he got drafted.
We did, yeah.
And he's a great dude.
He's one of our favorite Canadians of all time.
That one hasn't panned out. And you add in the fact that he showed up out of shape. I mean, this is going to be a really big, just a fact. This is going to be a really big offseason for Neville. I don't think he makes the team.
That's a 9.
Wow.
They've moved on. Yeah.
Have some balls and beat my 9.6.
I'm going 10.
No, I did.
There you go. That's the energy.
I thought it was very unique what you did, but I'll just play within the rules. And he said 1 to 10, and so I went with the 9.
Appreciate that, Brian.
Making crap up.
I was just paying homage to his number 96.
I am one of the guys that actually listens on this show.
Oh, nice job, Brian. Now I know you're lying through your teeth. Get that index finger out of my face.
Yeah, don't be pointing over here. That's rude, Brian.
If that index finger was connected to 306.4 old Bobby, then I might not be.
I'm talking to you.
Biting back.
I channeled my inner Bobby on that one when I pointed your direction.
You wish you could. Hey, I don't know. I'm just joining the fun here.
You are.
Jordan Lewis counts 5.8. You could get 4.7 in relief.
Oh, gosh.
Good corner.
Somewhere Stephen Jones just popped a huge torquer. Yeah, he's out of here, dog. 4.7. That's a 9.2. Jordan Lewis.
Don't make me have to look up the word you just used.
I don't know. Like you don't know what that is?
I just assume
you're a race car guy. You know exactly what that means.
A torque, okay.
Yeah.
Stephen Jones is driving as fast as he can to the facility right now to let the cap guy know that Jordan Lewis represents 4.7. All right? It's a lot.
Give me a 5. I'm a bit 50-50 on Jordan Lewis. I don't think Kelvin Joseph is on the team. And he might be saved by that. But if they do take a corner in the first 3 rounds, then I do think Jordan Lewis could be a big question mark. But I think they like him, and he adds some veteran versatility there. I don't know that he's necessarily 100% out of here.
That's a 3.7 right there.
Yeah.
Not quite a 4, but it's a 3.7.
What's the injury he's coming off of? Pretty damning foot one?
Yeah, it's like that Liz Frank thing.
Yeah.
I hate that one.
Yeah. I love a nickel corner with dealing with a little Liz Frank. Worth 4.7.
Hey, modern medicine. It's a beautiful thing.
It's a pretty good corner draft. Probably restock the pond there a little bit. We'll see you later, Jordan. We just found out McQuamu and Deron Bland can do what you do on the cheap, dog.
I kind of feel like, though, that to me, though, he's what Dan Quinn likes, though, because of the smarts and the toughness and the versatility.
Yeah,
that's why
they're a fan.
I think Dan is going to take a big look at him at camp while we're there. And then I think that's where the determination. But I think he's going to make this team because of the things I talked about.
Yeah, you need some kind of depth
Veteran.
you can trust a little bit, and that is a lot to pay for it, though. Okay, Kelvin Joseph and Nashawn Wright. You mentioned Joseph. I don't know. I'd be willing to give him one more training camp. I don't want to let him go after the draft because he's so talented. But I've seen enough of Nashawn Wright. What's your number on these guys, gentlemen?
I kind of feel like with Kelvin Joseph, he is going to replace the Noah Brown of special teams. So now you got, with the situation with Goodwin. I got to figure out though.
Chris Goodwin's back.
Yeah, they signed him back.
CJ Goodwin's back. So to me, you're going to need a couple of those guys, those special teams core guys. I could see one more year trying to develop him as a corner, but primarily playing on special teams.
I think you're right about that assessment. I think you're wrong about the corner. A 10, Kelvin Joseph is not on the team. I don't think Nashawn Wright's going anywhere. He's impressive on special teams to me. I think he can be just as good as Kelvin was.
Okay.
Yeah, Wright's safer than Joseph in my mind.
All right. And then the offensive tackle, Josh Ball, a guy they probably should have never
Joseph
brought
would like
in.
a word with you outside.
With Wolchuk? That's fine.
With you.
Don't you look at me and say that.
With you. You like a word with you outside.
It's the first time I've actually jumped from that drop.
Is Josh Ball gone?
Josh Ball, man, I tell you what, I know they like, well, let's go a little bit more. I would say I'm going to go 7 on Gone.
Yeah, he just seems weak. You know, you've given him multiple opportunities. Either he's hurt or he sucks. You know, I'm good. Hopefully they draft another guy and he loses out in a numbers game. The Morning News is doing a draft preview position story. They're asking you at quarterback, what are the odds the Cowboys add a new one? I think it will be. They definitely will. Just the way they've talked. It's just a matter of when. For me, this is the first time in a long time, maybe my entire life, where you can actually get excited about day 3 quarterbacks, because if you get a good decision maker that won't turn it over and can run, all he's got to do is throw for like 180 yards. That can be a winning formula. Hell, Cooper Rush won without the running part. Like, so it's legit. You could find a guy, and if they wanted to do day 2, I'd be okay with that. But I expect day 3. How about you guys?
Yeah, I think Jaren Hall is the guy. I was talking to Brian about this. That fits exactly what you're talking about. BYU quarterback. He's a little bit shorter. To me, it looks like he's modeled his game after Russell Wilson, the way he runs. But he's mobile. He takes care of the football. He doesn't have the elite arm strength to push the ball down the field, but he's really good in the intermediate underneath. He'll take what the defense gives him. Jaren Hall, to me, is definitely one of those intriguing day 3 quarterbacks.
I'm going to give you a 4th-round name you need to keep an eye on. Aiden O'Connell from Purdue. He's 6'3", 213-pound quarterback. And this guy is who they went and worked out, kind of a personal private workout. Not a lot of people talking about Aiden O'Connell, but if they're going to draft a quarterback, that might be a guy you need to look at.
Yeah, like the mustache.
Epically bad mustache. Yeah. It's so bad, it's
so
killer.
bad, it's kind of good.
No, Aiden
Almost as bad
intriguing.
as Tua's. I don't know if you guys saw the latest Tua.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, he had some type of charity event, and his mustache is troubling.
Yeah, some of these facial hair options are just so critically bad that they're actually kind of killer. Like you got the confidence, the balls to actually rock that look. He's putting off like some trailer park swag. Yeah. I bet. I want this guy's backstory. It's time now to go into the Pimp Cup. Here's Lucius with the G bag of the day.
Hey, Gavin Dawson, you've had like carpal tunnel before, haven't
That's right.
you? How'd you get rid of it? Did you?
I just stopped clicking a mouse for about I don't know, a year. I got a trackball mouse. Really watched my reps. Stopped playing video games and online poker for a very long time. Though.
And then went back and just clicked back the same.
Yes, now it's gone. Yeah,
my joint is tore up. I think it might be carpal tunnel. My joint is tore.
Into the thumb and the wrist.
Yes, I'm talking about pain.
Oh, I'm sorry,
just
dude.
to the touch of it, man.
Have you been doing a lot of computer stuff?
Well, I mean, 5 hours a day, 5 days a week.
Dang Gators bite sometimes.
Yep.
Let's see. Day number 5 for the Ohio bus driver who is probably a millionaire by now. From all the donations they got from people who
90,000 we left the show yesterday.
Deserves every penny.
I know she up there now. Yeah, people are like, they made some T-shirts with her quotes on it and gave the money to her, so she's out here balling. So if you are struggling, can't meet the means, cuss out a kid and record it, and you might go up out here.
Good support. This is what the kids need.
Yeah.
Expect me to give me the perfume. I didn't do anything.
I can freaking smell it.
I didn't do anything. I didn't spray anything.
I'm sick of you. I'm sick of all of this
Yeah.
I'm done with it. I'm gonna start kicking some
Gotta start a GoFund.
Do you hear me? Yes. My foot's gonna be so far up your goddamn ass, it's gonna dangle out your goddamn nose.
That line
I'm
never
done
gets
with
old.
you. That phone in your bag. Now you give it to me. All right, fine. God, I can smell it.
I didn't spray anything.
I'm
Watch
allergic
out, Maya.
to this.
Open I didn't spray anything. They just like to start
It's right in the big backpack. It's in the big
You like to start too, Maya. You're no innocent angel here. I'm done with this. Done. I've had my fill. I'm done with it. I'm ready to walk off this goddamn bus right now and let you people walk the home. How much more do you think anybody can freaking take?
Yeah.
It's hilarious.
None. She's had it up to here. A 4-time champ.
It's amazing.
Let's see here. All right, we got a mom that trolls a little league team. She's working the music for the walk-up music. You know, them boys pick their cool music they want on up there. You know, let me get some Diplo or whatever. Let me get some Future. Nah, mom was like, I got this one.
Number 3, J-Dog McConnell.
Eli Littrell.
And you got to see these kids' reaction. They just sitting there like, oh, really?
Pretty girls walk like this.
Oh, yeah. That's a fun one.
Cameron Barnes. Man.
It's a great bit.
Yeah, he came out there with that Baby Dolls music at the end.
That's a big one.
Let's see what else I got for you boys. Oh, you guys seen that reporter? Her name is Sweet Anita.
Oh.
She's struggling. She has Tourette's.
Oh, cool. Okay.
Yeah, but she's a reporter.
Nice.
She's a streamer. She's getting busy. She's out here covering the Streamer Awards.
Let's go.
For AT&T. AT&T. She had an AT&T mic on, but she has Tourette's, so she's kind of honest sometimes. Check this interview out.
Can I tell everyone what you smell like?
Yes, of course. Go for it.
He doesn't smell. It's not. You smell like a perfume. Do you know the name of the perfume you're wearing?
Giorgio Armani or something. I don't know.
Very classy, very classy. And did you listen to any songs while you were getting ready today?
I listened to OMG by New Jeans so I can get more credit with the K-pop stands on Twitter.
What a bitch! I'm gonna him. So basically, I've forgotten all of my questions now. Oh dear God.
Oh dear God.
Wow, dude. Well, take all the mystery out of dating with this gal.
She went right to it.
Like a peek inside.
She's a
her
badass.
actual thoughts. That's
This
crazy.
cologne was amazing because she
That's a
said, hold on.
shooter.
Can I tell everyone what you smell like?
Yes, of course. Go for it.
He doesn't smell. It's not.
It's not.
You smell like a perfume. Do you know the name of the perfume you're wearing?
Giorgio Armani or something. I don't know.
Very classy.
You need to know the name, bro. If you got it like that, I need to know this. Pass that on to your mans.
Wow. Sweet Anita's her name. I gotta YouTube this gal. See what she's got going on.
Sweet Anita. And we like talking parrots and whatnot here in the G-Bag Nation.
Oh, that's right.
For G-Bag of the day, we have a gaslighting parrot. This parrot likes to bite toes. You know, like if you got your little sandals out, you're chilling by the pool, parrot walks up, likes to bite your toes.
Uh-oh.
Please back away from my toes, parrot, please.
Come on. I'm right here. Come here. This is as close as I'm gonna get, baby. I think you're gonna bite my toes. I'm not gonna hurt you. Oh my gosh, you're so sweet. I'm a little bit. You're just so strong. What's the matter? I don't want you to bite me. I'm not gonna hurt you. Oh. What's the matter? I still think you're gonna bite me. I'm sorry. Yeah, see? That's why. See? You scared me. You tried to hurt me. I'm not gonna hurt you.
Bro, yeah, the parrot jumped at her for real, like on attack mode, trying to bite the toes.
Wow.
The whole time lying. I'm not gonna hurt you. Come here.
That's creepy.
Come here.
It is impressive. You could build like a horror movie off that parrot right there.
100%.
Yeah, that's an incredible character. It sounded to me like they were having a conversation.
Yes.
And the parrot's like the evil superhero.
Yeah.
Woo.
The mastermind.
Oh, jeez. Any other nominees, Lucius? What do you say?
Change hands mid. Man, it ain't about changing hands. I wish it was that, bro. I would just stop. I would have done that. Matter of fact, just jam that all up.
Just become ambidextrous, bro.
The other hand, and I don't have no rhythm with that joint, apparently.
Yeah, I did. I changed hands.
Pause.
I blew out the other hand. I blew out both hands and elbows. It would get up to your shoulders.
Yes.
Yeah.
It starts to the touch.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
What's happening
It
with
keeps
me?
going.
Am I falling apart, bro?
I don't know. All I can say is like limit the clicking for weeks and months.
Well, that's a little bit difficult.
They say click on the ticket, dog.
If you can write the script for me, I'll go ahead and pass it to the person that needs to get passed.
Give me that doctor's note. I'll be happy to.
Yeah.
Is this what me and Wolchuk have to look forward to when we get old and washed?
No.
Wait a minute. Respectfully, you need to relax. I'm a man of a certain age. I still have my faculties.
Yeah, you
to
still have
me.
your wits
This
about
happened
you.
to me at y'all's age.
I'm still a mean son of a gun. You can ask my girl this morning. I'm still mean at it now.
I believe it.
Yeah.
I believe it. I still wouldn't want to take a punch,
Just
even though
don't-
that hand and
yeah.
that elbow. Or
Just
not
don't lean on
doing
my
well.
wrist, please. Don't lean on my wrist.
Is it the bus driver lady looking for 5? Is it the mom trolling the Little League team? is it the reporter, Sweet Anita, with Tourette's at the Streamer Awards or the Talking Parrots? Talking Parrots was disturbing. I want to hear it again. But
I won't hurt you. And it just straight up attacks the person. It's crazy.
It's gonna haunt my dreams.
I'll do the bus driver.
Will you?
Not do her. I mean, she sounds hideous.
I mean, you know,
she's got that bag now.
Yeah,
though,
that's what I'm saying. I get it. I get it.
Give me the Miss Sweet Anita.
Oof. Lucius?
Shoot.
Gaslighting Parrot, just to make it interesting here.
Yeah. We're tied at 1, Wolchuk.
Man, I think the bus driver's got to go 5-time.
Honorary.
Yeah.
Yeah, bus driver. Yeah.
By a score of 3-1, and now immortalized and eligible for the G-Bag of the Year. It is the lady bus driver. Maya still hasn't recovered from that tongue lashing. Okay, we got to run. Krusty's Corner's coming up next. Where are we going with that?
Got 3 names for you might not want to hear for the Cowboys to draft. We'll talk about that next.
Coming up Wednesday morning on
thefan.com.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet.
Alrighty, welcome back, Nation. Time now for Krusty's Corner. Here's the king of the Krusties himself, Brian Broaddus.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that. I just love a little Eric Clapton. Great songs. I teased the opportunity here of to talk about the players that maybe the Cowboys shouldn't want to draft. And this comes from our friends over at Blogging the Boys, Dan Rogers. And, we all go through this draft. We all have our pet cats. And then guys that we're like, we talk about the pin throw. We act like, oh, geez, I'm really upset. But you're happy that guy's off the board. I think that's where we're at right now here with Dan Rogers. And he puts out 3 names that he doesn't want to be heard that the Cowboys call for this draft. And I'll run
These
through.
would be your taco picks of the decade.
Well, this will be interesting because I'm trying to be fair about this. I'm trying to be fair because there are people that these are kind of guys that might be polarizing or they just don't feel like that they're going to be great players. And so Dan wrote about him, so I want to talk about him and just trying to give the other side of the story here. And first one is Bijan Robinson. He says, this is weird because Robinson is one of the top talents in this draft class. The chances of him even making it to 26 seem rather slim. It's so odd to get upset about a player who's probably too good to be available when the Cowboys are on the clock. And if he's there, it would seem like the obvious choice, especially when the team just released Ezekiel Elliott and has only Tony Pollard for one more season as he's playing under a franchise tag. Last night we had Brian Baldinger on the Love of the Star podcast.
Oh, good get.
Thank you. Bobby and Peyton do a great job with that. And he was talking about how excited Philadelphia would be at 10. And we were kind of going back and forth. Like, I asked him about that. It's like, how can one franchise be so excited about it and then one franchise be so scared or not wanting it to happen? And I think it has to do with the running back, with the pay. What you guys have been talking
it's absolutely how they paid Ezekiel Elliott.
And I think that Baldy agreed with that.
Well, they're used to getting great value from low-paid running backs.
Yeah.
They probably think paying a guy $12 million will give him the next Barry Sanders or something.
They also have 2 first-round picks to create an idea that, hey, we can make a luxury sort of pick like this might be. And as dependent as a running back is on an offensive line, you're drafting a running back now, and you have the best offensive line in the sport.
Yeah.
So you feel like you, of all teams, will get the most out of him. Plus, you have the running quarterback, and you already got a really good passing game. So I understand why they would think it makes a little bit more sense for them than Cowboys fans do.
Baldy says, he lives there in Philly, and he says they're lining up.
They're gung-ho about it.
They're gung-ho about, let's go get Bijan Robinson.
Peter King got him fired up today, too. He was talking about it. He was like, yeah, I'd take Bijan.
Yeah, well, and again, the argument against Robinson isn't so much due to the player himself. It is the idea that the team could find a quality running back later
100%.
in the draft without having to use a top resource on one. We all want the team to get the most out of the draft, and that concept seems to dissipate if the Cowboys kick things off with a running back at 26. So that was the number 1 guy. The number 2 guy would be tight end Michael Mayer from Notre Dame. And he says this one is very similar to the last one because of grabbing a top tight end immediately replenishes one of their biggest offensive voids with the departure of Dalton Schultz, who left in free agency. Additionally, it's another choice where positional value isn't strong, so it raises the question of whether or not it's the best choice for the pick. So he's also saying the draft class does feature some talented tight ends at the top of the draft, and it would be nice to have one of those guys. But does it warrant the 26th pick?
I think so. Yeah, 26 isn't too great of a pick. You know, you're playing in that area where tight end would be a good pick if he's a good player.
Yeah, it's all about hitting it. But I think the positional value for tight end is pretty high, and I think it's only getting higher as the NFL continues to evolve and with the way defenses are playing you. So if you're getting a tight end that hits in a huge way, that is, I mean, there's almost no better advantage other than having in terms of one singular player other than a quarterback. Like if you have a freak show legit tight end, I think you are cooking with gas, man.
Yeah, the same argument applies for the tight end that it does with the running back, where the majority of the really good ones were mid-round picks, and so you can find a tight end later. To me, it's like, all right, don't take a running back. You can find one later. Don't take a tight end. You can find one later. How about we skip the 26th pick? I just want to draft a good football player. I really don't care about the positional value at 26. You're not picking 4. You're picking 26 at the back of the first round. If Bijan's there, sign me up. I don't think he's going to be there. If Mayer is the best player on their board at tight end, I like him. Take him.
Yeah. You know, it sounds like Wolchuk wants a fight to me, guys.
No, he's good, man.
We're just feeling game.
I sense that.
We're
I
good.
sense that.
We're good here. Yeah, we're good.
It's just like you can definitely point out the positional value reasoning for, I think, a lot of these positions. Guard. Why are you taking a guard in the first round? So let's just not take a player then, right? Take somebody that you like, that you think's good. I just want to draft a good football player. I don't care what position he's playing.
Unless it's long
Except
snapper.
Hell, yeah, take a kicker.
Or kicker.
Yeah, take a punter.
The Raiders did that one year. Sebastian Janikowski.
And it worked out.
I never forget that.
Worked out.
I'll never forget
20
that
years
draft.
later, Janikowski was still there, baby.
I asked Gruden.
Talk about value.
Yeah. Gruden was head coach at the time, and I called him up, I'm like, bro, you just took a kicker, and he goes, I know. And I'm like, well,
that was shocking.
he was kind of happy about it. I was like,
was he at Hooters when you called him?
I don't know. He wasn't in the bag.
Was he at Hooters?
He was good. But the Cowboys also like to say they have Jake Ferguson, Peyton Hendershot on the roster, so it's not likely they're in dire straits at the position.
Yeah.
Finally, the tight end position that typically comes with a little bit more of a learning curve, so we shouldn't expect immediate contributions from a rookie tight end, regardless of how early he's selected. Oddly enough, by the way, just to let you guys know, NFL mock draft database has both Robinson and Mayer as the players with the highest percentage of the Cowboys most likely selecting at 26.
Ooh.
Seems to be a lot of momentum in it. It will be exciting, just take your shot at one of these game breakers. They are rare. So just make sure he's got a high floor. We can't go bust Ola on this pick at 26 because the need for a guard is real.
Okay, well, here you go. The Cowboys, here's the third player, Steve Avila, from TCU. You can argue that the team's most pressing need is at left guard, as they have lost both Connor Williams and Connor McGovern in free agency in the last 2 seasons. Last year's first-round pick, Tyler Smith, could be an option at left guard, but eventually his services will be needed on the outside. Finding good interior offensive linemen is necessary for this team at some point. So why the lollygagging? I like that word.
The lollygagging.
Oliva is one of the team's 30 visits. He possesses the strength and flexibility the team loves to go after, so it makes sense the Cowboys are interested. The drawback is he's stacked outside the top 40 players in terms of average draft position. So taking him that early would not be a good use of draft resources, right?
Yeah.
Unless that's the scouting department sees differently than they did a year ago with Smith. So he's talking about not taking a guard there or taking that particular player.
Well, I don't like him because he doesn't love football.
Does bug me a little bit.
I need a guy in the first round that
you need a guy watching those NFL games every week.
Yeah, my pet cat though he gained a little extra weight. I started letting him outdoors, and he's now hunting mice, bringing them back on the patio, and he's probably dropped 4 pounds in 2-3 months. Just a tip there for you and your pet cats.
On that carnivore diet.
That carnivore diet. But yeah, that's where we're at. three players that are obviously in the Cowboys area of potential draft guys that people seem to be very excited about. But again, Blogging the Boys say otherwise there.
Thank you, Brian. Krusty's Corner every afternoon about 2:40 here in the G-Bag Nation. Looks like some NFL news of the day coming up, Wolchuk. Where are we heading?
Yeah, we got some trades. We got a requested trade from this big-name player, and Brian's old best man is spitting some hot fire. I got audio from him next.
But it is NFL draft.
From our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Shoot, yeah, it is hour 2 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan, home of your first place Texas Rangers. Pregame is coming up in 3.5 hours. We're looking forward to that. You know, the NFL is always cranking out the content here in the news cycle. And Wolchuk, your main man, Zach, is here to recap the very latest in the NFL news of the day. Take it away, Zach.
Thank you very much. We had a trade. Jeffrey Okudah, SGP zone, former 3rd overall pick in the draft just a couple of years ago, is moving from Detroit. He's going to Atlanta. He's going to be a Falcon. As they traded him for a 5th-round pick. I agree.
Yeah.
Think it was a great move. We've already had some Tolos say, hey, why didn't the Cowboys do that? Well, they got their corner in Stephon Gilmore, but I understand it. Okudah much younger and more upside. Maybe you can lock him up long-term. I don't think you do that with Gilmore, but maybe they didn't realize that Okudah was going to be available at that time. As Gavin mentioned earlier, the Lions did go ahead, make some moves, getting Cameron Sutton and Emmanuel Mosley, along with Chauncey Gardner-Johnson to add to their secondary in free agency. That probably opened the door to trade Jeffrey Okudah, and they might take a corner with their 1st-round pick as well.
Yeah. If I want my contract now, either this offseason or next offseason, you just signed 2 new starters. You know, I'm going to either need a check or a trade.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it is a huge upgrade. Micah Parsons is dead balls on, right? Nobody wants to go from L.A. to Detroit, and people would love to go from Detroit to Atlanta. It's a major weather upgrade during those months.
Magic City.
Entertainment and culture upgrade. Get a lot of goods. Get a lot of goods going there.
I'll tell you what, though, those Lions might win that NFC North, though.
Watch out for the Bears.
Yes, you might have taken a winning downgrade, but you weren't going to be starting there.
Yeah.
Now you're starting.
Well, heck, I mean, who are we taking in the NFC South? Is it the Saints or Derek Carr? Maybe the Falcons surprised some people this year. That division is wide open as well, and you probably have the best cornerback tandem in the division easily now with Okudah matching up with Terrell. They got a case to maybe be the best in the league by the end of it.
Yeah, Casey Hayward's there too. I think that's who he's going to compete with for the other spot.
Okay.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we also have Devin White, the linebacker, former LSU Tiger, go Tigers, and current Tampa Bay Buccaneer, won a Super Bowl there. One of the better linebackers in all of the NFL. He has let the Tampa Bay Buccaneers know, I want out. He's requested a trade. The Bucs don't want to trade him. He's got his 5th-year option coming up, but the player says, nope, we had some fun with Tom Brady. Now I'm looking at Kyle Trask or Baker Mayfield. I think it's time to leave.
Yeah, dude. Poor Devin White. He went from Joe Burrow in college to Brady in the NFL, and now he's looking at Trask and Baker, and he's like, thanks, but no thanks. Oof. He's still a super beast, that's for sure. I remember there was a time last year where he was getting called out for lacking effort in some games, and one of them I think was like a Monday Nighter versus the Ravens, and they got ran all over, and Devin White did not look like himself. Really? But we've seen Devin White play personally, versus these Cowboys, and he shows up in every one of those games.
And in a draft like this,
that's about to say, yeah, in a draft where there's really not any star linebackers that way. I mean, you could probably get some value for him if Tampa wanted to move him. And you said they don't.
The team doesn't want to move him.
They don't want to move him. But if he's kind of whispering those things, I think I make a call. I think I make a call to Tampa and say, okay, listen, because I'm looking at this linebacker class, and I'm not overly impressed.
Yeah, I don't think that there's a linebacker. You might not have a first-round linebacker.
I don't think you do.
That goes. I mean, Drew Sanders at Arkansas, local kid from Denton Ryan, interesting.
Simpson from Clemson.
Yeah, and I'm not a big – people love Simpson. Yeah, I could be so wrong on Trenton Simpson. Yeah. I don't like him a ton. Jack Campbell from Iowa is very fun. I know Dion Henley's a guy you like from Washington State. You can find some guys that could end up being very good.
Yeah.
But if you want a home run type of pick, and the way that these trades are looking right now – Jeffrey Okudah just went for a 5th. You got Cooks and Stephon Gilmore for late day 3 picks. I mean,
I was trying to figure out what it would take to get Devin White. This year, he's only going to hit 11.7 his 5th-year option, and then he wants a big contract. I think you could get Devin White maybe for a 3 or a 4.
Yeah. I mean, look, if you could do that, sign me up, even for the Cowboys, who I don't think would. But imagine how fun this defense would be with the speed of Devin White.
Yeah, those are the kind of championship moves we want to see them make.
Yes.
Yeah. They've made a couple of really nice ones. Go ahead and put this team over the top.
Goodness gracious, that'd be amazing. All right, Brian, Your best man is he's spitting some fire
He's
here
losing
lately.
his mind.
He's been making.
He's a hot taker.
He's making Michael Lombardi.
He's way a hot taker.
He's making takes on Mac Jones and the truth of the Belichick trade rumors. But here's what he had to say about Odell Beckham Jr. after he signed with the Baltimore Ravens.
When has this guy been good besides his first 3 years when he scored 35 touchdowns? When has he been a dominant player? He hasn't scored 35 touchdowns since his first 3 years. When you add up all the years together, he hasn't had an over 65% catch percentage, okay, which is the most critical thing in football. I throw it to you, you catch it. So when we throw it to you, you got to catch it. 65, he hasn't been over 60, he was 70% his rookie season. He hasn't gone to 65. That one catch in Dallas has loaded up your bag of excuses for this guy like you've never seen before.
Wow.
Like you've never seen before. Like this guy, oh, it's Odell. It's Odell. Like since he's been in the league, there's nobody driving to the stadium saying, oh my God, how am I going to stop Odell? I can't believe it. It's Odell. It's Odell. What am I going to do? I got to roll the coverage. Are you kidding me? $13 million on a 1-year deal?
That's hate right there.
I know. It's
With
like,
the effing guy part, that's hate.
What did OBJ do to Lombardi?
I don't know.
I need to ask him, but man, I was worried, Lucius, because I'd heard that, and I told Zach, I go, he drops an F-bomb in this thing, and Zach goes, Lucius took care of it.
Yeah, I always send. Yeah, Lucius always takes care of it. I'm like, I'm not worried about it.
But no, I need to ask Mike. I need to ask what his Odell hate is. He'll try and drag me into it. He'll go, well, what do you think? Don't you watch the games? Don't you know? He tried to give you his Al Davis. Did you hear him there?
Yeah.
Who's watching Odell? Who cares?
That was one of the best moments of Radio Row Week. Eric, me and Brian got to hang out and talk with Lombardi for a little bit over by his set, and Brian and Lombardi are going back and forth with the Al Davis impressions. Oh, it was a joy.
yeah.
But Mike is trying to be flamethrower guy.
Well, he always has been. I mean, he's been doing radio spots for 15 years.
He has, and it's like he gets mad.
Yeah,
he does.
And
he gets worked up,
and he loves Ozzie Newsome. He loves. I mean, those guys in Baltimore. It might be that too, because that team moved from Cleveland to Baltimore. So anything that
is that what it is?
I think anytime that Baltimore,
he was on the '94 staff, right?
Oh yeah, no, he was with Belichick and those guys.
Called that LA.
He worked with Art Modell, who was the owner at the time, and Mike took that really personally.
You know, it is weird how he went up a notch there. Usually he's dependable for good, solid hot takes that are on the line. This went full on disrespectful to Odell Beckham Jr.
This was more about the Ravens than it was about Odell.
I agree with everything he said, though.
Yeah,
sure. Odell Beckham Jr.'s, and it's reflected in the market.
Right.
You really don't have to say anything. It's 1 year and $15 million. Not many people believe in him that much
Excuses for
anymore.
this guy.
Well, I mean, to his point, it did appear that the Ravens were the only ones that were going to give Odell that type of money. In fact, he went back to the Jets before he was supposed to go meet with them. He calls them after the Ravens offer, says, hey, here's what I'm getting. Do you want to match? And the Jets said no.
Yeah, because they knew he definitely. But hey, he held
you
out.
Him 15 to that effing guy. That's what the Jets said back.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, Woody or whatever, Douglas, whatever the hell the Jets people are. Joe Douglas is like, no, F that guy. I'm not doing this. Okay, we got more spicy takes from Lombardi.
What's he doing?
We talked last week about the Mac Jones trade, right? Apparently there's bad blood. There's friction with Bill Belichick, with Mac Jones. We've got WEEI in Boston reporting they're shopping around Mac Jones. Lombardi says, go bleep yourself. This isn't true either.
I just did this whole entire, 10 minutes, fest, if you will, on why Mac Jones is the guy. Do you think this is his last prove a year, has to get it done? And how big of it is that he has Bill O'Brien now as an OC?
Well, I think that's huge. But I think this whole notion that Belichick's shopping him is ridiculous, right? So if I call you on the phone and say, hey, look, are you interested in trading for Joe whoever? You'd say, oh, maybe I am, maybe not. That's shopping. If you call me up and say, I'm reading all this crap about Mac Jones. Bill, are you interested in moving him? That's not shopping. So Bill's too smart. If he picks up the phone and calls any team, he knows whoever he calls to ask about Mac Jones, it's going to be in the paper the next day. Because everybody has their leaks who they leak to. Everybody does. It's how the business works. So I think it's really a mischaracterization. I don't think they're trying to move him. I think they have to improve their scheme offensively. Their offensive line needs to get better. And I think Mac has to take responsibility for his own lack of leadership last year. He can't be demonstrative and show people that, he's unhappy. He's got to buy in. He's got to be a better team leader than he was last year. I think they both have to work together because he was good as a rookie. He can be good again. I think he clears the case that he has to assume responsibility, just like the Patriots have, by changing what they're doing offensively.
Man, that is a true Belichick lifer. He's like, this isn't Bill. Mac Jones, take responsibility.
Mike,
you're a schmuck, okay?
Mike will defend Bill to the hilt. He absolutely will.
He wants to work for him for a third time, probably.
God, Bill, no. It's not his fault. He promoted a DC and a special teams guy as OC. Mac, this is on you. Man. Take accountability. Run a better system.
It's one of the first times I've ever been disappointed in Lombardi, man.
I thought he actually took it easy on Mac.
Yeah,
Mac is not good at all.
We've heard some negative things about Mac Jones coming out. Now, this is important news. Brian, I know you only get to watch the Red Zone one time a year.
One time a year.
But you're going to want to be plugged in, all right?
Wait a minute. I saw the money that you have to pay for this.
Yeah. Okay, so YouTube.
God bless you all for doing this.
So now that NFL Sunday Ticket has moved from DirecTV to YouTube TV, YouTube has announced its pricing for Sunday Ticket. YouTube subscribers, YouTube TV subscribers, I should say, can get it for $350 a season. You can get it for $250 if you purchase before June 6th. You can also get it for $389. It marks down $100 to $289 if you bundle with the Red Zone. Non-YouTube TV subscribers, which would be me, you can get the Sunday Ticket for $450 or $350 if you buy it before June 6th. With Red Zone, just add a little bit more. $489, $389. Now, all I want is the Red Zone channel. Can I just buy the individual channel? Supposedly you can.
Yeah. That's all you need to do.
But I need to find out how much it is.
Yeah, they've been doing that, and I think it was like, I don't know, $10 a month or something for just the Red Zone channel to like add it on to whatever package you already had with whatever subscription you were doing. But yeah, this is now inflation affecting the NFL Sunday Ticket in a huge way. It's $60 more per year on YouTube than it was on DirecTV, and that's with the pre-sale discount. So without that, it costs $160 more than it was costing.
Goodness me.
Yeah, I think a lot of costs have gone up. Obviously they got to pass it along to the consumer. I think a lot of those Sunday Ticket fans are now just Red Zone people. So your customer base is kind of shrinking, and you're looking to them to cover your costs quite a bit now. And I just don't know who that customer is, Now you have so many games throughout the week, Thursday and Sunday night and Monday night and all the games Sunday. You have to be living out of market as a fan for a crappy anonymous team, right?
Yeah.
Like these are like Panthers fans that have moved across the country, and you can't get any of them. They're never going to be game of the week,
right?
Unless they become contenders,
right?
And you're like, I can't wait 8 years, honey, while we watch like 2 Panthers games a year. So I think those are the guys, of teams that don't get on the coverage like maybe the Cowboys, Eagles, Packers, Bears, stuff like that do.
The pirated streams are about to skyrocket even more now.
Big time.
Yeah,
not me or anything.
No, of course not. Why would you do that?
I asked one of my gang about Devin White what it would cost you to do this. He said it'd probably be a 3 and then a late pick or a late pick swap. So you give them a 3 and then you swap spots later in the draft.
I would do that in a heartbeat. I really would. And the 806 makes a great point texting in. Watch out. It does seem like a Howie Roseman move for the Eagles, who have lost 2 linebackers. Do they do that? Do they we got 2 1s. We can go ahead and afford to give you a 3 and another pick.
I could see them doing it. I'm hoping the Eagles have to take their foot off the gas a little bit and have a couple of rebuilding years. Hopefully they can't have another big go for it year. I like the idea from the 469 of trading Michael Gallup for Devin White and then picking up DeAndre Hopkins.
I would love that.
That sounds like 3D chess.
I think that would be fantastic. The only hesitancy I think maybe the Cowboys would have, you have a really good relationship with MG and Dak. And Dak's losing his best friends left and right. Does that affect your quarterback? But I think that business-wise and football-wise, makes a lot of sense.
Tell him, Gavin, just go ahead. I don't have time for I don't have time for this friendship.
Life as a quarterback.
No friendships.
Yeah. I have no time.
You're going to have 3 groups of friends on this team if your career's good.
Man.
So get used to saying goodbye.
Only McCarthy's allowed to have friends on this staff.
Gavin's favorite quarterback's Kyler. Just sits in his room, plays video games, doesn't do
Shows
it.
up on
He's a
Sunday,
recluse.
throws lasers all
Yeah.
over the football field,
Runs around.
Yeah, gets your
Absolute
first
savage.
downs.
All right, let's
Loses a
wrap
bunch
up.
of games. Doesn't waste time with small talk. Hey, how you doing, buddy? Hey, I think you could do a good job this year for us. I'm a leader now. Go play better.
We'll wrap up NFL News of the Day with Gronk, who was on TMZ. They asked him, is this it? Are you going to unretire again and resume your Hall of Fame career? Here's Gronk.
I think the last time we spoke, which was way too long ago, you said in the words of the great movie Dumb and Dumber, you never know, as far as a possible return to the NFL field. Where are you now a year later? A year kind of hanging out, enjoying retirement, doing fun things. I would think you'd be even further away from thinking about football. Where are you though, Rob?
Well, Michael, let me tell you this. We are family, so yes, you got to ask this question. There's no doubt about it. But I'm not dumb or dumber anymore. So that answer is out the window. Because now I am the dumbest. All right?
Does that mean no?
There's no chance anymore. I'm happily retired. I actually picked up pickleball. I beat my brother Chris, who plays with pros, and my other brother Gord, who plays with pros too. And I beat him with an average Joe. My other brother Glenn G was my partner.
What?
Who are these professional pickleball players who play every day? And Glenn, who hasn't even stepped out of his house in a month, and I, who played once in my life, we beat them. So I'm happily retired. I'm still competing. I'm still winning. So I don't even need to go back to football.
Gronk is a treasure, and poor Glenn does not sound like the athlete.
No.
He missed out on the athletic.
He did not hit the Gronk lottery. A lot of those kids did, though, at least appeared in the NFL. Good college careers. Okay, thank you, Wolchuk. NFL News of the Day, most days around 3 o'clock. Rangers record-breaking pitcher Andrew Heaney coming off a good start. 9 in a row. Fandom. He was great last night. He joins you next year, the Rangers Players Show on 105.3 The Fan. Got to chat.
All right, welcome back, G-Bag Nation. Hope you're having a great day. It's time now for the Rangers Player Show. Segment's brought to you by Soda. That's state-of-the-art. And the Frankels. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. Consultation's always free at truckwreck.com. And joining us now is a pitcher in his first year. He's from Oklahoma, played college ball at Oklahoma State, played for some of the biggest teams in the big leagues, and now with the Rangers, he made history last night, striking out 9 consecutive batters in a glorious start and a great victory against the Royals. Andrew Heaney joining us now here on your home of the Rangers. And a good afternoon, sir. How you doing?
I'm doing good. How about you?
Oh, we're doing great. Congrats on yesterday's history-making performance. You bring up Nolan Ryan with Rangers fans. You pass him, you're going to get a lot of people's respect, man. So nice job.
Yeah, no, that's pretty cool. Thank you.
You bet it. And thanks for joining us. What's it like? Is that like being in the zone in basketball, or what's it feeling like when you're sitting everybody down like that?
I mean, it's kind of. I mean, I wasn't extremely aware of it, to be honest. And I knew I had good stuff, but I'd worked some really long at bats and long counts with certain guys, and so it didn't feel like quick and easy. I mean, there was a lot of like 3-2, 2-2, and kind of long at bats. Started a bunch of guys like 2-0, so I felt like it wasn't necessarily just 0-2 to punch out every time. So it was. It didn't feel as easy as it kind of sounds, I guess.
Well, we had Boach on earlier with our midday show, the KNC Masterpiece. He called your fastball the unicorn fastball. What would you describe the unicorn fastball as, and how long has it taken you to perfect that pitch?
So, yeah, I mean, it's just unique. I throw from a lower arm slot and kind of a lower angle. I kind of sink down in my delivery a little bit, so and then I throw a 4-seam from there, where most guys that throw from my angle are usually kind of throwing more like sinkers and 2-seams. So it just has sort of a unique shape to it. And when it's going good like it was yesterday, and I'm throwing it at the top of the zone, it just kind of is deceptive and just gets on guys.
Andrew, was it one of those things that, like when you're out there warming up in the bullpen or you're stretching before the game, did you feel any different? Like, I'm going to go make some history tonight? Or was it one of those, like, you know what, I just got to go out there and do my job and see where the chips fall?
Yeah, no, definitely the latter. I mean, I feel like, honestly, some of the best games, probably most of the best games I've ever had, I felt terrible in the bullpen. I think sometimes, and I think a lot of guys would say that, it's almost like it kind of locks you in a little bit. Whereas if you have too good of a bullpen, you're feeling good, you're feeling confident, hey, I'm just going to throw strikes in there, and then all of a sudden, like, boom, 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 you give up a couple hits, and you're like, oh, man, like I wasn't as good as I thought I was down in the bullpen. No, I mean, I think I had a moment of clarity. I was warming up playing catch, and the roof started opening up, got a nice breeze, and it was just nice out, and I just thought, man, this is a beautiful night for baseball, and glad to be here. You know what I mean? Like something like that, but I wasn't like, I'm going to do something historic tonight. It was just more, like, hey, it's a great night for some baseball down here. So,
have you ever felt like you're going to do something historic?
No, I don't think so. No, I mean, maybe that's that inner, kind of inner peace in you, and that allows you to kind of go out there and sort of focus on the task at hand. So maybe there's something to that, but no, I've never thought like I'm going to do something like that.
Did you take home any souvenirs? Is there anything that you got from that night? I know we always talk about the ball or something like that. Is there something you packed in your travel bag going home that night?
I actually didn't. I hadn't even really thought of that.
Sorry about that.
They did. No, they did tell me they were going to take my hat. I think they said they were going to take it to the Hall of Fame.
There you go.
I didn't know that was kind of crazy. I was like, oh, this is like a pretty big deal. Like,
pretty big.
No, I mean, it happened like right after I came out of the game. One of the clubhouse guys just said like, hey, well, is it okay if I take your hat? I was like, sure. Like it was kind of one of those, I didn't really think about it. until, you know what I mean? Until like, then I checked my phone and everybody's blowing me up. So then I was like, oh, okay. Like, like that's when it kind of started like hitting me. So no, I didn't. Probably, I don't know. I don't know. I probably won't get anything.
No, we'll make sure you get something.
I need to circle back and go through the laundry cart or something, see if you get your jersey back, maybe, something like that.
The ball cap is confirmed, though. I see John Blake tweeting this out just a few minutes ago that the hat that you wore last night is being donated to the National Baseball Hall of Fame and Museum in Cooperstown. So congratulations on that. You are now officially a proper Ranger legend here. Now, when it comes to like when you come off a bad start, what are those 5 days like in between that start and the next one for you, Andrew?
Oh, they're excruciating because all you want to do is go back out there and pitch. Especially the first start of the year, right? Like, I mean, everybody knows you're going to have a bad start throughout the season. That's just, that's baseball. That's life. You know what I mean? Things happen. But to do, first start with a new team, obviously not how I wanted to get the season started. But it was good in a way that, I had a couple things that I needed to work on mechanically. Had a really good bullpen when we were in Chicago, felt really good about it. So it was, I just was anxious to get out there and go pitch again. Because I just felt like I kind of owed it to everybody, to pitch better.
So I mean, you were talking about you go to your cell phone, now it's blowing up. During the game, when you're in the zone like that, and you've got 3 straight Ks, 6 straight Ks, eventually you're up to 9 straight Ks. Is this one of those things in the dugout? It's like nobody talked to me, nobody say anything, or is there no superstitions going on like that where you just focused on each inning?
Yeah, I mean, I was focused on the task at hand because, the first inning I was pretty shaky. Like I gave up a leadoff hit. Walked the third batter, got, run scored on the ball to right. And so it wasn't smooth. I mean, I had to strike out the next 2 guys just to get out of that inning. I felt like I salvaged that inning. We're down 1-0. So my mindset, Corey hits a homer, ties it up, like that relieves a little bit of pressure. And, then it's just kind of like, hey, we're in a close ball game. I mean, I think I came out, it was still 4-1. So, the last of the 5th inning, I had 2 runners on with 2 outs. You give up a hit there or, a homer, it's literally a tie game. So that's really all I'm thinking about.
It's Andrew Heaney here with you, coming off a historic performance last night, 9 consecutive strikeouts. Is there a pitch clock angle in here? Have you thought about how that might impact your rhythm or, the efficiency of your work, or what's your reaction to it so far through 2 starts?
I've had no problems with it. I mean, I think I work a little slower with runners on, and there's a couple times where, I've kind of checked a runner at second and then turned around and seen the clock at 4-3, and I'm like, oh, I better throw the ball, So it does creep into your mind a little bit, but I've always felt like I've worked pretty quick, so it's not something that I feel like I've had to change up any routine or anything like that.
What's your routine for finding the inner peace that you mentioned a few minutes ago?
Yeah, I mean, I have a moment when before I go out on the field, when I'm lacing up my spikes, kind of just take a minute, take a few breaths, kind of close my eyes and just sort of clear my mind, think about nothing, try and just get, nothing in my head, and then go out there and go do my thing. And, really all day, I'm especially, night games, I'm kind of anxious, just ready to go, and kind of just got that, gut churning and everything. And then, once I get out there and I start playing catch, I feel great, it's just getting to that point is the hardest part of the day, honestly.
What was your time like with the Dodgers, and what were you working on there? I think I was reading last year that you tweaked the curveball or the slider. I think it was the slider. What were some of the changes that they had with you last year that you're ending up really having success with now?
Yeah, a couple small little mechanical changes and thoughts there, and then really the biggest one was kind of going from the curveball to the slider that they kind of taught me, and then throwing less changeups. And really that was kind of the main thing, was just kind of being a little bit more of a 2-pitch pitcher. and the new slider really kind of opened things up for me.
What's it been like getting coached by a guy like Mike Maddox?
It's been great. Like I said, I had, came off my first start, needed to kind of get my mind right, get a few things kind of ironed out, and had a really good bullpen there, and had some good conversation with him about kind of what I was feeling and how to get back to doing what I can do. So that's been good. I mean, obviously it's easy for pitching coaches to be good when everybody's good, right? Like, it's hard for pitching coaches to be good when a guy struggles, right? And so for me to be able to have a conversation and go from obviously kind of one extreme to the other so quickly is a testament to his kind of direction.
As an Oklahoma guy, do you feel like you settle in pretty much right at home here in Texas?
Yeah, this is 3 hours down the road. I've been here plenty. It's familiar to me, familiar lifestyle, and I'm just happy. I've been in Miami and LA and New York for a little bit, so been on the coast, big cities, and obviously I know Dallas is a big city, but it kind of has smaller feel to it and kind of familiar to me. And man, I'm excited about the weather. I know that sounds weird. Probably people hate it around here, but I'm excited for some summer storms, get a little bit of just variety. Like, hey, 75 and sunny out in LA is great. I'm not going to act like it's not, but it does get boring after a while. So I'm excited for some, just kind of being home, I guess.
Are we a storm tracker in our second life? Is that what we're doing? Are we getting one of those big old vans and driving around and chasing storms?
No, not a storm chaser. I just like just the feeling of it. Like, just kind of, I don't know. Like, I'm weird. I kind of like the kind of overcast, like humid days. Like, those are the days that I'd love to sit out on the back porch with the dogs. You know what I mean? Like, that's
Sure.
just like, that's my element. I'm very much happy in that.
Well, being an Oklahoma State Poke, John Gray is obviously an Oklahoma Sooner. I don't know if your paths crossed at all in college, but do you guys give each other some trash talk back and forth a little bit?
It hasn't been too aggressive. I mean, we've let each other know a little bit, but it hasn't been too bad. And we did, I want to say we pitched against each other in 2012. I could be wrong, but we were definitely on the teams at the same time and played. I don't know if we ever pitched in the same game against each other, but I'll have to look that up. But yeah, definitely.
Well, one of my buddies is a Rangers fan and an Oklahoma State Cowboy. Just texted me and said, "Tell Heaney I love him and go bleeping Pokes." So I thought you should know that.
All right, appreciate it. Go Pokes.
Thanks, Andrew. Congrats again, and officially welcome to town, I guess. You've been here a while, but we look forward to watching you go out there here in a couple of days and mow them down again.
Absolutely. Thank you guys for having me.
You bet. Give him hell. We'll be pulling for you.
Yeah, and for appearing on today's show, Andrew Heaney will be receiving a $100 gift certificate to Pluckers. They got 8 locations across DFW. We at The Fan will be at all of them on the night 1 of the NFL Draft. Pluckers has the best wings in Texas.
All right. Thank you to Andrew Heaney. Now coming up next on 105.3 The Fan. Is it time for some restroom revelations?
Okay, so I think I might throw a curveball on this if Walchuk's okay with it. I got some foods that make you feel nostalgic, and I feel like it's an important conversation that we need to have here. And then we'll call the audible on the revelations. That'll be party. Next.
All righty, looking forward to that. But first, I want to tell you about our friend.
classic Chevrolet.
Thank you, Lucius. Nico Harrison talking with reporters this hour. We'll have highlights of that coming up here in about 15 minutes. Here's Eric Chiafalo.
All right, so I had a moment where I was like, thank God I have kids, man. And you have those moments every once in a while. A lot of times you're like, gosh, dang it, I have kids. This is tearing me up. But we went to Chuck E. Cheese for the first time. The first time I'd been to Chuck E. Cheese in, I don't know, I would venture to say 20 years. And we got one pretty close to the house. And it's like, okay, my daughter's turning 3. How can we make this, some easy, simple fun? And so we went to Chuck E. Cheese, and off the bat, we're ordering food. And I'm like, yeah, let's get one cheese pizza. The kids are going to eat. I don't think we're eating any of this pizza. Turns out the Chuck E. Cheese pizza.
Fire pizza, fam. Yeah. Don't sleep on Chuck E. Cheese pizza.
I will never sleep on Chuck E. Cheese pizza again. I told my wife, if there's a way to order it next time we're doing a pizza night, can we get it delivered? I'll go pick it up if I have to. The Chuck E. Cheese pizza was an absolute home run hitter.
I don't believe
of a
you.
pizza.
I need to get a Chuck E. Cheese pizza up your stat.
Yeah.
To
believe
confirm
you not.
this.
And
I
the
don't
cheesy
believe
bread.
it. No, I think that's frozen bar pizza. That's $3 of ingredients to put together.
You gotta relax,
dude. I'm telling you.
Well, he's not wrong. I did have a buddy that worked at the Chuck E. Cheese. I think their dough is frozen, and then they'll put all the toppings and the sauce on fresh.
They're all like that.
I was gonna say. I mean, I don't
But
know.
I'm
if
not
Pizza
saying
Hut's
it's not
doing it
good.
Much different. Yeah, I'm not gonna speak on.
I grew up on Tombstone
I don't know
and
how the sausage
Tostinos.
is made. I just know the dang sausage is damn good,
Lucius
and the
just-
cheesy bread is good as well.
Lucius just threw off his headphones and walked to the back of the room.
What do you want on your tombstone?
Exactly. I thought he was going to come walking in here and take a swing at somebody. I really did.
Hey, have they changed the recipe in a significant way?
I don't know, dude.
Because I
do
Google
not know.
imaged it, and some of these pies
That's
look
the
good.
way the pizza's made.
No, I've heard people swear by Chuck E. Cheese, and I think you can get it on DoorDash. The 817 says the cake's also fire. Did you sample the
DoorDash.
cake?
I did not sample the cake.
Well,
I did a BYOC situation with the cake.
I want to try the cake.
And I don't know. I didn't try the cake, but I can speak on the pizza, and I can tell you aesthetically, it's pleasing. You look at it and you go, "Oh, okay. This maybe there is potential here."
I'll give Chuck E.
And
Cheese
they
pizza
cut
another
it-
shot.
Yeah, since it's kids, they cut it in the tiny little slices. So I was like, I'll just give
appreciate
one of
that.
these a shot. And it was like,
don't wanna
oh,
waste the cake.
snap. It's like, okay, let's bring some pepperonis over here. I see you got some cheesy bread. The cheesy bread was a home run. So shout out to Chuck E. Cheese for having dominant pizza. I look forward to trying them again. And then Walchuk, I know we've discussed this a little bit. Like when you become a dad,
Yeah.
you get to dip back into foods that you weren't, that you haven't had maybe in a long time since you were a kid, like
Right.
foods of nostalgia. And this might be number one on the list for me, man. Thank you, Chuck E. Cheese. And thank God I have kids so that I could find that out.
I'm glad you brought this up. I've had this.
Apparently my friends weren't going to tell me about this.
No, well, I mean, I don't think. Can you even go to Chuck E.
I
Cheese?
thought this was one of those things that everybody knew because we all went to Chuck E. Cheese as a kid and remember the pizza being fire.
But that's the thing. I didn't think it was going to hold up. Like when I'm a kid, certain things taste good or certain movies are fun. But my gosh, bro.
Did you fold that pizza in half? You see the grease meat in the middle?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
the
love that
grease on
grease.
top. I mean, that's what always set it off as a
But
kid.
the cheese, the way the cheese would stretch from the mouth to the pizza and then just pop.
Oh, the cheese pull test.
The cheese
10
pull
out of
test.
10.
Yeah,
The
it
stretch.
passed.
Yeah, the stretch.
So I have foods that you can enjoy that as you enjoyed as a child, but you can have now again thanks to being a dad. Now the terrible thing about this is I've always been enjoying these foods. I think I'm just a child that is in adult form. But juice boxes are one of them.
Good juice box, man.
Did you guys
Capri Suns?
Capri Suns,
Yeah,
the
Capri
Kool-Aid
Suns.
boxes?
Yeah. I'll pull up over your house and drink all your Capri Suns.
Hell yes,
I don't
man.
care about your kids.
I was like the high C ones too. Pop the straw in the high C box and rock and roll.
Did you guys ever have the Squeeze-Its?
The problem with the high C, the other ones is they're a colored juice that'll stain your carpet. The great thing about the Capri Sun is it's more clear.
Yeah.
Okay,
Looks a little bit
so
like water.
Your 2 to 6-year-old is going to make a mess out of that.
Good call.
Okay, you're going to find several around the house. You're going to find one in between the couch cushions, and Capri Sun will not stain. Now, Abby has had a vicious Capri Sun habit her whole life. It's bad, And I almost bribed her to stop drinking them so Remy would not get the Capri Sun addiction. That's how bad it is.
Oh yeah.
I've never had one since I was I don't know, maybe 10 or 12 years old. I just don't want to go down that path.
We also have birthday cake as one. Now, did you guys ever stop eating birthday cake?
No, but once you have kids, you're for sure doing a birthday cake at every party. You know, sometimes when you're an adult, you have a little birthday get together. Is there even a cake situation here? We're kind of just, you know, we're doing it kickback style. But Broadus had a really nice veteran dad birthday pro tip that I think he needs to relay to the people.
Yeah, I just kind of felt like there was a point in time where the birthday cake, it's like, especially if you're at Chuck E. Cheese or some event where the kids are preoccupied, they don't want to sit down and eat the cake. So there's a massive amount of a waste of the cake. And it's like, oh, well, here, take some home. And you're trying to kind of put it out, or you end up having to carry it home and then you have to eat it all, which is nothing wrong with eating the cake. Cupcakes. Just order everybody and put a candle on one little cupcake. And that way, if the kids have 2 or 3 bites of the cupcake and they're away, it's not a huge waste like they're wasting all the cake.
Yeah, it's
smart.
Half a cake left
yeah,
over.
Like the little Bluebell ice cream cups and then a cupcake is a perfect amount for kids that are preoccupied with being like all over the place.
It's a great pro tip, but how upset are you going to be, Dad, with half of the cake left for yourself?
No, that's fair, but the way these
eventually
kids,
you'll get sick of it.
Yeah, there's just a disgust factor when kids are anywhere around the cake,
putting their fingers in there.
Yeah,
and
there's
stuff.
fingers, there's all sorts of things, and like my daughter wanted to blow out the candle 5 times after the original sing song. You know, exactly. She's mouth flatulating all over the. All over the cake.
We've got little.
This
Maya
is your piece
spin.
right here, honey.
You take this one.
Yeah, cut this one.
Okay, goldfish is another food from your childhood that you can enjoy thanks to being a dad.
The goldfish, I'm okay with the goldfish as long as you're not reaching into my bag and taking some. I don't need your hand in my bag of the goldfish itself.
Lucius, how do you handle the goldfish? Because that is also, like, I think about you sometimes in terms of the germs.
I definitely pour it into a napkin or something like that, a little bowl.
There you go.
Yeah, I definitely pour
Please.
It's built for the pour. I mean,
It
right?
is.
I mean, the
but,
way that
but
you,
there's some people that will grab into that bag.
Yeah, well, that's their bag now, by the way. That's yours.
Absolutely. If they take some of those, I'm just handing them the bag. Those are yours. Go ahead.
You know, the other big ones, the Chuck E. Cheese one is the most recent one, but I would say the other ones that have stood out to me that I've gotten to have that I used to love as a kid, the Gushers. I hadn't had a Gusher in a long time. I was like, man, these things are freaking outstanding. Yeah, the fruit roll-ups.
There's one that's made an appearance.
Yeah.
Eggos.
Eggos. That was going to be my next one, dude.
yes.
Eggos are so freaking down. What, are you going jelly on your Eggo?
No. We're going
syrup and
authentic maple syrup that you got to keep in the fridge.
Okay.
Abby has gotten a hankering for that. But we're also rediscovering powdered sugar.
Oh, wait! You put the powdered sugar on the Eggo, right?
That's right.
Nice. With the syrup and everything. Yes.
So you're
man.
like dolling up like bad waffles. Is that what you're doing over there?
They're really good waffles. They're better than Belgian waffles.
My man is spending like $85 on real like Vermont syrup, but he's buying like the $3 box of Eggo over here.
We just put 24s on a Hyundai Sonata.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, we get the premium Eggos.
Oh, Broadus, you ought to see what I'm doing to these Eggos here.
Yeah, the thick and fluffy ones.
My man will
Put
order
little chocolate chips in them too.
He will order
I haven't done that yet. I should.
He'll be on the phone to Vermont getting that syrup down here.
Ooh. Shut up, Brian. You know what I'm really doing is I'm also making a lot of good French toast. You know, but that's not really one that I feel like the kid's responsible for. That's more me.
No, have you gone back to the challah bread?
Oh, he's scrambling now.
No, we're doing brioche.
Okay,
yeah, that's
dude. You got to do the Hawaiian rolls.
I did love the challah. Yeah,
I'll tell you what. I'll make sure I pick the challah bread for you because it does make excellent. If you want to make really good French toast, use that challah bread.
Very fluffy.
It works
From what I hear, we need to be using Hawaiian bread
the
for
Hawaiian
the
rolls?
French toast.
It's not big enough.
Well, you can get the loaves of them.
Yeah.
Oh, you can get loaves?
You can get loaves, yeah.
Oh, we can get loaves.
Actually, it was always the loaf. I think it's been in the last decade or so where they pivoted into like the roll style.
Really?
It's always been a roll in my game.
No way, dude.
Always
we used to
been a
pass
roll.
around. We used to pass around the communion bread, and it was Hawaiian bread,
I've
and it was a
never
huge
seen a
loaf, and
loaf.
that's why we could take just giant fistfuls of it
It's like
instead of
monkey
little
bread,
pinches.
I think they call that.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
But I imagine
Yes.
Hawaiian bread French toast is out of this world.
The other ones for dads would be graham crackers, chicken nuggets, and mac and cheese.
I seen Dunkaroos on the fan tags. Dunkaroos. They got those at the 7-Eleven. I usually grab some every once in a while.
An oldie but a goodie. That
Those are
Dunkaroo.
delish.
Did you guys ever eat the cheese and cracker with the plastic stick?
Yeah,
that you
100%.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
That was a special treat in the 80s.
I missed that.
Yeah, that
wasn't a throwaway. That was like, wow, dude.
No. If you handed somebody like that, like you go in the store, like it's like, hey man, grab me something, like you're drinking a little bit. Hey, grab me some, one of those packs of crackers and cheese, not the kind that the peanut butter ones, but with the actual red stick.
Yeah,
that
you're putting the cheese on the cracker.
Yes, and then taking that red stick and scooping the cheese out when you run out of the cracker.
You just take the spray cheese, spray it on there like the chicken and biscuits.
At the end, I was licking the cheese remnants out of the little plastic container. That cheese was freaking amazing.
Yeah, what that mouth do?
All righty, we got to run. Thank you, guys. It is the G-Bag Nation. Nico is talking. Okay, I have a half dozen quotes from Nico that sets the agenda for the Mavericks offseason, hot off the presses. And Wolchuk has some Cowboys draft extravaganza news for you as well. Coming up next here, it's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. I want to chat Frankels, though. I love the Frankels because I love how they take care of you when you're hurt in an accident. It's not your fault. They've taken care of Here we go. Hour 3, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're enjoying this beautiful Tolo Tuesday. That's what we have right here. Some of the best weather in America. Hope you're living it up. It's time now to give you the very latest of Mavs news that we have, as Nico Harrison has spoken with reporters today. Zach Wolchuk has some Cowboys draft news. There's a lot of that, and we'll get that to you coming up in about 5 minutes. Okay, what do we have? He says he had a great conversation with Kyrie Irving in exit meetings yesterday, and says Kyrie feels appreciated here and is optimistic Irving will return to the Mavericks, but that's not nearly good enough. You know, that's that is what you say to reporters that when you're hopeful, and that's where we are right now. I think they've done a great job, but it's clear Kyrie Irving wants to see what his options are, and you know, if this was a match made in heaven, he would have spoken with reporters on his way out.
Man, that is going to be very, very damning on a lot of people's plates here, from Luka to Nico to Kid to just the entire organization. If Kyrie doesn't want to remain here, he doesn't want to continue to build with Luka. One of his coaching idol is Jason Kidd. One of his best friends in the entire sport of basketball is Nico Harrison, and they're all the powers that be, plus like $70 million or whatever it is that the Mavericks can offer him more than another team. Now, obviously, that might not be a part of it if he does the sign and trade and he ends up making all the money that he would have made here anyways, and then the Mavericks do some type of swap with the sign and trade there. But my gosh, that is going to be a bad look if he ends up bailing on all of those things.
Oh, dude, like nobody wanted Porzingis. We'll take him. We think he's a superstar. 2 years later, you're trading him for Bertans, who's a throwaway, and Spencer Dinwiddie, who's a nice player. That didn't work out. And if you're like, oh yeah, we can get Kyrie Irving and our relationships are going to matter, and Jason Kidd and Nico, and if he leaves and then you let Jalen Brunson walk, you've essentially fumbled the bag. You've taken players that nobody else would want, that really didn't want you. It would make you look desperate and incompetent. And that's what I think we might be looking at here, in several ways with this entire organization. But I don't think anybody could run from that if that is indeed what happens. If Kyrie, really wants to go somewhere else and you get nothing in return, I don't know how you could really have any faith. And you could clearly say this is the worst run organization in all of DFW sport at that point.
Well, everything that we kind of put our hope in as far as, a general manager with inexperience in league matters, but his relationships with players because of his business, off the court business, if that's what we're sold on. That's what they sold us on with Nico. It was like, hey, he's got these relationships. That's something that the Mavericks through all these years, through the Donnie Nelson regimes and things like that, it was always powder dry. We're smarter than everyone else. I'm reading the collective bargaining agreement this way. Whoa, we made a mistake here. As a Mavs fan, you're always hopeful that, like, okay, the next thing that they're going to do is going to be the right thing. And the next thing is going to be, okay, they're hiring an inexperienced general manager, but he's got relationships. That's what this NBA is all about. That's what we're sold on. If he has a relationship with Kyrie Irving and he leaves, what are we hoping for now?
Then you would hope that you can get under the cap over the next year and a half.
But I'm saying, what are we hoping for
the future? Yeah,
for the future. If they're selling us on his ability because of relationships to close deals.
I think.
Well, you'd have to hope that a new GM would be hired. Yeah, because you got nothing. To your point, Brian, I totally see what you're saying.
Yeah.
You got nothing.
Because it is all about the relationships with Nico.
That's what he was sold on.
Yeah, one thing for me is Kyrie's such a different individual, and we've seen him leave places, and he doesn't stay there for more than really 2 years. It seems like maybe because it's Kyrie, it's like, look, we didn't have. He's going to do his own thing. Nobody can read the room with Kyrie. Nobody knows what he's thinking. We did what we could, but he just wanted to go play with LeBron.
But you took two important pieces away.
You did.
Thinking your relationships were going to be a deciding factor there. I think what Brian is saying, if the relationships aren't going to be a deciding factor and he has no experience building front offices as a fan,
what do we have?
You kind of have to throw up your hands.
That's just one relationship,
It's
right?
a great point. Yeah, but I mean that's it's one that is one of his closest.
One. That's an important one. We're talking about a top 8 player in the NBA?
No doubt.
And if we can't turn one of them, are we going to miss out on others?
It's a massive cause for concern. It absolutely is. There's no denying that. But I don't know that you're just completely like, oh, they're never going to be able to get anybody else. Nico can never get anybody else because
Zach,
it just didn't work with Kyrie Irving.
But Zach, I mean, you've been around long enough to see the Junes and Julys that we've spent around here, where they didn't give a damn about the NFL draft, and they were taking players from all parts of the world that didn't make sense or anything like that. While everybody else was trying to build teams.
Yeah.
But then all of a sudden, it's like, oh, well, in free agency, we've got the CBA, we've got all the things handled. No, we're on this, we're on that. No, they're really not. We're really not. I don't know. I think we're running out of trust.
No doubt, but that's predating Nico, right?
Well, I don't know.
Was Nico here for letting Brunson walk?
He was.
He was, but Nico also is here for the KP trade, which you could say might be, outside of drafting Luka, the best move that they were able to make in the last decade since winning the championship, because that was able to get Dinwiddie.
To me, it comes down to, at this point, would you rather have Nico or a retread GM with relationships and experience?
Danny Ainge?
Sure. Yeah.
Oh, if you can get a Danny Ainge,
well, that's
absolutely.
what I'm saying. He ended up in Utah,
no
places
question.
like that.
Right.
You can hope Nico figures it out, but I mean, a year in, I don't know if I have much faith in that. And I need a big off season. I'm not ready to move on from him yet, but we're getting close.
But to me, I'm not starting the finger pointing at Nico. It starts with Cuban, and then I think you also look at some with Jason Kidd. I think a lot of the moves that were made this offseason, and we loved what the Mavericks did. We were all on board with the Christian Wood trade, right?
Well,
we were all on board with JaVale McGee. They just didn't work.
It's awesome you bring up Cuban and Kidd, because I think they both have things in common. Their support staff isn't good enough. For Jason Kidd, I think he's got a great defensive coordinator in this Sweeney guy that he worked with the Milwaukee Bucks, and the proof is in the pudding with what happened last year. Who's his offensive assistant? Who is his Terry Stotts? Why are we calling these same play in the end-of-game situations over and over and over? Why don't we have more adjustments? Why does it take bringing in a superstar like Kyrie Irving to see a new look from the offense instead of the same redundant stuff? And for Mark Cuban, I think he wants to be the de facto GM, but he doesn't want any real basketball people around him that have skins on the wall. And I think Mark Cuban wants to be really half in, doing Shark Tank, doing crypto, doing all these other businesses, and check in on the Mavs for a couple of hours a day and make franchise-altering decisions. And he doesn't want to have Donnie Nelson in his last couple of years wasn't doing anything. There was nothing for Donnie to do. He had been squeezed out by Mark Cuban and a gambler, and now Mark Cuban has a shoe executive. Jason Kidd has former scouts and Jared Dudley on his staff, and a ball handling genius in God Shamgod. Where is the help that I think Mark Cuban and Jason Kidd need? Two very smart basketball people, but sometimes you have to hire people smarter than yourself. You hiring people based on, I don't want somebody that can threaten me or possibly be smarter at me than this. That's usually not a sign of great organizations, people that do those kind of hiring things. More quotes from Nico, though. I think Luka and Kyrie work together. It's the players around him. That's the part that needs to be worked on. Absolutely. He says the two biggest priorities in the offseason, defense and rebounding. And he says that will be addressed. Says he needs to look in the mirror, see what I could have done better. He says he can't say much about the NBA's investigation into tanking, and emphasizes Jason Kidd is the coach, and he understands that fans are frustrated because this year was not acceptable. Okay, so that's Nico Harrison talking with Mavs reporters here. It took a little bit longer than I wanted to. Zach Wolchuk has some Cowboys draft goodies here for you on a Tolo Tuesday. Take it away, Zach.
Yeah, this is kind of fun from Blogging the Boys. They went ahead and they picked a couple of players that would be McCarthy guys and then Dan Quinn guys. So from each side of the ball. You guys want to start offense or defense?
Offense.
Offense all day. All right, we start off with quarterback, and it becomes more and more likely that the Cowboys are going to take a developmental quarterback. McCarthy liked to do that in Green Bay, and the Cowboys have certainly been working out, as you mentioned, with Aiden O'Connell out of Purdue.
Yeah.
I think they had a visit with Jaron Hall. I think at the Combine they were talking to some of these quarterbacks that could be taken maybe day 3. The quarterback, Brian, and the rest of our panel that they link with the Cowboys that could be a McCarthy guy is Dorian Thompson-Robinson, the quarterback out of UCLA. Apparently, he has a pre-existing relationship with Dak Prescott. He would love to continue learning from Dak. He was a 5-year starter at UCLA. He has the record for most amount of starts by a Bruins quarterback in school history with 40-80, 6'2", 203. Now, this guy is an athletic freak show, right? I don't love his throwing motion. He kind of has a long, winding motion where he drops it back to his hip. He needs to refine that, but he's really good in the intermediate parts of the field. I think he gets pretty rattled when he's under pressure. I mean, he's a true project kind of guy. But, Brian, I don't know. Maybe that does fit kind of what they're looking at.
Where he is at his absolute best is when he drops back, he looks, and then he runs. He makes massive plays with his legs. And it's to the point where you're like going, man, okay, well, he's so hard to stop that way. I think every year watching him play, he got better throwing the ball. I went back and looked at some tape, and I'm like, man, I got to learn about this guy. But the vision he has to see, I mean, everything you could talk about him really positive is as a runner. I mean, if you evaluated him as a running back, you would talk about vision, you would talk about balance, you would talk about body control, you would talk about all the ability to make people miss. It's that part where can you develop him even more as a passer? But his ball placement and accuracy has gotten better every single year.
The other one that we discuss is Kendre Miller, running back at a TCU.
We got to figure out about his knee.
Horned Frog fans get excited. Yes, and if you remember, he ended up missing the college football playoff due to that injury. But my gosh, you watch Kendre Miller, I can see why people like him. I've said it on our show. I've said it on the draft show. Out of all the backs, I think he might have the best balance in the class. He's got a really good spin move. I think he reads blocks well. He's got good initial quickness. He does have some home run speed.
Oh, yeah.
Which is deceptive, right? All of a sudden, he'll break off a long run, nose for the end zone. His tape against OU and K-State and Texas that I watched, extremely impressive. Good ball security. I can see why the Cowboys, and I do think they are very high on Kendre Miller.
He wears defenders down with the way he plays. His running style is just so physical, and he just bounces off tacklers and he keeps moving. I mean, I think to me that he catches the ball well enough too. We'll see how he is as a complete guy, as a blocker and all that. But the first two, the part of the running, the toughness, and the ability to catch the ball, I think are really, really good.
Then we've got former Frisco Lone Star stud and Oklahoma wide receiver, Marvin Mims. Mims, in my opinion, the most slept-on wide receiver.
So these are McCarthy-positive guys, right?
These are McCarthy type of guys. Okay. Now, Mims is a little bit smaller than what McCarthy typically would like, but Brian, all the receivers in this class are. But to me, Marvin makes spectacular catches. He can move around all the formation. He can win on the outside versus bigger corners on the next level. That was the question. I think his foot quickness off the line allows him to do that. I think he's a solid route runner. He's got good speed, body control, tracks the ball well. Marvin, to me, if you can snag him at 58, if he somehow made it to the third round, that'd be amazing. I think you got to go ahead and draft him at 58 in the second. I'd have a party. Eric, I know you'd have a party.
Yes, this dude meets all the criteria from an athletic ability, from an explosion ability, from a speed ability. I think he's got some big-time yak opportunity. For a small guy, he's high up there in terms of winning at contested catches. He'll go up and get that football. So I think there's a ton to like about him, and I think that'd be a home run, especially for a draft where you don't feel like there's the elite guys in that first round, really. Like, to get a guy like him in the second or third round would be outstanding.
Sounds like the next CeeDee Lamb you guys are describing.
Yeah, I mean, maybe. I mean, I like Marvin quite a bit.
Lot shorter.
5'11",
183.
Absolutely.
You guys nailed him, though. Everything you said about him is absolutely right.
Quickly, the defensive players that Dan Quinn could end up liking. How about Gervin Dexter, the defensive tackle from Florida?
Yeah. We've not talked about him very much when you look at. Go ahead, what you got on him?
Good with his hands. Yeah, Jervin. I gotta figure that out. But he's good with his hands. I think he can push the pocket from the inside. Plays with violent intentions. He's got really good ball awareness. Had a heck of a game when I watched him against Kentucky. Tracked a ball that was deflected up in the air at the line of scrimmage. Ended up making an interception on the play. He is a little slow off the ball at times, and he's going to get knocked backwards when he gets tired. You can see him kind of get worn down sometimes.
Yeah, I think you got him right. I mean, he does a good job. When he has the opportunity to finish a play, he's going to finish it. But there are some times where you watch him when when the ball's right at him, he makes some really, really good stops.
And the other two are guys that Dan Quinn's worked out. Will McDonald, the edge out of Iowa State.
I'd keep an eye on him.
And then you might have a nugget on this guy, Brian, but D. Overshone from Texas. I know a lot of Horns fans ask about him. He was a safety. They moved him to linebacker, maybe an edge rusher in the NFL.
There's some people that are talking about maybe at 229 putting some weight on him and playing him at an edge because he does have the length. They feel like, though, they can add some weight to him, and you might have a really good rusher there. Play a lot of different positions for. Was a converted safety, if I'm not, if I'm wrong about that, but I don't think I am. But, yeah, really good player for Texas.
Thank you, Wolchuk. Some Cowboys draft goodies here for you on your home of the Cowboys. What do we got? 2 weeks and 2 days. Just 16 days away from the first round of the draft. Of course, we'll be scattered about the Metroplex at various Pluckers locations. We'd love to have you come out and party with us and listen to the coverage and watch it on the television. It's always a good time. Now, Wooly Bully's Top 10 at 420 is coming up next. What's the subject matter looking like today, sir?
Well, I needed to talk to you about this because it's National Pet Day. So I don't know if this is too soon. We can go ahead and scrap the top 10 pets in cinema history.
manage.
Okay, we'll do that then. Top 10 pets in cinematic history. We'll do that next on The Fan.
Always a welcome sign for this clubhouse. Featuring breaking sports news, inside info, opinion, with laughs along the way. Turn it on.
or an extension before the deadline. Beat the crowds by going to Jackson Hewitt today.
The upcoming segment of the G-Bag Nation is brought to you by Baker Brothers.
Get a free estimate on HEPA and UV air filtration from Baker Brothers Plumbing, Air, and Electric. Eliminate viruses from the air in your home. Call or visit us online today.
Baker Brothers makes great service fun.
Welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. It's time now for Wooly Bully's Top 10. It's brought to you by Elite Health Centers. Okay, segment's brought to you by Window Nation, and you can go to windownation.com, buy two, get two free. And the segment's also brought to you by the Frankels. You know, there's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them into big trucks should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you or your dog. Frankly, you need Franklin Frankel. Consultation's always free at truckwreck.com. Here he is, Wolchuk.
Thank you very much. I've got the top 10 pets.
I was just laughing as Gavin was doing that live
dog thing.
Yeah, like Papa John's, he was complaining about pizza places that don't have pepperoni.
Yeah, on the menu.
And Papa John's, like the guy just put 1,000 pounds of pepperoni on top of a pizza.
How is that even possible?
You have to have pepperoni.
Pizza without pepperoni?
I don't know how you don't have that.
What?
Exactly.
It's more of a staple than the cheese.
That's
or
what
the
you call
sauce.
being too fancy for your own good. Gee.
Yeah, man. That's
You got to get salami. We don't have pepperoni.
Oh, you're looking for the pepperoni pizza, you caveman. You probably also like A1 on your steak. Yes, I do. More flavor, please.
Let them know.
More flavor, please.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't think of a pizza place that doesn't have pepperoni. That's rather
Should be right at the top of the menu.
So
here's what everybody's looking for. Here's for other people if you're trying to do too much.
Do you get offended when someone dips an orange magic into some ranch or some blue cheese?
No.
You don't look at them side eye?
No,
All
have
right.
at it. That's
Very
great.
good.
Yeah.
Actually, yeah, because I'm dipping in the ranch, man. I'm sorry.
I don't need it with the orange magic. I'm going to be dead balls honest, and I'm not just saying that to say that. I mean, sometimes you want to kiss a general's ass from time to time, and I can understand it, but those wings are just that dang good. But I do love some ranch, you know? So I mean, that's just the way it is. I do like to dip a wing in ranch.
Ranch makes
Sue
it
me.
better. Wingstop Ranch. So shout out to your pets out there.
Barlas just threw up an L, but he didn't realize that it was a backwards L that he was throwing at me. So now who's wearing the L? Put that on your bald forehead.
Of course. If you have a pet that you want to give some love to, 877-881-1053. We're here thinking about Spike. We miss you, buddy. We love you. But I did have this that I wanted to touch on before we got into the top 10. Just feel up on them.
I hope there's some consent.
So there is not consent here because there is an F1 driver, and you're probably familiar with him if you watch the Netflix series Drive to Survive. It's Charles Leclerc, who is
Jose's brother.
A racer for not Jose's brother.
his dad.
This one's French, and Jose is
Jose's
certainly
French
not.
too.
No, unfortunately, I mean maybe in another life,
Yeah, I
but
mean, who's to say?
his home address somehow has been leaked.
Oh, in Monte Carlo?
Yeah, is that where he lives? Do you know this? Have you gone to his house?
No, I've been to Monte Carlo, but I know most of these race car drivers, and they followed him before.
That would make sense. Yeah, you're right.
His home is in Monte Carlo.
Now, well, I mean, I asked you if you've been there because apparently fans are all flocking over to his apartment where he's
That's
living.
just weird.
He said, for the past few months, my home address has somehow become public, leading to people gathering beneath my apartment, ringing my bell, and asking for pictures and autographs. While I'm always happy to be there for you and truly appreciate your support, please respect my privacy and refrain from coming to my house. How in the world did his stuff get leaked out there like this? And if you did get, let's say you're a super fan of whoever it might be, whoever your favorite athlete is, would you show up to their house?
Absolutely not. No, I want this person to like me, not be terrified of
I would
me.
not do this.
Well, because it's like in that scenario, what's the end game here? Like you go and then you knock on the and what? Like you expect
Just a
this
good meet
person
and greet,
to
you know?
like okay, you don't expect them to be weirded out. I can't
Creepy and
fathom.
bizarre.
Yeah, absolutely. Those are great ways to describe it.
And then they're going to be like, I met my hero. He was such a jerk. Well, you were on his front porch at 1:30 in the morning.
Is this like a DoorDash gone wrong kind of thing? Like that? I wonder if you're a certain level of famous, can you even DoorDash anymore? I don't know. I mean, I'm not like the line where I'm not.
Dawson does it all the time.
I'm not. Yeah, that's true. I mean, if you had any Tolos, be
I thought you were talking about driving. You're talking about ordering.
Yeah.
I don't know. Wolchuk was DoorDashing a couple years ago when he had the #1 night show in DFW. It didn't seem like you were too famous to DoorDash.
No, I was DoorDashing. Nobody knows who the hell I am, and the tipping was terrible. A lot of the people don't tip on DoorDash.
No, but like
tip your drivers.
If you are some level of celebrity and you DoorDash something, now you have a driver that shows up and sees you, and then maybe that's how word gets out about where you live.
Yeah, because you're gonna have you've got it. What you need to do then is probably have a fake name, to where these people don't know
on
that
the
they're
app or
delivering
something
to Dak Prescott. Yeah, instead of saying like, "Hey, this is my name," you put another like a burner name on there.
I always like using my real name because Tolos will come up to the house. They're like, "Hey,
Maybe
what's
they'll
up,
throw in
dude?
some
Here's
stuff.
your pizza. I'm listening."
But different,
Reggie and
different for
KG
us.
are on right now. yeah.
No, that is always pretty cool, actually, when you have those moments. But all right, let's slide into the top 10. Top 10 pets in cinematic history on National Pets Day. 512, shout out my dog Nala. We got a lot of texts coming in to shout out their pets here.
Bishop, a 13-year-old lab pit bull mix.
Love it.
He's my boy, my best friend.
Miro the dog, Tyler in Arlington, German Shepherd Buddy. And of course, if Airbud isn't top 3, this list is a fraud. Trust me, I wanted to try and find a list where Airbud was up there pretty high, but unfortunately, he's not up there very high. But Airbud is definitely one of my heart. All right, we start in the Pimp Cup LA.
Oh, yeah.
You have one.
Sending a text to Dawson. Dawson, check your phone.
Okay.
Oh, no, is this bad?
Matter of fact, your Twitter DMs, in fact. No, we're just, a little inventory here. How about Peter Griffin? Does that work or is that TV? Can we not do TV?
You can do TV.
For Brian?
Brian,
absolutely. Holy crap, yes.
Brian the dog.
Brian the dog. I call it Peter Griffin's Family Guy.
No, but you're right. I mean, it's Peter's dog.
Dr. Claw's cat, because he always moved it out to like, Salem, that cat from Sabrina the Teenage Witch. It always talked and had a sassy mouth.
Yeah.
And Astro from the Jetsons.
Oh, geez. I love that you brought up Astro.
Yeah.
Yep, absolutely. In fact, I just met a dog who was named Astro, named after the Jetsons.
Was it a Great Dane?
It wasn't a Great Dane. It was kind of like a crossbreed.
It's faking the funk.
But very, very fluffy and very sweet. Did you guys have any pets from film that stood out to you?
You know, we just watched this Sergeant Stubby, an American Hero from 2018.
Yeah.
It's about this dog that was in World War II and was really good at helping the troops with various stuff. And that was a really great movie. I like a lot of those ones where you have the dogs that tow the sleds. You know, they're up there.
Oh yeah, the snow dogs.
Mush dogs.
Yeah, there's a number of them like that. But specifically, I don't know. Like a lot of dog movies aren't jumping out to me.
Oh, trust me, I'll rack the brain here. Don't worry. Mr. Bigglesworth from Austin Powers. We don't gnaw on our kitty. That is great. Right.
What about
there.
like this? I thought it was always funny because I love this attitude. Garfield.
Garfield is a good one.
That's it.
Garfield always looked at you like,
Smart
why
guy.
are you bothering me, bro?
Yeah.
I thought that Lucius
I like
because
lasagna.
Garfield reminded me of your text the other day or your tweet when you're talking about I love my solitude.
Oh, I love it.
That would be a Garfield.
And he loves
tweet.
lasagna too.
He loves lasagna.
His favorite holiday is Halloween. Oh, come on,
LA
bro.
was laying on his back, rubbing his stomach as he put that tweet out there. Oh, that's awesome.
Is he stoned? Do you think he seems like a stoner
He is
intellectual?
a stoner
He just
cat.
wants to hang out. And
He is a stoner cat.
You know, you go
That's
back.
Carlton the doorman, right? His voice.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
It is. But if you go back and you watch a lot of those animated series like Doug and Hey Arnold, even like Rugrats, there's so many innuendos.
Oh yeah.
So many. If you were to watch as an adult that you just didn't pick up on as a kid. Clifford the Big Red Dog, Scooby-Doo, of course, getting texted in.
How about Wishbone?
What's the
shout
story, Wishbone?
Gosh,
shout out to Wishbone.
That show. I missed that show.
TBS. That was filmed in our own backyard.
Plano, right?
Yes. All right.
Damn, Plano had Wishbone and Barney.
Yeah.
Plano out here eating.
And the home of the Wooly Bully.
Thank you.
I didn't mean to laugh when he said that. I'm sorry.
That's very true.
I was singing another one. Scooby-Doo.
It's a good dog.
Scooby was always,
And Scrappy.
And Scrappy, yeah. Those
Yeah,
are good ones.
Scooby.
All the dudes.
Ooh, he's so good. All right, the honorable mentions here. We got Tintin, Benji.
Rin Tin Tin, K9 Cop.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
We got Cat, Sassy, Shadow, and Chance from Homeward Bound. Did you ever watch Homeward Bound as a kid?
I did not.
And then Bud from Air Bud.
Okay.
Number 10 is the dog Doug from Up that
Oh,
Disney
that goes with the old man.
Yeah, people loved Doug and Up. They thought he stole the show over the old man. And we might have an Up 2 that's coming out. Number 9 is Beethoven.
Beethoven. Yeah.
Not familiar.
It's a good
Didn't
one.
see
Really?
Beethoven? Ooh, the kiddos might like that if you brought that back. Beethoven's pretty good. Number 8
Saint
is
Bernard dog.
Nobody
Yeah.
brings home movies from Blockbuster anymore, Wolchuk.
Gosh, I wish we could.
I dress
though,
like the
man.
people that work there, though. With
You
the
do.
blue button downs and khaki pants.
Jeez, I do wish we still had.
Hey, you know those movies that we can stream right now? They're in theaters, but you can stream them at house if you have like an Amazon or whatever account.
Yeah.
That was should be like Blockbuster.
Yeah.
$5 walking in and get those instead of paying $25.
You're onto something here.
Come on, Blockbuster, come back, man.
I like that idea.
I do too.
Just a little small location, you know what I mean?
No, yeah. I love that idea. Number 8 is Jinxie Cat from Meet the Parents.
Oh.
Can you milk me, Greg?
he spray paints the other cat's tail to make it look like Jinxie. But that cat was never Jinxie. Jinxie was a certified badass. That dude had been taught to like go number 2 on toilets and flush
So
them as
good.
well.
Number 7 is Balto.
Oh yeah, wasn't he one of the sled puller dogs?
Yeah, he was. He was animated though, not real. Number 6 is Willie from Free Willy the Whale.
Mm-hmm.
Gosh, that when they got to transport him, that gets you. That gets you.
Well, if we're doing this, man, let's go Mighty Joe Young.
Oh, I loved
that.
Mighty
Was a
Joe
pet
Young.
gorilla.
Yeah, it was.
That movie was awesome.
Oh, here's the one that I love, Togo with William Dafoe.
Oh,
or
good
Willem
call.
Dafoe.
Good call.
2020.
Number 5 is Babe the Pig from Babe.
There you go.
The movie was named after the pig.
Oh, there's a better cinematic pig out there. His name's Gordy.
Charlotte's Web?
Yeah.
Charlotte's Web.
We
That's
went
Wilbur.
down that rabbit hole.
Wilbur.
Yeah, that's Wilbur.
No, I'm talking about Gordy. He's the headliner. Like the movie's named after him.
I don't
the
think
movie
Gordy's
Gordy.
the headliner.
That's
pig.
The
like a
movie
hockey
Gordy.
movie.
No,
Yeah,
it's
man.
true. It's
1994, Gordy. This movie was sweet.
Yeah, there was really a pig named Gordy, but he is 3 probably behind Wilbur and Babe.
No, couldn't disagree more. He's a talking piglet who lives a carefree life on an Arkansas farm until the rest of his family is taken
Carefree
away.
life.
Yeah.
Running away from being bacon.
Man, they just feed me every day. I get to run around here.
Shout out to
I'm
Gordy.
slowing down a little bit over here.
Yeah. We've got number 4, Hooch from
Thinking about
Turner
a
and Hooch.
BLT every time you look at it.
I'm thinking about a bacon mustard sandwich every time I look at
Rolling
him.
into his
What are you
own
doing?
doo-doo over there. Number 3, we got Old Yeller.
That's what you do at your apartment.
Number 2 is Lassie.
Lassie's number 2?
What about Winn-Dixie, man? Any love for Winn-Dixie?
I did love Winn-Dixie.
It was a store.
Shout out to Opal. Well, the
Yeah,
dog
but-
was named after the store because the dog ran amok in the store, and the girl said, "No, that's my dog," even though it wasn't her dog. And they're like, "Well, what's his name?" And she sits there and she goes, "First thing that comes to mind is Winn-Dixie because I'm inside the store right now."
Okay.
Yeah,
It's a
read the
great
damn
movie.
book, Brian.
Yeah.
Come on.
Freaking get with it, dog.
What the hell?
Harry from Dumb and Dumber's in it. He's a
Yeah,
pastor.
he is. Oh, Mr. Peabody. That's a good text. But number 1, top pet that from cinematic history, it's Toto from The Wizard of Oz.
Oh, yeah.
Very reliable pet there.
Yeah.
Wow,
I mean, it somehow survived a tornado with Dorothy.
Yeah.
had no personality, though.
No.
There was very little interaction.
Ran
Didn't
off a few
speak.
times, too.
Yeah, it did.
Where'd you go, Toto? Damn it.
Yeah. Have some value, like Ratatouille's mouse, Remy.
Oh,
right? Yeah.
Ratatouille. Yes. That's
Yeah.
a good one right there. That's
Toto
great.
was an ugly ass dog too.
Yeah, kind of a mutt.
He's scruffy looking.
Just looked like he was
It's like a
homeless.
1930 film. Come on, bro. What are you doing over there?
I mean, I'm sure there was good looking dogs back in the 1930s. If anybody would know, I guess it would be you.
I was. Good point.
Oh, yes. The dog from The Sandlot. The big mastiff.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
the
Sid
Beast.
The
Yeah,
Beast.
the Beast.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's a good one.
Was a nice dog, too, by the way. Just looks scary. Old
It was
Mastiff.
nice.
Yeah. He was a nice dog.
All righty, thank you, Wolchuk. Top 10 at 420 every afternoon here on 105.3 The Fan. When we come back here, it is the G-Bag Nation, home of the Cowboys, home of the Rangers. We have pregame coming up at 6:30 with Jared Sandler. But, Chief, what would you like to do next?
Let's go around the rim, ladies and gentlemen. It is play-in night. Let's get you set for that. And this superstar might be on the move. That's next.
All right, I got to chat with you about my friends at Twin Peaks, though. This is the best place, the only place to go if you're looking for eats, drinks, and scenic views. You know, it's your ultimate sports lodge with a menu to match. Pair any of their made-from-scratch menu items with a frosty 29-degree draft beer served by a beautiful...
Chevroletcars.com.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet.
Okay, Chief's going to take a look at some league-wide news in the association. Juicy Mavs offseason questions for your basketball brains coming up at 5 o'clock right here on 105.3 The Fan. Wolchuk's Top 10, by the way, brought to you by the Alma TED procedure that is only available at EliteSkinCenter.com. And Wolchuk has Elite Skin. He can help you join the party as well over there at EliteSkinCenter.com. Here's Chiafalo.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go ahead and cut the lights out, put the kids down for that afternoon snoozer. And on night one of the NBA play-in tournament, the G-Bag Nation is going all 18 inches around the rim.
Let it ride! Rain dance!
Rain dance!
I gotta join here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
Always a special occasion when it's the 6-year anniversary of Tony Romo donning the Mavericks number 9 jersey.
Heck yes.
How about that? It's been 6 years since Romo went in that layup line.
That's amazing.
Did you think he was going to play?
There's a part of me, man. I'm like, come on, what's the harm here? Go get a bucket. Go get you a bucket, Tony. And he is living in Mavericks lore forever because his name is on the hardwood as every single Mav to ever wear the uniform is
If it was up to
painted
Cubes,
on the
he'd
hardwood.
put him in.
Yeah, I think so. Oh, absolutely. If it was up to Cubes.
Yeah.
Was there something to do with the Players Association with his contract and something like that?
I'm sure there was some weird bull, but it just put him in the game. No one's gonna care, and the arena was gonna go nuts.
Oh,
yeah, like that would have been legendary. I wanted to see him just put up one in-game jumper.
Yeah, I
He'd have got a bucket too.
He stood up like
Yeah.
he was going to check in, and the arena did go crazy, and then he sat back down.
Don't be scared of a good bit, sports. Like, come on. If Adam Sandler's sitting courtside at your game, check him in and let him get a bucket real quick. Like, why the hell not? There's
What's it gonna
82
hurt?
of these things. I mean, we might as well see a couple of stars. All the stars on any given night might be sitting on the bench load managing. Just throw in Adam Sandler. Throw in a Romo.
Oh,
Who cares?
Sandler?
Everybody deserves a celebrity shot. We've all played beer pong before.
Yeah.
I mean, come on.
Let's get Bill Murray.
Jared Sandler? Or Adam Sandler? Which one are you talking about?
I'd prefer, Adam. He seems like he's got legit basketball skills.
Oh, Jared doesn't?
Be respectful, bro. You know you can't handle no Sandler smoke right now.
You should pull that and
Jared
send it
can
to
hoop.
Jared.
You know what? Honestly,
Jared can hoop.
just for the comedic,
He's doing pull-ups right now as we speak, fam.
the comedic aesthetics of Jared at 5'7" or 5'6" walking onto an NBA court, I might actually rather have that than Adam
Nancy Bowes.
Sandler.
You know what, Jared? That's funny there, Eric. But I mean, we got to talk about it, man. Come on. Like,
He's sitting there on the bench with his little feet swinging.
I laughed, Lucius. But come on, man.
Like he's at the doctor's office?
His feet are swinging.
They give him a booster seat for the bench.
No, he's not zero.
I imagine that's how he waits for us every night for his 3-minute segment during Crosstalk.
He's going to beat us up.
A big monster G-Bag Nation salute and happy birthday to our good buddy Raider Joe. I believe he's turning, is it 39? Is it 40? I don't know, but
I think 39.
he's all fired up about the Sacramento Kings. He's my brother for life, and because of that, I have a special guest on the line right now willing to give our Raider Joe a special birthday shout out. Take it away, Bobby.
Want to wish you happy birthday, my friend. All best, all best. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. And you guys have wonderful, wonderful, wonderful birthday. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful day. Bye-bye.
See you later, Boban. We love you, brother. Happy birthday, Raider Joe. The Atlanta Hawks are playing the Miami Heat tonight for a play-in situation out east, but looks like Trae Young could be a guy, like, he's probably at the top of the list of big-name dude that could be switching teams this summer. And Shams,
Luka.
don't you dare.
Yeah.
You settle down over there. The Hawks are continuing to closely monitor Trae Young's day-to-day commitments and his habits on the day-to-day basis, on the floor, off the floor. Clearly, there's been continued question marks, and it looks like they've granted his agent and stuff to start making some phone calls and see if there could be a landing spot. So I'm at the point now where I'm expecting Trae Young to be traded as soon as their season ends, and it might be ending tonight in Miami. So
He's having a nice career. I'd want nothing to do with him unless I have no star power. It's so hard to build around a guy that's 6 foot 160 and is a volume shooter. I mean, what does the winning formula around Trae Young look like? they won a couple of playoff series a few years ago in Atlanta, but they got incredibly fortunate to get that far. And I think Trae Young's a very entertaining player, but to me, he is a really talented guy on a bad team that's going to put butts in seats.
Right.
And right now, we're not in that business at all. We don't need a guy like that.
Looks like the NBA is opening up its own restaurant in Toronto, including 25 screens, iconic memorabilia, and an exclusive NBA shop as well.
You know what? I'm just gonna tell you what NASCAR did several years ago with that whole NASCAR theme, opening up those types of restaurants. It starts off kind of well, and then it turns off quickly. Yeah. Like, people do not want to go there. The food's not good. It's that you go in there and you're paying too much for being in that establishment. I think, man, to me, if I had to say this, I think the NBA's barking up the wrong tree on that restaurant.
Well, so they've got, I think each of them.
And that's from a guy who's been in the restaurant business.
I've seen other, I could say the NASCAR theme, that thing was big initially, and then it just goes, then that whole thing goes flat.
Right. And you're 100% right.
People are like, I just soon go over to the Buffalo Wild Wings or go to these places, Boomer Jacks or wherever.
Yeah.
And do the food thing.
Because they've got them at the City Walk in Orlando is the first time I went to one of these. Like, I think NASCAR and the NBA has one. And it was when the Mavs were in the NBA Finals back in like 2011, and I watched one of the first game one, Mavs Heat, at the NBA location, and then they were sold out for the next game, so I had to go to the NASCAR one. Yeah. Food overpriced, not good at either establishment.
How about this from Front Office Sports? You're going to have round one matchup, Golden State Warriors, Sacramento Kings. The get-in price for round one here at Golden State, minimum price, $222. Okay?
Wow, that's low.
It's low, especially when you consider if you go and you watch one of these games in Sacramento, their first playoff game in God knows how long.
That's surprising to me.
$427 for a nosebleed seat.
Okay, say again.
$427 is the get-in price for Warriors Kings in Sacramento.
Okay,
for the games in Golden State, they're like almost half the cost.
Okay, I was thinking you were saying the seats in it's in Sacramento were $222.
No,
but it's not. Okay, thank you.
Those are probably way more.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, absolutely. And then here is some sound here of DeMarcus Cousins. We mentioned this a little bit earlier, but he was sitting down with Kevin Garnett. And Kevin Garnett's got his own show on Showtime now, and he sits down with current and former NBA players and chops it up. And there's some pretty good stuff that has come of it. But here's DeMarcus Cousins alleging that he is top 3 in the league at the big man spot.
I don't want to sit up here and call it mad, but are you sitting here seeing yourself in play and all that?
Man, look, as of right now, I'm the third best center in the league.
Right now?
Right now.
Right now?
Right now, I'm the third best center in the league.
So basically, he's saying the only people on the planet right now that are better than me at being a big man in the association is Nikola Jokic and Joel Embiid. Everybody else, DeMarcus Cousins says he's better than you.
Yeah.
Even though the NBA doesn't seem like he's worth giving a minimum contract to at the moment. I am a little bit surprised he's
There's
not
got to be
on
something
some
there.
roster.
Got to be something there. Either maybe people figuring out something in the locker room itself as a teammate. Maybe the injury history right
he just
there.
ticked everybody off.
Yeah.
Melo got that treatment about 7-8 years ago.
Right.
Where all of a sudden nobody wanted him. You know, Barry Bonds had that kind of situation where late in his career, his on-base percentage was still through the roof. Nobody put him on the team. And I don't know. Maybe it's like your reputation can be so bad that you're not somebody that your fans want to see on the team. I could believe that with DeMarcus Cousins. And the injuries robbed him of his balance. He used to be so nimble and graceful at like 300 pounds coming through the lane. And, later on, it seemed like he was having those Jameis Winston panic moments in the pocket where, you're just kind of falling down and the ball's going one way and you're looking for it. And it had started to get embarrassing for him. But there's just not very many skilled big guys like that. And there's, teams like the Warriors that have a Kevon Looney. If I'm getting ready for a playoff series, I don't care who's on my team. I need DeMarcus Cousins to go against Kevon Looney, Jokic, and Embiid.
Yeah, right. Just for the matchup.
Yeah, I'm with you, man.
I do like that. Speaking of big men, here's Walchuk fighting through DeMarcus Cousins' name a few years ago in the Knights.
Oh, geez. The one and only DeMarcus Boogie. Cousins.
Nice work, bro. Still proud of you for that one.
Thanks, buddy.
That's
it. Buzzy Cousins?
Buzzy
he thought
Cousins.
he went with Buzzy Boogie.
Wow. That was
Buzzy.
good stuff.
Buzzy Cousins.
All righty, G-Bag Nation. Hope you're having a great little Tolo Tuesday. It's time now for the 5 o'clock hour. Juicy Mavs offseason talking points. Do you still like our guys' chances of becoming the team's GOAT? We got to pick up that conversation with you when we return right here. It is the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Got to chat with you about my friends at Diamonds Direct before we do anything else, though, because Diamonds Direct is simply the best place.
fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
All the juiciest Mavericks offseason talking points, the top topics to polarize an audience right here. The truckwreck.com fan text is open at 877-881-1053. The chat is open on YouTube and Twitch as we open hour number 4 of the nation. General at your service. There's Brian Broaddus, the former Cowboy scout, NFL executive. Once dominated a draft for the Philadelphia Eagles. Got him 4 Pro Bowlers in one draft. There's Lucius Alexander in the Pimp Cup at Master Control. Wolchuk and Chiafalo are present. And Carter Freeman is coordinating your video. You can watch us at 105thefan.com or the aforementioned Twitch or YouTube. We have the Expressway coming up in about 20. Bob Belt's coming up at the bottom of the hour. Then LA Live with Lucius at 5:40. And Rangers baseball's coming up at 6:30 tonight. So you're in the right place. You're in a good spot. Rangers sitting at 6-4, knocking the cover off the ball last night. And we spoke with Andrew Heaney back there at 3:20. Seemed like a really cool dude. Okay, would you trade Luka for Wemby if the winner wants to? Mike Bassick's having this conversation with everybody. It's on the air. It's in the halls. Some people are so far down on Luka, it's a no-brainer for them. Some people would trade Luka for much less, just some salary cap relief because they want to start over. So throwing in a generational type of prospect like Wembanyama, it's a no-brainer for them at 877-881-1053. What do you guys think? Luka for Wemby?
I said no. I said no to start, so I'll stick with my no.
I mean, he's supposed to be he's being hyped up as the best thing we've ever seen from a basketball standpoint, like the things he does at his size. He's a two-way player. People are...
You were yes, right? You were yes.
Yeah, it was like a tongue-in-cheek yes, but I think ultimately, yeah, I probably would be down for this. This is supposed to be the single greatest thing the NBA's ever seen.
We've come to this? We've come to this about Luka?
I haven't, no. And yeah, I mean, we've heard this with Andrew Wiggins when he was coming in.
So
he
we're
was
tired
the
of
next
Luka.
LeBron. So
I think some people are tired of Luka.
No, Luka's tired.
Yeah, I think
we're tired of seeing how tired
we get a lot
he
of
is.
texts that people are annoyed and tired of Luka.
I think he's burnt out. I really do. I think, it's a big off season for him, but he's got to figure out how to be mentally tougher. You can't get burnt out like this. This is what kids in an office environment do, in a professional environment. The kids aren't mentally tough. They think that life's going to be easy, and when you wake up, you're excited to do all this stuff. You got to check that crap at the door and go in there and put out a great effort for somebody that's giving you millions of dollars, or for your teammates, or for yourself because you have pride. And Luka's immature. He is. And I think that is significantly contributing to his burnout. And this is going to be a season that he'll look back on. But it's such a sure thing to have a top 5 player, and 7-footers bust. They get hurt. Yeah. We know, Luka, knock on wood, doesn't have the Grant Hill I'm always hurt gene. He doesn't, have the Greg Oden or Andrew Bynum or Yao Ming. Your Giannis's and Shaqs who are 7 feet and can deal with it for 40 minutes a night and not break down and be incredibly talented. Those guys are rare. And I don't want to give up Luka for a shot at that. I just want to see Luka get refreshed.
Look, Wemby could be amazing, right? But that's the thing. It's like potential upside could be, Luka's a stud. And we get on Luka.
But we also know all of Luka's warts.
We sure do. But think about how scary it is, and he's still very young. If he does finally click in and make that personal life change to where he starts to take care of his body, and he's a 38-8 guy that people are right now debating, should the Mavericks move on? How good could that player become?
Well, I guess if you're not willing to accept the trade for Wembanyama, then that means you're more confident than not that the Mavs are going to do right by Luka, and this thing is going to all end up fantastic.
Oh, that's what they keep telling me. I'm buying into a shoe salesman, a gambler. They fired my guy that I like as a coach.
Ricky C.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it's, if when's it going to stop? When's it going to stop? I mean, start, like last year's run. I mean, that gave me hope. That gave me hope coming in this season. And here I am thinking, they added a top 8 player, and they got worse.
They did.
This team got worse.
Well, they were injured and they couldn't play any defense once they lost Dorian as well.
But that's what I'm saying, though. If you're adding top 8 players, you shouldn't get worse.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no,
but they traded away their
is
best defensive players to get
But they
that
got
guy.
a top 8 player, and they got worse.
But they did it on a whim. There was no planning for it.
They did.
Yeah, they did.
They gave up first-round picks and stuff like that.
Yeah, but Kyrie wasn't even available until 3 days prior to the trade deadline. He says, I want out. Brooklyn says, all right, now we got to move him. And the Mavs call and say, all right, we're interested.
Yeah. But I hear you. There's a lot to be frustrated with this Mavericks organization. I'm just not ready to move on right now from knowing you have 2 top 10 players for the chance of having a guy that might be transcendent. But I tell you what, he's a two-way player. Luka could leave. I think those are your most compelling arguments right now. Like, Luka could ask for a trade in a year. Are you sure?
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. If you're not trading for Wembanyama right now, that means you're confident that Nico and all these guys are going to get this figured out, and they're actually going to build a team, which is something he's never done in the history of his life.
If you throw in the caveat that Luka is going to leave, blow this thing up. Get rid of Nico, get rid of Kidd, get rid of all this stuff, and start over. The owner ain't changing, but everything else can change. If you want to move on, if Luka's going to leave, if Kyrie's going to leave, if they can't evaluate their own roster, then go for it.
Be an absolute travesty of a DFW sports story if Luka would leave, and I'd be looking to do a very strong investigation. If the Wembanyama draft lottery winner is calling me and saying, hey, we need an instant superstar, we don't want to risk it with Wembanyama, we'll give you this guy for Luka. I got to have a very honest conversation with Luka. Like, if we're keeping you, I need a promise that as long as we don't, really offend you or do something crazy, you're here for life. Because this shot at Wembanyama is one that we don't want to be regretting, and I think you'd have to treat that threat very, very seriously. And then the idea that if Wembanyama is going to be an instant impact guy, pairing him with Kyrie Irving gives you
That's assuming Kyrie's here, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
But that gives you the more ideal big small superstar pairing than double small.
Okay, this is crazy, but we're doing radio.
This whole thing is crazy.
Yeah, the whole thing's crazy. One, the Mavericks aren't ever going to do that.
Yeah.
And I don't think the team sitting at number 1 is going to pass on taking Wemby. So the whole thing's a hypothetical.
The interesting part, too, though, is that team is very likely to be like 66.6% chance that team's right here in your state. So you're like trading with the Spurs or the Rockets.
Golly, that's a pain in
Which just
the ass.
adds to the funniness of this insane hypothetical. But please continue, Broadus.
But okay, what if Kyrie said he would stay if Luka were to leave?
Oh, wow.
And you had the chance to get you get Wemby.
Well, then that means it's an extra no-brainer for me. I'm already in on the trade.
Yeah, then you have 2 superstars instead of 1.
Okay, but that's what I'm saying though. You have 2 superstars now. I mean,
so you're basically saying Wembanyama and Kyrie or just Luka.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that would be an easy one as well. I think it's crazy that we even have to ask these kind of questions. I told you it's juicy content though, and the text is firing up. And this goes to another very interesting branch on this topic tree. For the last couple of years, it's been assumed that Luka would end up having a better career than Dirk. And whenever the conversation had come up, I'd say, well, yeah, he handles the ball. He dribbles. He sets up others. He's basketball player-wise. He's going to produce a lot more stats, and he's going to be a lot more important to the flow of the game. Are we still sure? Is Luka going to have a better career than Dirk? Is Dirk going to be eclipsed as the Mavericks GOAT in the coming decade of Luka Doncic's career? I think that's very much back up for debate, guys. What's your thoughts on it?
I don't think he eclipses Dirk as the Mavericks GOAT. Because it's tough.
We have turned on this guy.
No, Brian. I'm saying as the Mavericks GOAT, I think Luka will finish as a better overall player.
Well, he won't have the longevity.
But that's exactly it.
Yeah,
right?
He won't have the longevity, and he might not have the loyalty. If he's already talking about leaving,
that's exactly
then
it.
Everybody out there that's listening to us across the world is turning on him right now.
Well, I don't think he's talking about leaving. Apparently, there was a conversation with the Mavs where somebody expressed concern that he might ask for a trade. I think
that was a Tim
important
McMahon report, right?
Which is fair.
That ain't like me reporting that. That's Tim McMahon reporting
But
that.
all players
I know, but what
in
did he
the
report?
NBA.
What did he report? He reported the Mavs are concerned that Luka might ask out.
And maybe they should be. I think
everybody should be.
To me, I think that Tim McMahon, if he's reporting that, I'm going to say he probably got that from Luka, and he probably got that from somebody in the Mavs.
Yeah,
I'm just saying that guy, that Tim McMahon knows what the hell he's doing over in that building.
He sure does, and I think Luka is very much going to get this career back on a huge track next year, because I think so much of this can be just traced back to the fact that they couldn't defend or play defense, and once they realized that, it popped their morale like a balloon. And then they went for 2 or 3 weeks where they were playing way, way below what they're actually capable of. They came together for the third to last game against the Kings and said, all right, guys, let's go play hard and show ourselves that we're a decent basketball team. And after they did that, they said, okay, let's shut it down and let's get the top 10 pick.
Yeah, I think a lot of this is just a massive overcorrection from a team that went to the Western Conference Finals a year ago with Luka Doncic, and you're not doing that. You can say what you want about Brunson against Utah. You were down 0-2 against Phoenix. You ain't getting out of that hole without Luka. Luka dragged that team of ragtag misfits to the conference finals. Okay, it was very comparable to LeBron, what he did with the Cavs, taking them to the NBA finals. He had a crappy year. I get it. Everybody's upset. I'm not turning on Luka Doncic right now after one bad year. I think that he has a better NBA career than Dirk. I don't think Dirk's ever going to be supplanted as the number one Maverick of all time because I don't think Luka's going to be here 20 years. Even if he plays for another NBA, if he doesn't play for another NBA team, I don't think he's playing in the NBA 20 years.
Yeah.
No, he's even said that before. I'd set the over-under at like probably 11.5.
How much are you dreaming of the idea of winning the draft and taking Wembanyama yourself? Is that in your mind at all? The 3%?
Oh yeah, that 3%, bro. Yeah, that 3% is huge. I think we should get 3% T-shirts. We need to get this thing going.
I'm a 3%er.
Shout out to Jason Garrett and the 17 inches, right, Broadus?
Yeah, you got to watch that when you walk around the grocery store. People give you some looks.
I'm still waiting for you to give me that shirt.
I got to find that shirt.
Yeah, you do. It's probably at one of your ex-girlfriend's houses.
there is.
Yeah, that's a sleep shirt. Where'd you get this shirt, honey? These basketball shorts.
Oh, it's my brother's back in the day. Yeah. We trade clothes all the time. There's Scoot Henderson, the G League point guard. Did not shoot the three well at all, but he's considered a potential star in the making. There is Bama's small forward Brandon Miller, who would be awesome to get. Taylor Hendricks is a big man who can shoot, that could go somewhere between 3 and 10th overall. There's a couple of big men who can protect the rim, defend multiple positions, and have good jump shots projected to go in the top 10 right now. So even if you don't win Wembanyama, I think we're going to find out in the next couple of months in the build-up to the NBA draft, assuming the Mavs keep their pick, that there is going to be a number of players, wings, bigs, that can be a significant boost to their rebuild for next season.
I do anticipate, though, their entire plan is to get this number 10 pick and then flip it this offseason. Like, I don't think they have intention of actually making a selection at number 10.
Okay, and then the other juicy thing is, Jason Kidd's really catching a lot of heat. CBS Sports with an article, Mavericks say Jason Kidd's job is safe, but history shows his record doesn't get better the longer he stays. We've talked about the psychological tactics that he uses to motivate, and some former players thought he was guilty of mind bleeping. Throw that out. What Jasmine Wimbish focuses on in this article is the tactical adjustments. And last year against the Suns, against the Jazz, it looked great, right? He was blitzing and things are really coming together defensively. I've made this worst team in the NBA in defense, a top 5 defensive unit. We're like, holy cow. Similar things happened in Milwaukee, where they were overachievers. And then in year 2 and year 3, the league is studying what Jason Kidd and his staff are bringing to the table. They don't have a changeup. So I mentioned earlier, I don't know. I'd be looking at the assistants, not the defensive assistants who have done a hell of a job. But what kind of help does Jason Kidd need, offensively with play design and sorting out how we're going to optimize Luka and Kyrie instead of having them cancel each other out and be confused on who's controlling things? We got to really have that be a major focus as well. The personnel has a job to do, but this narrative is terrifying because if Jason Kidd is tactically ill-prepared to sustain the adjustments from other teams and adjust back with a winning answer, that's what coaching at this level is all about. Your first best plan is going to get shut down. You got to reinvent yourself on a regular basis and come up with new things and stay on top of league trends to continue to give yourself the edge. And I would say at least that part of the trend from Milwaukee to Dallas is terrifyingly true at this point.
Yeah, and that's frustrating because you hired Jason Kidd as a Hall of Fame point guard to be a guy that should know offense and should know play design and should know at the end of a game what it should look like on an inbounds, and that's not something you're getting. So it is a shame. We are arriving at a spot where, you need an offensive right-hand man, but if I'm Mark Cuban, when I hired you, I thought you were that guy. That's what you're supposed to be. That's your calling card.
Hey, Rick Carlisle had Terry Stotts and Dwayne Casey.
Yeah.
You know, there is nobody that accomplished on this coaching staff, not even one. And you're trying to take the next level and win playoff series, Brian?
No, they need to get better on defense too. You know, we talk about Sean Sweeney and stuff like that. I mean, I'm sure that if you asked him, you know, what was going on, that there's things that they, you know, he would say, hey, listen, there's some stops we got to make. There's some things we got to be better, pick and roll games, stuff like that. There's things they got hurt on as the season wore on. And I'm sure he would be the first one to admit it. He goes, hey, everybody might be blaming players, but you always might be looking at us too as well.
Everybody shares some of the blame indeed.
Sure.
And Boach was great at that, you know, today, you know, and after recent losses, I could be better, you know, and there's a 3-time winner. So I think that's something that, you know, coaches know well. Every game that you have, there's something else you could have done. We got to run, though, Nation. It's time to hit the expressway. 35 minutes of uninterrupted sports content here in the G-Bag Nation. Bob Belt's coming up 5:30, LA Live at 5:40 here on 105.3 The Fan. I wanted to chat men's T Clinic.